The ethereal fairy stands upon the quaint wooden bridge every seventh day of the seventh month. Let the rain fall unabated, for the sole purpose of reclaiming her destined disciple from a past life. Yet for 7 years, you have not graced us with your presence, for the cycles of the past 6 lifetimes have thoroughly transformed your heart, regardless of whether you have become a revered celestial master admired by all. Yet, the disparity in cultivation has led to one emerging as the foremost figure of our era. All are no match for the machinations of fate, serving merely as stepping stones for the destined child of heaven. Ultimately, 3 paths of dissolution await. However, what you did not foresee is, in this lifetime, they possess an abundance of extraordinary memories. Li Xuani, you have lost once more. As a white piece descends upon the board, the elderly man with white hair gazes at the young opponent across from him, a look of perplexity etched upon his face. Why is it that on rainy days, your skill in the game seems to deteriorate so drastically? Or is it that you are intentionally allowing me to win? Upon hearing this, you gazed helplessly at the fine rain cascading outside the pavilion. Dear Old Town Mayor, it is not my intention to concede to you, rather, it seems that fate itself is disinclined to grant me victory. Chessboard duel. Victory and defeat lie in one's own hands. Can fate truly dictate your moves? Upon hearing these words, you smiled faintly. Some things, even if spoken, you would not believe. You simply regard it as a game I have lost, always seeking an excuse. The elderly man with white hair slightly nodded his head. He does not perceive you as someone who habitually seeks excuses. As the venerable mayor of Misty Town, he has witnessed your transformation from a mere orphan in your teenage years to the person you are today. Thus, he possesses a profound understanding of your character. The Old Town Mayor opened the chess jar. If you do not speak, how would I know that you do not believe me? In any case, I have no interest in today's game of chess. Instead, let us engage in a few casual words on a different topic. Upon witnessing this, you two have opened the chess jar. Su Han then speaks a few words that sound ethereal and elusive, yet are indeed extraordinary events that transpired in your own life. Are you familiar with the protagonist of novels, the child of destiny? Naturally, one is aware that this refers to the protagonist within a novel. However, how does this relate to your current language chess game on a rainy day? Do you believe that the protagonist can triumph over a villain several times stronger than himself due to his own inherent strength, or is it a result of divine intervention? It is undoubtedly the intervention of the heavenly principles that constitutes a significant portion of the factors at play. Therefore, what relevance does this have to your lackluster performance in chess on a rainy day? Since the heavenly path desires the protagonist to triumph over adversaries beyond their level, it must inevitably bestow a curse upon the formidable villains when elevating the protagonist's powers is unfeasible. This will ultimately lead to the inevitable victory of the hero. I, however, am a villain cursed by the heavenly path. The curse upon me encompasses all matters, including the art of chess. The old mayor burst into laughter. Do you fancy yourself living in a fictional tale? Since you can never triumph on a rainy day, why do you linger on such days seeking me for a game of chess? Is it not a pursuit of futility? Upon hearing these words, you turned your gaze towards the misty rain outside the pavilion, your voice tinged with a sense of nostalgia. I found myself pondering if one day, when the rain falls upon the leaves, I were to miraculously win a game. Would that not perhaps unravel the curse that binds me? At this very moment, the chimes of the clock resonate through the quaint town. The venerable mayor rises, gazing towards the distant, illuminated city of Misty Rain. The lantern festival within the city is about to commence. It is now the age for you to establish a family. This evening, do not miss the chance to encounter a young lady in the city. You categorically declined without a moment's hesitation. Seeing you with such an air of indifference, the mayor refrained from further persuasion. The topic swiftly shifted. It is said that the little fairy has returned to Misty Rain City once more. This year, it appears she still has not found her fated disciple. Upon hearing the phrase little fairy, a subtle stiffness envelopes your expression. Unbidden, a series of images flit through your mind, yet they are swiftly banished by the rigidity of irrationality. After traversing 6 reincarnations, you have long understood that the little orphan who was destined to encounter the fairy upon the bridge in a misty city is fated to be a stepping stone aiding the protagonist's growth. He should have starved 3,000 years ago, rather than accepting the bun from the hands of the red-clad fairy and following her to the heart-crossing sword sect in the Northern Empire, becoming the pitiful antagonist of such humiliation. Indeed, I have heard that the enchanting fairy seeks a person named Xian, a name that differs from yours by but a single character. Moreover, it is a remarkable coincidence that this individual shares a similar background as yours, being yet another solitary figure in the city of Misty Rain. You gaze at the Old Town Mayor with an expression devoid of emotion. A mere word's difference can create a chasm between worlds. Setting aside names and backgrounds, how could a mere mortal, inherently incapable of cultivation, ever be accepted as a disciple by a celestial being of such lofty stature? As the two conversed, the heavens gradually dimmed. As the first firework blossomed above the misty city, the elderly mayor rose from the pavilion, making his way to the annual lantern festival within the town. Meanwhile, you stood alone by the lakeside, gazing at the sky, where the persistent drizzle continued to fall. With a blank expression, you found yourself lost in thought. Ah, how difficult it is for one to settle down without inevitably recalling certain memories. The events and individuals from 6 lifetimes over 3 millennia surged into your heart like a relentless tide, leaving your thoughts beyond your control. There was the proud junior sister, chosen by the mightiest sword intent, the stubborn junior brother, who forsook alchemy to pursue swordsmanship, the playful saintess of the Azure Sky Palace, who loved to sneak out of the sect, the unparalleled empress who would lead you across the abyss, and the red-clad master who was brought to tears by your antics. These individuals will be intimately close to you. However, as fate would have it, they ultimately find themselves standing beside the child of destiny, together rendering judgment upon you, the most heinous of villains. At that moment, 7 chimes resonated within your mind, indicating that the host had deviated from the main storyline on the 2920th day. You are urged to promptly proceed to the Misty Rain City, where you shall meet your mentors and join the heart-crossing sword sect, embarking upon the path of the antagonist. Your thoughts interrupted, you turn and step out of the pavilion, walking towards the quaint town amidst the misty rain. In this lifetime, you simply wish to remain in this untouched southern wilderness, avoiding all entanglements of fate, and to live a life of tranquility. You are no longer Li Chu of the heart-piercing sword sect, no longer the one who selflessly poured out his heart and soul, only to receive the cold gaze of those he cherished, and the scorn of foolish cannon fodder who fail to comprehend. Let the unfortunate villain take on that role if they so desire. The incessant chime of notifications continues to resonate. The system has detected that the host still refuses to return to the main storyline as the antagonist. It has determined that the host's reluctance stems from inadequate cultivation, rendering them incapable of malevolent actions at will. Consequently, their spirit has waned, and they are disinclined to re-engage with the narrative. In response, the system has issued a cultivation gift package, intended to span 50 years, in hopes that the host will promptly claim it and swiftly dispel their negative disposition, thereby embracing their role in malevolence. Upon hearing this, you wore an expression of disbelief. This reward has been incessantly bestowed upon you by the system for a staggering 72,920 days, accumulating to an impressive 146,000 years of cultivation. Yet, to this day, you have not claimed this reward, which explains why you remain an ordinary mortal devoid of any spiritual attainment. To comprehend the essence of this continent, one must acknowledge that the unparalleled and formidable Empress, who reigns supreme over the realm, has merely devoted 7 millennia to her cultivation. Once you choose to receive the cultivation reward, you could instantaneously become the most formidable being in the world. However, you are aware that you will not accept this reward. You understand clearly that even if granted 1 billion years of cultivation, you would still be unable to shake off the aura of the antagonist, nor could you triumph over the protagonist. Behind the protagonist lies the celestial order. As long as you lack the means to contend with this divine principle, it is impossible for you to evade the curse, let alone triumph over the protagonist. In your eyes, the system embodies the celestial order's manipulation. The cultivation rewards bestowed by the system may appear lavish and enticing, yet their true essence merely seeks to lure you back to the main narrative, relegating you to the status of a stepping stone for the protagonist's ascent. In addition, the conduct of your esteemed mentor is quite peculiar. In this lifetime, she has never laid eyes upon you. Yet, she possesses an uncanny foresight, aware of your impending arrival in the city of mist and rain. Undeterred by the vast distance, she has traversed the journey for 8 consecutive years in search of you. Without a second thought, one can be certain that the actions of the master are indeed guided by the celestial order. Everything unfolds as a meticulous design by the heavens, crafted to steer you, the antagonist, back onto the central path. Casting aside the system's prompts, you took a brief shower and returned to your room. Sitting at the wooden desk, you picked up your pen and continued to write your novel titled Yet Pulls Me. Perhaps it was due to personal experiences deeply etched in your memory that your story's intricate plot captivated the audience. In the tea house of the small town, you garnered a loyal following of listeners. Unbeknownst to you, the grand entrance of the courtyard was wrapped upon. You set down your pen, rising to make your way toward the door. A young woman, elegantly attired in a pristine dress, stood gracefully beside the door, one hand supporting an oil paper umbrella while the other delicately held a small bamboo basket. Her name is Yuexi. 8 years prior, her hometown fell victim to a devastating beast tide, compelling her to seek refuge in this quaint mist town. She currently runs a charming pastry shop in the town, and she is your sole friend of the same age. Shall we set off fireworks? She asks, echoing the same 5 words she has uttered every year on the 7th of July. Her expression remains devoid of emotion, her voice cold and distant. Many in the village have remarked that she possesses a rather stoic demeanor. Very well, let us ascend to the mountaintop, for this drizzling rain shall not extinguish the spark of the fireworks. Though the two walked side by side along the way, there was not a word exchanged between them. You felt no discomfort, having long since grown accustomed to the tranquil atmosphere that enveloped you and Yuexi. After all, since the inception of your acquaintance, each evening on this day of the year had been spent together. To this day, you vividly recall the moment when Yuexi first invited you to set off fireworks. You inquired why she chose not to join everyone else in the city to witness the Lantern Festival. Her response was, "You will feel quite lonely on your own. After enduring the torment of betrayal by those you hold dear, your heart is engulfed in profound pain and despair. Ultimately, you find yourself unraveling, fleeing to a quaint town on the 1st July 7th, having been misunderstood 6 times by the world at large. Solitude has long since become your norm. You do not fear isolation. In contrast, the sudden emergence of concern from others instills within you a sense of unease. For those who have betrayed and harmed you have once shown you genuine kindness. You dread the taste of gaining something only to lose it once more. Yet, this sense of trepidation arrives swiftly and departs just as rapidly. Because Yuexi fundamentally differs from those who have betrayed you, the betrayers are, without exception, the antagonists of the main storyline. In contrast, Yuexi, residing in the quaint town of Xiaowu, does not share their disposition. This means she will not be swayed by the malevolent influences of fate to misunderstand you, nor will she perceive you as an irredeemable villain, thus positioning herself in opposition to you. You can rest assured in her concern for you. Perhaps noticing that you have been unintentionally alarming her, Yuexi withdrew her gaze from the night sky, her expression devoid of warmth. Her voice, cool and distant, remarked on the unremarkable beauty of the evening. You turned your face away, casting a glance at the melancholy expanse of the night sky, only to quickly shift your attention back to her. From my personal perspective, tonight's scenery pales in comparison to your presence. Yuexi's expression remained unchanging, her eyes devoid of any flicker of emotion as she calmly regarded you until your discomfort became palpable. Finally, she spoke softly, "You are indeed at an age where you should consider settling down." Taken aback, you found yourself both amused and bewildered, never anticipating that a simple compliment would be interpreted by Yuexi as an invitation to engage in romantic pursuits. You then jested, "You ought to be cautious, for in this desolate place, should I choose to act, there would be no one to come to your aid." Yuexi paid no heed to your jest, continuing instead, "The mayor has urged me to advise you to start a family soon." At this, you couldn't help but murmur, "He really does love to meddle in such matters." Despite your words, warmth spread through your heart, recalling the moment 8 years ago when you first arrived in this town, disheveled and lost. The old town mayor has always taken great care of you, treating him as if he were a cherished grandson. The matter of establishing a family cannot be merely reduced to the notion of success. Setting aside the question of whether one might encounter a worthy partner, consider the curse that presently envelopes you, destined to ensure that you can never accomplish anything under the gloomy skies of misfortune. How can you offer security to another when you bear the weight of over 3 millennia of burdens, your heart riddled with wounds? To whom among ordinary women could you possibly offer your affections? Yuexi opened her small bamboo basket, retrieving several bamboo tubes of fireworks. Yu accepted the fireworks and positioned them near a flat stone. As the fuse ignited, a burst of light erupted from the bamboo tube, soaring into the heavens amidst a resounding explosion. In a fleeting moment, a dazzling array of colors bursts forth in the night sky. Crimson as the dying embers, blush as the dawn, violet as a reverie. A myriad of hues intertwine, creating an extraordinarily resplendent tapestry. Gazing at the resplendent spectacle before you, a faint smile inevitably graces your lips. Yet, as the fireworks blossom into their final forms, transforming into an odd, irregular pattern, the smile that had just adorned your face fades away, replaced by a furrowed brow of perplexity. Typically, the explosion of fireworks manifests in a circular shape. However, this particular display resulted in a diamond formation, intricately adorned with a myriad of complex patterns. It resembled a colossal talisman, utterly unlike the spontaneous eruption one would expect from conventional fireworks. In your memory, there exists a unique wish incantation remarkably similar to this pattern. Yet, this incantation should not manifest in this location, for it is a spell that only the mightiest of this world, the Empress Yuji, can wield. No one else possesses such power. Where did you procure the fireworks? From the traveling merchant Yang, the very one you encountered in town earlier. Upon hearing this, you relaxed your furrowed brow, considering it merely a coincidence. The Empress Yuji has long been stationed at the heart of the forbidden area, guarding the abyss seal, seldom finding leisure to wander. Even if she were to venture out, it is unlikely she would grace this region of the southern wilderness, where the spiritual energy is feeble. The creator of these fireworks must possess a refined taste. Yuexi did not respond, instead directing her gaze, originally fixed on the fireworks, toward your face. You soon became aware of her attention. Just as you were about to turn your head to meet her gaze, she glanced back at the night sky. In that fleeting moment, you perceived a hint of curvature at the corners of her lips. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until your figure vanished from the mountaintop. Rising from a stone bench, Yuexi exited the pavilion. The rain had yet to cease, yet she chose not to unfurl an umbrella. The droplets, initially falling indiscriminately, soaked her garments and hair. Remarkably, as she stepped lightly forward, the misty rain cascading from the mountaintop appeared to freeze in an instant, as if time itself had been subtly paused by an unseen hand. Then, as she shifted her body slightly forward, the once stationary raindrops seemed to receive an unspoken command, retreating in an orderly fashion, revealing a clear and dry pathway that gracefully unfurled beneath her feet. Yuexi journeyed to the precipice of the mountain, gazing at you at the peak. A hint of melancholy flickered in her eyes. How might I act to persuade the heavens to spare you? She sighed in resignation, slowly lifting her hand towards the profound and enigmatic night sky. As her fingertips delicately waved, the once tranquil expanse of the night, resembling exquisite silk, quietly revealed the unforgettable diamond-shaped firework pattern that had graced the heavens before. The patterns are exquisite and resplendent, each line distinctly visible, glistening with a kaleidoscope of colors, as if a magnificent tapestry of dreams unfurls gently across the night sky. Should the day ever come when I must depart, I earnestly wish this spell may ensure your peace of mind. Awakening abruptly from slumber, you let out a sudden sneeze. A sharp sensation of pain courses through your throat, leaving you momentarily taken aback. Even though you do not engage in cultivation in this lifetime, your physique undoubtedly surpasses that of an ordinary mortal in strength. How could such a trivial ailment as a cold afflict you? Forget it. Later, I shall purchase some food. You are not particularly concerned. After casually dressing, I will grab my manuscript, take up an umbrella, and head out the door. Today marks the tri-daily gathering in Misty Town, and it is also your day to visit the tea house and share stories. Observing the throngs of enthusiastic listeners filling the quaint tea house, you feel a surge of joy. Yet, almost immediately, a sigh of resignation escapes your lips. You are acutely aware that the overwhelming attendance today is solely due to everyone's fervent desire to hear. The protagonist, burdened by scorn in your narrative, triumphs over the Son of Heaven in the ensuing grand conflict, cleansing the multitude of the true sovereign from all slanders and treacheries. However, the trajectory of the forthcoming events is unlikely to unfold as the masses desire. Because the protagonist in your book is, in fact, your former self, you are destined to lose to the Son of Heaven within 7 days. Everything you do is fated to remain misunderstood by the masses, and the truth shall never see the light of day. You sit upon a chair, first administering a precautionary measure to the gathered crowd. Today's tale, alas, may leave you feeling somewhat disheartened. Upon hearing your words, the surrounding audience rose in unison. Could it be that Li Xian is once again unable to triumph over Mu Ge? Surely not. From the very beginning until now, Li Xian has shouldered countless accusations in his solitary endeavor to save the 70,000 souls of the sect. How many cold glares and misunderstandings has he endured in silence? How could a storyteller like you even entertain the notion of his defeat? Indeed, Li Shuangge is the one who silently safeguards the sect, while Mu Ge is truly the architect of all misfortunes. It seems that virtuous individuals are seldom rewarded for their goodness. Though I feel a profound anger, it is evident that Mu Ge is shielded by the will of the heavens, rendering Li Xian unable to triumph over him, which is only to be expected. Although your tale resonates deeply and stirs the heart, to forsake it would evoke even greater anguish. At this moment, as you struck the wooden clapper in your hand, the once boisterous audience swiftly fell into silence. Last time, we spoke of the emaciated and grievously injured Li Xian, who, in a desperate bid to rescue the outer disciples ensnared in peril, had no choice but to momentarily forge an alliance with the elder of the Crying Snow Demon sect. However, this scene was unexpectedly witnessed by the Son of Heaven, Mu Ge. Upon returning to his sect, Mu Ge accused Li Xian of having illicit dealings with the Crying Snow Demon sect and of harming the outer disciples. However, the outer sect disciples whom Li Xian had risked his life to save did not stand up to testify on his behalf. Instead, they believed that it was Li Xian who had led them into peril, and they felt that it was Mu Ge who had ultimately rescued them. In the end, the elder of law enforcement sentenced Li Xian to 10 years of imprisonment in the ice prison sphere. Thus, this marks the 27th occasion in Li Xian's life where he has unjustly suffered for the sake of rescuing his fellow disciples. Later, during the period of his confinement in the ice prison, Li Xian inadvertently discovered that on the very day he collaborated with the Weeping Snow Demon sect, Mu Ge happened to possess a talisman inscribed with records from their sect, which contained images sufficient to exonerate him. To prove his innocence, Li Xian forcibly broke free from the icy prison and called upon the elder of law enforcement to meticulously investigate the record talismans of Mu Ge. However, throughout the entire sect, there was no one who believed in him, let alone in the possibility that Mu Ge would tarnish the reputation of a fellow disciple. Helpless in his plight, Li Xian was left with no choice but to engage in battle with Mu Ge, striving to seize the record talismans from him. However, this duel was meticulously orchestrated by Mu Ge. He deliberately dispatched individuals to leak information regarding the record of the spell to Li Wang, who was imprisoned in the ice cell, with the intent of provoking Li Xian into making increasingly impulsive decisions. The duel was undeniably influenced by the will of heaven. As the combatants commenced their battle, the sky inexplicably unleashed a torrential downpour. Just released from the icy prison, Li Shua's body had already been eroded by the frigid temperatures. This sudden downpour of cold rain only intensified his chill. Moreover, his mind clouded by rage led to frequent lapses in his combat techniques. The pastoral song had prepared in advance, having consumed precious elixirs that could temporarily enhance one's cultivation. Additionally, he carried 2 formidable, one-time-use magical artifacts of immense power. Under the confluence of these factors, Li Xian's defeat was inevitable. After the duel concluded, the pastoral figure did not forget to don the mask of hypocrisy, beseeching the elders on behalf of Li Xian for clemency, while in reality, he covertly intensified the punishment imposed upon Li Xian. Due to Li Xian's persistent misbehavior, including evading punishment and defaming fellow disciples. The law enforcement hall has sentenced him to the forfeiture of his cultivation and expulsion from the sect. Yet the inscriptions on the shepherd's garment remain unexamined, for everyone is steadfast in their belief that the upright shepherd could not possibly betray Li Xian. Upon hearing this, the audience in the tea house could not help but clench their fists, unabashedly exhibiting the allure of their improvised profanities. As you observe the unease among the crowd, you pause your storytelling, allowing them ample time to voice their grievances. You relish the harmonious voices of the audience and Li Xian, as if, in this moment, you have finally attained the understanding long yearned for in a past life. It seems that by his side, there exists a steadfast group who have resolutely chosen him. As the discontent of the crowd swelled around you, a striking figure clad in white at the entrance of the tea house captured your attention. You rose and navigated through the throng, approaching her with a smile and saying, "Why do you bring me a pot of tea? There is an abundance of it here, and I can indulge without charge." Yuexi shook her head, her expression remaining impassive. "Is it necessary?" Upon hearing this, you were somewhat taken aback. "How do you know that I've caught a chill? This morning, I observed you coughing." Gazing at the steaming little teapot in her hands, a warmth envelopes your heart. With gratitude, you accept the teapot, taking Yuexi's hand as you both squeeze into the bustling tea house. In the skies 100 miles beyond the misty, rain-soaked city, two figures swiftly traverse towards it. Senior sister, the spiritual energy in this southern wilderness is sparse, and the land is populated by mere mortals. Do the remains of the dragon clan truly exist here? Dressed in elegant azure, Hongyan responded, "Fortune, in all its forms, holds value in countless attempts, regardless of its authenticity. Ahead lies Misty Rain City. Before we embark on the quest for the remnants of the dragon clan, let us first explore the city and seek our masters." The young boy, Lan Hai, appeared somewhat bewildered. His master was present. Indeed, every year on the 7th day of the 7th month, the master makes a visit to the Misty Rain City. As the two converse, they are on the verge of soaring above the little fog town when, unexpectedly, a resonant hum pierces the air. Suddenly, a dazzling silver light manifests in the sky, transforming into chains that confine the space ahead of them. The sudden turn of events startled the youth in the dark robe. He swiftly drew his sword, the Jianling. Yinqing, trembling with fear, sought refuge behind Hongyan. "Senior sister, someone is launching a surprise attack." "Blue Sea, stop!" Hongyan called out to halt the proceedings. He swiftly advanced towards the shimmering silver chains before him, examining them intently for a moment. Upon confirming that they posed no threat to their safety, he shifted his gaze downward towards the misty town below. It appeared that a master resided in this place, one who seemingly wished to keep their presence hidden from the quaint little town. There seemed to be no malice directed towards us. Lucy found it quite perplexing. The spiritual energy here is exceedingly sparse. What kind of extraordinary individual would choose to seclude themselves in such a place? From the aura emanating from the chain, it can be inferred that the opponent's cultivation is likely even more formidable than that of my master. It will be prudent for us to take a detour. Meanwhile, seated quietly in the tea house of the small town, Yuexi discreetly released the two fingers that were forming a seal. The chain in the sky subsequently vanished. As long as those two individuals exhibit a sense of discretion and depart, she has no intention of causing harm. She hopes to prevent any cultivators from entering the town and disturbing Li Xian's tranquil life as a mortal. In the Misty Rain City, on the small wooden bridge where raindrops dance, Lu Hongyan has stood still for a day and a night. Since her arrival yesterday, she has refrained from using her spiritual energy to shield herself from the rain. After enduring a full day and night of drenching, her once ethereal red garments have become thoroughly soaked. In the azure skies, Lan Hai Fei gazed down upon the striking crimson hue that adorned the city of misty rain below. He called out to Hongyan, "Senior sister, do you not see that it resembles our esteemed master?" Zhou Chuhua, accompanied by Lan Hai, soared into the city until they approached the small wooden bridge that led to the expansive ground below. Lan Hai gazed at Lu Hongyan, who stood on the small bridge, exuding an air of melancholy. He hesitated, unsure whether to approach her. "Senior sister, what has happened to master?" The scene before her left Hongyan utterly astonished. She had never witnessed her master in such a state of disarray and despair. Were it not for the faint trace of spiritual energy emanating from her master, she might have doubted whether the figure before her still possessed life. Hastily, Chu Huanyan approached, channeling her own spiritual essence to create a protective barrier, enveloping the drenched Lu Hongyan and shielding her from the relentless downpour. Until this moment, Lu Hongyan emerged from her dazed state. Her gaze, somewhat vacant, fell upon Chu Huanyan and Lan Hai. With a hint of confusion, she inquired, "What brings you both to such a distant place instead of cultivating within the sect?" Chu Huanyan recounted the events. A few days ago, during a mission, Lan Hai tragically fell from a cliff. On his way to rescue Lan Hai, a disciple stumbled upon an ancient piece of leather, adorned with patterns that indicated the remnants of the dragon clan. Thus, we follow the markings and journey to the southern wilderness, fortuitously passing through misty Rain City. The opportunity to obtain such treasures is indeed a fortunate affair. Lu Hongyan retrieved 2 jade stones from her storage ring, presenting one to Lan Hai and the other to Chu Huanyan. She cautioned them, saying, "These are 2 teleportation jade stones. Should you encounter peril while exploring the ruins, simply crush them, and you shall be transported to my side." "Master Xia." Chu Huanyan tucked away the jade stone and inquired with concern. "However, Master, why do you remain standing here? Without utilizing your spiritual energy for protection? I'm awaiting someone." Upon hearing these words, Chu Huai felt quite astonished. The esteemed master, revered as the vice master of the heart-passing sword sect, holds a status comparable to that of the esteemed eldest princess of the Northern Imperial family. What significant figure could possibly reside in this realm, so devoid of spiritual energy, that dares to compel the master to stand in the rain, forsaking the use of spiritual energy and awaiting in such a pitiable state? After the shocking incident, a surge of anger welled up within Chu Huanyan. No matter how esteemed the individual might be, one should not so brazenly bully the master. Chu Huanyan clenched his fists, his demeanor growing increasingly frosty. Who could that person be? Lu Hongyan sighed softly, her heart heavy with sorrow. That person was meant to be your senior brother. It was I who caused him such deep wounds, and now he is unwilling to come and see me. Both Chu Huanyan and the nearby Lan Hai were taken aback. The heart-piercing sword sect is renowned throughout the land. The young master, Lu Hongyan, has but 3 disciples. The eldest disciple, Chu Huanyan, has been endowed with the essence of heaven and earth since birth, destined to be an unparalleled divine when on the path of cultivation. The second disciple, Lin Xiangxue, is a life birth from a sacred sword that has existed for 1,000,000 years, blessed throughout her life by a divine sword that spans 10,000 years. Her combat aptitude is extraordinarily prodigious. The third disciple, Lan Hai, though still a mere 10-year-old boy, has already awakened a heart of crimson resolve, with boundless prospects in the realm of alchemy. Aside from this, are there any other disciples? However, observing the present demeanor of my esteemed master, Chu Huanyan is acutely aware that the individual holds great significance for him. Why then does the master not seek him out, but instead choose to remain here in anticipation? Upon hearing this, Lu Hongyan's voice grew even more despondent. I can only wait for him here. If I were to forcefully seek him out, I fear he would only grow more resentful of me. Yet, how she longs to traverse the entire world in search of that individual. She yearns to make amends, to hold on, and even to atone for all her past transgressions. Yet, she hesitates to reach out, fearing that her presence might disturb the other and incite even greater resentment towards her. Since the masters cannot make an appearance, I shall take it upon myself to seek him out. As soon as Chu Huanyan's words fell, Lu Hongyan immediately frowned and spoke sternly. "No, this is my personal matter. Take your junior brother to search for the relics. Do not speak further." Reluctant to disturb their esteemed master, Chu Huanyan exchanged a glance with Lan Hai. Ultimately, they could only depart with a sense of resignation. Just as the two were about to leave the city, several civilians passed by along the way. The words they uttered captured Chu Huanyan's attention. Indeed, the ferry was still on the bridge, drenched by the rain, evoking a profound sense of sympathy. That fellow, named Li Xian, truly does not appreciate the situation. For 8 consecutive years, the ferry has come here in search of him, waiting each time in the rain, yet he has not even left a trace. Who could deny it? Even if Li Xian were a mere stone, he ought to be moved by such devotion. At this moment in the tea house of the quaint town of Xiaowu, the once crowded throngs have dispersed by 90%. The remaining 10% consists of diners savoring their meals. You too have arrived at your midday respite, seated at a small table alongside Su Yuexi. Just as you are about to pick up your chopsticks, a sudden fit of coughing overtakes you. Su Yuexi gently smoothed your back and served you a bowl of soup. In the past, I could take a cold shower in the dead of winter without a care. However, now, even a light drizzle at 7 o'clock can leave me susceptible to a chill. After drinking Su Yuexi's soup, your condition has not improved. In fact, there are signs that it may have worsened. Beside me, Su Yuexi gently shook her head, her expression devoid of emotion as she spoke. It seemed as if the wind was not cold at all. Upon hearing this, you were momentarily taken aback. If it is not merely a chill, then what could it be? It's just a minor ailment. So do not fret. In a couple of days, you shall recover. Let us first partake in our meal. Su Yuexi wished to caution you to exercise greater vigilance. Yet the words lingered on her lips, unspoken. In this lifetime, you are but an ordinary mortal. And even if she were to divulge certain truths to you, it would only serve to burden you with unnecessary sorrow. Previously, while Su Yuexi was gently massaging your back, she had sensed a subtle trace of a curse, its essence weaving through your very being, which is why she was certain that your affliction was not merely a chill. Currently, the curse has a minimal impact on you. However, as time progresses, this influence is destined to intensify. The instigator of the curse, Su Yuexi, need not ponder deeply, for it is undoubtedly the will of the heavens. In this lifetime, you have not entered the Xin sword sect, depriving this world of a vital supportive stepping stone for the growth of the Son of Heaven's will. How could the Heavenly Dao permit such an occurrence? The authorities will undoubtedly employ certain measures to once again transform you into the universally reviled antagonist. Upon returning home, you commenced the preparation of the medicinal powder that Su Yuexi had given you. As you diligently brewed the concoction, a frown creased your brow. Whether it was merely a figment of your imagination or an olfactory distortion induced by your ailment, you couldn't shake the sensation that the aroma of this powder bore an uncanny resemblance to the scent of a healing balm. The healing herb known as fukikeo is an exceedingly rare and sacred spiritual treasure in this world. Its efficacy is profound enough to cure all manner of intractable ailments. Many prominent alchemical sects possess a reserve of fewer than 10 stalks. It is utterly inconceivable for Su Yuexi, a mere mortal woman, to possess such a precious item. Moreover, if this powder is truly crafted from the essence of healing, then the mere whiff you just took should have alleviated the chill of your ailment. Surely, it must be my sense of smell that is flawed. In this desolate realm, how could one possibly cultivate such a restorative essence? At this moment, the familiar sound of the system notification reverberates within your mind. It indicates that the host has deviated from the primary storyline, specifically from the path of 2921. You are urged to promptly proceed to Misty Rain City to meet your mentors. The system has detected the host's refusal to return to the main narrative and has consequently issued a gift package containing 50 years of cultivation experience, hoping to encourage the host to dispel negative sentiments and actively engage in malevolent endeavors. Nightfall. The rain intensifies, cascading down in torrents. Occasionally, a deep rumble reverberates through the night sky. This July's drizzle is peculiarly unusual, leaving everyone astonished, as it unexpectedly transforms from a gentle mist into a thunderous downpour. At this very moment, the lights in Su Yuexi's room have yet to extinguish. She sits before a small wooden table, her right index finger entwined with vibrant spiritual energy. This ethereal essence manifests various phantoms upon the table, rapidly transforming before her eyes. In her quest to lift the curse of the heavenly path that bound her, she meticulously devised myriad methods each night. After half an hour of contemplation, she ultimately let out a sigh, dispersing the ethereal energy that danced at her fingertips. If I wish to intervene in the heavenly law, I must inevitably exert force upon it. Should I impose my will upon the myriad celestial principles, it will undoubtedly lead to the disintegration of this realm, as it cannot endure the burden of such transgressions. He will still depart for the third time. Am I destined in this lifetime to merely witness his tragic fate unfold before my eyes? Yuexi rose to her feet, gazing out at the tempestuous rainstorm. A trace of sorrow unexpectedly appeared on her usually aloof countenance at this moment. The visage of your tragic form from a past life flickered through her mind, causing her heart to ache involuntarily. You are undeniably the one who sacrifices everything in a noble endeavor to save others. Yet, paradoxically, everyone has succumbed to the insidious influence of fate, choosing instead to assist the son of destiny, Shark-san. Among this misguided multitude is none other than her, Yuexi. Until the 100 years of the previous life, the Son of Heaven transformed all worldly beings and objects into mere pawns to elevate his own cultivation. Yuexi discerned the entire truth. Sadly, despite her unparalleled skills, no one could shield her. She did not even know who it was she ought to protect. In the final moment of her past life, she was overwhelmed with grief and committed an unprecedented act. She sacrificed her very life to offer the entirety of existence, consolidating 3,000 laws, to forcibly carve 7 fissures in the celestial order, ultimately compelling the divine will to initiate a cycle of rebirth, reforming the entire world. It was during this celestial cycle that she, traversing the path of reincarnation, glimpsed your past. In that moment, she comprehended that you had undergone 6 cycles of rebirth to save countless souls, and that she had, in turn, caused you pain across those 6 lives. Having witnessed your past, she, who has not shed a tear for 7 millennia, now walks the path of reincarnation with crimson eyes. Overwhelmed by sorrow, in utter despair, she cannot count the countless injustices that have ravaged your very being. She had initially believed that after the cycle of reincarnation, all her memories would be stripped away. Yet, curiously, not only did she retain the memories of her past life, but she also recollected all the memories from her previous 6 lives. It appears that although the Heavenly Dao has reconstructed the 7 realms, a breach created by her has led to a degree of disarray. Consequently, in this cycle of reincarnation, she immediately departed from the imperial city and ventured into the southern wilderness in search of you. In this lifetime, she vowed to protect him until her very last breath. 8 years ago, on that 7th of July, the sky was adorned with a drizzling mist. Yuexi arrived in the city of hazy rains, where she beheld a 14-year-old you, clad in tattered garments, standing in the rain, covered in filth, with your head bowed, eyes reddened, stiff and unmoving, numb like a lifeless body. As the passers-by on the bustling street approach you, they shield their mouths and noses, and some may even scornfully express their annoyance at your presence, kicking you with a muttered curse. This scene shattered Yuexi's heart. It was the first time in millennia that she felt an overwhelming desire to crush a mortal with her own hands. Those mortals who belittled and abused her had no inkling of how many times this filthy solitude had risked its very life to protect the city of mist and rain from the clutches of malevolent cultivators. On that day, you stood in the rain for an extended period, while Yuexi gazed down from the heavens for quite some time. She hesitates to appear before you, fearing that her presence may exacerbate your unraveling. As the time approached noon, it was evident that your esteemed mentor was soon to arrive. You took a step forward, but this time, instead of heading towards the quaint wooden bridge of encounters, you turned and made your way towards the grand city gate. Throughout the journey, you kept your gaze downward, never once looking up nor glancing back, until the gates of the 7 cities emerge. You weep and laugh like a madman, howling at the heavens. Unworthy, none of you are deserving. All should face the consequences. You wandered, muttering to yourself, beneath the great tree in the misty town, sitting despondently in the mire, until nightfall, when all had ventured to the city of lights, leaving you solitary in the shadows beneath the tree. Yuexi quietly descended to the ground, transforming her visage. Clad in a simple white dress, she approached you with an oiled paper umbrella in hand. Shall we set off some fireworks? Chapter 7. Unwavering resolve at present. Jiang Luoyi enjoys a delightful work-life balance, with a schedule comprising 1 day of work followed by 2 days of rest. On his days off, he finds pleasure in playing chess with a former town mayor, fishing, or indulging in sweet treats at Yuexi's pastry shop. Life, in essence, is exceedingly pleasant. Yet, unbeknownst to him, It is Su Yuexi who quietly safeguards this tranquility. From the moment Jiang Luoyi strayed from the main path, the forces of destiny began to intensify the curse that enveloped him. The reason he remains oblivious to the growing weight of this curse is that, over the past 8 years, Su Yuexi has been daily sacrificing her own lifespan to alleviate the burden of the curse upon him. Otherwise, Jiang Luoyi would have perished under the curse countless times. However, while Su Yuexi can mitigate some of the curse with her own vitality, she has yet to discover a means to completely lift it. I've been away from the forbidden grounds for 8 years. I wonder if the sealing array that confines the otherworldly beings has changed. The thought of the forbidden grounds fills Su Yuexi with deep melancholy. Should any issues arise with the sealing formation there, she would be compelled to leave this place and return to guard against the otherworldly entities. Otherwise, they would breach the array and unleash a torrent of bloodshed upon the imperial city. Yet, if she departs, it remains uncertain when she could return, leaving Jiang Luoyi without her protection. Though she cast a wish spell the previous night, her magic can only ensure that Jiang Luoyi remains unharmed within the confines of the town, proving insufficient against the curse of destiny. The following day, the thunder has ceased, yet the rain continues unabated. Upon awakening, Jiang Luoyi is immediately beset by a throbbing headache and a throat that feels as though it is pierced by needles. He attempts to rise and pour himself a glass of water, only to discover he is utterly weakened upon lifting the covers. How could such a minor cold render him so incapacitated? This prompts memories of Su Yuexi's words from the previous day, where she claimed that what afflicted him was not merely an illness. But if it is not an illness, then what could it possibly be? Could it be that the forces of destiny have detected his reluctance and have thus imposed a new curse upon him to compel his return to the main path? This possibility is not without merit. Let this wretched fate employ every means at its disposal, even if it demands my life. It shall not compel me to return to the role of a mere stepping stone. Jiang Luoyi muttered vehemently. From a moment he chose to abandon the main path. The forces of destiny had become utterly insignificant in his eyes. For regardless of whether he returns or not, the ultimate outcome is still death. The only difference now is that he can choose to die freely and defiantly, rather than suffering indignities and dying in disgrace. Thump! Thump! Just as Jiang Luoyi's curse fell from his lips, his heart began to race violently. This sudden shift sent his blood boiling, exacerbating the pain in his head to an unbearable crescendo. Clutching his head, he convulsed. Over the past 3,000 years, he has endured countless torments. His spirit and body possess formidable resilience. Yet, the current affliction renders him utterly wretched. Warning! Host life is under threat. The system's cold voice suddenly echoed in his mind. The host is advised to promptly exchange for the life-saving spell in the system store, requiring a mere 999 points of villainous value. It has been detected that the host's villainous value stands at 0. Therefore, the host must immediately slay 999 individuals to amass villainous value. The host's inability to act has been confirmed, and the system graciously gifts the host a city annihilation orb, which, when utilized, can instantly obliterate all beings within 1,000 miles. Say for the host. Get lost! Jiang Luoyi exclaimed in frustration. The system detected the host's reluctance to employ the city annihilation orb and is now devising an alternative survival plan. The host is urged to immediately claim the 150 years of cultivation stored within the system. Upon claiming this cultivation, not only will the host preserve his life, but he will also instantaneously become an invincible powerhouse. Damn it, I refuse to accept. This system is undoubtedly in cahoots with the Heavenly Way. The very reason he faced a threat to his life stemmed from uttering the words that he would rather die than become a villain, thereby inciting the wrath of the Heavenly Way, which subsequently imposed punishment upon him. Yet, this system, instead of assisting its host, offered two absurd survival options. One was to kill 999 people, and the other was to accept the cultivation. Regardless of which option he chose, his tranquil life would be shattered, and he would likely tread the same path as in his previous 6 lives. The excruciating pain persisted for half an hour without abating. Yet Jiang Luoyi remained resolute. The system detected the host's unwillingness to accept the cultivation even unto death and gifted the host a magic resistance pill, which, when ingested, would grant the host immunity to certain laws and curses. The system emitted another prompt, but Jiang Luoyi dared not utilize the items provided by the system. Who could ascertain what this magic resistance pill truly was? If he consumed it and underwent a drastic personality change, leading him to slaughter the entire town, it would not be an impossibility. Another half-hour passed, and Jiang Luoyi's consciousness began to blur. The system detected the host nearing death, the main storyline yet to unfold, and the world still incomplete. The host is urged to prepare for the next reincarnation and to become a qualified great villain. No matter how many times I reincarnate, my decision will remain unchanged. Jiang Luoyi gritted his teeth. Just as his words fell, the pain engulfing his body vanished in an instant. Had he reincarnated? Jiang Luoyi opened his eyes to find himself still lying on the wooden bed in his original room. He had not perished, nor had the reincarnation commenced. But why had his affliction suddenly vanished? Could it be that the heavenly way perceived his resolve to give up and reconsidered? Even if it were to kill him in this life and initiate reincarnation, the next incarnation of him would still choose to give up, ultimately leaving the main storyline devoid of a significant villain. Such an outcome was certainly not what the heavenly way desired. It required Jiang Luoyi to genuinely aspire to be a villain, to be vanquished by the child of the heavenly way in the name of justice, thus achieving narrative perfection. Currently, this explanation is the most rational. Otherwise, the heavenly way would not have continued the world's cycle for 6 iterations without cessation. The system detected unknown factors interfering with the host's physical form. The host has now evaded the danger of death, and the world reincarnation program has been canceled. The host is advised to cherish life, advance the main storyline, and embrace the role of a heinous great villain. Jiang Luoyi gazed weakly at the ceiling, the final alert from the system resonating in his mind. For now, the heavenly decree had spared him, realizing that coercive measures were futile. However, it would undoubtedly employ other tactics in the future. It was futile to dwell on it. Whatever was meant to come would eventually arrive, and overthinking would only lead to mental exhaustion. Jiang Luoyi rose from the bed. The previous torment had left both his clothes and the bedding drenched. So he changed into a fresh outfit and hung the bedding on a rope he had strung across the room. It was still raining outside, making it impossible to wash and dry the linens. Yet fortunately, he had another quilt in his cabinet that would suffice for a few days. With the absence of illness, he felt invigorated, his body returning to its peak condition, accompanied by a surge of hunger. Knock, knock. Just as Jiang Luoyi stepped into the kitchen to prepare a meal, there was a knock at the courtyard door. He opened it, holding an umbrella. Creak. As the door swung open, he was greeted by Yuexi, donned in a white dress, a bamboo basket in her left hand and an umbrella in her right. However, her hands were dusted with flour, indicating she had just finished baking and hadn't yet had the chance to clean up. Why aren't you selling pastries at the shop? Jiang Luoyi inquired, somewhat surprised. Early in the morning, her shop was usually bustling with customers, and she should be quite busy. Yuexi opened the small bamboo basket and replied, I brought you some medicine and rice cakes. As Jiang Luoyi accepted the medicine and rice cakes, a warm feeling surged within him. To the average person, his ailment might seem merely a common cold. Yet Yuexi still showed such concern for him even during the busiest hours at her shop. Such camaraderie was indeed rare. Thanks to your medicine, I'm already feeling well, he said with a smile, patting his not-so-muscular biceps as he spoke. Yuexi, taken aback by his words, thought to herself that while the healing herb she provided was indeed potent, it could only alleviate his condition, not completely eradicate it. After all, that peculiar illness was a curse from the heavenly decree, and the healing herb lacked the power to lift such a curse. Quietly, Yuexi released a thread of spiritual energy, which swiftly penetrated Jiang Luoyi's heart, conducting a thorough examination within his body before dissipating silently. Indeed, as Jiang Luoyi claimed, his ailment had truly subsided. How strange. What force had managed to dispel the curse that afflicted him? Hey, what are you thinking about? Jiang Luoyi's voice pulled the contemplative Yuexi back to reality. Nothing, she replied, fabricating an excuse I was just thinking that you should exercise more. Jiang Luoyi stroked his chin and nodded. That's true. Though his physical form was considerably stronger than that of an average person, even without training. The past 8 years in the small town had seen him mostly engaged in writing, chess, and fishing, and his physical fitness had likely regressed significantly. I must return to the shop, Yuexi stated, preparing to leave as many customers awaited her pastries. Suddenly, Jiang Luoyi recalled something and asked, by the way, "How many days will your flour last?" "1 day," Yuexi replied. "I'll go to the flower shop this afternoon and bring some to you." "No need. You've just recovered from your illness, so you should rest more." "It is of no concern. I am well aware of my own condition." "The flower shop has a delivery man." Jiang Luoyi frowned and remarked, "Do not allow that unscrupulous fellow to deliver for you." A fortnight prior, when Yuexi purchased flour, it was indeed the shop's delivery man who brought the goods. Noticing Yuexi's reticent demeanor, he concocted various excuses to demand double the delivery fee. Yuexi, disinclined to engage in disputes, acquiesced to his exorbitant charge. Now, with the treacherous roads rendered even more perilous by the rain, should that deceitful man be allowed to deliver again, who knows how exorbitantly he might charge? Yet, as Yuexi contemplated voicing her concerns, Jiang Luoyi persistently interrupted. "Let this matter proceed as I suggest. You must return to the shop promptly, lest the patrons grow impatient." Observing his resolute demeanor, Yuexi nodded, raising her umbrella as she hurried down the street. After 8 years of companionship, a tacit understanding had developed between them. Once one had firmly resolved upon a course of action, the other would refrain from further persuasion. If one chose silence, the other naturally would not pry. Jiang Luoyi did not return indoors, but leaned against the doorway, savoring the glutinous rice cakes that Yuexi had just delivered, warm and delightful in texture. He pondered with curiosity whether the recent lifting of his curse by the heavens had also dispelled the affliction of inevitable defeat on rainy days. Soon, he would find out when he played a game of chess with the old town mayor. Chapter 8. The celestial source above the town in the southern wilderness region. Beneath an untouched abyss, a realm veiled in white mist and infused with ethereal energy lies, strewn with the remnants of nameless colossal beasts, as if whispering ancient and enigmatic tales. "Senior sister, it seems we have truly stumbled upon an extraordinary place," Lan Hai exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he surveyed the surroundings. The world speaks of the southern wilderness's edge as a realm of scarce spiritual energy. Yet who could have fathomed that such marvels lay hidden beneath this abyss? Hongyan found herself momentarily awestruck. The spiritual energy here surpasses even that of our sect's secret realm. If we could cultivate here year-round, our progress would undoubtedly be swift, Lan Hai declared, preparing to sit down and absorb the energy. Seeing this, Hongyan quickly pulled him up, cautioning, "The mist envelopes us, obscuring our path ahead. Do not be reckless." Lan Hai, dismissive of her warning, kicked at a massive bone nearby and remarked, "These creatures have likely been dead for over 1,000 years. What danger could there possibly be?" "Ouch! Why did you hit me, senior sister?" He protested, bewildered. "Why can't you learn from your mistakes?" Hongyan replied sternly. "Last time, when we were gathering herbs in the valley, if it weren't for your mischievous nature, how would you have fallen off the cliff?" Lan Hai muttered under his breath, "If I hadn't fallen, how would we have obtained the map to this Dragon Clan-S relic?" Hongyan, weary of his complaints, delivered a swift punch to the top of his head, causing a sizable bump to form instantly. "You only resort to violence, what did you say?" "Nothing. I said nothing." Thwack! Another bump appeared atop Lan Hai's head. The two continued their cautious journey until they arrived at a colossal stone door. Upon the door were etched 7 dragons, each uniquely formed and vividly alive. Each dragon was bound tightly by robust chains, adorned with mysterious runes that seemed to harbor formidable power. In the center of the door lay a fragment of a circular object, its edges uneven, as if shaped by countless impacts and wear. The material appeared both hard and ancient, marked with mottled traces and indecipherable symbols, and at its center, several tiny holes suggested a meticulously designed mechanism. Hongyan produced a piece of leather, examining it intently in hopes of uncovering the key to opening the door. After a while, Lan Hai, unable to contain his impatience, suggested, "Senior sister, this stone door is in a state of decay. I propose we simply blast it open with magic." Hearing this, Chu Huanyan nearly struck him again in frustration, but managed to restrain herself upon seeing the two bumps on his head. There are numerous traps within the relic. We must proceed with caution. No sooner had she uttered these words than Lan Hai placed his finger on the circular object, his face alight with surprise as he exclaimed, "Senior sister, it can rotate." "Stop." While Chu Huanyan was engrossed in contemplating the leather design, by the time she snapped back to reality, Lan Hai had already turned the circular object. Boom! With a resounding crash, 7 colossal dragons, ensnared by chains upon the stone door, erupted in a vivid crimson glow, as if animated by a life force of their own, darting towards the base of the door. Creak, creak! As the 7 dragons vanished, the stone door began to rise gradually. Observing this, Lan Hai wore a smug expression, grinning at Chu Huanyan in a bid for acknowledgement. "What do you think, senior sister? I knew it was a mechanism all along." Chu Huanyan paid him no heed, her brow furrowed as she fixated on the slowly ascending stone door, a sense of unease gnawing at her. Having perused numerous texts on ancient relics and illusions, she recalled descriptions of formations or mechanisms. Blue light signifies treasure, while red light heralds disaster. If Lan Hai's actions were indeed correct, the light emanating from the stone door ought to be azure. Moreover, since her birth, she had been endowed with the essence of the world, granting her an extraordinary perceptiveness towards all things. If there were no peril present, why then did her heart flutter anxiously at this moment? "Let us go." Chu Huanyan retracted the leather-patterned artifact and grasped Lan Hai's hand, urging him to retreat. "Why leave? The door has opened." "Lan Hai's et ponde, boo-woo." "There is danger," Chu Huanyan stated earnestly. Unfazed, Lan Hai produced the teleportation jade given to him by Lu Hongyan, chuckling. "What are we afraid of? Even if danger looms, we have our master's life-saving talisman." Just as they exchanged words, the stone door swung wide open. Inside lay an abyss of darkness, obscuring all vision. Before they could react, a massive blood red eye began to slowly open within the door. Lan Hai's smile froze instantly. What is that?" Chu Huanyan's expression shifted dramatically as she pulled him back with urgency. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted, the ground beneath them fracturing instantaneously, fissures sprawling for miles, seemingly poised to consume them. "Quick, use the teleportation jade." Chu Huanyan hastily brandished the jade, channeling her spirit energy into it. "Wah, senior sister, my jade has fallen," Lan Hai suddenly wailed. The unexpected tremor caused the jade to slip from his grasp, vanishing into one of the gaping crevices, rendering it impossible to locate in that moment. "You truly are reckless," Chu Huanyan exclaimed, delivering an irate kick to his rear. In such a dire predicament, Lan Hai had managed to misplace their means of salvation. All this chaos stemmed from his refusal to heed her warnings. As the senior sister, how could she not feel vexed by such a troublesome junior? Roar! At that moment, a hoarse dragon's roar echoed behind them, sending chills down their spines. Turning to look, Chu Huanyan beheld a towering dragon silhouette emerging amidst the swirling mist and flying stones, its blood-red eyes gazing down upon her from the heights. How could true dragons still exist in this world? The dragon kin should have perished 100,000 years ago. Wah! Senior sister, save me. Lan Hai, terrified, stood trembling and weeping, unable to move. Seeing this, Chu Huanyan made a swift decision, thrusting the teleportation jade into Lan Hai's chest and immediately shattering it with a forceful strike. As the jade shattered, a burst of silver light enveloped the azure sea, instantly transporting it to the distant misty rain city. Meanwhile, Chu Huanyan, left alone in the depths of the abyss, exerted every ounce of her spiritual energy, weaving through the swirling debris above. Confronted by the enigmatic dragon clan from eons past, she was acutely aware of the slimness of her survival prospects. Yet, as the leading disciple of the new generation of the heart-crossing sword sect, she chose to bestow her sole means of survival upon her junior, despite her deep-seated aversion to the troublemaking Blue Sea. In Misty Rain City, on a quaint wooden bridge, a burst of silver light suddenly appeared beside Lu Hongyan, revealing the 10-year-old Blue Sea, who emerged weeping. Master, Master, something has happened to the senior sister. Woe is me. The previously despondent Lu Hongyan ceased her sorrow upon hearing this. Where's she? I can't recall clearly, but it's roughly in that direction. With a surge of spiritual energy, Lu Hongyan transformed into a streak of crimson light, swiftly soaring toward the direction indicated by Blue Sea. Suddenly, Blue Sea recalled something and urgently shouted, Master, there's a powerful practitioner ahead setting up a formation in the town. Please remember to steer clear. However, at that moment, Lu Hongyan had already flown 3 miles away, oblivious to his cries. The distance from Misty Rain City to the Little Mist Town was 30 miles. And with Lu Hongyan's formidable speed, this expanse was traversed in the blink of an eye. Buzz, indeed, just as Lu Hongyan was about to soar over Little Mist Town, several silver chains suddenly shot forth from the surrounding space. A formation? With no time to evade and traveling at full speed, Lu Hongyan instantly enveloped herself in spiritual energy for defense and drew forth her exquisite spiritual sword from her spatial ring, striking at the chains ahead. Boom! After a thunderous explosion, a gap was blasted into the exquisite sword in her hand, and she collided with the silver chains. Fortunately, her prior use of spiritual energy for protection and the robust defense afforded by her ethereal silk garment, woven from the strongest materials, spared her from any physical harm. Such a formidable formation, Lu Hongyan mused, gazing at the unscathed silver chains before her, then glancing at the damaged sword in her grasp. Her heart filled with both astonishment and confusion. Undoubtedly, a master of formations was lurking within the humble town below. Yet the question remained, who among such masters would find amusement in establishing such a potent formation in this spiritually barren locale? Most astonishing of all was that the silver chains were evidently crafted from the celestial essence, a sacred artifact on par with the earth essence wielded by Chu Huanyan. To Lu Hongyan's knowledge, there were hardly any in the entire continent capable of harnessing such essence, including the unparalleled Empress Yuexi. Despite her bewilderment, now was not the time for contemplation. Rescuing Chu Huanyan was of utmost priority. Forgive my intrusion, Lu Hongyan murmured, as she circumvented the town and continued onward. After her departure, the residents of Little Mist Town erupted in commotion, pouring out of their homes to gaze skyward. What on earth just happened? That gave me quite the fright. It was too high to discern clearly. All that was visible was a crimson glow colliding with some silvery objects. Could it be that celestial beings were engaged in a duel here? Nonsense. We dwell in a realm devoid of spiritual energy, a place that even the most ambitious cultivators deem unworthy, a veritable wasteland where no immortal would deign to tread. Yet, is it not true that the scarlet-clad fairy from Misty Rain City visits annually? That is merely to seek disciples. Can that be compared? At this moment, by the lakeside pavilion of Little Mist Town, Jiang Luoyi and the elderly town mayor stood rooted in place, gazing upwards like most of the townsfolk. Could that recent red flash have been the fairy from Misty Rain City? The old mayor stroked his beard and speculated aloud. Jiang Luoyi furrowed his brow in silence. While he would not be concerned if it were merely Lu Hongyan soaring through the skies, the sudden emergence of those silver-hued objects had indeed unsettled him. When had this small town sky been ensnared by an array of magical formations? Moreover, that silvery radiance, how strikingly it resembled the celestial spiritual source from his memories. Could it be that the Heavenly Dao, finding him unyielding, has summoned the Empress Yuexi to this very place, compelling him to return to the main path? Chapter 9. The crisis arrives at Misty Town at present. Jiang Luoyi is merely a mortal, incapable of soaring into the sky to verify the doubts that plague his mind. He can only harbor the hope that his concerns are mere figments of his imagination. After all, there are others in this world who possess celestial sources, not just the Empress Yuexi. Enough of this. Let's play chess, Jiang Luoyi remarked, pulling the old town head to sit beside the chessboard. Regardless of whether the reality aligns with his speculations, he finds himself powerless to effect change. The Heavenly Dao will unfold as it wills, and he must continue to live his life as it is. You young lad once claimed that the Heavenly Dao cursed you, ensuring you could never win on rainy days. Why then, do you seek me out to play chess on such a day? The old town head inquired with a chuckle. Yet I have also mentioned that should I emerge victorious in the rain, it would signify the breaking of my curse, Jiang Luoyi replied. I suspect you are merely ensnared by your own literary fantasies, weaving tales from your books into your own existence, the old man teased. As their conversation unfolded, several pieces were placed on the board. This time, Jiang Luoyi approached the game with utmost seriousness. Unlike his previous casual demeanor, he deliberated each move with great care. He yearned for victory, and more so, to liberate himself from the curse of inevitable defeat on rainy days. Miles away above the abyss, Hongyan was in a frantic flight. Behind her, leaden clouds churned like ink, and bolts of lightning rent the sky, casting the earth into pale, ghostly fragments. With each flicker of the thunderous light, a massive dragon concealed within the dark clouds momentarily revealed itself. Not a living dragon, but a decayed corpse of one. Reduced to mere bones, the dragon's bronze spine, stretching for thousands of meters, pierced through the cloud layer as storms howled through its hollow eye sockets. Within its empty ribcage, thunderous magma boiled, and liquid lightning coursed through its ribs, while a blood-red light glimmered in its eyes, exuding a malevolent intent, as if the gates of hell had suddenly swung open. Zing! A single bolt of lightning streaked past Hongyan, instantly dissipating the protective aura she had summoned. Damn it! Hongyan thought in sheer panic, hastily conjuring a barrier of celestial essence behind her, while extracting dozens of Vajra talismans from her spatial ring to shield herself. She even consumed a highly potent and side-effect-laden breaking yuan pill to forcibly enhance her strength. In an instant, her nearly depleted spiritual energy surged anew, and her speed increased dramatically. Yet, despite this, she found herself unable to create any distance from the skeletal dragon. Roar! The bone dragon arched its neck and let out a terrifying howl as the dark clouds fractured into suspended meteorite fragments. And countless bolts of lightning surged toward Hongyan. She attempted to evade, but the deluge of lightning left her no refuge. It's over. Boom! A ferocious bolt of lightning struck the barrier formed by her celestial essence, sending her hurtling through the air, akin to a meteor crashing to Earth, creating a crater more than 10 meters deep. Cough! Hongyan struggled to rise from the ground, her vision shrouded in darkness, her body drenched in rainwater and mud, while a searing pain in her chest compelled her to cough up blood. Fortunately, that lightning had only struck the barrier formed by her celestial essence. Had it struck her corporeal form directly, she would have been reduced to ashes by now. Though the strike did not claim her life directly, it rendered her unable to move. Ultimately, death awaited her, cough cough. As she struggled to rise, she collapsed feebly to the ground. Gazing at the flickering lightning above, she closed her eyes, seemingly resigned to her fate. How bitterly unfair. Since her birth, she had possessed the coveted essence of heaven and earth, a source of spiritual energy that countless cultivators envied. She was the chosen prodigy of this world. All along, she had held an inflated sense of self-worth and had been burdened with her family's high expectations. She firmly believed that, given enough time, she would surpass everyone in strength. She had even aspired to become the next Empress Yuexi, standing at the pinnacle of all races, ushering in a more glorious and stable world. Yet, here she was on the brink of death at such a tender age. She could not help but lament the arduous and exhausting position of the master sister of the heart-passing sword sect. Time and again, she had stabilized the sword intent of her junior sister Lin Xiangxue at the cost of her own meridians. She had repeatedly cleaned up the mess caused by her junior brother Lan Hai, leaving her utterly drained. Now, she had to sacrifice herself to protect her junior brother. Little did she know, everything she was experiencing at this moment had been endured countless times by Jiang Luoyi in her previous 6 lives. The former Jiang Luoyi had suffered far more and had been far more fatigued than she was now. As the thunder surged closer, Chu Ainian felt as though a revolving lantern of memories appeared before her. Father, mother, Hu Ainian's unfilial actions, just as despair engulfed her. A crimson ribbon pierced through the lightning, swiftly enveloping her and whisking her away. The thunder crashed into the earth, sending mud and stones flying into the sky, plunging the world into darkness. Hu ini en. Did you use the breaking yuan pill? The concerned voice of Lu Hongyan reached her ears, and it was only then that sage Hu ini en realized she was already by her master's side. To preserve her life, the disciple had no choice but to resort to such a desperate measure. Quickly take it. Lu Hongyan placed a restoring pill into her mouth. The breaking yuan pill was akin to poison for ordinary cultivators, forcing a breakthrough in realms. Although it could significantly enhance one's cultivation in a short time, its side effects would result in a permanent loss of 30% of one's strength, making future breakthroughs exceedingly difficult. For Jiang Luoyi, who possessed the essence of heaven and earth, the side effects were even more severe, potentially damaging her very source of spiritual energy. As these words were exchanged, lightning surged through the skies once more. Several red ribbons shot forth from behind Lu Hongyan, coalescing into a massive crimson lotus under the enhancement of spiritual energy, colliding with the storm of lightning. The lightning and the red lotus pressed against each other, resulting in an explosion of violent energy. Boom! The tremendous shockwave sent Lu Hongyan and Chu Ini tumbling back over 100 meters. Peak of the Unity Realm? As Lu Hongyan felt her trembling hands from the impact, she immediately recognized the formidable strength of this skeletal dragon. Simultaneously, she was astounded that a dragon corpse, long deceased, could still possess the power of the Unity Realm's pinnacle. It was unimaginable what level of cultivation this dragon had attained while alive. In this world, the realms were classified as Qi condensation, spirit seed, spirit aperture, embryo condensation, spirit infant, dharma form, unity, entry into sagehood, and ascension to emperorhood. It is said that above the realm of the emperor lies the realm of transcendence. Yet for countless millennia, no living being has ever reached it. Currently, Lu Hongyan is merely at the pinnacle of the Dharma realm, her cultivation level significantly inferior to that of the dragon corpse, making a direct confrontation utterly futile. However, as the young master of the Crossing Heartsword sect, she possesses over 100 life-saving artifacts within her spatial ring. Although she cannot defeat it, she is certainly capable of escaping. Yet, if she were to flee, who among the common folk could halt the rampage of this skeletal dragon? The entire region would likely be plunged into despair. Hongyan, you should use the teleportation jade to leave. I've already set the destination at Misty Rain City. As Lu Hongyan spoke, she tossed a piece of jade to Chu Hongyan. Receiving the jade, Chu Hongyan frowned and inquired, Master, are we leaving together? Hurry! Lu Hongyan's stern tone left no room for hesitation, prompting Chu Hongyan to shatter the jade, vanishing in a flash of white light. With Hongyan sent away, Lu Hongyan breathed a sigh of relief. She still had several teleportation jades remaining in her ring, yet she was reluctant to use them. She did not wish for the lives of the beings in this region to be annihilated due to her disciple's misjudgment. Luring this creature back to the abyss? Perhaps there exists something beneath the abyss that could seal it away. As she retreated, Lu Hongyan pondered her strategy. However, this thought was soon dismissed, for the entrance to the abyss had been obliterated by thunder, collapsing in on itself. Should she wish to enter, it would undoubtedly consume a considerable amount of time she could not afford to waste in such a critical moment. After a moment of contemplation, she suddenly recalled the formation above Shao Mist Town, constructed from the essence of celestial stars. That formation could create an opening for her supreme spirit sword without sustaining any damage, demonstrating its extraordinary strength. It seemed her only option was to head to Shao Mist Town and make use of that formation. With that thought, Lu Hongyan quickened her pace. Oh dear, your move was truly exceptional. At a pavilion by the lake in Shao Mist Town, the old town chief, who had initially felt certain of victory, was astonished by a sudden move made by Jiang Luoyi. Shaking his head, Jiang Luoyi replied, It is not that my move was brilliant. Rather, you were deliberately letting me win. Letting you? The old town chief retorted, At first, I didn't take it seriously, thinking you were merely jesting. But I assure you, I have not spared a single move since then. Upon hearing this, Jiang Luoyi tossed his pieces into the jar and laughed. Let us start again. Why restart? The old town chief asked. What I desire is a victory untainted by any leniency. When did you develop such a fierce desire to win? The old town chief was taken aback. Previously, Jiang Luoyi had never cared whether he played seriously or not, treating the game merely as a pastime, indifferent to winning or losing. Considered a whim. A new round of the game quickly commenced, and this time, the old town chief was indeed taking it seriously. Soon, the game was once again dominated by Jiang Luoyi, and the old town chief's brow furrowed deeper, each move becoming increasingly cautious and deliberate. As the game progressed to a captivating climax, the two players were deeply engrossed when suddenly an unexpected roar from afar shattered their concentration. What was that noise? The old town chief was startled. Jiang Luoyi was equally bewildered, questioning the reliability of his own ears. How could he possibly hear the roar of a dragon? However, upon turning his gaze towards the distant horizon, he beheld an ominous mass of dark clouds looming, with thunder crashing like waves, and amidst it all, a towering skeletal dragon hurtled towards them at an alarming speed. Goodness, how did this creature escape? Jiang Luoyi was left dumbfounded. From the experiences of his 6 previous lives, he knew that this skeletal dragon was the guardian of the relics in the South Wilderness Abyss, a treasure that the Son of Heaven could only obtain in the latter part of the narrative. Yet, according to the timeline, the Son of Heaven should not have even left the novice village at this point. Who had activated this dragon, and how had it come to be here? The realm of Yinyu City, extending for miles, was populated solely by mortals, and everything would be annihilated by this dragon's wrath. Chapter 10. The Silver Chain Slaying the Bone Dragon Ding. The system detected the arrival of an ancient dragon, Corpse Guardian. Its cultivation is at the pinnacle of the unification realm. The host is urged to immediately claim the cultivation gift pack stored within the system. Otherwise, the host faces a grim fate of not surviving. The system's alert resonated abruptly in Jiang Luoyi's mind. I refuse. Go away. He muttered impatiently in his heart. The system responded. It has detected that the host sincerely wishes for the safety of Xiaowu Town during this calamity. Therefore, the system prompts once more, upon claiming the cultivation. Not only will the host be free from peril, but also able to vanquish the bone dragon and ensure peace for Xiaowu Town. Upon hearing this, Jiang Luoyi couldn't help but furrow his brow. Xiaowu Town was the sanctuary of his languid existence, a place where he was cared for by Su Yuexi, the old town mayor, and numerous loyal listeners in the tea house, along with thousands of kind-hearted mortals. Naturally, he did not wish for Xiaowu Town to be annihilated by the bone dragon, yet he also hesitated to accept the cultivation and become a pawn of the heavenly path. The timing and location of the bone dragon's appearance struck him as peculiar, leading him to suspect that this might be the work of the heavenly path itself. Its aim could very well be to claim the lives of the townsfolk, forcing him to retrieve the cultivation stored in the system. Contemplating this, Jiang Luoyi retorted to the system, "It doesn't matter. After I die, the world will undergo a cycle of reincarnation and everyone will be revived." Attempting to leverage the lives of the innocent to coerce him? Not a chance. The system spoke again, but has the host considered that in the next life, the town will still face today's calamity? Would you still make the same choice then? Jiang Luoyi remained unfazed. Of course, let it cycle on. Though every reincarnation would revive all living beings, could the host bear to witness the townsfolk suffering endlessly due to his selfishness? Are you attempting to impose moral constraints? The system merely reminded the host of a harsh truth. Since you engage in moral coercion, I shall abandon morality, Jiang Luoyi scoffed. Isn't death inevitable? The mortals here are destined to perish, whether sooner or later, and it is not I who will slay them. Why should I feel remorse? Regardless, he would not comply with the desires of the system and the heavenly path. However, Jiang Luoyi never anticipated that his words would not silence the system. Instead, they earned him its admiration and affirmation. Congratulations, host, for abandoning morality. This is a requisite lesson for becoming a true antagonist. The system firmly believes that once the host discards morality, you shall become an unparalleled villain, steering the narrative towards a perfect conclusion. You gotta be kidding me. Jiang Luoyi was so infuriated that he felt like punching the system. To avoid moral coercion, he had to forsake morality. Yet abandoning it only exhilarated this wretched system further. With a heavy sigh, Jiang Luoyi pondered seriously. If every reincarnation meant that the people of Xiaowu Town perished due to his existence, his heart would undoubtedly be tormented. After all, though the innocents were slain by the heavenly path, it was ultimately his presence that brought them misfortune, unless he departed from Xiaowu Town or complied with the heavenly path. However, to put it another way, even if he were to live in a different town in his next life, the residents of that town would still face calamity. No matter where he goes, the heavenly law would pursue him with various means, aiming to instill a sense of guilt within him for those innocents who perished. Unless he retreats into the depths of the mountains, living a solitary existence, such a life would be exceedingly dull for him, akin to death itself, devoid of meaning. Jiang Luoyi once again inquired of the system, "Is it true that if I genuinely embrace the role of a villain, this world will reach a so-called perfect conclusion and cease to reincarnate?" "Indeed," came the system's reply. "Then what will become of me? Will I perish forever?" The system could not provide an answer. "You don't even know that. What use are you?" The system interpreted the insult as a bonus for the villain, encouraging the host to hurl more insults at others. Jiang Luoyi was rendered speechless. Since the system claimed it could not divulge anything, he had to think of the worst possible outcome. He would die forever. Indeed, his decision not to embrace villainy in his previous 6 lives was the right one. As the skeletal dragon, entwined with thunder, drew nearer to Xiaowu Town, the townsfolk were paralyzed with fear, frantically fleeing with their possessions. In an instant, wine flags were torn down, stalls overturned, and the bluestone streets were congested with a chaotic throng of people scrambling to escape. The old blacksmith was knocked over in front of the wonton stall, hot soup splattering across his face. The owner of the rouge shop screamed while clutching her makeup box, only to be pushed back by the surging crowd, the jewels within her box glinting in the twilight as they shattered. "Luoyi, what are you standing there for? Hurry and run," the old town head shouted. Jiang Luoyi waved his hand, pointing helplessly at the skeletal dragon in the sky. "That thing is flying too fast. Can we possibly escape?" At his words, the once terrified town head gradually lowered his head, realizing the futility. Indeed, no matter how we flee, it will lead to death. Jiang Luoyi patted his shoulder, offering a smile. "It's all right. Dying beneath the thunder will be but a fleeting moment, devoid of pain." Observing Jiang Luoyi's fearless demeanor, the old town head suddenly chuckled in resignation. "Here I am, an old man nearing the grave, yet I am not as open-minded as you, a youthful lad." With that, he returned to the chess table, contemplating his next move. In this certain demise, to focus on the game possessed a unique profundity. Jiang Luoyi also returned to the chess table, gazing at the chaotic street. He heaved a slight sigh. "In this life, I owe you all. In the next life, I shall not return." With a thunderous roar, as the skeletal dragon approached ever closer, the sound of thunder grew increasingly piercing. At this moment, many on the street had abandoned their escape. It was not that they wished for death, but the dragon's speed instilled a sense of despair. "Wah, mother, we cannot escape. My dear, I apologize. I have yet to provide a good life for you and the children. What sins have we committed? Heaven seeks to annihilate us." The crowd wept bitterly in their final moments. "What is that? Look up at the sky. It seems that a celestial being has come to our rescue." A voice rang out from the crowd, prompting everyone to look up, and they soon discovered a radiant red light advancing through the tumultuous thunder. It is the fairy, the renowned red-clad fairy who visits misty Rain City each year. This enchanting figure is known to be the young master of the Heart Sword sect of the Northern Empire, her prowess nearly overwhelming that of her contemporaries. "Surely, she can vanquish the dragon. How splendid! We are saved." The townsfolk ignited with hope, yet they remained oblivious to the fact that Hongyan was struggling even to flee. Her thunder avoidance pearl and her heavenly grade armor talismans were nearly depleted, but she had managed to endure until this point. Hongyan drew her last few heavenly grade armor talismans to shield herself and retrieved her trump card, the red dust starfall sword. This sword had been nurtured with rare materials for a decade, and with her current strength, although she could only unleash a single strike. As long as the town's formation could hold the bone dragon at bay, ensuring her strike would land, the dragon would be gravely weakened, if not entirely slain. As she approached the skies above Misty Fog Town, Lu Hongyan deliberately slowed her pace, reducing the distance between herself and the bone dragon. Suddenly, without warning, the sky erupted with countless silver chains, weaving a colossal net that overshadowed even the dragon's massive form, enveloping the heavens above Misty Fog Town. Excellent. Drawing from her previous encounter, Lu Hongyan was more cautious this time, deftly avoiding collision with the chains. She swiftly descended along the edges of the silver chains, her crimson sword gathering a radiant energy of destruction. In that moment, the pressure emanating from her sword surged towards the sacred realm. Once the bone dragon collided with the chains, she would swiftly turn and strike. This strike, imbued with the power of the sacred realm, would surely sever the dragon. With a thunderous roar, the bone dragon's immense body crashed into the silver net, causing the heavens to churn with clouds and thunder, while the earth fractured. Mountains and rivers laid flat. Yet, amidst such a cataclysm, everything within Misty Fog Town remained unscathed, as if the silver net had rebounded all the energy. Hearing the resounding impact, Lu Hongyan immediately pivoted to unleash her sword, but the energy from the surrounding shockwave hurled her away, preventing her from delivering the final, lethal blow. However, as she steadied herself to strike once more, a sight before her rendered her momentarily frozen. With a deafening roar, the myriad silver chains danced through the air, slicing through the colossal form of the bone dragon like countless silver blades. With each chain that fell, the dragon's body shattered, its once unyielding bones crumbling before the relentless onslaught. The scene resembled the effortless chopping of vegetables. The dragon howled and thrashed, even attempting to gather thunderous energy for a counterattack. Yet, before it could harness its power, a chain struck its skull. The bones splintered into fragments. Its gigantic body ceased to move, ultimately reduced to ashes, carried away by the wind. As the bone dragon vanished, the tumultuous thunder and dark clouds began to dissipate, and the rain that had poured for days finally came to a halt. After days of absence, the sun finally graced the world with its radiant light. In this moment, Lu Hongyan stood in midair, holding the crimson dust starfall sword, utterly transfixed. She could scarcely fathom the terrifying power of the formation in this quaint mist town. That was a dragon at the pinnacle of the unity realm. It could even be deemed a half-step into the sacred realm. Was it truly vanquished so effortlessly, leaving not even a remnant behind? Judging by the formidable might displayed by the formation moments ago, it was reasonable to surmise that the venerable figure concealed within this town possessed mastery at the peak of the sacred realm. In awe, Lu Hongyan found herself engulfed in perplexity. The prowess at the pinnacle of the sacred realm could be described as one being beneath one, yet above countless others. In this world, there exists only one empress, the Yuexi, a formidable figure of the emperor realm, rendering those at the pinnacle of the sacred realm virtually invincible. Yet, why would such a being descend upon this remote town in the southern wasteland, establishing such a formidable array? What troubled Lu Hongyan even more was the revelation that this reclusive powerhouse could harness the celestial spirit source. The sacred realm peak, the celestial spirit source, could it be the Empress? However, the Empress had remained in the forbidden grounds, guarding the formidable formation that suppresses the otherworldly beings. It was inconceivable for her to appear here. There must be another individual at play. Chapter 11. The first glimpse from afar, it is dead. The vile dragon has perished. The fairy has triumphed. We are saved. The fairy's magic is truly formidable. In the blink of an eye, she reduced that immense dragon to mere dust. 1,000 thanks to the fairy for her life-saving grace. As the crisis dissipated, the silvery chains in the sky quietly vanished. The townsfolk, having narrowly escaped calamity, waved their hands towards Lu Hongyan, showering her with words of gratitude, with some even kneeling in reverence. In a brief moment, the entire town transformed from wails of despair to cheers of jubilation, leaving the old town mayor, who was engrossed in a chess game by the lakeside pavilion, utterly bewildered. The earlier thunderous roar had not disturbed his concentration, for he had resigned himself to the inevitability of death. Yet this stark contrast shattered his focus. It was not until he discerned the crowd chanting the word fairy that he turned his gaze skyward in realization. Truly, this land is blessed. The old mayor beheld the striking red figure standing gracefully in midair and broke into an elated smile. How fortunate that it rained continuously in July. Had the fairy departed Yinyu City too soon, this realm would have faced utter devastation. After a moment of reflection, he rose and sincerely bowed in the direction of Hongyan. Luoyi, why are you still in a daze? We are saved. Hurry and thank the fairy. The old mayor turned back, only to find Jiang Luoyi still seated at the chess table, fixated on the board. He approached and gently tapped Jiang Luoyi's shoulder. However, Jiang Luoyi frowned, not even turning his head as he solemnly remarked, "Saved? How can one be saved? Within 7 moves, you are destined to lose." Even if the chess sage were to appear, he could not salvage this game. Can you not be so absorbed? I would gladly accept my defeat. The old mayor chuckled, slightly exasperated, and increased the pressure of his pat. As the words lost escaped the old mayor's lips, Jiang Luoyi finally snapped out of his intense focus. I have finally escaped this curse. He let out a long sigh, as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. With a smile, he rose and, facing the direction from which the skeletal dragon had charged, spread his arms wide, boldly proclaiming, "Who among us has not faced death? Kulme, in the next life, I shall still be carefree." Yet, something fell amiss. According to his expectations, after uttering such a grandiloquent phrase, he should have dramatically opened his arms only to be consumed by thunder. But why had the skies suddenly cleared? What had become of the skeletal dragon? And more importantly, even the rain had ceased. Does this not imply that his recent victory was not due to breaking the rainy day curse, but rather because the rain had stopped, allowing him to win? Has your mind been unsettled by the fright? The old mayor was left in a state of confusion by Jiang Luoyi's actions. What the dragon? Jiang Luoyi inquired. The old mayor pointed upwards. Clearly, it has been vanquished by that fairy. Only then did Jiang Luoyi notice the enchanting red figure suspended in the air. How had she come to be here? Since the heavenly path has chosen to annihilate the bone dragon, it seems improbable that it would allow her to save this realm. Could it be that the heavenly path never intended to destroy the town? Or perhaps she has already detached herself from its control. Regardless of the circumstances, as long as the town remains unscathed, Jiang Luoyi feels a profound sense of relief. He harbors no desire for his existence to bring calamity upon the 10,000 residents of the town. Nor does he wish for his languid life to come to an end. However, a question lingers in Jiang Luoyi's mind. According to the timeline, Hongyan's cultivation should be at the level of the Dharma manifestation, while the bone dragon stands at the pinnacle of the unity realm. A vast chasm separates their realms. How could she possibly have vanquished the bone dragon in such a short span of time? It was only when he caught sight of the crimson longsword in Hongyan's grasp that his confusion began to dissipate. The red dust starfall sword. She had indeed employed her life-saving trump card. In the world of weaponry, the hierarchy is classified as white, profound, spiritual, earthly, heavenly, and sacred. This sword is the highest tier of sacred artifacts. Although it is merely in its initial stage, it is sufficient to drive countless powerful beings to madness. Each sacred weapon possesses unique abilities, and the red dust starfall sword's distinctive feature is its capacity to convert the energies of all things into its own, with the ability to store this energy for a millennium. Legend has it that if it accumulates enough energy, it could even shatter celestial bodies. Thus, it becomes clear, with 6 lifetimes of experience, Jiang Luoyi understands that Hongyan has expended exorbitant resources each year to nourish this sacred sword, utilizing thousands of rare materials. Based on the timeline of this lifetime, she must have been nurturing the sword for over a decade, the costs of which are unimaginable. With one strike, the death of the bone dragon is indeed justified. Yet, once the red dust starfall sword is activated, the stored energy will dissipate entirely within a single day. This means that Hongyan's most formidable trump card, meticulously nurtured for 10 years, has now turned to naught in this very moment. That represents an astronomical quantity of rare materials, a life-saving talisman meant to be used only in dire straits. Who would be willing to pay such a price to save a group of mortals who hold no significance to them? Only Lu Hongyan could undertake such an act. As the esteemed young master of the Dushin sword sect, she has always harbored a sense of justice, considering the safety of the world as her own responsibility. She is undoubtedly a paragon of righteousness. This has led her to weep countless times in the 6 previous lifetimes due to Jiang Luoyi's misdeeds, ultimately standing heartbroken across from him after enduring repeated disappointments. Gazing at her striking figure, standing with sword in hand against the sky, a torrent of memories surged uncontrollably through Jiang Luoyi's mind. Moments of warmth, joy, sorrow, and despair. She truly wept for him, rejoiced for him, and risked her life to save him. Yet, in the end, she cried as she personally delivered his demise. Perhaps you remain unchanged, but I'm no longer the person I once was. Jiang Luoyi sighed softly, turning away, unwilling to look back or reminisce. In this world, the lovesick often ponder. Why do 2 individuals who genuinely invest their hearts often end up with regret in the end? Yet the reality is that none of us possess the divine perspective to perceive the silent suffering and unacknowledged sacrifices we each endure for one another. Coupled with the whims of fate, the outcome has long been predetermined. The Old Town mayor, noticing the young man's despondent demeanor, furrowed his brow and remarked, "We have all been saved. Why are you not elated? In the face of mortality, to be unafraid, and after surviving calamity, to remain unmoved, truly an enigma." A smile emerged on Jiang Luoyi's face as he replied, "How could I be unhappy? I merely find the sudden turn of events overwhelming, and my emotions have yet to catch up." Lu Hongyan sheathed her sword, gazing upon the grateful townsfolk below, feeling a sense of undeservedness wash over her. The bone dragon had originally been released by her 2 disciples. As their master, she felt it was her duty to take responsibility for their actions, and thus, gratitude was unwarranted. Furthermore, even if the bone dragon had not been released by her disciples, as the vice leader of the Dushin sword sect, she would never stand idly by. Moreover, the true slayer of the bone dragon was someone else entirely. Lu Hongyan of the Dushin sword sect expresses her gratitude for your assistance, esteemed elder. Today, the junior has taken the liberty to employ your array. I shall bestow a generous reward in the future. Lu Hongyan clasped her fists in a gesture of respect. She lingered for a moment, but received no response. It appeared that the elder wished to remain undisturbed and had no intention of accepting her offering. She understood that some extraordinary cultivators, having reached a plateau in their abilities, choose to retreat from the world to cultivate their minds and accumulate strength for a higher realm. It seemed that this elder belonged to such a category. Since the elder did not wish to be disturbed in their solitary cultivation, it would be even less likely for them to reveal themselves. If she were to explain to the townspeople that a reclusive master had vanquished the dragon, it would inevitably spark their curiosity, potentially incurring the elder's displeasure. After all, why would a peak saint-level powerhouse concern themselves with the gratitude of mere mortals? Thus, the junior shall temporarily embrace the vanity of having slain the dragon. Lu Hongyan spoke once more to the array. As her words faded, a voice, indistinguishable in gender, resonated in her ear. Good. Such a simple word signified the elder's acknowledgement. I take my leave. Just as Lu Hongyan was about to turn and depart, her gaze inadvertently fell upon a familiar figure by the lakeside pavilion below. The sight rendered her momentarily paralyzed. Jiang Luoyi. Since the awakening of her past life's memories, anyone bearing even a slight resemblance to him would send her into a flurry. Yet the figure by the pavilion was not merely reminiscent. It was an exact replica of Jiang Luoyi from her recollections. Could it be you? The distance was too great, and the individual had their back turned, leaving her unable to ascertain their identity. She felt an uncontrollable urge to soar towards the town. But before she could advance, several silver chains barred her path. Esteemed elder, I wish to see someone. I implore you to allow me entry. Lu Hongyan pleaded anxiously before the chains. As the vice leader of the Dushin sword sect, she had never been so submissive. Even in the presence of saint-level powerhouses who often treated her with kindness due to her father's reputation. Depart at once. The impassive voice, devoid of gender, echoed once more. The other party rejected her request. Senior, Lu Hongyan had not finished speaking when the chains before her glimmered with a silver light. This was a warning. Realizing that further words would be futile and that a forceful approach was impossible, she flew along the outskirts of the small town, maneuvering to a position closer to the pavilion by the lakeside. From this vantage point, she finally beheld the visage of that person. It was him. Truly it was him. The one who occupied her thoughts day and night. Jiang Luoyi had been so near in a town not far from Yinyu City. In an instant, a torrent of emotions surged within Lu Hongyan's heart. Countless memories from her past life flickered in her mind. Excitement, joy, relief, bitterness, guilt, heartache. She suddenly found herself at a loss, uncertain whether to laugh or cry. Her willow-like brows furrowed slightly, and tears began to shimmer in her peach blossom eyes, while a smile of ambiguous joy and sorrow graced her lips. Her jade-like hands clasped tightly over her heart. Such a sight was irresistibly endearing. At that moment, Jiang Luoyi, standing beside the pavilion, seemed to sense that gaze. He lifted his face, his eyes traversing the distance until they finally rested upon Lu Hongyan. Yet, as an ordinary mortal without the enhancement of spiritual energy, he could see only her silhouette, unable to discern the expression on her face. This was the first time in their lives that they exchanged glances across the void. Chapter 12. Has the plot been forcefully altered? Is she watching me? Jiang Luoyi couldn't help but muse inwardly, although he had always felt that Lu Hongyan was guided by the will of heaven, leading her to seek him in Misty Rain City for 8 consecutive years. Ultimately, this incarnation of Lu Hongyan had never encountered him. It was implausible that she would instantly recognize him as the person she sought. Surely, he was overthinking. She must be checking to see if any of the other townsfolk were injured, for she had always shown concern for the vulnerable. This thought seemed more reasonable to him. Throughout his 6 past lives in the sect, that son of heaven had repeatedly taken advantage of his position as a junior brother and Lu Hongyan's protective nature towards the weak, devising various schemes against him with reckless abandon. Each time they clashed as a result, Lu Hongyan would always urge him to yield as the elder brother, insisting he must accommodate his junior siblings. He had suffered considerable grievances because of this. "Why are you still standing there like a fool?" the old town chief exclaimed, tapping his arm with irritation. "The fairy has saved our entire town of thousands. How can you show no respect? At the very least, bow. Isn't it that I was lost in thought?" Jiang Luoyi quickly made an excuse and bowed towards Lu Hongyan in the distant sky. "Now, that is more like it," the old town chief said with a satisfied smile. At that moment, Jiang Luoyi's bow was naturally perceived by Lu Hongyan. There is no need for such formality. Lu Hongyan's body instinctively stiffened. Although she did not understand why Jiang Luoyi suddenly bowed to her, she recalled from her previous lives that whenever he performed such an action, it signified the end of their teacher-student bond. Indeed, he does not wish to see me. Her spirits sank. She had resolutely decided to wait for him in Misty Rain City, refraining from seeking him out for fear of annoying him. Yet upon seeing him, she found herself unable to contain her inner impulse. There were countless words she longed to express, countless debts she wished to repay. What if I conveyed to him, through spiritual sound, that I have recalled the events of our past lives and have come to understand all his grievances and sorrows? What would the outcome be? Lu Hongyan pondered within her heart. Would he return to my side, or would he suffer even more as a result? It was clear that Jiang Luoyi, in this life, was an ordinary person devoid of any cultivation. She could not help but speculate whether he simply wished to lead a tranquil, unremarkable life. Indeed, he had endured too much in his previous lives. The mundane existence in this small town ought to be what he desired. If she were to intrude upon the town and force a recognition, wouldn't she disrupt his life and burden him with unneeded worries and pains in this life? Perhaps it was best for her to conceal everything and avoid approaching him intentionally. "Master, are you all right?" At that moment, the severely injured Chu Huanyan, accompanied by Lan Hai, flew to Lu Hongyan's side from Misty Rain City. Reluctantly, Lu Hongyan shifted her gaze away from Jiang Luoyi and gently shook her head at Chu Huanyan. "I am fine, just a bit fatigued." Seeing this, Lan Hai exclaimed joyfully, "Master, you are truly remarkable. Such a terrifying skeletal dragon is no match for you." Upon witnessing his demeanor, Chu Huanyan, infuriated, struck him on the head. "How dare you still speak? Is it not your mischievous antics that have led to all this?" Otherwise, how could I have suffered such severe injuries? And why would Master be so exhausted? After hearing this, Hongyan realized that the appearance of the skeletal dragon was intricately linked to Lan Hai. Initially, she had no intention of punishing Lan Hai, considering his youth and the inherent uncertainties of exploring ancient ruins. Moreover, the skeletal dragon had not harmed any innocent mortals, and she thought a few admonishments would suffice. However, the situation had changed. Since Jiang Luoyi resided in this small town, had it not been for that senior's enchantment that vanquished the skeletal dragon, Jiang Luoyi would have surely met a tragic end beneath the thunderous skies. This meant that Lan Hai had nearly caused Jiang Luoyi's demise. This revelation filled her with fury. She was acutely aware that in the previous 6 lifetimes, Jiang Luoyi, as the senior brother, had expended countless efforts for his mischievous junior, often placing himself in peril to save him, sustaining grave injuries without seeking any recompense. Yet, in every lifetime, Lan Hai ultimately fell prey to misunderstandings orchestrated by the heavens, viewing his devoted senior brother as a malevolent adversary. Just considering the myriad of past lives, Lan Hai owed Jiang Luoyi an immeasurable debt of gratitude. Even if Jiang Luoyi commanded Lan Hai to meet his end, he should harbor no grievances. Presently, though Lan Hai's misdeeds were unintentional, they had indeed come perilously close to endangering the life of his senior brother, who had devoted so much for him. Hongyan's voice turned cold. You have nearly endangered the lives of tens of thousands of mortals. Upon returning to the sect, you shall report to the law enforcement hall to accept your punishment. The law enforcement hall? Master, is that truly necessary? Lan Hai was taken aback by her words. Typically, when he made minor mistakes, he would merely face a few days of confinement. Yet this time, his actions had earned him a charge of nearly causing the deaths of thousands of mortals, and he was to be handed over to the law enforcement hall for adjudication. The penalties there could be severe, ranging from harsh beatings to months of recovery. Even Hongyan, who had just struck Lan Hai, felt compelled to interject after hearing Hongyan's statement. Master, though he has erred, it was not intentional, and no great disaster has ensued. Furthermore, he is still quite young. Sending him to the law enforcement hall seems excessively harsh. It is precisely because he is young that he must learn what actions are permissible and which must be avoided. Hongyan's tone left no room for negotiation, rendering both Hongyan and Lan Hai feeling rather estranged. Master, might the charge of nearly causing the deaths of tens of thousands be too severe? Hongyan could not help but plead once more. Spare your words. Hongyan cast a cold glance at the two. She shared a bond of 6 lifetimes with Jiang Luoyi as his master. But what about her relationships with Hongyan and Lan Hai? The distinction lay in her abundant tolerance and fondness for Hongyan and Lan Hai, while with Jiang Luoyi, she had only encountered repeated misunderstandings and distrust. In this lifetime, she intended to reserve all her favor solely for Jiang Luoyi. As for her other disciples, she had already given enough over the previous 6 lifetimes. Hongyan fell silent, deeply astonished. This was the first time she felt the chill emanating from her master. She was unaware of the immense fury concealed behind this coldness, but she was certain that if she uttered another word in defense of Lan Hai, the consequences would be dire. Moreover, she could sense that her master's anger was not merely a reaction to Lan Hai's mischievous release of a skeletal dragon. There were deeper reasons at play. As for the precise cause at this moment, she could only think of the senior brother whom she had never met, as mentioned by her master. It was also the first time Lan Hai had witnessed this aspect of his master, and he was so frightened that tears streamed down his face. Yet, even in his sorrow, he dared not make a sound, lowering his head to let the tears flow freely, afraid to raise his hand to wipe them away. Standing at a distance near the pavilion, Jiang Luoyi furrowed her brow as she observed Hongyan and Lan Hai. How could they have come here? Reflecting on her experiences from previous lives, she was certain that Hongyan and Lan Hai had never appeared near Misty Rain City. The plot had become tangled. Was it possible that the Celestial Way, in its frustration at her refusal to return to the sect, had forcibly altered the main storyline to draw her in? This explanation seemed quite plausible. After all, the Celestial Way could anytime introduce special events to guide significant characters to this location. She sighed in resignation, her gaze shifting to Chu Huanyan, who wore a green robe. In this life, since she had not joined the Dushin sword sect, it was likely that she had become the chief disciple of this generation. In the previous 6 lives, Chu Huanyan had harbored considerable grievances against her senior brother, often blaming him for not adequately caring for their junior disciples, repeatedly putting them in peril. Little did she know the tremendous sacrifices he had made to rescue them from the brink of death time and again. Now, it was finally her turn to take on the role of senior sister. One could only wonder how well she would care for the younger disciples. With Lan Hai as a troublesome rascal, she would surely have her hands full, and if Lin Xiangxue, who was always ready for a fight, were added to the mix, would she not be driven to the brink of exasperation? With this thought, Jiang Luoyi felt an inexplicable sense of relief. The position of chief disciple in the Dushin sword sect was certainly no leisurely affair. Before long, Lu Hongyan appeared in the sky, escorting Chu Huanyan and Lan Hai away amidst the cheers of the townsfolk. Due to Chu Huanyan's severe injuries, the trio did not return immediately to the Dushin sword sect, but instead headed back to Misty Rain City for her recovery. The townspeople began to return to their homes, gathering the belongings they had hastily abandoned during their flight. "Isn't that Miss Yuexi? Wasn't she fleeing with everyone?" It was only at this moment that the returning townsfolk noticed Su Yuexi, who had been calmly kneading dough in the pastry shop. Her composed demeanor led them to question whether the recent calamity had been a mere illusion. When the skeletal dragon had appeared, she had remained as still as a statue, not even lifting her head, the only one on the street who did not flee. Miss Yuexi appeared to be far more unfazed than they, observing their frantic escape, which had created such chaos, only to be saved in the end by the intervention of the celestial being. Without the fairy, no matter how we escape, we are destined for death. Indeed, there is little difference between fleeing or not. Su Yuexi paid no heed to the voices of the crowd. Her thoughts were entirely consumed by the skeletal dragon that had just fallen victim to her formation. In her previous life, she had witnessed all the paths of Jiang Luoyi across 6 lifetimes, and thus she understood that the skeletal dragon was the guardian of the relics beneath the abyss, as well as a significant opportunity for that destined child. However, that child of destiny should still be in some small town, enacting the drama of 30 years in Hushi and 30 years in Hedong, with no possibility of appearing in this desolate southern wasteland. Who then has disrupted the fortunes of the child of destiny? How could the heavenly path permit such an occurrence? Or is it possible that all of this is the handiwork of the heavenly path itself? Chapter 13. Yet I care more for your feelings. As Su Yuexi delved into this matter, an unusual tremor suddenly surged at her fingertips. It seemed that her formation was experiencing some sort of malfunction. Otherwise, such fluctuations would not have manifested at the core of her fingertips. She immediately extended her divine sense towards the formation suspended in the air and soon discovered a strange aura at the site of the earlier collision with the bone dragon, an aura imperceptible to the naked eye. This enigmatic essence clung to the formation, gradually gnawing away at it. Su Yuexi felt a pang of astonishment in her heart. This formation was not only crafted from her stellar spiritual source, but was also of the initial tier of the imperial grade. On the entire continent, no one but herself could dismantle it single-handedly. Yet, this formidable formation was powerless against the strange aura, allowing it to consume it without resistance. Casually, Su Yuexi cast a spell seal towards the strange aura, only to find her incantation passing through the essence without making contact. It possessed no physical form. Could it be the power of the laws? To confirm her inner suspicion, Su Yuexi summoned a fragment of the devouring law to interact with the strange aura before her. Indeed, upon their mere touch, they immediately negated each other without emitting a sound. This was the inevitable result of a collision between laws of the same attribute. In this world, the only being capable of freely wielding the power of the laws was none other than Su Yuexi herself. Beyond the realm of sentient beings, the only entity able to manipulate the power of the laws was the Heavenly Dao. Thus, the conclusion became apparent. This devouring law was undoubtedly released by the Heavenly Dao. As for the reason behind the Heavenly Dao's actions, Su Yuexi understood it well. It was merely because her formation had, on this day, obstructed Lu Hongyan from entering the small town, preventing any contact with Jiang Luoyi. In retrospect, it was likely that the bone dragon had also been unleashed by the Heavenly Dao through the agency of another, with the intent of drawing Lu Hongyan to safeguard the small mist town. Although Lu Hongyan's cultivation level was insufficient to contend with the bone dragon, she bore the sacred artifact, the red dust starfall sword. If Lu Hongyan exerted her utmost effort, slaying the bone dragon would be well within reach. However, even if she succeeded, Lu Hongyan would undoubtedly be grievously injured and likely to succumb in the small mist town. At that juncture, could Jiang Luoyi, present in the town, truly ignore the gravely wounded Lu Hongyan? The answer was a resounding no. Should events unfold in such a manner, the Heavenly Dao could indeed rectify the narrative, rendering the encounter between Lu Hongyan and Jiang Luoyi both natural and reasonable. Yet, due to Su Yuexi's existence, this entire scheme had been reduced to mere illusion. Su Yuexi was acutely aware that the Heavenly Dao surely deemed her an obstruction, yet it dared not act against her. For if she were cornered, she might genuinely replicate her actions from her previous life, sacrificing the entire world to cleave the Heavenly Dao with a single strike. Such an outcome was certainly not what the Heavenly Dao wished to witness. Nevertheless, while the Heavenly Dao refrained from direct confrontation with her, it still possessed the audacity to dismantle her formation. After all, Su Yuexi would not likely sacrifice the entirety of the world, including Jiang Luoyi, for the sake of a single formation, would she? At that moment, the peculiar aura that had previously been neutralized by Su Yuexi's devouring principle unexpectedly re-emerged, continuing to gnaw at her formation. Realizing the futility of her efforts, Su Yuexi ceased to invoke the power of the devouring principle against the strange presence. Prolonged mutual negation would ultimately lead to the collapse of her formation. After all, the energy of the Heavenly Dao is boundless, while her own energy is finite. With a flick of her wrist, the formation enveloping Shao Wu Town dissipated into a myriad of starlit points. As she annulled the formation, the bizarre aura vanished into thin air. This act signaled to the Heavenly Dao that should Lu Hongyan return to this place, Su Yuexi would no longer impede her. However, if Lu Hongyan were to cause any distress to Jiang Luoyi, she would not hesitate to eliminate a significant figure from this world. After dissolving the formation, Su Yuexi lifted her gaze to the heavens, her sight seemingly piercing through the clouds and atmospheric barriers, reaching into the boundless void where she had once carved a flaw in the Heavenly Dao in her past life. Should you dare to let him suffer humiliation and death as in the previous 6 lives, I shall wield the power to annihilate worlds and forge a sword to vanquish you, until you lose your ability to reincarnate forever. Though her lips did not move, her voice, filled with murderous intent, resonated through the distant void. The Heavenly Dao offered no reply. She was uncertain if the Heavenly Dao could articulate, but it undoubtedly possessed thought. As long as it did not wish for the world's destruction, it would refrain from overly tormenting Jiang Luoyi. Now, Su Yuexi had altered her approach to protecting Jiang Luoyi. She would no longer obstruct any significant figures from her past life from interacting with him. Nevertheless, should they dare to treat Jiang Luoyi with the same indignities as before, they would have to reckon with her wrath. Wow, what a massive fish. Jiang, where did you catch it? Next time, please take me and Erdan fishing, I beg you. Just as Su Yuexi withdrew her spiritual consciousness, she heard several children excitedly exclaiming. Turning her head, she beheld Jiang Luoyi, covered in mud, proudly standing among a group of children, boasting about the 3-foot fish he had hoisted upon his shoulder. Initially, she had worried that Jiang Luoyi might be weighed down by the recent encounters with the skeletal dragon and Lu Hongyan, but it appeared her concerns were unwarranted. Not long after slaying the skeletal dragon, he was already inclined to go fishing. Sensing Su Yuexi's gaze upon him, Jiang Luoyi addressed the circle of children. All right, next time I go fishing, I'll be sure to call you all. Jiang, let me touch the fish for a moment. I've never seen one so big. A boy exclaimed. Another child, displaying remarkable maturity, interjected, stop touching it. Jiang still has to go on a date with Sister Yuexi. A date? Jiang Luoyi chuckled helplessly. What do you know, you little rascal? Stop talking nonsense. I'm not talking nonsense. Aren't you two going on a date? The child persisted. Jiang, you can't deny it. So many people saw you holding Sister Yuexi's hand at the tea house yesterday. Yes, the adult said you must really care for Sister Yuexi, giving her your seat while you stood and talked all afternoon. I have also heard that Grandpa the Mayor has long been prepared to arrange your marriage. The children chattered incessantly. It was only then that Jiang Luoyi realized that his brief touch of Su Yuexi's hand in the tea house yesterday had become the talk of the town's residents, and the tale had grown increasingly exaggerated. Would this lead to any trouble for Su Yuexi? After all, on the night of July the 7th, when Su Yuexi suggested suitable brides for him, he had jokingly asked why she did not recommend herself. At that time, her response was, I could leave at any moment. I cannot stay with you for long. He wondered if her statement was merely a factual declaration or if she had taken his jest seriously as a subtle rejection. If it were the latter, the current gossip in the town about their relationship would surely cause her distress. Jiang Luoyi suddenly regretted holding her hand yesterday. He should have considered the implications sooner. Don't listen to their nonsense. My relationship with your sister Yuexi is merely that of very good friends, Jiang Luoyi earnestly explained. Oh, we don't believe that. Brother Jiang is definitely shy and lying, the children exclaimed. Sister Yuexi is coming. Quick, run. As Su Yuexi approached, the children scampered away playfully. Jiang Luoyi felt a twinge of embarrassment as he watched her walk towards him. Occasionally, thoughts crossed his mind that he and Su Yuexi would be very happy together. However, he was acutely aware that fate had not yet released its grip on him. At any moment, he could find himself in peril. Thus, until he could extricate himself from fate's influence, it was perhaps best not to marry, lest he bring trouble upon her as well. They are all spreading rumors. I apologize, Jiang Luoyi said, scratching his head awkwardly. Su Yuexi, taken aback by his sudden apology, was puzzled. She did not much care for what others said about her, nor how they perceived a relationship with Jiang Luoyi. She was determined to protect him well in this life, compensating for all the debts of the past 6 lifetimes. Why apologize? Su Yuexi asked, taking out her handkerchief to wipe the mud from Jiang Luoyi's forehead. You just recovered from illness and are drenched. Are you not afraid of catching a chill? As Jiang Luoyi observed her tender gesture, he realized he had overthought the matter. It seemed her words from the night of July the 7th were simply a straightforward declaration of fact. Jiang Luoyi smiled, saying, They're all fabricating stories about us. I was worried it would trouble you. Do you care about this matter? Su Yuexi in Kuwait. Not particularly, Jiang Luoyi replied honestly. I mainly care about your feelings. Hearing this, Su Yuexi spoke from the heart, but I care more about your feelings. Indeed, for her, it was paramount that he lived happily. She wished for him to take better care of himself. As Su Yuexi's words lingered in the air, ripples stirred within Jiang Luoyi's heart. Yet, I'm far more concerned about your feelings. Over the course of 3,000 years across 6 lifetimes, who has ever uttered such words to him? At this moment, the seemingly plain and expressionless face of Su Yuexi appeared to him as an unmatched embodiment of sweetness. Su Yuexi put away her handkerchief and said, It's all cleaned up now. You should change into some dry clothes to avoid catching a chill. No need. I am in excellent health, Jiang Luoyi replied, shouldering the large fish as he walked into Su Yuexi's quaint little shop. His strides were slightly quicker than usual, as if he feared that others might perceive his unusual demeanor. Typically, Su Yuexi would send him pastries, so after each fishing trip, he would bring her some in return. Today, however, he did not come merely to boast to the children about the size of his catch. He had come to share this magnificent fish with Su Yuexi. Seeing that he would not heed her advice, she allowed him to proceed as he pleased. Nevertheless, she would not neglect his damp attire. With a subtle flick of her fingers, an ethereal energy surged into Jiang Luoyi's body at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, quietly warming him from within. Chapter 14. Born with emotional deficiency, as Jiang Luoyi entered the store, he navigated effortlessly to the kitchen, procuring a knife to clean the large fish. Su Yuexi, too, was not idle. She began heating oil in a pot. Despite their silence, there existed an unspoken understanding between them. Typically, whenever Jiang Luoyi caught a substantial fish, hunted a wild boar, or gathered rare fruits, he would always share his bounty with Su Yuexi. He perceived her as a frugal woman, one who subsisted mainly on grains with little meat or fruit, fearing that she might suffer from malnutrition over time. Unbeknownst to him, however, every meal Su Yuexi had consumed over the past 8 years had merely been for his sake. As the unparalleled Emperor Realm cultivator, she could feast on the very energies of heaven and earth. Earthly grains were superfluous for her sustenance. The fish was far too large for a single meal. Jiang Luoyi divided it into 3 parts, keeping one for their meal while suspending the other 2 with a rope in Su Yuexi's backyard, sufficient to sustain her for several days. The task of cooking the fish fell to Su Yuexi while he took on the responsibility of steaming rice, for his culinary skills paled in comparison to hers. Though his fish could satisfy hunger, it lacked flavor, while Su Yuexi's cooking could entice him to devour 3 large bowls in one sitting. Little did he know that when Su Yuexi first encountered him 8 years ago, she was utterly inept in the kitchen, unable to even boil rice. Her exceptional culinary skills were cultivated solely because of an offhand remark made by Jiang Luoyi, expressing a desire for delicious dishes. That seemingly trivial comment prompted the world's only Emperor Realm cultivator to covertly infiltrate the back kitchens of restaurants in Misty Rain City countless times to learn the art of cooking. Had Jiang Luoyi been present during Su Yuexi's inaugural attempt at cooking fish, he would have been reduced to tears of laughter at her clumsy efforts. The sight of her earnestly placing a wriggling fish into a pot devoid of oil or seasoning, then patiently covering it and waiting, was indeed comical. Before long, the fire in the kitchen extinguished, and Su Yuexi brought forth a fragrant plate of braised fish to the table. Jiang Luoyi, armed with a large bowl, began to lavish praise. Observing his voracious appetite, Su Yuexi maintained her usual impassive demeanor, yet internally, she felt a swell of joy. Were it not for the sealed forbidden area inhabited by foreign beings, she would gladly remain in this small town, accompanying him through a century of mundane human existence. What are you thinking? Aren't you going to eat? Jiang Luoyi urged. Nothing much, Su Yuexi replied softly, delicately lifting her chopsticks to sample a small piece of fish. In stark contrast to Jiang Luoyi's ravenous demeanor, her manner was markedly more refined. By the way, I heard from others that when the bone dragon appeared, you didn't flee with everyone. Jiang Luoyi initiated the conversation. Sununtai Yuexi nodded slightly. Why didn't you run? Next time you encounter such a situation, don't be foolish. When it's time to escape, just go. Don't freeze like that, he cautioned. I understand that at that moment. You must have been so frightened that you forgot to flee. Am I right? Jiang Luoyi seemed to have figured out the reason. Su Yuexi paused for a moment, then nodded slightly. She could hardly admit that the bone dragon appeared to her as nothing more than a small insect at the pinnacle of the Unity Realm, rendering escape entirely unnecessary. Noticing her delayed nod, Jiang Luoyi mistakenly thought she felt embarrassed for being scared. So he reassured her, saying, "After all, you are a girl, and it is perfectly normal to be frightened. Don't worry. Even a sturdy man like me nearly lost control of himself in that moment." Su Yuexi was unsure how to respond, merely nodding in silence. Jiang Luoyi took another bite of his meal and continued, "If you ever find yourself in danger again and are too terrified to move, I will undoubtedly rush to the shop to carry you away." "Thank you." Su Yuexi was finally able to refrain from nodding. She then shifted the topic, saying, "The neighbors are all talking about us. If we don't clarify things soon, it might affect your prospects of marriage." Jiang Luoyi was taken aback. He had been worried that this matter would impact her chances of finding a spouse, but he anticipated her concern for his own marital prospects. "Is there someone you wish to marry?" he inquired. "No." Su Yuexi shook her head slightly. The romantic entanglements between men and women were an enigma to her. She inherently lacked a part of herself, and that missing piece was precisely what others referred to as love. When Jiang Luoyi asked if she had someone in mind to marry, she found herself utterly incapable of answering, as she could not fathom what it felt like to desire marriage with someone. "Then there is no need to clarify this matter. Let them say what they will," Jiang Luoyi suggested, prompting her to shake her head. "In any case, we have always enjoyed each other as company. That works for me," Su Yuexi replied. Her existence was inherently tied to him, and she naturally wished to spend as much time together as possible. However, this would lead to their relationship being defined by the neighborhood, leaving no opportunity for Jiang Luoyi to court other women. Essentially, as long as she did not marry Jiang Luoyi, he might very well remain single for life. Do you intend to live in solitude? Su Yuexi asked. No, Jiang Luoyi answered. In this lifetime, he aspired to lead an ordinary human life, filled with the mundane experiences of daily existence, cooking, marriage, raising children, and facing the inevitable cycles of life and death. He desired marriage, but only if he could completely extricate himself from the interference of the heavenly path before considering such a commitment. Since that is settled, it means you must marry, Su Yuexi stated. Of course, Jiang Luoyi replied with a smile. Who wouldn't he want a home? His thoughts reflected the ideals of a typical mortal. At this juncture, Su Yuexi boldly asked, "Have you ever considered marrying me?" It was precisely because of her innate emotional detachment regarding romantic matters that she approached the subject with such directness. Jiang Luoyi was momentarily taken aback. In this conservatively minded fantasy realm, which woman would speak such candid words with a straight face? Only Su Yuexi, with her expressionless demeanor, could express such sentiments. He had occasionally contemplated the truth of the matter. But I may leave at any moment, he confessed. Su Yuexi echoed her word from that day on the back mountain. I understand, and then what? I'm not a suitable match for you. What if that incident that compelled you to leave did not exist? Su Yuexi pondered seriously for a moment before responding. I would always be by your side. Yet I still cannot be your ideal partner. Had there not been the existence of forbidden grounds, she would indeed remain by Jiang Luoyi's side, silently safeguarding him. However, when it came to marriage, as someone inherently lacking in emotional connection, she could never fulfill the roles expected of a conventional wife. For instance, in a normal marital relationship, the most fundamental desires that exist between spouses were completely beyond her comprehension. Her body and mind could not even conjure such feelings. Thus, in Su Yuexi's view, if Jiang Luoyi were to seek a conventional married life, he must choose another as his wife. She was simply unfit for the role. Observing the rare seriousness on Su Yuexi's face, Jiang Luoyi chuckled. I knew it. I am fortunate not to have married you. Although rejected, his heart, scarred from 6 lifetimes, had long since become indifferent to such matters. He would occasionally indulge in fantasies of a life filled with happiness alongside Su Yuexi. Yet such daydreams were merely fleeting. As he had stated that night on the back mountain, I understand the truth that a forcibly bent melon is not sweet, yet can quench thirst. But I'm not parched. I desire sweetness. With that, Jiang Luoyi continued to boast and display his culinary prowess, but the seriousness on Su Yuexi's face remained unchanged. Her brows knitted slightly until he had eaten to his fill and set down his bowl and chopsticks, at which point she spoke again. If one day I could comprehend the essence of love, I would undoubtedly marry you. After much contemplation, she laid bare her inability to understand love. Although Jiang Luoyi seemed unfazed by her refusal, she worried that he might feel disheartened. Thus, she wanted him to know that it was not her unwillingness to accompany him into old age, but rather her inability to provide the joyful marital life he sought. Once more, she reiterated, her existence was dedicated to compensating for his. She would not allow anyone to cause him even the slightest grievance. How could she permit herself to bring him sorrow? Understanding love? Jiang Luoyi was taken aback by her words. Could it be that you suffer from emotional deficiency? Indeed. Su Yuexi nadie mistri. Jiang Luoyi furrowed his brow at this revelation. He had thought her reticence stemmed merely from her nature, not realizing it was due to a deeper reason. Truly, misfortune seemed to seek out those already burdened by fate. Su Yuexi, with her innate lack of expression, had often been criticized in secret by the townsfolk. He had never imagined that fate would also afflict her with emotional deficiency. No wonder her demeanor was so cold, her words so few, and she was even labeled an unsophisticated oddity by some. Reflecting on this, Jiang Luoyi could not help but feel a pang of compassion for her. She must long to connect with the townsfolk, yet her emotional deficiency hinders her from grasping the essence of their words, ultimately leading to her isolation from many. How tragic, Jiang Luoyi mused. However, he remained unaware that Su Yuexi's emotional void was limited solely to romantic affections. All other emotional faculties remained intact. Her reticence and aloofness were merely reflections of her inherent disposition. What is there to fret over regarding emotional deficiency? Jiang Luoyi quickly offered a reassuring smile. Are you familiar with the most formidable Empress Yuexi in the world? It is said that she, too, suffers from emotional deficiency. Yuexi shook her head. I do not know. She understood that if she were to reveal her emotional deficiency, Jiang Luoyi would inevitably draw parallels to Empress Yuexi. Yet, in her current guise as an ordinary woman, Jiang Luoyi would never suspect that the extraordinary Empress Yuexi stood before him, having silently accompanied him for the past 8 years. Chapter 15. A marriage lacking love? It is quite natural for a mere mortal to be unaware of such matters. I, too, merely overheard a celestial being speak of it 8 years ago, Jiang Luoyi remarked. Yuexi observed his earnest facade of deception and could only nod in acquiescence, choosing not to expose the falsehood. In this life, from the very moment Jiang Luoyi was reincarnated, she had already positioned herself by his side. She was all too aware of whether he had encountered any celestial beings. Jiang Luoyi continued to offer solace, saying, even the unparalleled Empress Yuexi experiences such challenges. What is there for you to lament? Moreover, how many women in this world aspire to emulate the Empress Yuexi, yet none have suffered from a deficit of emotions? This statement held a kernel of truth, for indeed, countless female cultivators exerted themselves in attempts to mimic the Empress Yuexi. After all, who would not desire to possess even a fraction of the allure of an extraordinary powerhouse? I am not disheartened. I'm merely worried that you may feel disheartened. Hence I spoke the truth, Yuexi replied. At this moment, Jiang Luoyi comprehended her implication of being an unsuitable match and spoke again. You need not belittle yourself due to your emotional deficiency, thinking you cannot be a good wife and resigning yourself to a life of solitude. Consider the Empress Yuexi. She shares your condition, yet men who wish to marry her abound. Perhaps a man may even find appeal in a woman like you. Yuexi remained oblivious to the number of men who might wish to wed her. For the past 5,000 years, she had been guarding a forbidden realm, seldom encountering anyone, and even when male cultivators did manage to see her, they lacked the courage to express their feelings. As for her own inclinations, she harbored no interest in such matters, nor did she find it entertaining to investigate. Yuexi inquired, do you have feelings for me? Struggling to grasp the complexities of romantic affection, her inquiries were bluntly straightforward. Do you like me? Jiang Luoyi pondered momentarily and replied candidly, it is not a matter of like or dislike. As long as I am with you, I feel a profound sense of joy, free from worries. Furthermore, when you show kindness towards me, I envision that if we were to be together in the future, our lives would indeed be quite blissful. His feelings towards Yuexi did not extend to romantic affection. He simply found comfort and joy in her presence and harbored hopeful expectations for the future. After all, how could a heart riddled with scars easily be swayed by emotion? Joy, happiness. Naturally, Yuexi wished for him to remain perpetually joyful and free of troubles, and thus she continued to inquire, even with my emotional shortcomings. Do you still believe we would find happiness together? Of course, Jiang Luoyi responded. The reason I envision a life together with you is due to your kindness and concern for me, rather than the richness or lack of your emotions. Having received this answer, Yuexi persisted with her questioning. Have you only harbored such thoughts for me? This time, Jiang Luoyi's response was more measured. In this life, you're the only one I have ever thought of in such a manner. He has lived 6 lifetimes, entangled in myriad loves and conflicts with numerous individuals. At one moment in a previous life, he firmly believed that a woman with whom he shared a deep connection was his destined love. Alas, fate had other plans, and the two, once united in affection, were destined to become adversaries. Thus, when he responded to Yuexi, he used a phrase in this life. Yuexi, having perused all his memories from the past 6 lifetimes, was well aware of his emotional history. Yet, her inquiry was solely about his current existence. He declared that in this life, he had only envisioned a future with her after marriage. To her, who grappled with emotional deficiencies, this implied that no other woman could bring him joy and happiness. She was irreplaceable. Will you be sad when I leave? This was Yuexi's 4th question. It was a rhetorical one. Jiang Luoyi smiled and replied, "Since my arrival in this small town, you have been the first person I encountered. And for the past 8 years, you have been my constant companion. If you were to suddenly depart tomorrow, I would no longer savor the pastries you make, spend festive occasions without someone to light fireworks with, fall ill without anyone to bring me medicine, and when I catch a big fish, there would be no one to prepare it with such exquisite flavor as today. How could I not be heartbroken?" At this moment, Yuexi received answers to all 4 of her questions. He did not mind her emotional shortcomings, nor did he care whether she could be a good wife. Although he was uncertain about his feelings for her, he found happiness simply by being with her. He had only ever contemplated marriage with her, believing that their union would lead to a joyful future, and he would indeed feel sorrow and loneliness in her absence. Unbeknownst to her, she had seamlessly woven herself into Jiang Luoyi's life, becoming an inseparable part of his existence, to the extent that her presence or absence could profoundly influence his future happiness. With this thought, a whimsical idea suddenly arose in Yuexi's heart. Perhaps it would suffice to remain by his side, even if it meant not returning to the Forbidden Land. As Jiang Luoyi spoke, he became acutely aware of the passage of time, exclaiming, "Our 8 years together may seem neither long nor short, but in a mortal's life, there are at most a handful of such 8-year spans." Upon hearing this, Yuexi's gaze grew distant. Indeed, as a mortal, how many more 8-year segments could Jiang Luoyi possibly have left? Previously, she had been preoccupied with the fear that, should she abandon her post guarding the Forbidden Land, its seal would shatter, unleashing a tide of otherworldly beings to wreak havoc upon the world. Even if she exerted every effort to protect Jiang Luoyi, he would inevitably perish in the ensuing chaos. Therefore, to ensure his longevity, she felt compelled to return to the Forbidden Land. Yet now, she pondered if she were to return and guard the seal, granting Jiang Luoyi several additional decades of life. Would that truly guarantee his happiness? The answer was disheartening. If she left, Jiang Luoyi would not only be heartbroken, but he might also face a lonely old age, bereft of his beloved, and the forces of fate would not spare him, likely using him as a stepping stone for the chosen one. In such a scenario, while she may have extended his life by decades, it would merely prolong his suffering. As a mere mortal, Jiang Luoyi's lifespan is inherently limited. Why not cast aside all apprehensions about the future and spend a few more joyous and blissful years by his side? Even if one day the seal of the Forbidden Land shatters and he perishes in the aftermath of a battle against foreign tribes, she could once again wield her sword to sever the heavens and re-enter the cycle of reincarnation. That would be preferable to parting from him. At this moment, Yuexi's resolve solidified around that outrageous thought. Her gaze, once indifferent, transformed into one of seriousness and gravity as she spoke. "I have changed my mind." "What mind?" Jiang Luoyi inquired. "I will not leave." "What?" Jiang Luoyi chuckled. "Are you afraid I would be heartbroken, unwilling to part?" He found his own words somewhat narcissistic. Yes. She did not perceive his self-adoration. Jiang Luoyi, observing the earnestness in her eyes, was perplexed by her previous thoughts, but still advised, "You should not make such a decision lightly. While I would indeed feel sorrow at your departure, I would never wish for you to sacrifice more by staying with me. That is not my desire. My leaving or staying is solely for your benefit." "What do you mean?" "You need not know." Naturally, Yuexi would not reveal the truth. Instead, she stated, "From now on, regardless of the decisions you make, I hope you will prioritize your own well-being over your concern for me, for I care for you more than you do for yourself." Jiang Luoyi stood frozen, taken aback by such stirring words emerging from Yuexi's lips. "Will you marry me?" Just as Jiang Luoyi was momentarily stunned, Yuexi casually uttered a phrase that many women would only dare to voice after much contemplation. "What?" Jiang Luoyi was startled into a quack by her unexpected declaration. Just moments ago, she insisted she was not a suitable match, yet after a few heartfelt exchanges, she suddenly proposed marriage? "But Jiang Luoyi, regaining his composure, furrowed his brow. He had yet to escape the control of the heavenly path. In his current state, marrying Yuexi would undoubtedly bring her harm. Seeing his expression, Yuexi understood his unspoken thoughts and said, "If you wish to remain as you are, I will accompany you for a lifetime." For her, Marriage was merely a different form of companionship. Warning, warning. The system detected the host's perilous behavior. Just as Jiang Luoyi was mired in his dilemma, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Please, host, immediately reject Yuexi as the primary antagonist. You must prioritize the grand mission of annihilating all life. How can you indulge in romantic entanglements? Jiang Luoyi felt a surge of anger at this proclamation, cursing in his mind. Damn it. In my past life, I was nearly wed to the saintess of the shadow spirit sect. Why didn't you warn me then? The two situations are not comparable. Please, host, reconsider. What if I choose to marry Yuexi? This action will lead to a complete collapse of the plot. The trajectory of all events in the world will become utterly unpredictable. At that point, the mundane life you desire will cease to exist. A complete collapse of the plot? Upon hearing these words, Jiang Luoyi felt invigorated. He relished opposing the Heavenly Dao and the system. This marriage must be consummated. What does it matter if his mundane existence is lost? Even if he remained obediently in Misty Town, wouldn't he, the Heavenly Dao, still draw Lu Hongyan, Chu Huanyan, and Lan Hai to him? In that fleeting moment, a realization dawned upon him. He had always embraced a carefree attitude, living as he pleased. If the Heavenly Dao dared to harm Yuexi, he would resort to self-destruction, compelling the Heavenly Dao to initiate reincarnation. After all, the Heavenly Dao would not dare to eliminate him permanently until a perfect ending was achieved. System, you may remain silent now, Jiang Luoyi replied. System. Host, please refer me simply as the system. Very well, system. The information you have provided this time is most enlightening and resonates deeply with me. Having uttered this, Jiang Luoyi chose to disregard the system thereafter. He turned his gaze toward Yuexi, seated across from him, and inquired, which woman would willingly accompany a man for a lifetime without any formal recognition? Yuexi blinked. Am I not that woman? I cannot bear to have you subjected to others' gossip, Jiang Luoyi responded. In this world, which harbors conservative notions, a young woman spending her days with a man without settling down would undoubtedly attract idle chatter from onlookers. He wished to shield Yuexi from such scrutiny. However, Yuexi failed to grasp his meaning and asked, Aren't you going to marry me? Fool! Jiang Luoyi was momentarily taken aback by her naivety, then candidly stated, Of course. I intend to marry you. How else could I bestow upon you the title of wife? Oh, Yuexi nodded impassively. To her, marriage merely represented a different form of companionship. There was indeed little to elate or dishearten her. Observing her indifferent reaction, Jiang Luoyi, despite having mentally prepared himself, could not help but feel a tinge of disappointment. Yet, there was little he could do. After all, Yuexi was inherently emotionally deficient, destined not to experience joy from the love between a man and a woman. She lacked the capacity for affection, while he bore wounds that rendered him emotionally numb. Thus, it seemed they were quite well suited. But must their bond remain merely an emotionless marriage? Chapter 16. 8 years later, re-entering the misty city in the northern region. At the distant edge of a small town, a youth clad in a black robe stood upon the dueling ground with a cold demeanor, his long sword piercing through the chest of his opponent. Gasps of astonishment arose from the onlookers. How could this be? This waste, Yi Xian, actually triumphed? Was he not rendered incapable of cultivation 3 years prior due to his damaged meridians? How could he now possess the initial stage of the spirit aperture realm? Remarkably, he had accomplished this feat in merely 3 moves, defeating Yi, who stood at the pinnacle of the spirit aperture realm. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, the black-robed youth, Yi Xian, calmly sheathed his sword and descended from the dueling arena, showing not a hint of mercy for the fallen adversary. As he stepped away, a throng of individuals rushed to engage him in conversation. Brother Yi Xian, I always believed you would reclaim your former glory. Brother Xian, I must confess, the annulment of our engagement was forced upon me by Yi. Would you still be willing to accept me? Do not listen to this deceitful woman, Brother Xian. I am her true love. Listening to the fervent chatter surrounding him, Yi Xian found it to be nothing short of a cacophony. 3 years ago, when he had lost his powers, these very individuals had not hesitated to cast him into the abyss. Now, with his overwhelming strength, he crushed those who had tormented him, and these fair-weather friends shamelessly returned. Had he perished on the dueling ground today, these same people would undoubtedly have derided him mercilessly for his hubris. In this moment, Yi Xian's conviction deepened. Only formidable strength constitutes an eternal truth. With absolute power, all others are mere playthings, easily manipulated and trodden upon. What does it feel like to avenge a great grievance? As Yi Xian moved through the crowd, a spectral figure of an elderly man suddenly appeared behind him, smiling knowingly. This apparition was a soul he had inadvertently activated from a jade pendant, its identity shrouded in mystery and its power immense. The elder had become his mentor. Without this spectral figure, Yi Xian's meridians could not have been restored, nor could he have achieved his current level of cultivation. To say the elder had bestowed upon him a tremendous favor would not be an exaggeration. Yet, Yi Xian remained vigilant against the elder's intentions, suspecting ulterior motives behind the generosity. Upon the elder's appearance, Yi Xian's eyes glistened with emotion, and he sincerely expressed, "Thank you, Master, for your divine grace. Without you, I would never have had the opportunity for vengeance, and would likely have remained forever trapped in the abyss of humiliation. You are truly the father of my rebirth." Although he harbored deep caution towards the elder, Yi Xian was a skilled actor. The elder was moved by his words. "A good child. It is not in vain that I have invested my efforts in imparting that mysterious technique to you. Master, while I have avenged my grievances, my heart remains unsettled, as if I have lost something essential, leaving me in profound distress." Yi Xian confided. "Given your nature, one would expect not to feel this way after achieving retribution. Allow me to divine your fate," the elder replied, and upon doing so, his brow furrowed in surprise. "Strange. Your fortune appears to have undergone a transformation. What? Could it be due to my recent act of slaying my enemy? Indeed, this matter bears no relation to your vengeance. Rather, it appears to be a fortuitous opportunity that has been abruptly severed by another." Yi Xian was immediately incensed, exclaiming, "Who is so malicious as to truncate another's chance? To interrupt one's fortune is akin to slaying one's kin." The elder, taken aback by his swift emotional shift, replied, "Opportunities in this world are meant for the virtuous. Why must you be so agitated?" "Aye, very well, you are still young, and such impatience is to be expected." The elder continued, "However, your destiny is closely aligned with the heavenly will. You are a child of celestial fortune. You have merely lost one opportunity, and the heavens will assuredly compensate you in other ways." Upon hearing this, Yi Xian exhaled in relief, his demeanor transforming to one of humility. "Your teachings are indeed wise. I have been too hasty. Will you remain in this small town?" "No, I shall venture forth. This incident has made it abundantly clear to me that in this world, the strong command respect. I no longer wish to endure the humiliation of being trifled with. I shall ascend, step by step, to the highest pinnacle." "Very well, my dear disciple. I have foreseen a promising future for you. Next month, you shall attend the entrance selection of the Duxin Sword Sect." "The Duxin Sword Sect? That is one of the 4 mightiest sects in the world. With my abilities, will I be able to pass the selection?" Yi Xian expressed his concerns. "Do not fret. With me by your side, you will undoubtedly shine brilliantly at the entrance selection," the elder assured him. "Splendid," Yi Xian exclaimed, clenching his fist. In his heart, he resolved that once he joined the Duxin Sword Sect, he would compel the elder to reveal the identity of the one who had truncated his fortune today, and he would wield the sect's influence to make that person pay with their life. In the southern wasteland, in the small town of Xiaowu, after Jiang Luoyi left Su Yuexi's quaint shop, he proceeded towards the flower store. The flour in Su Yuexi's shop would only suffice for a day, and he needed to deliver some to her today. Otherwise, her pastry shop would be unable to operate tomorrow. Upon arriving at the flower store, he found the proprietor and several assistants busily transporting goods. Even the elderly man who typically managed the counter had joined in. "Boss, I'll take 10 bags of flour. I'll carry them myself," Jiang Luoyi stated. The shopkeeper, wiping the sweat from his brow, replied with a hint of exasperation, "Young Master Jiang, you should really buy from the city instead. When the bone dragon attacked, my warehouse suddenly collapsed, and all the flour inside was drenched by the torrential rain. How could it have collapsed so suddenly? Jiang Luoyi inquired, bewildered. It's quite strange, really. Among all the buildings in this little town, only my stone brick warehouse fell. Look at those few mud brick houses at the end of the street. Though they are dilapidated and fragile, they remain unscathed. Isn't that peculiar? Jiang Luoyi glanced toward the street's end and indeed saw that the mud brick houses had survived the thunderstorm entirely intact. It was as if the heavens had singled out the proprietor's warehouse for destruction. It seems I have no choice but to make a trip to the city. Xiaowu Town has but this single flour shop. To procure a substantial amount of flour, one must venture to the flour factory in Yinyu City. Since Jiang Luoyi departed from Yinyu City 8 years ago, he had not returned, for he harbored no fondness for that place which held painful memories as his starting point. If not for his promise to sue Yuexi this morning to deliver the flour by the end of the day, he truly would not have wished to venture in a misty rain city. Are there any carriages available in the shop? I would like to rent one, Jiang Luoyi inquired. Yes, you can simply choose one from a backyard, replied the shopkeeper. What is the fare to the city? Jiang Luoyi asked. Money? What are you talking about? I have listened to your storytelling for 4 years and have never received a tip. Feel free to use the carriage, the shopkeeper chuckled. One must be fair. Jiang Luoyi insisted. The shopkeeper declined again, but in the end, Jiang Luoyi paid the fare. He disliked taking advantage of others. Soon, he was seated in the carriage, heading towards Misty Rain City. As Jiang Luoyi drove away from the town, Su Yuexi, situated in the pastry shop down the street, immediately sensed his departure. Where's he going? She wondered, for in her recollection, Jiang Luoyi had never strayed from the town in the past 8 years. She quickly released her spiritual consciousness, swiftly tracking Jiang Luoyi seated in the carriage. Judging by his route, it was highly probable he was bound for Misty Rain City. But why would he go there? He should have despised that place. At that moment, Su Yuexi also noticed the flower characters carved on the carriage, recalling that Jiang Luoyi had mentioned helping her transport some flour earlier that morning. Surely, the flower shop in the town should still have flour. Why then would he borrow the flower shop's carriage to go to the city? In the next instant, Su Yuexi's consciousness soared to the vicinity of the flower shop, whereupon she beheld the collapsed warehouse and flour scattered everywhere, realizing the reason behind it all. Although the previous bone dragon had caused quite a commotion, her formation had dissipated all energy impacts, and logically, none of the town's structures should have been damaged, least of all the flour warehouse. There was no need for further contemplation. It was undoubtedly the work of the Heavenly Dao. Its intent was clear, to guide Jiang Luoyi to Misty Rain City, orchestrating a meeting with Lu Hongyan and Chu Huanyan, among others. With a soft sigh, Su Yuexi's consciousness returned to the outskirts of the town, observing Jiang Luoyi leisurely reclining in the carriage. Foolish, she murmured. The Heavenly Dao's intentions were so evident. She could not believe Jiang Luoyi would remain oblivious. Surely, it was his concern for her shop being out of flour, rendering it unable to operate normally the next day, that drove him to risk the Heavenly Dao's trap. All for a trivial matter. However, it must be noted that when Su Yuexi chose to revoke the formation above the town, she had already resolved not to obstruct certain individuals from interacting with Jiang Luoyi, provided that he would remain unharmed. She would not interfere with the Heavenly Dao's arrangements this time, but should Jiang Luoyi suffer any harm as a result, she would not hesitate to draw her sword. With a flick of her fingers, a stream of spiritual energy quietly entered Jiang Luoyi's body, granting him immunity from all attacks from those below the imperial realm for 3 breaths. Although the duration of immunity was brief, it would suffice for Su Yuexi, as she could reach him the moment he was attacked. Having completed this, Su Yuexi retracted her consciousness and resumed kneading dough in her shop. As she kneaded the dough, she occasionally lifted her hand to wipe the sweat that trickled down her forehead from the exertion. To portray an impeccable mortal, such details were, of course, essential. Half an hour later, Jiang Luoyi drove into Misty Rain City. After the rain had ceased, the streets were teeming with people, the throngs jamming the carriage to a halt every 10 steps, making progress arduous. If all went as expected, she should be returning now that the rain had stopped. Standing atop her carriage, Jiang Luoyi gazed over the thronging heads toward the distant wooden bridge. Indeed, although the bridge was crowded, She could not spot that striking figure in red. According to the current timeline, next month marked the grand selection for entry into the heart-crossing sword sect, the moment when the protagonist, Yi Xian, would join the sect. The Heavenly would certainly urge her to return swiftly. Otherwise, if Yi Xian fell under the tutelage of another elder, the narrative would collapse dramatically. Jiang Luoyi pondered this. With Lu Hongyan's current cultivation level, it would take approximately a month to fly back to the heart-crossing sword sect from Misty Rain City. As long as the Heavenly did not desire the plot to unravel, it would surely prevent Lu Hongyan from lingering here any longer. Ding! The system detected that the host had arrived in Misty Rain City. It assessed that the host had finally come to a realization and decided to embark on the path of the ultimate antagonist. To assist the host in swiftly finding a master, the system resolved to grant the host a permanent tracking and positioning function. Would the host like to activate this feature to locate Master Lu Hongyan? Just as Jiang Luoyi had begun to relax, this notification from the system soured her mood. It should be noted that the cost of this tracking feature in the system shop was a staggering 7,000 points for a one-time use, something she had been unable to afford in her previous life. Now it was being given away for free and permanently at that. The thought of this filled Jiang Luoyi with indignation. Get lost. Chapter 17. Such a reasonable encounter within the tranquil confines of the Jingxin Inn in the Misty City. In one of its guest rooms, Chu Huanyan gradually ceased the flow of her spiritual energy. Her delicate brows were tightly knitted, her eyes filled with resentment, and her silver teeth clenched firmly, while her pristine hands were balled into fists. Why has it come to this? She lamented sorrowfully to herself. 2 lines of tears silently traced down her cheeks, her fingers digging painfully into her flesh, blood seeping through the gaps and staining her sleeves. Due to the consumption of the broken yuan pill, her cultivation had plummeted from the pinnacle of the spirit aperture realm to the initial stage of the spirit sea realm, a staggering drop of 5 minor realms. Yet, this was not the most devastating aspect. The true source of her anguish lay in her internal source of spiritual essence, which had diminished by an astonishing 70% compared to her former self. While she could potentially regain her cultivation, a deficiency in such a sacred resource was nearly irreparable. This essence had always been her pride, the foundation of her self-assurance, and her aspiration to become the next great emperor of humanity. Now, it lay shattered and forlorn. She was engulfed in sorrow, helplessness, and despair, as if the very will to live had been sapped from her. She had never anticipated that the side effects of the broken yuan pill would be so terrifying. If only she had been a bit more selfish. How could things have turned out this way? This heavy blow had instilled a profound sense of regret within her. Indeed, as she reflected, had she chosen to be more self-serving upon discovering the leather-patterned artifact, opting to relish the treasures of the Dragon Clan alone rather than bringing along that troublesome blue sea, she would not have found herself in this predicament. Had she refrained from giving her only teleportation stone to Blue Sea when the bone dragon appeared, choosing instead to escape herself, she would have avoided this fate. Deep down, she understood that the root cause of all this turmoil stemmed from her desire to be an exemplary senior sister. She had sacrificed so much for this. Whenever her junior disciples caused trouble, she would invariably step forward to bear the consequences. Whenever she encountered fortuitous opportunities, she would generously share them with her juniors. In moments of peril, she shielded her juniors behind her. Even when rare cultivation resources were at stake, she would willingly relinquish them to her juniors first. Chu Huanyan had never regretted these sacrifices, as she believed them to be the responsibilities of a commendable senior sister. Yet, the weight of this latest blow had left her utterly exhausted and remorseful. If given the chance to choose anew, she would never again bring Blue Sea to share in these opportunities. However, she could never bear to witness Blue Sea perish within the ruins. Her character destined her to be unable to seek self-preservation at the expense of others. She would undoubtedly give that precious teleportation jade to her junior, ultimately bearing the unbearable consequences alone. For, compared to the pain she now felt, she feared far more the pangs of conscience that would follow if she did not save him. Seated on the edge of her bed, Chu Huanyan allowed her tears to flow for a long while. ultimately resigning herself to the harsh reality with a profound sense of helplessness. Alas, the path of cultivation is destined to be fraught with adversity. Yet, despite my diminished spiritual essence and waning powers, I find solace in the fact that I still live. She continually reassured herself, reminding that as long as life endures, the future holds infinite possibilities. Throughout the ages, countless formidable beings have emerged, many of whom possessed unremarkable talents. Even if I were to lose my spiritual essence, my innate abilities would still surpass theirs. If I were to falter in my resolve due to this calamity, it would merely attest to my lack of strength. The essence of true strength lies in possessing a resilient spirit, without unwavering resolve. Even the most gifted are destined to remain mediocre. I am determined to ascend to the status of an emperor in this lifetime. How could I allow this tribulation to shake my conviction? She fervently encouraged herself within, recognizing the necessity of accepting the harsh realities of life and persevering despite them. For therein lies the key to true strength. However, such a transformation of mindset requires time. Relentless pursuit in the short term may only exacerbate one's troubles. After a considerable period, Hongyan wiped away her tears, ceasing her self-healing, and resolved to take a stroll within the city to clear her mind. Her mentor, Hongyan, had departed from Yinyu City at noon with Lan Hai, claiming she would seek treasures capable of nourishing the spiritual essence of the world, promising to return in a few days. She understood that her mentor genuinely cared for her and was deeply concerned about her injuries. Yet, she also recognized that treasures capable of nurturing the world's spiritual essence must be on par with sacred relics, a rarity in this world. Even after millennia of searching, one might not even catch a glimpse of such a treasure. Unbeknownst to her, she found herself by the small river in the southern part of the city, where only a flour mill stood, frequented by few, adorned with pleasing flowers and plants. She reclined on the grassy bank, basking in the gentle breeze, gazing up at the azure sky and white clouds, hoping that such scenery might bestow tranquility upon her troubled spirit. "Ah, you are Mr. Jiang Xiao from Xiaowu Town." At that moment, Jiang Luoyi was at the flour mill's entrance, busy with his tasks, when he was unexpectedly approached by a young man. "You are?" Jiang Luoyi scrutinized the stranger, feeling a sense of familiarity. "My name is Zhang Yan, a resident of the Eastern District. Whenever I find myself without work, I venture out to Xiaowu Town to listen to your storytelling. The tea house always draws a large audience. It is no surprise you do not remember me." The young man introduced himself. "So, you're a listener. Thank you for your support, brother," Jiang Luoyi replied with a smile. "It is my pleasure. I am quite fond of your work. I am not the villain. Today's encounter feels like fate. Could you share a spoiler with me? Perhaps whether Jiang Sheng will rise again. Do you believe he still has the potential for resurgence after his powers have been stripped?" "Certainly. Although Yi Xian is the son of Heaven's will, Jiang Sheng is the protagonist of your story." Zhang Yin was quite the chatterbox, persistently engaging Jiang Luoyi in conversation. However, Jiang Luoyi did not mind the enthusiasm of his audience. He was more than willing to divulge some exciting plot points, which only heightened the listener's anticipation for what was to come. How noisy! At that moment, Hongyan, who was lying by the riverbank to relax her mind, was disturbed by Zhang Yan's animated voice, causing her to frown. She had intended to channel her spiritual energy to block out her ears, yet her attention was captivated by the ensuing conversation. "I have heard that this morning the renowned lady in red, who frequently visits our town, slayed a vicious dragon in your quaint misty town?" Zhang Yin inquired. "Indeed, that is true," Jiang Luo acknowledged with a slight nod. "Did you witness it? The scene of the dragon's defeat must have been extraordinarily breathtaking." "Indeed, a mountain has vanished from the outskirts of the town," Jiang Luo confirmed. "By the way, speaking of the lady in red, I wonder if Mr. Jiang Xiao is aware that the disciple she has long been searching for bears a name and background strikingly similar to yours." Upon hearing this, Jiang Luo resorted to his usual dismissive rhetoric. "You jest. How could a mere mortal like me, incapable of cultivation, possibly be the disciple sought by an immortal? But your name is Jiang Luoyi, and you were once an orphan in Yinyu City." Zhang Yin said apologetically, "I did not mean to bring up your past. It is of no consequence." I was indeed an orphan in this city, is simply a fact, Jiang Luo replied nonchalantly. At this point, Chu Huanyan rose from her seat, intrigued by this Mr. Jiang, who bore such a resemblance to the individual her master awaited. This person, named Jiang Luoyi, differed from Jiang Luo by merely a single character, and they both shared the same background as orphan from the city. Surely, this was too coincidental. Turning her gaze, she spotted a young man clad in black, his profile somewhat handsome, hoisting a sack of flour onto a cart. Is this Jiang Luoyi? Chu Huanyan mused internally. In terms of age, origin, and even name, he resembles the person my master seeks. Yet, as he himself claims, he is a mere mortal incapable of cultivation. How could he possibly be my master's disciple? With her keen sight, enhanced by the natural essence of the world, she could discern Jiang Luoyi's frail meridians, sealing his fate as an ordinary being. It appeared that their similarities were merely coincidental. Just as Chu Huanyan was about to avert her gaze, Jiang Luoyi set down the flower, lifting his head to look in her direction. In that instant, their eyes met. This person seemed familiar. In that fleeting moment of connection, Chu Huanyan was momentarily taken aback, a sense of long-lost familiarity swelling within her. How strange. She scoured her memories, utterly convinced that today marked her first encounter with him. Yet why did she feel this way? Just then, a sharp pain suddenly pierced her mind. Accompanying it were a flurry of indistinct images and voices, chaotically flickering in her thoughts, echoing, "My name is Jiang Luo. I will henceforth be your elder brother. No matter what difficulties you encounter, you may come to me. Junior sister, you must escape. I will find a way to save myself. I do this for your own good. Why can you not believe me? Junior sister, focus on healing. I know of a sacred item called Extreme Cold Star Petal that can nourish your spiritual essence. Wait for me for half a year, and I will procure it for you." Chu Huanyan, how many times have I warned you to be cautious of Yuexi? Why do you not listen? Do you not realize he has been using you all along? Utterly foolish. Until now, you remain oblivious to who is saving you and who is causing you harm. The prejudice you harbor against me is as unyielding as the frigid peaks of the mountains. Why should I even attempt to defend myself? Do you think that merely proclaiming that the 30 disciples of the outer sect are not my doing will earn your trust? Since you choose to believe only in Yi Xian, then condemn me as you wish. Moments later, the scene rapidly faded away. Those words carried tenderness, screams, helplessness, and despair. Even though the imagery was exceedingly vague, Chu Huanyan could still sense that the individual depicted bore a striking resemblance to Jiang Luoyi across from her. He claimed his name was Jiang Luoyi, her senior brother. Could it be that the person her master awaited was, in fact, this very Jiang Luoyi before her? Moreover, had she previously encountered him, only to forget due to some inexplicable circumstance? My goodness, how is she here? Jiang Luoyi gazed at Chu Huanyan, who was lost in contemplation and could not help but curse inwardly. It seems that the sudden collapse of the powder warehouse in the town was orchestrated by the Heavenly Dao to arrange our meeting. Furthermore, this unexpected encounter with Zhang Yan must also have been preordained. Were it not for Zhang Yan's careless mention of my name and background, Chu Huanyan would surely have overlooked someone as ordinary as myself. Reflecting on this, Jiang Luoyi could only marvel at the meticulousness of the Heavenly Dao. By merely guiding Zhang Yan to exchange a few words with him, it rendered the meeting between Chu Huanyan and himself remarkably plausible. Nevertheless, it must be said that Zhang Yan is undoubtedly innocent. He was entirely unaware that his recent words were subtly prompted by the Heavenly Dao. Chapter 18. An instant connection with the young master. Alas, what is destined to happen will inevitably come to pass, Jiang Luoyi mused within his heart. As long as the will of heaven intervenes, those who are fated to meet shall ultimately cross paths. Just as he had remained in the small town this morning, it was still a skeletal dragon that lured Lu Hongyan to that very place. Therefore, even if he did not leave the town, some event would surely lead to his encounter with Chu Huanyan at this precise moment. If they were to meet, so be it. After all, in this lifetime, they were strangers to one another. Jiang Luoyi naturally averted his gaze and placed the last sack of flour onto the cart. "Brother Zhang, I must return to the village now. Farewell." "Very well. Do remember to seek me out the next time you visit the city, so we may share a drink and converse." Jiang Luoyi drove the cart away, deliberately avoiding a direct encounter with Chu Huanyan. Meanwhile, Chu Huanyan remained rooted in place, processing the nebulous images in her mind. The more she pondered, the more unsettled she felt. She was certain that her memories were intact. She had never met Jiang Luoyi before, and the one who claimed to be her senior brother should not have suddenly appeared in her thoughts. What could be the reason for this? Driven by curiosity, Chu Huanyan gently propelled herself forward, her delicate figure as light as a falling leaf. And in the blink of an eye, she stood before Jiang Luoyi's cart. "Young master, please pause. I am Chu Huanyan, and I wish to inquire about something." She was always very polite, even offering a respectful gesture to humble mortals. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Luoyi could not help but internally scoff at her formality. Yet he feigned surprise, stopping the cart and returning her greeting with deference. "It is indeed an honor for a commoner to be addressed as young master by a celestial being. Pray tell, what is it that Miss Chu wishes to discuss?" The commoner shall answer any question to the best of his ability. The reaction of a mortal encountering an immortal was portrayed perfectly by him. Chu Huanyan did not particularly favor being called a celestial being, but she understood that mortals often held such reverence for cultivators. "Have we met somewhere before?" she inquired. Jiang Luoyi was taken aback. After furrowing his brow in contemplation, he replied, "If I am not mistaken, this should be the third time I have encountered Miss Chu." "The third time?" she echoed. "The first was in the morning at the Misty Town, the second by the riverside, and this is naturally the third. So, prior to today, you had never seen me? Has Miss Chu visited this place before?" "I have not." "Then before today, I can assure you that I have never laid eyes upon Miss Chu, for I have not ventured beyond this 300-mile radius since my birth." Upon receiving her answer, Chu Huanyan felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Even if the two truly had never met, how could she explain the vivid images in her mind and the surge of familiarity that arose within her upon seeing him? "I may not have known you, young master, yet it feels as though we are old acquaintances. I wonder, do you also experience a similar sentiment upon meeting me?" Chu Huanyan continued. Jiang Luoyi shook his head, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "That must be because Miss Chu has reminisced about some past acquaintance, while I merely bear a resemblance to that individual." "An old acquaintance?" Chu Huanyan was acutely aware that among her acquaintances, there was none whose appearance bore any resemblance to his. Given this, she decided to take her leave. Just as she spoke, an intense pain surged within her, and she coughed up a mouthful of blood. A powerful wave of dizziness nearly caused her to collapse. Had the effects of the medicine worn off? It was only at that moment that she realized the elixir she had taken to counteract the backlash of the breaking yuan pill had likely diminished to a mere remnant. Consequently, the side effects of the breaking yuan pill struck her like a relentless tide. In haste, she retrieved another pill and swallowed it, channeling her spiritual energy to safeguard her severely injured meridians. If she did not act swiftly, her meridians would gradually rupture, and her cultivation could very well dissipate entirely. With a resonant hum, as spiritual energy surged around her, the surrounding air erupted with a thunderous sound. The sudden burst of energy startled the horse drawing Jiang Luoyi's cart, causing it to rear on its hind legs in terror, instinctively attempting to kick away the perceived threat of Chu Huanyan. Jiang Luoyi, witnessing this, promptly seized the reins in an attempt to steer the horse aside, but it was too late. Chu Huanyan deftly sidestepped, easily avoiding the oncoming hooves. Despite her grievous injuries, she was not so easily harmed by a beast. The horse's hooves struck only air, leading to a catastrophic imbalance that sent the cart tumbling forward, compounded by the horse's state of fright, ultimately resulting in the heavily laden cart crashing down upon the creature. Jiang Luoyi fell from the cart, but Chu Huanyan managed to extend a strand of spiritual energy in time to catch him, preventing any injury. Unfortunately, the horse fared poorly, its hind legs likely broken beneath the weight of the cart. "I apologize, esteemed sir, please wait a moment." Chu Huanyan felt an involuntary pang of guilt. Had she been able to better control the release of her spiritual energy, the horse would not have been spooked, and Jiang Luoyi would not have fallen. Jiang Luoyi surveyed the scattered cargo with a sense of resignation. He had sensed that encountering Chu Huanyan here would not bode well, and his premonition had indeed come to pass. Observing her condition, it was evident that she had sustained severe internal injuries. Yet, in this desolate southern wilderness, where spiritual energy was scarce and cultivators rare, what could have inflicted such harm upon her? The thought barely crossed his mind before he dismissed it. Why she was injured, or the severity of her wounds, were matters that bore no relevance to him. In this lifetime, he was not her senior brother, merely a stranger with whom she had crossed paths thrice. Rising to his feet, Jiang Luoyi feigned a look of confusion and spoke. "The commoner is unharmed. But what of you, Miss Chu?" At that moment, Chu Huanyan had already closed her eyes, focusing intently on suppressing the backlash of the breaking yuan pill, and thus did not respond. Blood continued to seep from the corner of her mouth, mingled with dark particles. Jiang Luoyi could easily discern that this was the consequence of consuming the breaking yuan pill. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Indeed, the heavenly path arranges a calamity for her in every lifetime, compelling her to reluctantly ingest such a pill. She is destined to suffer damage to her spiritual source, rendering her cultivation stagnant and leading her into a perpetual state of melancholy. Consequently, when Yi Xian, the child of destiny, seeks to approach her in the future, he will possess a significant avenue to exploit. Her despair in the midst of adversity would, after Yi Xian aids in restoring her spiritual source, evoke profound gratitude from her. In simpler terms, the reason Chu Huanyan consumed the breaking yuan pill and fell into despair due to her stagnant cultivation was merely a prelude orchestrated by the heavenly path to induce her affection for Yi Xian. Throughout the past 6 lifetimes spanning 3,000 years, Jiang Luoyi could not bear to witness Chu Huanyan weeping in despair amidst her tribulations. He repeatedly risked his life to venture to the ice snow demon peak, tirelessly seeking a sacred artifact known as the extreme cold star core. Ironically, when he returned to the sect, battered and bruised, with the extreme cold star core in hand, everyone accused him of snatching the sacred artifact that Yi Xian had painstakingly sought for Chu Huanyan. At that time, he was oblivious to many matters and found it all to be unjust and absurd. He attempted to defend himself, but every justification crumbled under the impenetrable schemes of the heavenly path, rendering his arguments feeble and pale. Numerous coincidental events transpired unbeknownst to him, logically transforming him into the malicious elder brother who stole his junior brother's possession to curry favor with his junior sister. In the vast realm of the Dushin Sword sect, although many interceded on his behalf, not a single person trusted him. Where had he erred? Why was he being punished? Why did so many plead for him? On that day, the depth of his grievance was beyond his own comprehension. Only the heavenly path and Yi Xian were privy to the truth. In the original plot, Yi Xian sought the sacred artifact known as Phoenix Blood Flame for Chu Huanyan, while he himself searched for the extreme cold star core of opposing attributes. As the sole individual in the world aware of all the narrative's intricacies, he was acutely aware of the precise location of the Phoenix Blood Flame, capable of obtaining it with ease. However, he refrained from claiming the Phoenix Blood Flame and instead chose to risk his life in pursuit of the extreme cold star core. Not wishing to play the villain or usurp his junior brother Yi Xian's opportunity, he aspired to be a righteous elder brother. Yet reality ultimately conveyed a harsh truth. A villain remains a villain, regardless of circumstances. After a while, Chu Huanyan dissipated the aura enveloping her, and the anguish on her face somewhat eased. She expressed her earlier apologies. No. It is the commoner who ought to apologize. It is entirely my fault for momentarily neglecting to hold the reins. Jiang Luoyi feigned a tone of earnestness. How could a mere mortal accept an apology from a cultivator? I must shoulder all the blame myself. However, Chu Huanyan abhorred this pretense between them. Her mistakes were hers alone and did not require a mortal to find excuses to shield her from responsibility. She was not one to bully the weak and act unreasonably. Are you indeed transporting these goods back to the town? Yes. The horse's leg was broken because of me, so I shall escort you back to the town, my lord. Xiaowu Town lies 30 miles from Misty Rain City, a considerable distance from mere mortals. As Chu Huanyan spoke, she approached the carriage, untied the reins from the horse, and began to reload the scattered goods. It would be a trivial matter for a commoner to rent another horse from the stable. How could I trouble the immortal with such a minor issue? There was no need for further words. Chu Huanyan summoned a small portion of her spiritual energy, lifting the fallen horse effortlessly above her left hand, while her right grasped the handle of the laden cart. Get in the carriage. Ferry this. Jiang Luoyi's words were abruptly cut short as she was gently raised by a surge of spiritual energy and placed onto the cart. At this point, he could only remain silent. He was well aware of Chu Huanyan's occasionally stubborn temperament. What followed was a rather amusing scene. A graceful woman in flowing azure attire, her left hand lifting a large horse, while her right hand held the cart filled with passengers and goods, swiftly gliding forward with her delicate jade-like legs, creating the illusion of flight as she weaved through the bustling streets. With such rapidity, the cart inevitably jolted, causing Jiang Luoyi to feel numbness in his rear. Couldn't Tiwi just fly? Jiang Luoyi could not help but grumble inwardly. However, Chu Huanyan's decision to forego flying was entirely to accommodate Jiang Luoyi. Her cultivation had plummeted, her meridians damaged, and the spiritual energy she emitted was exceedingly unstable. Should she attempt flight in her current state, while she could ensure her own safety, she could not guarantee that Jiang Luoyi would remain unharmed. Chapter 19. Acquiring his story as the journey to Little Miss Town drew closer, Chu Huanyan's steps gradually slowed. The esteemed elder who resided here seemed reluctant to permit any cultivator to enter the town. Contemplating this, Chu Huanyan halted before the stone tablet marking Little Miss Town, dismounted her carriage and horse, and with a respectful gesture towards the town, said, "I mean no disturbance. I merely wish to escort the townsfolk home. I hope the esteemed elder will grant me this favor." Jiang Luoyi, witnessing this, looked utterly bewildered and inquired, "Miss Chu, what are you doing?" Chu Huanyan replied, "You may not be aware, but there exists an elder in seclusion here. As a cultivator, I fear that entering abruptly might intrude upon their peace." Elder? Jiang Luoyi was even more perplexed. In this desolate southern wilderness, where spiritual energy was scarce, what cultivator would be foolish enough to hide away here? Could it be yet another scheme of the Heavenly Dao? After speaking, Chu Huanyan once again urged her carriage and horse forward. As her foot crossed the stone tablet and touched the ground of Little Miss Town, no silvery chains appeared to obstruct her path. It appeared that the elder had indeed permitted her entry. "Where shall the goods be placed, young Master Jiang?" "At the pastry shop on the street." As Chu Huanyan led Jiang Luoyi onto the street, her identity as a cultivator naturally drew many astonished gazes from the townsfolk. Meanwhile, Yuexi stood waiting at the shop's entrance, having sensed Chu Huanyan's presence long before. She no longer obstructed anyone from interacting with Jiang Luoyi, nor would she keep Chu Huanyan outside the town. Before long, Chu Huanyan arrived at the pastry shop's entrance. "At last, we've arrived." Jiang Luoyi jumped down from the carriage, rubbing his sore backside, and smiled at Chu Huanyan, saying, "Thank you, Miss Chu, for accompanying me all the way." "It was merely my duty," replied Chu Huanyan, retrieving a piece of gold stone from her storage ring. "The carriage was damaged and the horse's hoof broken. I must compensate you, young master." A piece of gold stone as compensation is rather excessive. Jiang Luoyi waved his hand in refusal. "The carriage and horse were merely rented by a commoner. If you insist on compensating me, it would be better to bestow it upon the flower shop in town." "Very well," Chu Huanyan said, no longer insisting. With a wave of her hand, she levitated the flower from the carriage using her spiritual energy. "Where shall I place the goods?" Yuexi spoke up, "Please follow me." Her expression was impassive, her tone cold, leaving Chu Huanyan somewhat puzzled about when she had offended this young lady. Jiang Luoyi hurriedly explained, "Do not take offense, Miss Chu. This is my fiancée, Yi, who has suffered from facial paralysis since childhood. Her demeanor is naturally aloof, and it is not meant as disrespect towards you." "Ah, now it makes sense," Chu Huanyan thought. After placing the flower inside the shop, she did not linger, inquiring about the location of the flower shop before departing with her carriage and horse. "What transpired?" Yuexi asked Jiang Luoyi. "When I was in the city purchasing flour, I encountered that esteemed lady tending to her injuries. Our horse was startled and injured its leg under the carriage. The kind-hearted lady offered to bring me back. Jiang Luoyi summarized the events. Upon hearing this, Yuexi felt reassured. She had feared that the Heavenly Dao's compulsion for Jiang Luoyi to enter the city would lead to some distressing ordeal. Before long, Hongyan arrived at the flower shop in the small town, returning the horse and carriage to the proprietor while offering a piece of gold as compensation. She also took the time to explain the situation to Jiang Luoyi, hoping the shopkeeper would not harbor any resentment towards him. What fate awaits this injured horse? Hongyan in Guit? The shopkeeper replied, given its injuries, recovery seems unlikely. Even if it manages to heal, it will no longer be able to bear heavy loads, and it will likely be sent to the slaughterhouse. It shall recover, Hongyan declared, producing an herb to feed the horse. She wished to prevent this young steed from meeting its end due to her own circumstances. With the herb she provided, the horse would be restored to its former vigor within 3 days. A benevolent fairy. The shopkeeper, too, wished to retain such a fine horse. However, he was astonished that this beautiful fairy would administer precious herbs to a mere animal. Is there anyone named Jiang Luoyi in this small town? Hongyan asked. The shopkeeper responded, there are indeed a dozen families with the surname Jiang, but none bear the name Jiang Luoyi. There is only a Jiang Shaosheng, whose name is somewhat similar. Pray, tell me more about this Jiang Shaosheng, she urged. Ah, Jiang Shaosheng, it is rather fortuitous. He was once an orphan from Yuji City. He arrived in this small town 8 years ago, coinciding with the arrival of the red-clad fairy. Hongyan was taken aback. Her master had just come, and Jiang Luoyi had left, seemingly evading her. At that time, many believed he might be the disciple the red-clad fairy sought, but according to his own words, he could not even sense spiritual energy and was thus destined to remain untrained, making it impossible for them to be the same individual. The shopkeeper continued, unable to suppress another detail. However, it is curious that although Jiang Shaosheng is immortal, he seems to possess considerable knowledge about various aspects of cultivation. For instance, the stories he writes encompass a comprehensive and detailed understanding of the techniques, elixirs, magical artifacts, realms, and even combat strategies of practitioners, which is why people enjoy listening to his tales. Upon hearing this, Hongyan grew increasingly intrigued by Jiang Luoyi. In this desolate southern wasteland, there were scarcely any texts on cultivation. How could a mortal, destined to be incapable of training, possess such extensive knowledge? Where does he tell his stories? Hongyan in Guit, eager to discern the differences between the cultivation content in Jiang Luoyi's writings and reality. At the tea house on the street, there will be a gathering tomorrow, which happens to be his storytelling day, the shopkeeper replied. By the way, if the fairy is interested in his tales, his books can also be purchased at the tea house. Besides storytelling, what else does he engage in? Hongyan pressed further. He cherished moments spent playing chess and fishing with the old mayor, relished visiting Miss Yuexi's shop to savor pastries, and occasionally assisted neighbors in composing couplets. He even imparted knowledge to the village children. Overall, apart from his somewhat carefree disposition, he was a remarkably fine young man, well-liked by all. After leaving the flower shop, Hongyan made her way to a tea house on the street. The tales penned by Jiang Luoyi spanned extensively, transcribing into words that filled more than 10 volumes. She purchased only a few of them, according to the tea house attendant. These volumes merely chronicled Jiang Shang's first life. Just as she completed her purchase and prepared to return to Yuji City, she passed by a fortune-telling booth. A young man sat in front, conversing with an elderly fortune-teller. Master Zhang, he inquired, yesterday in the city, I encountered a young lady who felt remarkably familiar, though I have never met her before. Could you help me discern the nature of our connection? Oh, unacquainted, yet feeling as if you've known her forever? This might suggest an unfulfilled bond from a previous life, leading to your encounter in this one. Is there such an interpretation? Let me cast your fortune. Hongyan couldn't help but recall her own experience upon seeing Jiang Luoyi, which indeed felt like an unacquainted yet familiar encounter. Could it be that their previous life connection remained unfulfilled? Soon, she shook her head and smiled wryly. As a cultivator, she understood that only one who had attained the sacred realm could possess such abilities of divination. It was somewhat amusing that she had briefly taken the words of an ordinary old man seriously. However, Reflecting on the vivid images that had unexpectedly surfaced in her mind today, they indeed seemed beyond her own ken. If interpreted as memories from a past life, it appeared somewhat plausible. Upon returning to the inn in Yinyu City, Chu Huanyan opened the book titled, I Am Truly Not the Villain. The contents were astonishing. The protagonist, Jiang Sheng, was not a native of the book's world, but rather a soul from a place called Blue Star, who had met an untimely demise and found his essence inhabiting the body of an orphan in the book's realm. What astounded her most was the depiction of Blue Star within the narrative. It resembled a paradise for mortals. In that realm, no one practiced cultivation. There were no so-called spiritual techniques, nor absolute sovereign rulers. In fact, some nations had managed to realize the ideal of equality among all people. As she absorbed this notion, Chu Huanyan felt a stirring within her heart. If she could become the next powerful emperor of a human race, she too would strive to establish an era of equality. As she continued to read, she discovered that although the inhabitants of Blue Star could not cultivate, they wielded countless extraordinary tools to explore the mysteries of the universe. Rockets, satellites, submarines, mobile phones, computers. Each marvel filled her with awe. At that moment, she even sensed that Jiang Luoyi must have encountered these wonders. Otherwise, how could he have imagined such remarkable inventions? Yet, the world depicted in the book was ultimately not Blue Star, as the story unfolded within a realm of cultivation. Chu Huanyan found herself thoroughly engrossed in the narrative, occasionally amused by its humorous passages. Especially the main character Jiang Sheng's junior disciples. Each one is a troublemaker, frequently causing chaos within the sect, leaving Jiang Sheng bewildered and exasperated, yet powerless to change the situation. Ultimately, they gather together to devise ways to deceive their master and evade punishment. This is strikingly similar to her junior brother Lan Hai and junior sister Lin Xiangxue. However, among Jiang Sheng's junior sisters, there is one named Chu Wanghui, who bears a resemblance to her in temperament. Yet within the sect, she is not a troublemaker. Rather, like Jiang Sheng, she is the one driven to distraction by their antics. As the narrative unfolds, a man named Yi Xian, the son of Heaven's Will, joins the Duxin Sword sect as Jiang Sheng's junior disciple, and gradually, Chu Huanyan finds herself unable to smile. Yi Xian's arrival disrupts the previously carefree and joyous daily lives of the group in inexplicable ways. The ensuing developments in the story leave Chu Huanyan infuriated. Yi Xian is nothing short of scoundrel. Not only does he often sow discord between Jiang Sheng and her junior disciples, but he also, emboldened by the favor of Heaven's will, recklessly schemes against each member of the sect. Each time they find themselves in peril, Jiang Sheng unhesitatingly puts her life on the line to protect her juniors. Yet after every escape, the credit is usurped by Yi Xian. Although Jiang Sheng is the one who sacrifices the most, she ends up being mischaracterized as a selfish villain who leads others into danger. Most infuriating to Chu Huanyan is that whenever Jiang Sheng faces punishment from the law enforcement hall, Yi Xian always emerges, feigning sympathy, tears streaming down his face as he pleads for Jiang Sheng's reprieve. Chapter 20. Enduring great suffering, yet remaining unchanged. How infuriating. Chu Huanyan struck the wooden bed with her fist, easily puncturing the sturdy surface. Fortunately, she did not invoke her spiritual energy, and the force of her blow was not excessive. Otherwise, the entire inn would have suffered. Unbeknownst to her, the sky gradually darkened, and the night luminescent stone in her room naturally illuminated, yet she remained oblivious. It was only after she turned the last page of her book that she remembered she needed to consume a medicinal pill. Otherwise, the backlash from the breaking yuan pill would strike again. The heavens seemed to have a particular vendetta against Jiang Sheng. How could he possibly reverse his fate? In Chu Huanyan's steadfast belief, every protagonist within a tale was destined to rise one day. She eagerly anticipated the moment Jiang Sheng would shatter the curse of fate, unveiling the truth to the world, compelling all who had misunderstood him in the past to repent profoundly. Fortunately, she had purchased 5 volumes in total. Otherwise, she would have missed witnessing Jiang Sheng's triumph over Yi Xian. Chu Huanyan swallowed a medicinal pill and picked up another volume to continue her reading. However, she remained unaware that even if she finished all 5 books, the day of Jiang Sheng's ascendance was not in her destiny. Before long, she found herself halfway through the new book, her brows knitted tightly, her chest heaving with indignation. Within the narrative, due to the existence of fate, Jiang Sheng could never triumph over Yi Xian. He consistently bore the weight of blame, sacrificing himself to protect his fellow disciples, only to have his achievements usurped by Yi Xian, resulting in disdain from those he sought to shield. At this juncture, Hongyan realized that her ire was no longer directed at Yi Xian or fate, but rather at those whom Jiang Sheng silently protected with his life, yet who misguidedly believed themselves justified in their disdain for him. Particularly, the few junior disciples of Jiang Sheng. Others might doubt or detest him, but they had no right to abandon him. A pack of ingrates. Jiang Sheng had sustained grave injuries numerous times to save their lives, often relinquishing precious resources to them. Without him, they would have perished countless times over. Now, as Jiang Sheng faced relentless schemes from fate, they stood indiscriminately by Yi Xian's side, inflicting pain upon their elder brother who had always cared for them. Hongyan felt an overwhelming urge to leap into the story and dispatch each of these ingrates with her sword. The more she read, the more infuriated she became, and the more she desired to read on. As the second book approached its conclusion, a certain passage caught her by surprise. Jiang Sheng's junior sister, Chu Wanghuai, suffered a crisis that damaged her sacred artifact, hindering her cultivation and leaving her despondent. During Jiang Sheng's visit to comfort her, he uttered the words, "Junior sister, focus on your recovery. I know of a sacred artifact called the Extreme Cold Star Essence that can aid you. Wait for me for half a year, and I will retrieve it for you." Today, among the images flashing through Hongyan's mind, one phrase bore a striking resemblance to Jiang Sheng's dialogue. Was it mere coincidence? Simultaneously, Hongyan found herself puzzled. How could the mortal Jiang Luoyi possibly know of a sacred artifact known as the Extreme Cold Star Essence? This question eluded her comprehension for the moment, and she resolved to set it aside. As she continued to gaze downward, a wave of irritation surged within her once more. Clearly, Jiang Sheng was genuinely concerned for Chu Wanghuai, yet she coldly retorted, "Senior brother, are you not weary? Perhaps it is time to shed the facade." A bitter smile crept upon Jiang Sheng's lips. Chu Wanghuai continued, "In truth, I have always known that your kindness towards me was merely a means to obtain the sacred artifact within me. Now that I am gravely injured, you may take the artifact at your leisure as a recompense for your past benevolence." Jiang Sheng offered no response, simply turning away and departing for the frigid lands the following day. As Chu Huanyan observed this, her teeth clenched in fury. Such an ungrateful wretch is unworthy to share my family name. Chu Wanghuai, indeed, is an apt name, for she is truly one who has forgotten all debts of gratitude. The subsequent narrative unfolded with Jiang Sheng discovering the extreme cold star nucleus and returning it to the sect, only to have his accomplishments snatched away by Yi Xian, who accused him of stealing from his junior. Consequently, Chu Wanghuai severed all ties with Jiang Sheng. Yet in the aftermath, Jiang Sheng, recalling their past bond, silently vowed to protect his junior sister. In the dead of night, Chu Huanyan closed the final tome, having completed the tale of Jiang Sheng's first life. Her heart simmered with indignation and disappointment. Jiang Sheng did not ascend as she had hoped. The truth lay buried beneath the machinations of the heavenly path. Until the very last moment of his life, he strived tirelessly to save the sect, only to be unjustly branded with grave sins and slain in the desolate mountains. The sole surprising aspect was that Jiang Sheng's master, Lu Xiangxi, mourned his death with tears, disregarding the counsel of others to insist upon burying his remains. As Jiang Sheng's mentor, Lu Xiangxi believed that all that transpired was due to her negligence in guiding him, leading the virtuous Jiang Sheng down a path of wickedness. Yet, despite her deep affection for him, the interference of the heavenly path ultimately drained this love through countless misunderstandings. Without such divine interference, would she not have stood resolutely by Jiang Sheng's side during his times of strife, refusing to turn a blind eye? Had there been no such intervention, Jiang Sheng's fellow disciples would assuredly have steadfastly supported him, willing to share in his fate. After all, they had once sincerely cherished the gentle and kind senior brother. Contemplating this, Chu Huainian felt her resentment towards Jiang Sheng's fellow disciples wane, redirecting her fury towards the heavenly path and Yixian. Indeed, they were the true culprits. Those who wronged Jiang Sheng were ultimately blinded, unwilling to witness his transformation into a villain. They too wished to see him return to the righteous path. However, the insidious nature of the heavenly path and Yixian solidified Jiang Sheng's guilt through a series of unfortunate events, depleting their goodwill towards him and forever veiling the truth from their eyes. It is both lamentable and sorrowful, for destiny has designated him as the antagonist. Despite his relentless efforts to perform acts of benevolence, he remains ensnared in the merciless shackles of fate. In his next life, how shall he reverse the course of destiny? Until now, Chu Huainian firmly believes that Jiang Sheng, as the protagonist, will undoubtedly rise again. She rises from her bed, preparing to procure the subsequent chapters of the story. Yet, she seems to have forgotten her original intent of purchasing the books solely to gain a deeper understanding of the mortal Jiang Luoyi. It is already late at night. Chu Huainian then realizes that the outside world has succumbed to darkness, and the bookselling tea house has surely closed its doors. Nevertheless, she decides to pay a visit. She is not unwilling to part with her money. Eager to uncover the unfolding plot, she ultimately leaves her room and soars towards Shaowu Town. Before entering the town, she does not forget to bow her hands towards the air, stating, "The junior approaches to purchase some books, with no intention of disturbing the esteemed senior." Having spoken, she dashes towards the tea house. Although the doors and windows of the tea house are tightly shut, her abilities allow her to effortlessly dismantle the entrance and slip inside without a sound. After retrieving several subsequent volumes, she leaves a piece of gold at the counter with a note that reads, "Payment for the books has been made." Following that, she reassembles the tea house's door, ensuring everything is in order before departing. Upon returning to her room, she consumes a pill to mitigate the side effects of the breaking yuan pill and resumes her reading. In this second life of Jiang Sheng, the entire world has seemingly reincarnated. Everything has reverted to its initial starting point. Jiang Sheng remains the orphan within the city, once again rescued by the young Lu Xiangxi into the sect. However, this time, upon encountering Lu Xiangxi, Jiang Sheng cannot help but feel his eyes welling with tears. He is haunted by the image of Lu Xiangxi weeping for him, gathering his remains after his death in his past life. He resolves that in this life, he shall not allow his master to suffer grief for him again. He will navigate around all traps, strive for excellence, and save the entire sect of over 70,000 souls. Witnessing this scene, Chu Huainian feels a sense of comfort. It turns out that Jiang Sheng has never harbored resentment towards his master, nor towards his junior brothers and sisters, nor towards those who have wronged him. Blinded by the will of destiny, he understands well that the true culprits are destiny and Yixian. He cannot bear to blame those who are inherently good, yet manipulated as mere pawns by fate. He remains that unblemished gem, the gentle and courteous senior brother, enduring tremendous hardships, yet remaining steadfast in his principles. Jiang Sheng's character is truly admirable. With great anticipation, Chu Huainian continues to read. However, she soon finds herself frowning once more, her fists clenched in frustration. In this life, before the child of destiny has even joined the sect, Jiang Sheng shows even greater care for his junior brothers and sisters. One might say he is wholeheartedly devoted to them. Their bond is stronger than in the previous life, seemingly unbreakable. Moreover, armed with the experiences of his past life, Jiang Sheng proactively helps his fellow disciples avoid numerous risks. Life within the sect is more harmonious and joyful than before. Yet, as Yixian joins the sect, all the ensuing conflicts and misunderstandings still inevitably arise. Even though Jiang Sheng has not repeated certain mistakes, the will of heaven continues to lay new traps, compelling him into a dilemma. He must either forsake the lives of his fellow disciples or be unjustly burdened with blame. However, given Jiang Sheng's character, he is destined to choose the latter. Once more, the events unfold as they did in his previous life. Despite his desperate efforts to protect his comrades, the accolades are snatched away by Yixian, leaving him to bear the weight of guilt and punishment. After a series of such incidents, the trust that others placed in Jiang Sheng gradually erodes. He He is once again forced into the role of a villain, despised by all. Cursed be the will of heaven. Cursed be Yi Xian. Chu Huanyan wishes she could leap into the pages of the book and rend Yi Xian to pieces. Yet, she understands all too well that even if she could enter that world, her desires would remain unfulfilled. After all, Yi Xian is sheltered by the will of heaven. How could she ever hope to slay him? Chapter 21. A knight's dream of old friends as the narrative unfolds. Jiang Sheng's junior sister, Chu Wanghuai, once again finds herself amidst an unexpected calamity, resulting in the deterioration of the sacred artifact within her. Jiang Sheng, in turn, embarks on another journey to the frigid lands in search of the extreme cold star essence, endeavoring to mend the sacred object for Chu Wanghuai. The events of the previous life are now replaying themselves. Earlier in the story, Jiang Sheng had already aided Chu Wanghuai in evading a crisis concerning her sacred artifact. Yet it appears that the Heavenly Dao, intent on damaging her sacred object, has inflicted upon her a second tribulation. It seems the Heavenly Dao is resolute in placing Chu Wanghuai in a dire predicament. Even if Jiang Sheng manages to shield her from this calamity, the Heavenly Dao shall still bestow upon her a third trial. Jiang Sheng ultimately cannot foresee the machinations of the Heavenly Dao, and Chu Wanghuai is destined to succumb to despair due to the damage inflicted upon her sacred artifact. The malevolent Heavenly Dao, engaging in such insidious schemes, merely seeks to enable Yi Xian to acquire the sacred artifact, thus rescuing Chu Wanghuai. Consequently, Chu Wanghuai will undoubtedly feel immense gratitude towards Yi Xian, while harboring disdain for Jiang Sheng, who stands opposed to him. Olhat, Chu Wanghuai, do you not realize that you have once again wounded the one who would brave fire and water for you? Chu Wanghuai has long forgotten her anger. Her heart is now filled solely with sorrow for Jiang Sheng. As the plot progresses, Jiang Sheng, after enduring countless hardships, successfully returns with the extreme cold star essence to the sect, yet all proclaim that he has usurped it from Yi Xian. In a bid to prove his innocence, Jiang Sheng presents the evidence he had meticulously prepared. He believed that this time, with proof in hand, he would not be wrongfully accused again. However, just as he could orchestrate a preemptive strategy, so too could the Heavenly Dao. The Heavenly Dao had already prepared counter-evidence for Yi Xian, which would validate that Jiang Sheng's claims were false and that he had, in fact, stolen Yi Xian's sacred object. The ensuing events, predictably, mirror those of the previous life. Yet, the punishment Jiang Sheng faces is far more severe than before. Not only has he taken his junior brother's sacred artifact, but he has also fabricated evidence to exonerate himself, inciting even greater disdain among the populace. Master, do you not believe in me? Jiang Sheng stands amidst the crowd that hurls insults at him, gazing towards his master, Lu Xiangxi. Lu Xiangxi offers no response, merely turning away in disappointment, her eyes tinged with red from the anger over his actions. In the previous life, the conclusion saw Lu Xiangxi weeping as she buried Jiang Sheng. Thus, in this life, his greatest concern is her perception of him. While the trust of others may not weigh heavily on him, he yearns profoundly for Lu Xiangxi's belief in him. On this day, he ultimately broke his promise. He has once again caused his master to weep. His world crumbles, engulfed in a pall of despair. Alas, as the first person Jiang Sheng encountered upon arriving in this world, Lu Xiangxi holds a uniquely significant place in his heart. The narrative has frequently suggested that Jiang Sheng's feelings for Lu Xiangxi transcend mere master-disciple affection, hinting at a deeper romantic connection. Jiang Sheng is the first disciple of Lu Xiangxi, and the duration they have spent together is the longest. How could Lu Xiangxi be oblivious to his feelings? Yet, in this world, a romantic relationship between a master and disciple is inherently against the norms of propriety. As Jiang Sheng's mentor, Lu Xiangxi is compelled to disregard such emotions. Chu Huanyan sighed as she continued to read. She has long since given up hope for Jiang Sheng's rise. Her only desire is for those he cares about to understand and cherish him, even if just a little. The book in Chu Huanyan's hands turned once more to its conclusion. Jiang Sheng's second life had come to an end. On a torrential afternoon, Lu Xiangxi, with her own hands, pierced Jiang Sheng's chest with a sword. The rain was so heavy that Jiang Sheng could only see her eyes reddened, unable to discern whether the moisture at the corners of her eyes was tears or rain. It was only when Jiang Sheng's body fell into the muddy ground with a thud that Lu Xiangxi, numb all over, completely shattered. She, who least desired to end Jiang Sheng's life, was the one to take it. Sheng, you have taken too many lives as your master. I cannot allow you to go astray any longer. I am sorry. It is my failure as a teacher. If I had cared for you more, you would not have become this way. She held Jiang Sheng's lifeless body, tears streaming down her face, her voice hoarse as she murmured the lines from the conclusion of their previous life. However, unlike before, after burying Jiang Sheng, Lu Xiangxi did not return to the sect with the others. She remained on the land where Jiang Sheng had died, weaving herself into a cocoon, living a life of seclusion cut off from the world. With a deep sigh, Chu Huanyan closed the book. The story's aftermath was profound. Her heart felt as if it were blocked by a massive stone, difficult to alleviate. It was as though she had truly followed Jiang Sheng through 2 lifetimes marked by humiliation and injustice. She sat on the edge of her bed, lost in thought for an extended period, until the backlash from her broken Yuan Dan jolted her back to reality, reminding her that she needed to consume her medicinal pills. Cough. She coughed out foul blood and hurriedly swallowed the pills to heal her injuries. Moments later, a wave of drowsiness washed over her. She dissipated her spiritual energy and unknowingly drifted into slumber. In her dreams, she once again beheld the vivid scenes that had flashed through her mind during the day. This time, the images were strikingly clear. She finally recognized the person who had called her junior sister, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Jiang Luoyi. In the dream, Jiang Luoyi was clad in white, exuding elegance and grace, standing beneath a peach blossom tree, gazing at her with gentle eyes. Junior sister, your heart is unwavering, and with the essence of heaven and earth as your companion, I believe your future achievements will surpass those of the Empress Yuexi, making you the unparalleled powerhouse in this world. However, cultivation is not merely a matter of relentless effort. Sometimes, venturing out to see the world can lead to profound insights that are worth more than months of arduous practice. This was the wise counsel of a good senior brother to his junior sister, yet the Chu Huanyan in the dream remained unappreciative. She had her own path to follow in cultivation, and no amount of persuasion would sway her. With a frosty countenance, she continued, rather than trying to reminisce here. Senior brother, it would be more prudent to check if junior sister Xiang Xue has once again engaged in a duel over a trivial disagreement, or to see whether junior brother Lanhai has once more managed to demolish the alchemy chamber during his potion-making endeavors. Jiang Luo, shaking his head in resignation, maintained a gentle smile upon his face. You are all my junior siblings. It would be unjust to show favoritism. You have been so engrossed in your cultivation that I seldom have the opportunity to converse with you. Now that I have finally encountered you, hoping for a prolonged discussion, it appears you are hastily attempting to shoo me away. She furrowed her brow and replied, Junior brother Huanyan believes that, as the senior brother of the Duxin sword sect, one should diligently cultivate and enhance their skills rather than concern themselves with the trivial matters among junior siblings. Without formidable strength, any concern shown for our juniors would be futile should they find themselves in peril. Jiang Luo, rather than becoming irate, merely smiled and said, I appreciate your guidance. Junior sister, if you accompany me to the imperial city today and we explore its splendor, I shall commit to rigorous cultivation henceforth and refrain from disturbing you in the future. Her brow knitted even tighter, yet after a moment's silence, she relented. Very well. I shall accompany you, senior brother, but I hope you will devote yourself to your training afterward and set a commendable example for the sect's disciples. The scene shifted as she arrived alongside Jiang Luo in the imperial city. The area was a riot of colors, bustling with cultivators from all corners of the realm. However, to her surprise, as soon as Jiang Luo stepped onto the street, he found himself embroiled in a dispute with a fellow cultivator, escalating to the point of inevitable confrontation. Junior sister, you must strike him, Jiang Luo shouted fervently. She retorted coolly, Senior brother, it is clear you are instigating trouble. How can you then act so unreasonable? She continued, Simply state whether you're going to fight him or not. My cultivation is inferior to yours, and should I lose, it would be our Dushin sword sect that suffers disgrace. Jiang Luoyi was being quite absurd. Despite her irritation, she resolved to assist him. In the imperial city, any engagement between cultivators must adhere to established protocols and be resolved in the designated duel arena. As she and the aggrieved cultivator made their way to the duel arena, onlookers from various sects flocked to witness the spectacle, regardless of their cultivation levels. The duel commenced swiftly. Her opponent was nearly her equal in skill, and fueled by anger from Jiang Luoyi's earlier provocations, he struck fiercely. Ultimately, however, her superior technique prevailed, and she sent him flying off the stage, claiming victory. The gathered cultivators erupted in cheers, marveling at her unexpected final blow, and several well-meaning seniors approached her to offer insights on her technique's shortcomings. This exchange proved invaluable to her. When she sought out Jiang Luoyi once more, she was taken aback to find him assisting the opponent she had just defeated, respectfully apologizing for his prior insolence, and even bestowing upon him numerous medicinal pills. At that moment, she comprehended that this entire scenario had been orchestrated by Jiang Luoyi. His intention had been to have her take to the duel arena, showcasing her strengths and weaknesses to receive guidance from the enthusiastic seniors who had gathered to watch. Master Brother, although your intentions are well-meaning, why must you resort to provoking others to compel me into a duel? Is there not another way? She felt a twinge of indignation. As the esteemed Master Brother of the Crossing Heartsword sect, he should embody grace and dignity. How could he stoop to publicly exchanging insults with fellow cultivators? It is utterly disgraceful. Given your headstrong nature, if I were to send you to the duel arena, would you comply? Jiang Luoyi remarked. Upon hearing this, her indignation dissipated like mist. Indeed, were it not for the sect's reputation at stake, no matter how persistently Jiang Luoyi urged her to duel, she would have resolutely declined. Jiang Luoyi smiled and continued, once you step onto the duel stage, it is imperative to give your all and showcase your true capabilities. Only then can you receive the comprehensive guidance from those devoted seniors. Otherwise, they would neither appreciate you nor offer their insights. Furthermore, if I were to refrain from provoking your opponent and instead politely invite him to spar with you, do you believe he would unleash his true prowess? In such a case, both of you would likely be overly considerate of each other's dignity, resulting in a lackluster exchange after just a few moves. After absorbing these words, she finally comprehended the depth of her master brother's thoughtfulness, realizing he was far from the eccentric individual she had initially perceived. Chapter 22. Chu Wanghuai turns out to be myself. Have you gleaned any insights from the guidance of your predecessors? Jiang Luoyi inquired. Chu Huanya nodded, her tone softening. Today's duel has been immensely enlightening. I have not only recognized my shortcomings but also discerned how to improve in the future. Previously, I was overly arrogant, believing my innate understanding was sufficient to surpass my contemporaries. Through this experience, I have come to realize the truth in my senior brother's words. Relentless perseverance on the path of cultivation pales in comparison to a moment of sudden enlightenment. I am grateful to my senior brother for his earnest intentions and wish to apologize for my past disrespect. Jiang Luoyi smiled dismissively. There is no need for us to keep score. Come, let us go shopping. Following this incident, the relationship between the dream version of Chu Huanyan and Jiang Luoyi grew closer. Although Chu Huanyan remained dedicated to her arduous training, she would pause her cultivation whenever Jiang Luoyi invited her out. She understood that her senior brother was concerned about her prolonged state of rigorous practice, fearing that it might lead her to a stagnation in her progress. Her daily existence within the sect transformed into one of ease and enjoyment. This harmonious period lasted for several years until the arrival of a man named Yi Xian, which heralded a new change. Yi Xian showcased astonishing combat prowess, consistently defeating opponents of higher ranks, and shone brightly during the sex election, capturing the attention of all the elders who wished to take him as their disciple. Yet, Yi Xian chose to become a disciple of Lu Hongyan, becoming a junior brother to both her and Jiang Luoyi. With Yi Xian's presence, an insurmountable rift began to form among Jiang Luoyi and her fellow junior brothers and sisters. leading to a stiffening of the previously close-knit bonds. Even Chu Huanyan found herself gradually distancing from Jiang Luoyi due to a series of bizarre misunderstandings. As events continued to unfold, she even ceased to converse with Jiang Luoyi altogether. Moreover, whenever Lin Xiangxue and Lan Hai encountered difficulties, she would mentally berate Jiang Luoyi, deeming him incompetent and unworthy. Initially, when the misunderstandings arose, Chu Huanyan was exceedingly considerate of Jiang Luoyi. She held unwavering trust in her senior brother, confident he would not engage in such actions, and firmly stood by his side, even willing to share in his punishment. Yet, trust, once eroded, diminishes with each instance. Misunderstandings, conflicts, and estrangements, when accumulated, can obliterate even the most steadfast trust. Under Yi Xian's covert instigation, she ultimately came to perceive Jiang Luoyi as the villain, beginning to suspect that his past benevolence was driven by ulterior motives. In reality, Jiang Luoyi had been wronged at every turn. Yi Xian was the true instigator behind it all. The unfolding of events was crystal clear to the Chu Huanyan beyond the dream, who understood the extent of Jiang Luoyi's sacrifices and the injustice he endured. Yet, she was merely dreaming, unable to communicate with her dream self to avert the impending tragedy. Chu Huanyan, wake up. Why, at this moment, can you doubt your senior brother but not question Yi Xian? Outside the dream, Chu Huanyan was engulfed in a tempest of fury at the sight of her dream self, who misunderstood and hurt Jiang Luoyi. Each time she witnessed this betrayal, she longed to slap herself fiercely. Junior sister, you are on the verge of a breakthrough. This Xian-level breaking pill, which I obtained from the ruins, will aid you in stabilizing your cultivation. On this day, Jiang Luoyi presented the elixir to his junior sister. Take it back. I do not wish to see you, nor do I wish to owe you anything. Yet she turned her back, her words cold and dismissive. Jiang Luoyi said nothing, merely placing the pill down and departing silently. At this juncture, the Chu Huanyan outside the dream erupted in expletives. Ungrateful wretch. How could you treat your senior brother so contemptuously? Do you not realize the lengths he went to obtain this pill, breaking countless bones in the process? When he suffered injuries for you and lay bedridden, you mocked his inadequacies, claiming he was only courting disaster. The proud Chu Huanyan within the dream, resolute in her disdain, refused Jiang Luoyi's offering, callously tossing it 100 meters away from her cultivation space, indifferent to whether he retrieved it. One day, Yi Xian arrived and, spotting the discarded pill, lamented that he was on the brink of a breakthrough but lacked the resources to procure the necessary spiritual elixirs, fearing instability in his cultivation. Hearing this, she callously gifted Jiang Luoyi's hard-won pill to Yi Xian. Chu Huanyan, how should I berate you? She lamented. You have aided this treacherous fiend who has harmed your senior brother. The dream continued, replaying countless such incidents. Exhausted from her tirades, the Chu Huanyan outside the dream felt a profound sorrow for Jiang Luoyi, wishing to end this cycle, unable to bear witnessing him tirelessly striving for her benefit, while she consistently repaid his kindness with icy, cutting words. Eventually, in a moment of peril, her dream self was compelled to consume the breaking yuan pill, resulting in a drastic depletion of her innate spiritual essence. Henceforth, she was perpetually melancholic, her disposition turning reclusive and irritable. Each time Jiang Luoyi approached with concern, she repelled him with sharp retorts, even once drawing her sword in anger, exclaiming, "Were it not for you, how could I have fallen to such a plight? Begone!" Little did she realize that during that moment of crisis, Jiang Luoyi had risked his life to save her. Without him, even if she had ingested another breaking yuan pill, survival would have been impossible. However, she was swayed by Yi Xian's deceitful words, believing that Jiang Luoyi had abandoned their fellowship and fled in secrecy. Stop. Do not continue. The Chu Huanyan outside the dream struggled, desperate to awaken from this nightmare. She was acutely aware of the impending events she wished to avoid witnessing. Yet, trapped in the quagmire of past memories, escape was not within her grasp. Indeed, the very scene she dreaded unfolded before her. Jiang Luoyi stood before her, declaring his intention to seek the extreme cold star fruit before resolutely departing the sect. In pursuit of the frigid star petal, he endured countless tribulations. Time and again, he plummeted from the perilous icy peaks, only to rise once more. As the cold nights descended, his inner vitality waned, forcing him to curl up in a cave, relying on elixirs to survive, awaiting the dawn to continue his arduous ascent. "Stop climbing," he pleaded, "for that ungrateful wretch. You are not worth it. If this continues, you shall perish." Chu Huanyan shouted at Jiang Luoyi within her dreams, yearning to grasp him and pull him down from the snow-capped summit. But her hands could not reach him. Ultimately, Jiang Luoyi discovered the frigid star petal, a gentle smile gracing his weary visage. Yet, this very smile shattered Chu Huanyan's composure outside the dream. Tears streamed down her face as she implored, "Please, do not return to the sect. They will wrong you." She sobbed to herself. Meanwhile, within the dream, Jiang Luoyi believed his junior sister was saved. He hastened back to the sect, bearing his grievous wounds. Awaiting him were Yi Xian's weeping accusations and the collective condemnation of the entire sect. Under the scheme of the heavens, the blame for seizing Yi Xian's sacred artifact and the charge of currying favor with his junior sister, Chu Huanyan, fell squarely upon him. At that moment, Elder Lu Hongyan, with her nails digging into her palms, was engulfed in sorrow and fury. Her eyes reddened as she reproached Jiang Luoyi. "Lo, your transgressions have grown increasingly egregious. Why must you act thus? Have I not shown you enough care? Have I not given you enough love? Master, do not blame him." Chu Huanyan cried out desperately from the dream's periphery. "Brother is innocent. He is innocent." Jiang Luoyi, rendered speechless, gazed at the tearful Lu Hongyan and bitterly uttered, "I am sorry. I never wished to bring you sorrow." In the end, Jiang Luoyi was confined to an ice prison. Yet, the dream was not yet over. 3 months later, he was released after serving his sentence. But his tragedy continued to unfold. Chu Huanyan witnessed it all through her tears. This dream was too vivid, as though she had lived it herself. It mirrored the first life chronicled in Jiang Luoyi's stories, with every detail intact save for the characters' names: Chu Wanghuai, Zhu Huanian, Jiang Sheng, Jiang Luoyi, Lu Xiangxi, Lu Hongyan, Yi Xian, Ye Yuan. Finally, Chu Huanyan awoke from the dream, her eyes brimming with tears. In that moment, she was utterly convinced that the scenes within the dream encapsulated all her experiences from her previous life. Yet, she remained perplexed as to why she could witness Jiang Luoyi's sacrifices for her and the sect within her dreams. It turned out that the Jiang Luoyi who penned those tales was her elder brother from her past life. It became clear that the Chu Wanghuai whom she despised was, in fact, herself. No wonder her master had waited 8 years in Misty Rain City. No wonder her master claimed she was meant to have an elder brother. It seemed her master had long known the entirety of her previous life saga. At this moment, Chu Huanyan felt her emotions reached a boiling point. She longed to rush into the town of Misty Hollow to meet the elder brother who had selflessly devoted everything to her in her past life, only to be left devastated by her actions. However, the night was still too deep. Jiang Luo was but a mortal, requiring his rest. Her sudden visit would only disturb his slumber. After all the suffering he had endured in his previous life, she dared not disrupt his peace even in the slightest in this life. Lying in bed, Chu Huanyan found her thoughts restless, images from her dreams flickering incessantly in her mind. The more she thought, the more her heart ached and the angrier she became. Why did the heavens treat him so cruelly, simply because he bore the title of a villain? All he wished was to be a righteous and kind elder brother. What fault lay within him? "Master, Lin Xiangxue, Lanhai, are you aware of how many lives we owe him? I am truly damned. How could I have harmed him so? Ah, Yi Xian, that scoundrel Yi Xian. In this life, I shall surely take your life. Even if the heavens should condemn me, I will rend you limb from limb." Her tears flowed relentlessly with time until dawn broke. Chapter 23. On another day of storytelling as the sun ascended, Chu Huanyan wiped away her tears and rose to prepare for her journey to Little Miss Town. Yet, just as she was about to exit her room, a sudden thought halted her steps. In my previous life, I inflicted deep wounds upon him. He must harbor a profound hatred for me. Should I recklessly appear before him and recount the events of our past, I would likely only incite his annoyance. Yet, I long to make amends, even if it means he pierces me with several blades or takes my life. I yearn for his forgiveness, even if but a fraction. Hongyan seated herself once more on the edge of her bed, grappling with this turmoil for a considerable time. In this lifetime, Jiang Luoyi chose not to join the Dushin sword sect, nor did he become her elder apprentice brother. He must have been so deeply wounded that he grew weary of all the people and events of his past life, thus opting to lead the life of an ordinary mortal in this incarnation. His current existence as a commoner is so harmonious and stable. If I were to forcibly reveal myself to him, I would only shatter his tranquil and beautiful life, let alone seek to rectify the mistakes of our previous existence. A frozen river is not formed in a single day, and glaciers do not melt overnight. I have unknowingly hurt him countless times in my past life, and I shall take this lifetime to slowly make amends, rather than thinking of an end through death. Since my elder brother desires nothing more than to be an ordinary mortal in this life, I shall remain here, watching over him throughout his days. When the day comes for him to depart this world, I shall follow him into the next. With this thought, she rose once more. Though she understood well that Jiang Luoyi despised her, she could not suppress her desire to see him. If they were to never meet again in this lifetime, how could she speak of making amends? She could feign ignorance of all that transpired in their past, just as she did by the riverside at the flour mill when she first laid eyes on him. Her journey to Little Miss Town was merely to visit the tea house and listen to stories, not a deliberate attempt to meet him. Yes, that is it. Hongyan crafted a narrative for herself and summoned her spiritual energy to soar into the skies. Soon, she arrived at the town. Before entering, as she had done on previous occasions, she respectfully bowed to the air, stating the purpose of her visit. Today was the day Jiang Luoyi would tell stories. He had arrived early in the streets, enjoying breakfast at a noodle shop. The patrons were rather boisterous, mostly discussing the skeletal dragon that had appeared the day before. Some claimed that an ancient treasure would soon emerge in the vicinity, while others suggested that the dragon was a means for malevolent cultivators to massacre mortals and extract their souls. There were even those who proposed the theory of an ancient dragon clan's collective resurrection. In the aftermath of the crisis, people tended to weave tales that leaned towards the bizarre. Mr. Jiang, what is your take on yesterday's events? I too wish to hear Mr. Jiang's perspective. His stories often contained such plot lines. As the conversation flowed, Jiang Luoyi was drawn into the discussion. He casually remarked, I suppose someone must have triggered a trap in a forbidden area, which led to the emergence of that skeletal dragon. So, you believe there truly exists a place around here that harbors hidden treasures? It is merely a fanciful guess. Even if treasures exist, they are beyond the grasp of mere mortals. Jiang Luo nodded in agreement. Speaking of which, Mr. Jiang, is there a joyous occasion approaching between you and Miss Yuexi? In this morning's restaurant, no one would ever complain of excessive chatter. Naturally, they were eager to discuss whatever came to mind. Jiang Luo nodded affirmatively, openly acknowledging the sentiment. In an instant, the atmosphere in the restaurant grew more animated. Really? Then everyone is eagerly anticipating your wedding feast. Have the wedding date been set yet? If not, Uncle Zhang here can consult the stars for a propitious date. I often listen to your storytelling, and I won't charge you a dime. That would be most kind of you, Uncle Zhang, Jiang Luo replied with a smile. How much do you intend to offer as a betrothal gift? An elder lady inquired. Is there really a need for a betrothal gift? Mr. Jiang and Miss Yuexi are both unaccompanied. Once they marry, everything they possess will belong to one another. Someone chuckled. That cannot be. There should be some customs to uphold. What if Miss Yuexi desires a show of respect? This matter should not be taken lightly, someone opposed. In that moment, the discussion became more serious than their own weddings. After all, Jiang Luo had grown up before their eyes, and as elders, they naturally wished to show extra concern in such matters. Aunt Sun, what is the tradition regarding betrothal gifts in our town? Jiang Luo asked the plump woman beside him. In our town, betrothal gifts are categorized into 3 tiers. The third tier is 5 coins and 2 geese. The second tier is 10 silver coins and 1 fowl. While the first tier consists of 1 gold piece and 1 red jade, Aunt Sun explained. Upon hearing this, Jiang Luoyi began to calculate his savings accumulated over the past 8 years, only to realize that his total savings were insufficient to cover the first-tier betrothal gift. The so-called 1 gold piece and 1 red jade refers to a piece of gold jewelry and a block of red jade. The price of gold jewelry in Yuexi is not exorbitantly high, so Jiang Luoyi could easily procure that. However, the red jade was exceedingly expensive. Its worth equivalent to a decade's worth of his income. In my opinion, Mr. Jiang could simply offer the 5 coins and 2 geese. The betrothal gift is merely a formality, and what truly matters is that the young couple can lead a good life together, Aunt Sun reiterated. Jiang Luoyi expressed his gratitude with a smile, yet in his heart he aspired to present Yuexi with 1 gold piece and 1 red jade. At that moment, Uncle Zhang folded his divination paper and spoke again. I have completed your reading. The 7th of next month is an auspicious day, but your fate is incompatible with 7. So you should avoid 7 and select 9 instead. The characters in your name align to form 10. Thus, your wedding should take place on the 9th of next month, ensuring a perfect union. Jiang Luoyi, of course, did not believe in the divination of a mere mortal. Yet he felt a warmth in his heart at the old man's sincere intentions. If he were to wed Yuexi on the 9th of next month, he would need to earn enough to purchase a block of red jade within the month. This task was not insurmountable for him, as he possessed the experience of 3,000 years across 6 lifetimes, and he was well aware of the valuable resources surrounding Yuexi. After the meal, Jiang Luoyi proceeded to the tea house, as usual. Upon his entrance, the owner of the tea house excitedly embraced him. Luoyi, you are truly my great benefactor. He was taken aback and quickly pushed the owner away, inquiring about what had transpired. The tea house proprietor retrieved a piece of gold from his pocket, exclaiming, "Last night, someone entered our establishment and purchased a few of your books with this substantial gold piece." Jiang Luoyi was taken aback, pondering who could possibly possess such wealth. The books in the small town held little value, typically priced at merely 10 copper coins each, while his own books were even cheaper than most. Who knows? The proprietor continued. The individual left only this. He presented a slip of paper inscribed with the words "Payment for the books has been made." Jiang Luoyi furrowed her brow upon seeing those 4 characters. The handwriting bore a striking resemblance to that of Hongyan. What could she possibly want by visiting to buy his books? Surely, it was that mischievous heavenly path orchestrating yet another entanglement from his past life. As per usual, when it comes to book payments, we shall split the proceeds evenly, the proprietor declared, producing a dozen small gold ingots and placing them into Jiang Luoyi's hands. She didn't bother to count her share. In truth, the proprietor could have easily pocketed such a large sum of gold. Yet he chose to be forthright and share it equally. With the number of listeners in the tea house steadily increasing, Jiang Luoyi began recounting the story of the day. However, just as he delved into the narrative, an unexpected commotion arose among the audience. Look, isn't that the Qingyi fairy from yesterday? She seems to be heading this way. Could it be that she has come to listen to a story? The crowd murmured in astonishment. Surely, someone of her stature, well-versed in the ways of the world, would not be interested in the tales of cultivation found on these pages. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Hongyan approached the entrance of the tea house. The proprietor hurried outside to welcome her, inquiring, "Fairy, what an honor. What brings you here?" Hongyan replied, "I merely wish to listen to a story. There is no need for you to fuss over me. Carry on with your affairs." Her presence illuminated the modest establishment, making it impossible for the proprietor to treat her with indifference. He turned and called into the tea house to see, "Quickly bring out my peachwood chair. Ensure the fairy has a proper seat. Fairy, please be my guest." Hongyan, observing the proprietor's obsequiousness, sighed in resignation as she made her way inside. She had intended to quietly listen at the entrance and had expressly instructed them not to make a fuss over her. Yet, her identity as a cultivator caused quite the spectacle. Due to the considerable crowd, her seat was ultimately arranged beside Jiang Luoyi. After taking her place, she turned to him and softly said, "I hope my presence does not disturb you, sir." Internally, Jiang Luoyi scoffed at the heavenly path's meddling. Yet he maintained a beaming smile as he responded, "Not at all. As the proprietor has stated, It is indeed an honor to have the fairy gracing us with her presence. Chu Huanyan offered no further reply, allowing Jiang Luoyi to continue his storytelling. Just as he became engrossed in his tale, Su Yuexi arrived outside the tea house. She had come later than usual, delayed by a few customers purchasing pastries. The arrival of Chu Huanyan had caused the throng at the entrance to swell rapidly, leaving no room for Su Yuexi to enter. She found herself standing on the outskirts, but her figure quickly caught the attention of those around her. Hey, don't push. Can't you see Lady Jiang is still standing outside? Lady Jiang? Oh, it's actually Miss Yuexi. Clear the way, everyone, for Madame Jiang. The news in the small town spreads with remarkable swiftness. The townsfolk are already well aware of the affair between Su Yuexi and Jiang Luoyi, and their words are tinged with a playful teasing. Su Yuexi has no objection to the title of Madame Jiang. After all, she and Jiang Luoyi are destined to wed, and such a title is inevitable. However, her expressionless demeanor leaves the crowd feeling somewhat bored. A typical young woman, upon encountering such a title before marriage, would at least blush or exhibit some shyness. As the crowd parts for her, she coldly utters a word of thanks and enters the tea house. The townsfolk have grown accustomed to her disposition and hold no ill feelings toward her. At that moment, Jiang Luoyi on the stage finally notices her. He immediately waves her over, and the patrons of the tea house once more part to allow her passage, leading her directly to his side. Just as before, Jiang Luoyi pulls Su Yuexi to his seat while he remains standing to continue his storytelling. Chapter 24. The little Pishio in the forest. Chu Huanyan observed Su Yuexi, who had just taken her seat, with a sense of contemplation. This young lady, though of unremarkable appearance and afflicted by facial paralysis since childhood, exhibited a cold demeanor towards others, seemingly possessing numerous flaws. Yet, she had managed to capture the affection of her senior brother, becoming his betrothed. One wonders how their master would react upon learning of this situation. In a past life, her senior brother had been a figure of extraordinary charm, attracting the hearts of many beautiful women. However, due to his profound devotion to their master and his concern for her reputation, he remained unmarried until the end of his days, never daring to express his feelings. Now, having ceased to be his master's disciple, he was to wed a woman so ordinary. Chu Huanyan shook her head, dispelling such thoughts. Regardless of whom her senior brother chose to marry, it was ultimately his decision, deserving of her respect and support. Despite her many shortcomings, as long as Yuexi treated her senior brother well, she would ensure her lifelong safety. With the cultivation level of an emperor, Su Yuexi remained blissfully unaware that she was being sheltered by a cultivator at the initial stage of the spiritual sea realm. Today, Jiang Luoyi's storytelling featured the protagonist Jiang Sheng, who, after being stripped of his cultivation and expelled from his sect, chose to live in obscurity in the Imperial West region, in search of a sacred artifact to restore his meridians. The narrative was captivating, provoking much discussion among the listeners. Unexpectedly, upon entering the Imperial West region, Jiang Sheng encountered the holy maiden of the shadowy sect, who was under the influence of seductive poison. What was even more astonishing was that this holy maiden wasted no time in disrobing Jiang Sheng. Had it not been for the presence of a wanqing pill in his storage ring, which could temporarily restore her clarity of mind, Jiang Sheng would undoubtedly have found himself at her mercy. In my opinion, Jiang Sheng should not have brought out the wanqing pill. Would it not have been more pleasurable to offer himself to the holy maiden? After all, she was the one making advances. Who could refuse such a beautiful woman? I disagree with Jiang Sheng's actions this time. You are all too foolish. The allure of temptation is perilous. Had Jiang Sheng not fed the wanqing pill to the holy maiden, he would have surely met his demise. Indeed, the holy maiden of the shadowy sect is not one to show mercy. Her first act upon regaining consciousness would be to eliminate Jiang Sheng, as only then could she preserve her reputation. As the fervent discussion among the crowd continued, noon arrived unnoticed. Although everyone felt a lingering desire for more, the necessity of sustenance beckoned. One by one, they began to depart, and Chu Huanyan rose as well. Mr. Zhang's story was truly splendid. I shall come again, she remarked lightly, placing a gold piece on the table. Jiang Luo beamed and clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you for your generous reward, fairy. Chu Huanyan said no more and left the tea house directly. She had wished to engage him further in conversation, but feared that excessive words might lead to annoyance. Jiang Luoyi, on the other hand, remained indifferent to her actions. In his eyes, whatever Chu Huanyan did was merely the guidance of the Heavenly Dao. Ultimately, the Heavenly Dao had but one goal: to transform him into a villain. In a certain sense, what he received was not the gold from Chu Huanyan, but rather the remuneration that fate owed him for his role as the antagonist. Jiang Luoyi, upon grasping the gold and stone on the table, called out to the proprietor, "The reward will be split 70-30. The shopkeeper, once again filled with excitement, leaped up and shouted towards the kitchen, "Quickly prepare several meat dishes for Mr. Jiang and Mrs. Jiang." The meals were soon served, and for the two of them, 6 dishes and a soup were indeed a luxury. Jiang Luoyi certainly did not mind the abundance. If they could not finish, he would simply take the leftovers. After savoring a few bites, he turned to Yuexi and inquired, "Old Zhang has calculated it for us. The auspicious day for our wedding is the 9th of next month. What do you think?" "I shall follow your lead," Yuexi replied. "Then it is settled for the 9th of next month. I heard from Aunt Sun that you are preparing the betrothal gifts?" "Yes. Is the money sufficient?" "Huh?" Jiang Luoyi was taken aback. "Is the money for the betrothal gifts enough? If not, you can use mine." As Yuexi spoke, she produced a small white pouch containing all her earnings from the past 8 years. Jiang Luoyi, upon seeing this, felt both amused and warmed. Thinking she was adorably naive. It would be hard to find a girl like her throughout the realm. "Rest assured, I have plenty of money," Jiang Luoyi said, returning the pouch to her. "Besides, didn't that fairy just reward me with a piece of gold?" Yuexi had indeed noticed the tip given by Chu Huanyan. Yet she understood well that the betrothal gift Jiang Luoyi intended to present her would likely be a gold piece and a red jade. While the gold bestowed by Chu Huanyan was precious, it could not compare to a piece of red jade. She attempted to return the pouch to Jiang Luoyi once more, but he stopped her. "You must heed my wishes in this matter." "All right," Yuexi acquiesced, reclaiming the pouch. In the afternoon, the audience once again crowded into the tea house. Chu Huanyan naturally arrived as well. Yet this time, she chose a secluded corner, quietly sipping her tea rather than sitting beside Jiang Luoyi in the conspicuous spot. Everyone was eager to hear the tale of Jiang Sheng finding the sacred artifact, restoring his cultivation, and reuniting with the saintess of the Shadow Gate. Jiang Luoyi did not disappoint them, advancing the story to a small climax throughout the afternoon. However, as dusk approached, the gripping narrative had to be brought to an untimely end. Some impassioned listeners, upon leaving, conferred upon Jiang Luoyi the title of chapter-cutting dog. Chu Huanyan departed silently, having not exchanged a single word with Jiang Luoyi, maintaining a distance that was unlikely to provoke disdain. Cough. On her way back to Misty Rain City, Chu Huanyan once again coughed up blood due to forgetting to take her medicine. Gazing at the murky blood pooled in her palm, her expression grew increasingly frigid. Reflecting now, it seemed that the reason I stumbled upon that leather blueprint and brought Lan Hai here to seek the ruins, ultimately resulting in the damage to my spirit source, was all merely a design of fate. Did fate wish for me to despair, to have Yi Xian rescue me, to compel me to feel gratitude towards Yi Xian? I shall not comply. Even in the absence of the celestial energies, and regardless of the stagnation in my cultivation, I shall never acquiesce to the whims of fate. In the ensuing 2 days, Jiang Luoyi found respite. Yet, instead of indulging in fishing and chess with the old town mayor, he departed from the quaint misty town, journeying to a secluded mountain 200 miles away. As he took his leave, Yuexi discreetly imparted a trace of spiritual energy upon him, a precaution against impending peril. I recall being near this vicinity, yet why can I not locate it? In the heart of the dense forest, beside a tranquil pool, Jiang Luoyi furrowed his brow, sifting through stones. In his 3rd incarnation, he had discovered a piece of obsidian gold here, its worth sufficient to ensure a lifetime of comfort for 7 ordinary souls. However, despite his fervent search, the coveted stone eluded him. Could it be the wrong timing? Jiang Luoyi rummaged through his memories, then shook his head in disbelief. That cannot be. It was indeed the 8th year of my rebirth in the 7th month, which aligns closely with the present time. Surely, it remains nearby. After an hour of exhaustive searching yielded no results, he succumbed to fatigue and leaned against a tree for rest. As his energy waned, hunger gnawed at him. This remote mountain offered no wild fruits, yet fortunately, Yuexi had provided him with pastries prior to his departure from the town. The sum of my current finances scarcely suffices to purchase a piece of red jade. If I cannot locate the obsidian gold, relying solely on storytelling to earn a living will surely prevent me from acquiring both a gold and a red within a month. Should my search prove fruitless, I shall have no choice but to venture further to Hongyan Mountain, where I recall a valley that conceals several pieces of purple gold jade. Though purple gold is not as precious as obsidian gold, its value surpasses that of red jade several-fold. As he leisurely savored his pastries, contemplating his next steps, a faint sound echoed from the thicket. Chirp, chirp, chirp. It resembled the call of a small creature. Initially indifferent, Jiang Luoyi was startled into action when a pink orb of light snatched the pastry from his grasp just as he was about to take a bite. What on earth? Whirling around, he beheld a diminutive pink creature perched upon a rock, devouring the very pastry that had been stolen from him. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Cautiously, Jiang Luoyi approached, striving to discern the entirety of the creature's form. A juvenile Pishio. Jiang Luoyi was rendered utterly astounded. Such a spiritual beast ought to dwell solely within the divine forest. How could it have ventured to the spiritually barren south wilderness? In that fleeting moment of astonishment, the young pink Pishio had already finished the pastry. It stood atop the stone, licking its paws, its large eyes fixated on the package containing more pastries at Jiang Luoyi's waist. Observing this, he unwrapped the package and tossed a piece of pastry toward it. The little pink Pishio pounced eagerly, its tiny mouth working furiously. Although the reason for its presence remains a mystery, it is evident that in my quest for the piece of obsidian gold, it has likely been consumed by this creature. Jiang Luo let out a sigh. The Pishio, a legendary beast, is innately drawn to treasures, and it is only upon its death that it regurgitates all the precious items it has devoured throughout its life. Thus, if Jiang Luo wishes to retrieve the obsidian gold at this moment, he must slay this little Pishio. However, as a mere mortal, he lacks the capability to vanquish even a juvenile form of such a creature. In fact, he should consider himself fortunate that this young Pishio possesses a gentle disposition and refrains from causing harm. Otherwise, a mere bump from it could result in a gaping hole in his body. Yet, something perplexed him. Observing the little Pishio nibbling on pastries, Jiang Luo furrowed his brow. Is this creature not supposed to feast solely on treasures? Why then does it have a penchant for human pastries? Confounded, he absent-mindedly popped a piece of pastry into his mouth. Soon enough, the little Pishio finished its treat and stared at him with eager eyes. It appeared rather polite now. Unlike before, it did not attempt to snatch the food from him. After consuming several pieces of glutinous rice cake and feeling considerably satisfied, he decided to share the remaining pastries with the little Pishio. The creature chirped joyfully, its tiny round tail wagging incessantly behind it. You've devoured my offering. Jiang Luo sighed, rising to depart. The object he sought had already been consumed by this little rascal, and lingering here would only squander his time. He intended to journey further to Hongyan Mountain in search of the buried purple gold jade within the valley. This was also why he had given all his pastries to the little Pishio. If he continued carrying them, it would undoubtedly follow him, and upon discovering the purple gold jade, it would snatch it away and consume it. Chapter 25. Is the spiritual energy of the southern wilderness region on the verge of resurgence? After Jiang Luoyi departed, the little Pishio remained in place, joyfully indulging in the pastries. It had never tasted such pure life essence. Everything it had previously consumed paled in comparison to these delectable morsels. The perplexing question that lingered in Jiang Luoyi's mind had a rather straightforward answer. The pastries brought by Yuexi were imbued with the life essence of an imperial realm expert. Otherwise, how could a Pishio, a spirit beast that exclusively feasts on treasures, be tempted to consume glutinous rice dough? Once the little Pishio finished the last piece of rice cake, savoring the lingering flavors, it began to search for the human who had provided it with such delightful treats. hoping to follow them to more delicacies. However, by this time, Jiang Luoyi had already descended the mountain, riding swiftly toward Qingyan Mountain. Nonetheless, being a spirit beast, the little Pixiu remembered Jiang Luoyi's scent and began to trace it diligently. As dusk approached, Jiang Luoyi finally arrived at Qingyan Mountain. He needed to act swiftly, otherwise, darkness would descend, likely bringing forth ferocious beasts. Tying his horse to a tree, he sprinted toward the valley below. Yet, oftentimes, the more one frets about a danger, the more it materializes. Roar! Just as he neared the valley, a tiger's roar echoed nearby. Curse luck! He immediately climbed a tree. While tigers are known to scale trees, they typically do not glance up without cause. As long as he remained unseen, Jiang Luoyi would be safe. Growl! At that moment, a bear's roar erupted. Perched on the tree, Jiang Luoyi peered into the thicket 30 meters away, where a majestic tiger was entangled in a fierce struggle with a hefty black bear. The roars of both creatures sent birds scattering from the trees, and their violent clash unfolded with breathtaking speed. Bang! It was only when the tiger collided with a large tree, producing a resounding crash, that Jiang Luoyi realized these beasts were anything but ordinary. Bang! Moments later, the tiger slammed the bear against the tree again. With each impact, the tree began to splinter, eventually toppling to the ground. What could have empowered these wild beasts to exhibit such formidable strength? Jiang Luoyi was bewildered. Typically, tigers and bears do not possess such power. Roar! Suddenly, the tiger let out a ferocious roar, its tail flashing with a white light as it struck the bear squarely on the face. Bang! The bear was flung 2 meters away. One of its eyes burst, blood splattering across its visage. Realizing the disparity in strength, the bear let out a pained cry and fled rapidly. However, the tiger did not pursue. It lay panting on the ground, seemingly exhausted from the exertion of that single blow. This tiger was capable of utilizing spiritual energy. The sight left Jiang Luoyi utterly astonished. In the southern wilderness region, even highly intelligent beings, such as humans, struggled to perceive spiritual energy. How could beasts possibly cultivate it? If only this tiger possessed such abilities. One could attribute it to the unexpected. Yet, it was evident that the black bear was extraordinary as well, having survived a strike imbued with spiritual energy. The formidable defensive capabilities of this creature clearly surpassed those of ordinary beasts. Could it be that a peculiar transformation has occurred in the southern wilderness, leading to a widespread resurgence of spiritual energy? Jiang Luoyi could only conceive of this explanation. However, all the spiritual energy in the southern wilderness was depleted during the cataclysmic dragon and phoenix war 100 millennia ago. Where could it possibly be found now? The dragon and phoenix war. Could this matter be connected to the remnants of the dragon clan? He still recalled that within the dragon clan's ruins, there lay sealed an immensely potent spiritual vein. Yet, that vein was a fortuitous opportunity designated by the Heavenly Dao for Yuexi, destined to be absorbed by him in every reincarnation. This time, however, circumstances have deviated significantly. Not only was it unclear who had activated the dragon clan's ruins, but even the skeletal dragon that was meant to be Yi Xian's mount had been slain. If the person who activated the ruins did not absorb that spiritual vein, it could indeed lead to a partial resurgence of spiritual energy in the southern wilderness. As it turned out, Chu Huanyan and Lan Hai, after opening the ruins, had been solely preoccupied with their escape, neglecting to return for further investigation. This indicated that, thus far, all treasures within the Dragon Clan's ruins remained untouched beneath the abyss. The sealed spiritual vein, over time, began to seep from the entrance of the ruins, gradually returning to the world, ultimately giving rise to the signs of spiritual energy resurgence in the southern wilderness. Once the spiritual energy revives, cultivators from all corners of the continent will inevitably flock to this area to uncover the reasons, plunging the entire southern wilderness into chaos. My tranquil little life is likely to be shattered as well. With this thought, Jiang Luoyi could not help but feel a surge of anger. Damn Heavenly Dao. Would you rather let the Son of Heaven lose great opportunities than allow me some peace? Just as he prepared to vent his frustration, a familiar sound suddenly emerged beside him. He looked down to find that the pink little Pichio had somehow perched on his lap, wagging its round tail and acting adorably. This little creature had followed him all the way, drawn by his scent. Shoo! Don't make a sound. Jiang Luoyi hastily scooped it up, using a finger to silence its mouth. Below them was a tiger that had just begun its path of cultivation. If it were to discover them, danger would surely ensue. How ironic that what one fears most comes to pass. When Jiang Luoyi glanced back at the tiger, he found it glaring intently in their direction, growling incessantly. You little rascal, you devour my delicacies, yet still endanger me. Jiang Luoyi, in frustration, flicked the little Pichio on its rear. However, such a gesture was merely akin to a tickle for a spiritual beast. As the tiger inched closer, Jiang Luoyi sighed, devoid of any thought of escape. How could a mere mortal outrun a tiger imbued with spiritual energy? Yet, having lived through 6 lifetimes spanning 3,000 years, he faced death without trepidation. Still, the notion of being devoured by a tiger felt utterly humiliating. Hey, you, go take care of it. Jiang Luoyi tapped the little Pichio's head, pointing at the fierce tiger below, attempting to issue a command. In its juvenile stage, the Pichio exhibited little inclination for aggression, and it was uncertain whether it could comprehend human speech. Nonetheless, Jiang Luoyi had no alternative at this moment. The crisis had been instigated by this small creature, and it seemed only fair to expect it to remedy the situation, did it not? Gigi? The little Pichio tilted its head, wide-eyed, utterly oblivious to Jiang Luoyi's intentions. Observing this, Jiang Luoyi resignedly rubbed his forehead, relinquishing any hope. Alas, I suppose I shall await my fate. The fierce tiger had already arrived beneath the tree, brimming with hostility towards any intruder in its territory, and naturally, it would not spare Jiang Luoyi. Roar! The tiger bellowed, suddenly leaping towards the tree. Startled by the sudden, piercing roar, the Pichio in Jiang Luoyi's palm trembled. Gigi! It was evident that the little creature, frightened, had become quite displeased. It leaped from Jiang Luoyi's hand and directly collided with the forehead of the climbing tiger. With a thud, the tiger's robust body crashed to the ground, flailing its limbs and emitting a few pained cries before succumbing to unconsciousness. Witnessing this, Jiang Luoyi promptly descended from the tree. He was acutely aware that a juvenile Pichio would not be capable of slaying the tiger. At most, it could only render it unconscious, and he needed to escape swiftly. Little Pichio, follow me, Jiang Luoyi called out behind him, and this time the little creature seemed to understand. It scampered up to his shoulder in the blink of an eye. Regardless, you saved my life. When I find the purple gold gemstones, I shall take only one for myself. The rest will be yours, Jiang Luoyi said, patting its head. Gigi, the little one chirped joyfully, though it was uncertain whether it truly understood. Before long, Jiang Luoyi arrived at the location from his previous life's memories. But before he could search for the purple gold gemstones, the Pichio on his shoulder darted ahead. It charged headfirst into a massive boulder, shattering it, and instantly, a multitude of purple gold gemstones spilled forth. Jiang Luoyi rushed forward, unwrapping the package that had previously contained pastries, and gathered all the purple gold gemstones. Gigi! Gigi! The little Pichio, seeing its treasures being taken, incessantly scratched at his shoes, urging him to hasten and relinquish the goods. We had an agreement. I shall take only one. The rest are yours. Jiang Luoyi lifted the Pichio and placed it into the bag brimming with purple gold gemstones, where the little creature began feasting joyously. System, come forth. Jiang Luoyi called within his mind. Please refrain from addressing the system as Tunzi. It does not appreciate that designation. The system's voice responded. Very well, Tunzi. May I still utilize the system space? Certainly. However, I must insist you refrain from that appellation. Understood. Tunzi, please store this purple gold gemstone in the system space. As you command. Please hold on. Okay. Tunzi, you may cease your chatter now. Upon concluding this, Jiang Luoyi disregarded the system and began retracing his steps with haste. The reason he wished to store one purple gold gemstone in the system space was to prevent the little Pichio from consuming it. Moreover, he carefully secured all the purple gold jade, solely to ensure that the little Pichio would accompany him, thus guaranteeing his safe return from the mountains. After a considerable passage of time, twilight descended. Jiang Luoyi finally departed from Hongyan Mountain. He retrieved the little Pichio from his bundle and emptied the remaining purple gold jade onto the ground. Although the beasts of Hongyan Mountain possessed some cultivation abilities, they were mere ants to him. They bid farewell, hoping for the Pichio's flourishing growth. He gently patted the little Pichio, which was diligently enjoying its meal, and retrieved a pill and a pearl from his system space, placing them upon the earth. These were the City Destruction Pearl and the Law Resistance Pill previously bestowed upon him by the system. As a mere mortal, he had no use for them. Yet for a spiritual beast like the Pichio, they were undoubtedly potent elixirs. The City Destruction Pearl could devastate cities miles away, while the Law Resistance Pill granted immunity against certain encroachments of the laws. Each item was a treasure in the eyes of cultivators. Jiang Luoyi spoke no further, mounting his steed and departing the scene. The little Pichio sniffed the Law Resistance Pill he had left behind, excitedly wagging its tiny tail once more. At that moment, it etched Jiang Luoyi's scent into its memory with greater intensity, utterly convinced that as long as it followed this human, there would be an abundance of delectable treats awaiting it. Chapter 26. The bed of the four supreme clan leaders the night had grown late. Jiang Luoyi, unable to return to Xiaowu town, sought refuge in a nearby inn for the night. While dining at the inn, he overheard some patrons discussing the resurgence of spiritual energy. Have you heard? The dog from the fourth family seems to have become sentient. It bit through an iron chain as thick as an arm in one bite. That's nothing. The cat from the village chief's house is even more outrageous. It leaped 5 stories high and even caught a fish taller than a person from the lake. There have been too many strange occurrences lately. Even the ailing third daughter of the old Sun family broke through a door with a single punch this morning. I heard from old Lu at the village entrance that this is a sign of the spiritual energy revival. Does that mean we can cultivate in the future? Don't be ridiculous. Whether one can cultivate is determined at birth. Indeed, the resurgence of spiritual energy will only bring forth those who already possess the aptitude for cultivation. Jiang Luoyi could hardly fathom that so many changes had transpired outside during the mere day he spent in the mountains. He wondered about Xiaowu town. Perhaps some had already discovered their ability to cultivate. Yet, he cared little for others, focusing solely on Su Yuexi. If she were to gain the ability to cultivate, would she still wish to marry him? Miles away from Yinyu City, high above the abyss concealing the remnants of the Dragon Clan, Su Yuexi gazed down at the ethereal mist below. Since the dragon and phoenix war 100,000 years ago, the spiritual energy in the southern wilderness had been sealed by 3 dragons and 4 phoenixes, dispersing into 7 spiritual veins hidden within various relics. Beneath this abyss, one of the 7 sealed spiritual veins lay concealed. Now that the gates of the relic had been breached, the spiritual vein had broken free from its constraints, nourishing the myriad beings of the southern wilderness. However, before it could fully return to the world, it would undoubtedly attract formidable cultivators from across the realm vying for it. Should I seal it once more, or allow it to slowly return to the world? To cultivators everywhere, this spiritual vein is undoubtedly a treasure of sacred caliber. Yet for someone of Su Yuexi's imperial realm, absorbing the vein would hardly advance her cultivation. What she truly required was enlightenment and comprehension of the principles. If I were to seal it, countless beings in the southern wilderness would be deprived of their paths to cultivation. Yet if I were to neglect it, this land would be engulfed in strife, and Jiang Luoyi's life would never regain its tranquility. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Su Yuexi's fingertips moved delicately, and a surge of magnificent spiritual energy erupted around her, infused with a terrifying silver-hued stellar essence. As she gathered her energy, the spiritual vein beneath the abyss surged wildly towards the outside world, seemingly terrified of being sealed once more. I do not wish to harm you, yet your existence will disrupt his life. Zzz. At the moment Su Yuexi made her move, a peculiar aura imbued with curses materialized out of thin air, rapidly devouring the spiritual essence she had gathered at her fingertips. The principle of devouring? This aura was akin to the one that had previously consumed her formation. It appears that the Heavenly Dao has intervened, disallowing Su Yuexi from sealing this spiritual vein. It insists on encroaching further, Yuexi summoned the same principles to collide with it, resulting in a mutual cancellation of forces. Previously, she had allowed the Heavenly Dao to have its way by dismantling the array above Xiaowu Town, yet now it persistently meddled in her actions, inciting her considerable displeasure. Should it not retreat, it would be wise not to blame her for severing ties. With the Heavenly Dao unwilling to relent, she resolved to abandon the confrontation, instead channeling all the starry spiritual energy to surge towards the heavens. In an instant, her imperial seal enveloped the entire world. This foreshadowed her impending world-altering endeavor. The repeated disruptions to Jiang Luoyi's tranquil existence by the Heavenly Dao had undeniably crossed her threshold. Should the Heavenly Dao persist in its obstinacy, she would indeed be compelled to take decisive action. Ultimately, she could always start new. The moment her imperial seal manifested, the consuming principle opposing her vanished. The Heavenly Dao faltered. Observing this, Yuexi retracted her imperial seal that had encompassed the globe. However, her actions had already been witnessed by countless cultivators throughout the realm. All could sense that this unparalleled empress was poised to enact some significant change upon the world. With the Heavenly Dao ceasing its interference, the spiritual vein beneath the abyss struggled helplessly, transforming into a colossal dragon that prostrated before Yuexi, imploring her to spare it for being cast back into the forsaken ruins. Everyone knew that the Empress was known for her compassion. After a moment of internal conflict, Yuexi ultimately chose to dissolve the seal, coalescing at her fingertips. Yet, she would not abandon this spiritual vein entirely. With a mere flick of her wrist, she extracted a portion of the starry, spiritual energy, manifesting it into a palm-sized kitten. Infusing it with this essence, she declared, from this moment forth, "You shall no longer release spiritual energy. You will live as an ordinary house cat. I shall take you away from here to experience a mortal life." Meow. The silver-hued kitten promptly nodded obediently. Yuexi lingered no longer. With a swift movement, she returned to Xiaowu Town, located thousands of miles away. Meanwhile, countless cultivators across the realm gazed skyward, speculating on the sudden release of the imperial seal by the Empress. The foremost powers from various factions hastened toward the imperial city, eager to uncover the reason behind this occurrence. In the Eastern Empire, the master of the Zixiao Holy Palace. In the Northern Empire, the sect leader of the Duxin Sword Sect. In the Western Empire, the leader of the Yuying Minghun Sect. And in the Southern Empire, the peak master of the Qiyang Lingshu Peak. These four represented the mightiest beneath the imperial realm, and they were the first to arrive above the imperial city. The Empress's unexpected release of the imperial seal tonight. Could it be that the seal within the forbidden grounds has loosened? The master of Zixiao Palace, garbed in purple and gold, was the first to voice his concerns. "In my view, the situation is far more dire than we have anticipated," remarked the elegantly attired leader of the Minghun sect. Shrouded in black, "I concur with the leader of the Yuying sect. If the seal of the forbidden grounds has weakened, the Empress alone could withstand foreign threats for half a year, thus negating the need to resort to such a momentous measure as the imperial seal." The leader of the Duxin Sword sect, Lu Jianxing, spoke. However, the imperial seal had only appeared for a fleeting moment. The Empress must have resolved that troublesome matter. The master of Lingshu Peak also shared his perspective. The four were only exchanging a few words when a silver figure swiftly approached. Upon closer inspection, it was a striking woman clad in silver armor, wielding a silver spear. "Why have the four esteemed seniors come here?" the silver-armored woman inquired. "Missing, did you not witness the recent celestial phenomenon?" "Celestial phenomenon?" Jingzhu replied, somewhat perplexed. "I have been guarding the seal in the forbidden area and am unaware of what has transpired outside." "You were in the forbidden area? How did you not see the Empress release the imperial seal?" "Could it be that the Empress was not within the forbidden area? The imperial seal?" Jingzhu exclaimed in astonishment. "To speak candidly, the Empress departed from the forbidden area 8 years ago and has been missing since. Before leaving, she entrusted me with leading the army to guard the forbidden area." "What? The Empress has not been in the forbidden area for 8 years. Missing, as the deputy commander of the Imperial City Army, how could you not inform the world of such a significant matter?" Jingzhu lowered her head slightly and murmured, distressed. The Empress instructed me not to disclose this. Moreover, I believe she would return swiftly. Deputy Commander Yin, do you not realize that without the Empress to suppress it, should the seal of the forbidden area suddenly shatter, you would become the great sinner who endangers the world? The master of the underworld sect exclaimed, his fingers trembling in agitation. You were once wise, yet how could you err so gravely in this matter? The master of Lingshu Peak exclaimed, equally frustrated. Faced with the reprimands of her elders, Yin Jingzhu could only bow her head in silence. When she initially agreed to the Empress's request, she thought the Empress merely sought a respite from boredom. She never anticipated that the Empress would remain absent for 8 long years. At this juncture, further words would be futile. It would be more prudent for us to return and mobilize disciples from various sects to seek the whereabouts of the Empress, Lu Jinxing suggested. Seek? How shall we search? Master Zixiao sighed. With the Empress's power, as long as she does not choose to reveal herself, no one in this realm could possibly locate her. Esteemed Signor, do not fret. There exists no being in this world capable of threatening the Empress. Her sudden release of the imperial seal may signify a profound enlightenment in her path. Rather than an encounter with a dire situation, Yin Jingzhu asserted. While that reasoning holds merit, what shall we do about the seal of the forbidden area? I propose that we 4 temporarily guard the forbidden area until the Empress returns, after which we shall each return to our respective sections. That is indeed a feasible course of action. However, I must state this up front. During our time guarding the forbidden area, should any conflicts arise among the disciples of the 4 sects, the elders of the sects shall not intervene. Seeing the leaders of the 4 sects in such deliberation, Yin Jingzhu smiled and said, since the forbidden area is being overseen by 4 esteemed seniors, it seems somewhat superfluous for me to remain there. Instead, I shall venture forth to seek the Empress. Perhaps fortune will favor me and I shall find her. I see that you simply wish to wander about. Master Zixiao huffed, narrowing his eyes. Very well, let her go. After all, the commander of the Imperial City Army remains within the forbidden area. Her absence as a deputy commander will not have a significant impact, Lu Jinxing remarked. Thank you, Elder Lu. Yin Jingzhu hurriedly clasped her hands in gratitude and promptly made her escape. The master of Zixiao Palace, witnessing this, expressed his irritation. Lu, you revel in playing the good-natured fellow. Am I not speaking the truth? Indeed, Lu Jinxing replied with a smile. Instead of meddling in others' affairs, you ought to pay more attention to your daughter. I have heard that she frequently ventures to the southern wilderness, neglecting her cultivation. It seems you are destined to raise the most inadequate heir for the Duxin Sword sect, the master of Zixiao scoffed. Each person must forge their own path. And as a father, I do not impose my will upon her. Lu Jinxing continued to smile. In contrast, your granddaughter, whom you have painstakingly nurtured, was defeated by her in 11 rounds back in the day. That was merely playful sparring among children. If they were to fight again, your daughter would surely lose. Patience. There are still 2 years until the grand tournament of the 100 sects. I hope by then your granddaughter can endure a few more rounds against Hongyan, he retorted. As the two engaged in verbal sparring, the Lord of the Nether Soul hastily interjected, We have lived for millennia. How can you still be so petty? Have you no shame? Indeed, indeed, the master of Lingshu Peak nodded in agreement. The Lord of the Nether Soul then chuckled. If you ask me, during this grand tournament, my Yuoyan is destined to emerge as the unparalleled prodigy of her generation. The descendants of your 2 families, are hardly worth considering. Ah well, the master of Lingshu Peak found himself at a loss for words. At that moment, the master of Zixiao spoke again. Let us not wait for the grand tournament. I have gazed at the stars and discerned that the spiritual energy of the southern wilderness will soon surge, and extraordinary treasures will manifest. Let us wager on which of our sect's disciples will acquire such a treasure. So only you have divined this. The rest of us have not. Lu Jinxing teased with a smile. However, among the 700,000 disciples of my Duxin Sword sect, I am certain there are those who can arrive at a conclusion as elementary as yours, Palace Master. You scoundrel. Hold on. What shall we wager? The master of Lingshu Peak inquired, his interest piqued, for he was quite fond of gambling. I shall offer a foundational heavenly grade technique, the Lord of the Nether Soul declared. I will put forth a foundational heavenly grade elixir, the master of Zhixiao added. Very well. I shall present a foundational heavenly grade weapon. The master of Lingshu Peak clapped in approval. Lu Jianxing pondered for a moment before producing a damaged jade tablet. I will wager this fragment of the key to the Qilin ruins. Excellent item. You truly are generous. Old Lu, quickly relay this news to the disciples of each sect. We must proceed to the forbidden area to oversee the seal and not delay any further. Chapter 26. The cats and dogs are all picked up this night was destined to be a sleepless one for the disciples of the four sects. Upon learning of the wager made by the sect leaders, they surged towards the southern wilderness region with fervor akin to being invigorated by elixirs. During this time, it was unclear who leaked this information to forces beyond the four sects, causing the news to spread exponentially, resulting in countless disciples from smaller sects joining the fray. In an instant, the realm was abuzz. One merely needed to glance upward to behold a sky filled with cultivators soaring on their swords. Some weary mortals witnessing this spectacle gasped, convinced that the legendary foreign race's grand formation had been shattered. For how else could it compel cultivators from all over to rush towards a single destination? Meanwhile, members of affluent families chose not to fly on swords, but instead opted to spend lavishly on flying boats, ensuring their arrival in the southern wilderness within a month. Those adept at sword flight could reach the destination within 2 months, while those of lesser cultivation might take 3 to 4 months. However, treasures of such nature were not necessarily awarded on a first-come, first-served basis. Sometimes, the timing of one's arrival proved more advantageous than mere speed. Regardless, everyone was intent on participating, for who would not desire the rewards bestowed by the leaders of the four sects? Who would not yearn to achieve fame in battle across the realm? Should Su Yuexi learn of such a conclusion, she would likely soar back to the imperial city and deliver a sound beating to the sect leaders. The next day, Jiang Luoyi did not hasten back to Xiao Town. Instead, in a place called Luofeng City, he exchanged the piece of purple gold jade in his possession for 11 pieces of red jade. The sudden influx of wealth left Jiang Luoyi feeling somewhat disoriented. If he wished to indulge in a life of extravagance, he could easily draw upon his memories from a past life to claim the majority of the unclaimed treasures in the southern wilderness. Yet, doing so would significantly diminish his experience of mortal life. As he pondered how to spend this newfound fortune, he suddenly spotted a small beggar within Luofeng City, gnawing on a dirt-stained vegetable leaf. This sight brought back memories of his own pitiful state upon arriving in this world, when he too had been dirty and wretched. He had consumed stale buns and decayed vegetable leaves, endured the bullying of passers-by, and faced scorn from shopkeepers. There was even a winter when he had stolen a coat from a wealthy family's pet dog to keep warm. During those days, he felt on the brink of death countless times. Yet each time he opened his eyes, he found himself still clinging to life. It was not until the arrival of the red-clad fairy that he felt as though he had been pulled from the depths of hell into paradise. Shopkeeper, convert this red jade into copper coins, Jiang Luoyi instructed upon returning to the pawn shop. Sir, converting this red jade into copper coins would yield far too many for you to carry alone, the shopkeeper replied with a frown. Do you have a cart? I would like to purchase one. Well, that is indeed possible. Soon, Jiang Luoyi was driving a cart along the street, searching for orphan beggars. Each time he encountered one, he would toss 10 copper coins to them until his cart was entirely emptied of coins. Jiang Luoyi was acutely aware that in this world, suffering was widespread. No matter how wealthy he became, he could not save everyone. Unless he, like in his previous 6 lives, ascended to become a renowned cultivator and returned to the southern wilderness to restore order, he would be unable to rescue the countless souls in despair. However, in this life, he had chosen to be immortal, and such thoughts need not trouble him further. He had already aided the mortals of the southern wilderness across 6 lifetimes, and he had done more than enough. After departing from Luofeng City, Jiang Luoyi returned directly to Xiao Town. The afternoon had arrived, and his 2 days of respite were dwindling. After settling his horses, he made his way to Su Yuexi's pastry shop, hearing several tales of the previous day's events in town along the way. For instance, the blacksmith Li at the end of the street had experienced a surge in strength. The flour mill owner's horse had broken through a wall to escape, and a fish in the lake had sprouted wings. However, the southern wilderness was merely at the onset of spiritual energy revival, with no truly outrageous occurrences yet. At most, some creatures had gained strength or undergone physical transformations. Upon reaching the pastry shop, Jiang Luoyi found no sign of Su Yuexi, only the sound of a cat meowing. "Yuexi, where are you?" he called as he entered the shop. It was not until he stepped into the backyard that he spotted Su Yuexi sitting on a chair, diligently tying a colorful string around the neck of a small silver cat. "Where did this cat come from? It's so adorable," Jiang Luoyi mused as he approached, and couldn't resist petting the little silver cat's head. The feline was irresistibly cute, rivaling the little Pichio he had encountered in the forest the previous day, and its unique coloration was striking, much like the feathers of a crow, which shimmer with iridescence in sunlight. This cat transformed into a dazzling silver. The small cat instinctively recoiled from the sudden touch of the male mortal. How could he just come up and stroke me? Do I know you? How presumptuous! Yet, before it could protest, it recalled Su Yuexi's words. She had instructed it to behave like an ordinary cat, so how would an ordinary cat react to being petted? Unsure, it simply froze in place, allowing the human male to continue his affectionate gesture. "I found it at the back mountain," Su Yuexi explained. "It almost drowned, and seeing its pitiful state, I decided to adopt it. Judging by its fur color, it seems to have undergone some transformation." Jiang Luoyi nodded. "I heard that many animals in town have changed recently. Granny Sun mentioned it might be the revival of spiritual energy." "I have heard that too," Jiang Luoyi replied with a smile. "On my way back, I was contemplating whether, if the spiritual energy revives and you can cultivate, you would still choose to marry me." "Of course," Su Yuexi answered without hesitation, her response unwavering. Jiang Luoyi's smile widened as he took the colorful string that she had struggled to tie and said, "You hold it. I will tie it for you." At this moment, the little cat was engulfed in confusion. Why would this formidable woman, capable of defying the heavens, choose to marry an ordinary mortal? Is it love? Even if love were the reason, a mortal's lifespan barely exceeds a century. Moreover, upon Jiang Luoyi's gentle touch on its head, it became acutely aware that Jiang Luoyi was destined to remain an unremarkable mortal, incapable of cultivation. One was a mere human, while the other was a peerless powerhouse daring to challenge the very fabric of existence. It seemed implausible that such profound feelings could exist between them. Suddenly, it recalled the words spoken by Su Yuexi earlier, when she mentioned introducing it to a life among mortals. Could it be that she intended to accompany this man until the end of his days? In that case, a century would merely pass like a fleeting moment in its long, sealed existence of 100,000 years. This thought brought immense joy. Soon, the two of them secured a small rope around the cat. This cord, specially prepared by Su Yuexi, possessed the ability to suppress the spirit essence of the little cat and conceal its abundant spiritual energy. "Have you eaten?" Su Yuexi inquired. "Not yet. I was too preoccupied with our journey," Jiang Luoyi replied. "What would you like to eat?" As she spoke, Su Yuexi removed her apron from the clothesline and headed towards the kitchen. Jiang Luoyi, stroking the little cat, asked, "Have you finished the fish from last time?" "There's still some left." "Then let us have fish." At the dining table, Jiang Luoyi picked up a piece of fish with chopsticks and offered it to the little cat. "Is this cat unwell? It won't even eat the fish." Observing the cat's evasive behavior, Jiang Luoyi felt a twinge of concern. Seeing this, Su Yuexi had no choice but to communicate telepathically with the cat. "Eat." Although the little cat was reluctant, it had no option but to consume the fish offered by Jiang Luoyi. With a few enthusiastic bites, it suddenly widened its eyes. Life essence. The fish contained life essence. Without further contemplation, it lowered its head and devoured the meal with fervor. Jiang Luoyi was taken aback by the stark contrast in the cat's demeanor. Could it be that the little creature had lost its wits upon being rescued? Nevertheless, since it was aware of the need to eat, it would be easy to care for. Jiang Luoyi offered it a generous chunk of meat and then busily indulged in his own meal. Just as he was enjoying his food, a familiar voice suddenly echoed from behind him. "Gigi." He turned around to see the pink little Pichio he had encountered in the forest had somehow made its way here. Puff! Jiang Luoyi was so startled that he spat out a mouthful of rice. He never expected this little creature would cling to him. Gigi, Gigi. The little Pichot wasted no time, leaping onto the table and rushing to the little cat's side, eagerly gnawing on the sizable piece of fish. Life essence. It adored this substance. It knew that following this human would surely lead to delightful treats. This left the silver-furred little cat utterly astonished. Where did this Pichot cub come from? How brazen. Who do you think you are to eat my food? Were it not for the formidable woman who sealed its spirit, it would undoubtedly have smacked that little Pichot into oblivion. Where did this little creature come from? So Yuexi inquired. In truth, she had sensed the presence of the Pichot as soon as it entered the town. However, out of consideration for its juvenile status, she chose not to impede its passage. Of course, should this little Pichot become a nuisance to Jiang Luoyi, she would not hesitate to bind it with a leash akin to that of a kitten. At that point, the restraint of the leash would render the Pichot merely an ordinary pet. Faced with Su Yuexi's question, Jiang Luoyi felt a twinge of embarrassment. He could not reveal that this being was an exceedingly rare spiritual beast, as that would surely alarm her. It's just a mutated little dog I found on my way back, he chuckled, scratching his head. I see. Su Yuexi feigned disbelief, nodding her head. Jiang Luoyi felt a sense of helplessness. Once entangled with a spiritual beast like the Pichot, a mere mortal such as himself could hardly shake it off. Moreover, considering that this little creature had assisted him in the valley, he found it difficult to part ways with it. Alas, he thought, once it grows a bit larger, I shall return it to the wilderness. Chapter 27. The change in Lu Hongyan's thoughts in the days that followed. Jiang Luoyi's life, though marked by some changes, remained fundamentally tranquil and stable. However, these changes were rather mundane. Each time he narrated his tales, there would now be an additional listener, Chu Hongyan. During his fishing escapades with the Old Town mayor, there was now a silver-furred kitten in tow, and every time he indulged in Su Yuexi's pastries, they would be playfully snatched away by a little Pichot. Moreover, his kitchen had not seen a fire in quite some time. Regardless of the meal, he would dine at Su Yuexi's home. Although they did not share a bed, in every other aspect, they resembled an ordinary couple. As time passed, the crimson figure returned once more to the misty city of smoke and rain. While recuperating at an inn, Chu Hongyan soon sensed the presence of her master and, dispersing her spiritual energy, went out to greet her. Master, your hand. Upon seeing Lu Hongyan, she immediately noticed that one of her hands had turned a deep shade of blue. It is nothing grave, merely a slight touch of cold poison. Given my cultivation, I shall heal within 10 days, Lu Hongyan replied. Cold poison? Chu Hongyan could not help but recall a past life where Jiang Luoyi, in his efforts to seek a sacred artifact for her, had endured the cold poison multiple times. Yet at that time, he lacked the peak cultivation of Lu Hongyan, making his affliction difficult to heal. Moreover, due to Yi Xian's accusations, he ultimately found himself imprisoned in an ice cell. Where had you been to contract such poison? She inquired. At the Ice and Snow Demon Peak, Lu Hongyan stated. Chu Hongyan was taken aback and asked again, is the sacred artifact you sought from me, perhaps, the extreme cold star petal? Lu Hongyan smiled. Few in this world are aware of its existence. I'm surprised you know of it. Chu Hongyan remained silent. She should not have known anything about the extreme cold star petal, but a vivid dream from that fateful night restored her memories of her past life. Otherwise, she would still be oblivious to the heart-wrenching tales that lay hidden behind the existence of that very flower. Hongyan, this artifact is of the same grade as the spiritual source within you. If you can completely absorb it, your spiritual source will surely return to its former state. Lu Hongyan articulated, retrieving a piece of ice crystal from her spatial ring. Within this crystal lay a star-shaped flower, exuding a chilling brilliance, translucent and ethereal. As Chu Hongyan gazed at this ice flower, identical to the memories of her past life, a wave of sorrow surged within her, causing her eyes to redden. Her master, undoubtedly, had awakened to her past memories as well. This extreme cold star petal could only have been found by her master following the path Jiang Luoyi had traversed in his previous life, enabling such a swift acquisition. Master, I have caused you suffering, Chu Hongyan murmured, lowering her head, her voice choked with emotion. It seemed her words sought to transcend time. Addressing her master as her elder brother, conveying her sentiments to the one who had suffered countless tribulations for her sake in a past life. Seeing this, Lu Hongyan felt a pang of unease. She hastily lifted Chu Huanyan's chin, tenderly wiping away her tears. "What troubles you? I have merely been afflicted by a minor cold poison. It is nothing to lament. Could it be that in my absence, someone has bullied you?" "Master, no one has harmed Huanyan." Chu Huanyan shook her head, saying, "I am merely deeply moved." She hesitated to reveal her memories from her past life to Lu Hongyan, fully aware that mentioning such matters would plunge her master into an abyss of sorrow. After all, the person who treated her senior brother the best in their previous life was her master, and it was her master who ultimately fell victim to the Heavenly Dao's treachery, leading to the death of her senior brother. She could scarcely fathom the depth of her master's anguish, especially in this life where the truth would soon be unveiled. Lu Hongyan gently caressed Chu Huanyan's forehead, offering comfort. "It is all right now. You will heal." She did not ponder deeply on this, believing instead that Chu Huanyan was merely overwhelmed with emotion upon glimpsing hope for the restoration of her spiritual source after suffering significant trauma. In their previous 6 lives, the cunning Yi Xian had exploited this very vulnerability to gain Chu Huanyan's profound trust. The mere thought of Yi Xian, the son of the Heavenly Dao, filled Lu Hongyan with a chilling resolve. The downfall of the heart-crossing sword sect, the suffering endured by her disciples, and the grievances of Jiang Luoyi spanning 6 lifetimes, all were the doing of that Yi Xian. In this life, she vowed to make him wish for death. Even his demise, she deemed, would scarcely suffice to quell her wrath. After all, Jiang Luoyi had endured torment for 6 lifetimes. She could not allow the architect of such suffering to escape unscathed. After a moment, as Chu Huanyan's emotions gradually stabilized, she spoke again. "Master, what about Lan Hai?" "He has returned to the sect on his own," Lu Hongyan replied. "Are you truly going to let him face punishment in the law enforcement hall?" "Yes, but he is still quite young. He may not withstand it." Chu Huanyan intended to plead for Lan Hai once more, but halfway through her thought, she suddenly recalled Jiang Luoyi, who lived in Little Mist Town, and immediately fell silent. Lan Hai's recent mischief had nearly cost her senior brother, to whom she had owed countless debts. With this realization, her sentiments underwent a complete reversal. Punishment. Lan Hai deserves to be punished. Moreover, it must be a severe one. Why has she suddenly stopped? Huanyan felt that Lan Hai's lack of discipline warranted a stern reprimand. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly repeat his mistakes in the future. Lu Hongyan was taken aback by her words. As the eldest disciple, Chu Huanyan had always been very protective of her junior siblings. It was quite surprising to hear her advocate for harsh punishment. Lu Hongyan chose to bypass the topic, saying, "Quickly absorb the sacred item. Do not delay." "Yes." Chu Huanyan accepted the extreme cold star fruit and headed toward the inn. As Lu Hongyan observed her retreating figure, she mused. In this life, although Huanyan still suffers from damage to her spiritual source due to the consumption of the broken yuan pill, the difference lies in who assists her in its restoration. It is I, rather than that loathsome son of the Heavenly Dao. Today's events will undoubtedly prevent the son of the Heavenly Dao from using sacred items to approach Huanyan, and she will no longer feel the gratitude that characterized her previous 6 lives, nor will she make countless errors out of a sense of indebtedness. In a past life, Jiang Luo desperately sought to alter the unchangeable, yet now I find myself capriciously swaying its outcome. Does this imply that Jiang Luo himself is incapable of reversing the will of the heavens, while everyone else is free to do so? If this is indeed the case, then I alone shall transform all the immutable events from Jiang Luo's 6 previous lives. I aspire to make everything in this world align with his original desires. However, to effect such changes, one must possess formidable strength. Thus, at this moment, Lu Hongyan resolves to seize every opportunity within her grasp. She intends to grow immensely powerful in a short span of time, for such prowess would render any endeavor exceedingly convenient. For instance, on that day above Shaowu Town, she was unable to restrain herself from rushing into the town to meet Jiang Luo, only to be thwarted by a concealed powerhouse. If her cultivation surpassed that of her opponent, would she not be able to meet Jiang Luo? Opportunities 1 possess the memories of all 6 preceding lives, including every experience of Jiang Luoyi. Should I desire to seek fortune, it would be as effortless as a mere flick of the wrist. Hongyan gazed at her hands, her mind flooded with past visions. The heavens have consistently guided the world down a misguided path, favoring the wicked while unjustly condemning the virtuous. Since I alone am aware of all from the previous lives, and am the only one capable of influencing the choices of the heavens, I must exert every effort to rectify this world. Therefore, any opportunity destined for another that I can utilize should be deemed justifiable. Hongyan furrowed her brows, suddenly realizing that her thoughts bore a striking resemblance to those of a villain. As the young master of the esteemed Dushin sword sect, how could she dare to usurp the fated fortunes of others? Perhaps it would be more acceptable to only seize the fortunes of the children of destiny. Meanwhile, in Shaowu Town, Jiang Luoyi reclined in a rocking chair, cradling a Pichio and a cat in his left arm while delighting in pastries crafted by Su Yuexi with his right. He savored a bite for himself, a bite for the kitten, and a bite for the Pichio, relishing in the simple pleasures of life. Ding! A system alert. At that moment, an unwelcome voice intruded upon his thoughts. Couldn't you wait for the right moment to report? He retorted irritably. Host, this is a significant event. Please take heed. T-Sich, speak. The system has detected that the main storyline's key character, Hongyan, is about to undertake actions that could precipitate a collapse of the main plot. A collapse of the main plot? Jiang Luoyi smiled in amusement. Next time you report such events, consider defining them as good news. Host, Hongyan's choice to usurp the fortunes of the children of destiny is not a favorable development. Her seizing the fortunes of the children of destiny? Jiang Luoyi expressed his astonishment. Shouldn't Hongyan's actions be under the control of the heavens? How could she dare to covet Yi Xian's fortune? Indeed, what was the cause of this? His curiosity piqued. He could not help but inquire further. The system was only able to detect that Hongyan had harbored thoughts undetectable by the system in the previous 2 minutes. Subsequently, it predicted her actions and deduced that she intended to seize the opportunity of the Son of Heaven. In other words, she had not yet made her move? No, then it is of no concern. Who knows if the Tao of Heaven is in collusion with you, deliberately staging a show for my benefit? Jiang Luoyi felt a sense of ennui. Please take this matter seriously, the system advised the host, urging immediate travel to Misty Rain City to meet Hongyan and guide her thoughts. Oh, after all this, you just wanted to see her. No. If the host does not intervene, Hongyan's actions will become increasingly unpredictable. After seizing the opportunity of the Son of Heaven, she may even attempt to usurp others' fortunes. Enough of your nonsense. Jiang Luoyi found its words utterly ridiculous. The system continued to elaborate. If Hongyan were allowed to develop unchecked, by the mid to late stages of the narrative, she would possess an 80% chance of usurping the host role and becoming the great antagonist of this world. However, this statement was destined to remain unheard by Jiang Luoyi. Chapter 28. Before the sacred hall of Zhixiao, far beyond the city of Misty Rain, beneath the abyss, Hongyan stood alone at the entrance of the Dragon Clan's ruins, her sword cleaving through the massive stone that barred her path. In her recollection, this Dragon Clan relic was also the opportunity of the Son of Heaven, Yi Xian. If she did not seize the treasures within, heavens would undoubtedly bestow them upon him. Heavenly tier, top grade, breaking mirror pills, divine, soul-nourishing spiritual liquids. Hongyan had amassed an impressive collection of rare elixirs and medicines along her journey, each one exceedingly scarce in the outside world. Naturally, the path to exploring the ruins was fraught with peril. However, with her abilities and the various magical artifacts she possessed, she was more than capable of navigating the dangers with relative ease. After an indeterminate span of time, she finally reached the last location within the ruins, where the most invaluable techniques awaited her. These are the spells utilized by the Dragon Clan 100,000 years ago, the Frenzied Dragon Incineration Technique, the Ink Dragon Ether Mastery, the Phantom Dragon Celestial Record, the Azure Dragon Elysium Technique. As Hongyan gazed upon the 12 tombstones inscribed with ancient characters, she felt a profound awe. The Dragon Clan's cultivation methods were so ferocious that they were beyond human comprehension. There was an overwhelming amount of content, too intricate to fully grasp in a short time. Thus, she decided to sever the tombstones and store them within her spatial ring for future contemplation. Just as she was about to draw the red dust starfall sword to strike the tombstones, she noticed that the stone she had scanned with her eyes began to gradually dissipate, ultimately transforming into mist that wafted into her mind. In that fleeting moment, she had memorized all 12 Dragon Clan techniques. It was likely that the Dragon Clan's spells utilized by the Son of Heaven in his past life were acquired from this very place. Yet, despite possessing such formidable spells, Yixian's combat prowess seemed lackluster. He always relied on assistance to secure victory in battles. After acquiring the techniques, Hongyan did not hastily depart. She recalled that within these ruins lay a sealed spiritual vein from the southern wilderness, dating back 100,000 years. Should she manage to absorb its entirety, not only would her cultivation soar, but she would also possess an inexhaustible reserve of spiritual energy. After a considerable duration, she finally discovered an ancient seal within an underground river. Strangely, despite the seal remaining intact, the spiritual vein was nowhere to be found. Hongyan was deeply perplexed. After dedicating a significant amount of time to breaking the seal, she was disheartened to find only a trace of residual spiritual energy within. It was evident that a spiritual vein had once existed here, but it had been extracted through some transcendent means without breaking the seal. Moreover, based on the remnants of spiritual energy, it seemed that the extraction had occurred not long ago. Who possessed the ability to disregard seals and retrieve objects from a distance. Hongyan was left in a quandary. If someone possessed such power, their cultivation would undoubtedly not be below the Saint realm, and they would certainly have comprehended certain spatial laws. In the entire world, individuals who met both criteria were fewer than 3. One was the leader of the Shadowy Soul Gate, another was the old guardian of the Divine Forest, and the last was the Empress Yuexi. However, none of these 3 could possibly be present in the southern wilderness region. Could it be that the celestial principles are devoid of reason, making an exception to extract the spiritual vein and deliver it to the side of the celestial child? Such was the contemplation of Hongyan. It is hardly surprising that she would entertain such thoughts. After all, who could have anticipated that the Empress would take it upon herself to transform the spiritual vein into a cat and keep it by her side? Once she had gathered all the necessary items, Hongyan prepared to depart. She sought a tranquil place to consume the elixirs she had acquired. If fortune favored her, she could conceivably ascend from the pinnacle of the law manifestation realm to the early stage of the unity realm within a matter of days. In the ensuing days, Chu Huanyan refrained from visiting the tea house in Xiaowu Town to listen to stories, choosing instead to remain in her own room, absorbing the energy of the extreme cold star essence. As a result, the patrons of the tea house, including Jiang Luoyi, found themselves somewhat unaccustomed to the silence. The extreme cold star essence, indeed a sacred object on par with the spiritual sources of heaven and earth, enabled Chu Huanyan, through her diligent efforts over several days, not only to restore her internal spiritual source to its original state, but also to achieve 3 successive breakthroughs in minor realms using its residual energy. Prior to consuming the Breaking Yuan pill, her cultivation had been at the peak of the spiritual aperture realm, but due to the side effects of the pill, her realm had plummeted to the early stage of the spiritual sea realm. Now, she had once again returned to the spiritual aperture realm. Although it was merely the initial stage, the difference compared to her previous state was as vast as the heavens and the earth. All that remained was for her to focus on recuperating, and she should be able to permanently rid herself of the side effects brought on by the Breaking Yuan pill within half a month. In high spirits, Chu Huanyan emerged from her room after several days of seclusion. She wondered where her master had gone. Could it be that she had ventured to Xiaowu Town? Not having spotted Hongyan within the city, she took flight towards the direction of Xiaowu Town. She recalled that after the demise of the skeletal dragon, her master had stood in the sky, gazing sorrowfully towards the town. In hindsight, it was likely that her master had already discerned the presence of her senior brother at that time. I have yet to inform my master of my frequent visits to Xiaowu Town for stories. I hope she will not be displeased by this. Before long, Chu Huanyan arrived at Xiaowu Town. As was her custom, she bowed respectfully before entering the town, articulating her purpose for being there into the air. Good sir, have you seen the red-clad fairy of late? Upon entering the town, she inquired of an elderly man. In response to your question, since the red-clad fairy vanquished the skeletal dragon half a month ago, she has not returned here, the old man replied. Chu Huanyan was somewhat taken aback. She could scarcely fathom what her master might seek in this southern wasteland, other than searching for her senior brother. The old man continued, however, although the red-clad fairy has not returned, 2 purple-clad immortals arrived in the town this morning. They should still be here. 2 purple-clad immortals? Upon hearing this, Chu Huanyan's brows furrowed slightly. She did not wish for any other cultivators to disturb her senior brother's peaceful existence. Where might they be? She inquired. They were just on the street, inquiring about the skeletal dragon, the old man replied. Chu Huanyan summoned her spiritual energy and swiftly flew towards the street. Soon, she found herself in the midst of a throng of people, and several paces above the crowd stood a man and a woman clad in purple. Both exuded an extraordinary demeanor and striking appearances, enveloped in a purple aura that manifested as a pair of gilded wings behind them, reminiscent of the flying spells of the purple sky sanctuary. Chu Huanyan speculated within her heart. At that moment, the pair, a man and a woman, noticed her, their expressions betraying a hint of surprise before they traversed the crowd below and approached her. The woman in purple scrutinized Chu Huanyan from head to toe, her voice brimming with curiosity. Which sect do you belong to? With merely an initial cultivation in the spirit aperture realm, how is it that you arrived in the South Wilderness before us? Assessing their formidable presence, Chu Huanyan discerned that both possessed at least the cultivation level of the Dharma aspect realm, comparable to her master, Lu Hongyan. I am Chu Huanyan, the eldest disciple of the subduing heart sword sect's young master, she replied, bowing respectfully. Might I inquire what brings esteemed seniors here? I have been recuperating here for the past fortnight. Upon hearing this, the woman's expression became animated as she laughed. So you are the esteemed disciple of Lu Hongyan, renowned for her connection to the celestial spiritual source. I have heard many tales about you. Pray, what is your esteemed name? I am Zhu Huan, the holy maiden of the purple sky. She introduced herself. I have had many interactions with your master in her youth. You indeed ought to address me as senior. Chu Huanyan was taken aback. This holy maiden of the purple sky was the granddaughter of the current lord of the purple sky sanctuary, holding a status equivalent to her master, Lu Hongyan, both being among the most formidable young leaders of the 4 supreme sects. Yet, this holy maiden typically only appeared in the Eastern Empire. What could have brought her to the South Wilderness? Might this be the holy son of the purple sky? Senior Li Zhao? Chu Huanyan inquired, directing her gaze towards the man in purple. Indeed, Li Zhao replied with a smile. Before posing another question, you claim to have been healing here. Yet with your spirit aperture cultivation, no creature in this desolate land should be capable of injuring you. Esteemed seniors, have you heard about the bone dragon from the villagers here? Chu Huanyan asked. Zhu Huan nodded, inquiring further. Could it be that the celestial maiden who slew the dragon is you? And the injuries you sustained were a result of battling the bone dragon? Indeed, it was the bone dragon that had inflicted wounds upon her, yet the one who vanquished it was her master. Is your master also present here? Where is she now? It has been over a decade since we last met, and I long to engage in a spar with her. This time, I shall ensure her defeat. Zhu Huan exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she flexed her fists. Despite their youthful camaraderie, the memory of being bested by Lu Hongyan in 11 rounds had always lingered in her heart. Chu Huanyan, who had been healing in an inn, was unaware of her master's whereabouts. Zhu Huan's expression dimmed slightly. What a pity. I had hoped to spar with her today. Chu Huanyan ventured to ask, might I know the purpose of your visit, esteemed seniors? Naturally. It concerns the wager among the 4 sects. Oh, right. You have been healing here for a fortnight, so you must be unaware of this matter. Subsequently, Zhu Huan elucidated the entire situation to Chu Huanyan. It was then that Chu Huanyan understood. The 4 sect leaders, in a spontaneous moment, had established a high-stakes wager concerning the revival of spiritual energy in the South Wilderness. At that moment, cultivators from various sects were hastening to this location, while Zhu Huan and Li Zhao were among the first to arrive after the wager commenced. After listening to this, Chu Huanyan couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. The influx of countless cultivators into the southern wilderness would inevitably lead to some chaos. If this small mist town were to be affected by such turmoil, her strength alone would not ensure Jiang Luoyi's safety. Moreover, even with Lu Hongyan's assistance, it was uncertain whether Jiang Luoyi's life would remain unscathed. Since you have been here for half a month, you must have sensed something when the spiritual energy in the southern wilderness first began to revive. Did you notice any anomalies? Zhu Huan inquired. Huanyan indeed had sensed something, but the phenomenon of spiritual energy revival lasted only 2.5 days before it abruptly diminished again. The reason for this, she could not ascertain. In truth, Chu Huanyan said, ever since I awakened my memories from my previous life, I have been aware of the specific cause behind a revival of spiritual energy. It was merely due to the fact that I, along with Lan Hai, opened the Dragon Clan's ruins, allowing the spiritual veins sealed for 100,000 years to return to the world. However, as for why the revival ceased so suddenly after 2.5 days, that remains a mystery to me. Regarding the matter of the Dragon Clan's ruins, she could not possibly divulge it to Zhu Huan. This was not only related to the exorbitant wager among the four sects, but also involved treasures within the ruins that she had yet to retrieve with her master. Even though Senior Zhu Huan shared a friendship with her master from their youth, she had to prioritize her master's and the sect's interests. She could not allow the sect to lose the costly bet while also relinquishing the numerous treasures within the ruins. Such foolishness was beyond Chu Huanyan's character. However, had the person being questioned today been Lan Hai, the outcome might indeed have been different. Given that unfortunate child's nature, he might have unwittingly shared the secrets of the Dragon Clan's ruins with outsiders. Chapter 29. Joy in her carefully woven lies at the stall in front of the pastry shop. Jiang Luo reclined in a rocking chair, savoring the delicacies while petting a cat, leisurely observing the conversation among 3 cultivators in the sky. The reason he refrained from indulging in the company of his little Pichio today was, of course, due to the arrival of the saint and saintess from the Zixiao Sacred Hall, compelling him to stow the little Pichio into the system space. Otherwise, should the Pichio, a spirit beast, be spotted by the cultivators, its fate would either be to become a mount or to be refined into elixirs. He certainly did not wish for the little Pichio, which he had nurtured with care, to be seized. It had been over 10 days since the revival of spiritual energy, and he found it perplexing that these 2 individuals still came to inquire about the matter. Was it possible that the inscrutable Heavenly Dao was meddling again? Jiang Luo silently lamented. Nevertheless, regarding the abrupt cessation of the spiritual energy revival, which lasted merely 2.5 days, he remained utterly baffled, unable to discern the reason. However, he naturally welcomed such an outcome, as long as the southern wilderness remained devoid of spiritual energy. The tranquil and harmonious Misty Town would not be overrun by cultivators. How can you be so lethargic, staring at the immortals? The old town chief, having just arrived at the shop, approached Jiang Luo and reproached him in a hushed tone. I usually behave this way, don't I? Jiang Luo replied lazily. The old chief, in a huff, struck Jiang Luo's shoulder with his fist and admonished sternly. The temper of an immortal is not akin to that of us mere mortals. In their eyes, we are but ants. They might glance at you unfavorably, and with a mere breath, you could lose an arm or a leg. Old man, your strikes are rather heavy, Jiang Luo exclaimed, feeling the pain and sitting upright from the rocking chair. Sit properly. Remember, you must not appear so carefree in the presence of immortals. The old town chief glared. Fine, I understand. You're quite talkative, Jiang Luo replied, fully aware that the old chief's admonitions stemmed from concern, fearing that the whims of the celestial beings might result in harm towards him. In truth, he was well acquainted with the dispositions of the 2 individuals from the Zixiao Sacred Hall. They would never harm mortals over trifles. After the chief's scolding, he turned his attention to Su Yuexi, who was diligently kneading dough, and sighed helplessly. You too, sigh. Since the appearance of the 2 celestial beings in purple robes, everyone on the street bowed in reverence. Yet, Jiang Luo and Su Yuexi acted as if they were oblivious. going about their business as if the exalted immortals were inconsequential. It was quite absurd. "All right, old man, I'm sitting up now, aren't I? By the way, do you want some rice cake? Yuexi just finished making it." Jiang Luoyi sought to pacify the old chief with food. As soon as he spoke, Yuexi presented a portion of rice cake to the old chief. Noticing the harmonious interaction between the two, the old chief took the rice cake and settled at the stall, solemnly stating, "In just over 10 days, you will be starting a family. Your days will no longer be one where you eat alone while the family goes hungry. You must amend your carefree ways and learn to save for your family. Moreover, Yuexi, you cannot simply follow his whims. You must guide him towards a more positive direction." As he indulged in rice cakes, he chattered incessantly. Yuexi found no annoyance in his incessant prattle. Instead, she infused the rice cakes he consumed with a touch of spiritual energy, granting him longevity upon ingestion. The old town mayor's kindness towards Jiang Luoyi had not escaped her notice. Anyone who treated Jiang Luoyi well would earn her favor. After a short while, the celestial figures of the Holy Son and Holy Maiden of Zixiao, along with Chu Hongyan, dispersed, and the streets regained their usual relaxed atmosphere. Jiang Luoyi made his way to the backyard of Yuexi, releasing the little Pichio from the confines of the system space. Chirp! The moment the little Pichio emerged, it launched an attack on Jiang Luoyi, repeatedly bumping its little head against his abdomen in frustration. The dark, oppressive space had left it utterly exasperated. All right, I'll get you something to eat." Jiang Luoyi, nearly on the verge of regurgitating his previous meal from the impact, hastily produced the glutinous rice cakes that the little creature adored, soothing its temper. The phenomenon of spiritual energy revival in Nanhua had only persisted for 2.5 days, yet it had attracted the attention of the two individuals from Zixiao Holy Temple. It was likely that more cultivators would soon arrive. The little creature, unwilling to remain in that dark space, posed quite a dilemma for him. Jiang Luoyi felt despondent. He could not simply toss the little Pichio into the system space every time a cultivator visited the town. Once or twice might be manageable, but if it became a frequent occurrence, the little creature's temper might escalate, potentially launching him across the room. His mortal frame could scarcely withstand such force. "Little one, let us negotiate. If you can pretend to be an ordinary puppy and refrain from using your spiritual energy, I one T confine you to that dark place. What do you say?" He attempted to communicate, but the juvenile Pichio could not comprehend human speech, engrossed solely in its meal. Just as his frustration mounted, Yuexi approached with a colorful little rope. Judging by its material, it appeared to be of the same kind as the one around the kitten's neck. This rope is crafted from the mutated grasses in the back mountain. It seems to have the ability to tame pets. Yuexi fabricated a plausible tale for the rope, which she had formed from spiritual essence. Although she had not been present in the backyard moments before, her spiritual awareness had captured all of Jiang Luoyi's recent troubles with clarity. "Let us tie it on. It will match the little kitten perfectly." Jiang Luoyi held no expectations regarding the rope. He merely wished to honor Yuexi's goodwill. The two of them quickly secured the rope around the little Pichio, who remained preoccupied with its meal throughout the process. After a considerable time, once it had finished its rice cakes, it realized that its spiritual energy was being suppressed by the little rope around its neck, rendering even its formidable physique diminished by countless degrees. Chirp! It began to jump around frantically, attempting to break free, but discovered that it had lost all capabilities. Now, apart from its appearance, it bore no distinction from an ordinary puppy. Yuexi picked it up, delicately placing her fingertips on its head. "Be obedient." After a brief moment, she set the little Pichio back on the ground. This time, the little Pichio did not struggle to free itself from the small rope. Instead, as usual, it indulged in a feast and then sought out the silver-furred kitten to play, appearing quite joyful. Jiang Luoyi, observing this sudden transformation, felt a wave of perplexity wash over him. Was it merely an illusion, or did the little Pichio's movements seem considerably more cumbersome than before? Lacking the graceful agility typical of a spirit beast? Could it be that the small rope, woven from mutated weeds, was capable of suppressing its physical prowess? In truth, The little Pishio's ability to remain so cheerful despite losing all its powers was due to Su Yuexi employing a unique ability that translated her words into the language of spirit beasts, facilitating a mental dialogue. The crux of their exchange was that as long as the Pishio wore the rope, she would provide it with 10 pieces of cake daily, along with a portion of spiritual energy sufficient for half a year's sustenance. Upon hearing that it could relish 10 pieces of cake every day, along with a bounty of spiritual energy to last for 6 months, the little Pishio was elated beyond measure. The rope's presence became inconsequential. After all, what mattered most in this vast world was the joy of feasting. It was worth noting that the kitten, which shared meals with it daily, could manage no more than 5 pieces of cake in a day. The Pishio felt utterly ecstatic about having the opportunity to consume double that amount. "System, assist me," Jiang Luoyi called out mentally. "Please provide instructions." "Host," the system responded. "Examine the changes in this Pishio's body," Jiang Luoyi instructed. "Beep." Juvenile Pishio. Spiritual energy and physical strength have been suppressed, rendering it indistinguishable from ordinary earthly pets, the system reported. "What? Is there truly something you cannot detect?" Jiang Luoyi exclaimed in surprise, continuing, "Examine the small rope around its neck." Beep. The system cannot detect any information regarding it, yet it can confirm a remarkably strong suppressive effect. Impossible. Is there truly anything in this world beyond your detection? Host, as you can see, the evidence is clear. The system is indeed powerless, it replied. Jiang Luoyi chose to ignore the system, his gaze fixed on the small rope around the Pishio's neck, his thoughts drifting to the mutated weeds on the back mountain. Surely, they would attract numerous cultivators vying for possession. After all, in this world, items capable of suppressing spiritual energy were exceedingly rare. Imagine if, in the face of an enemy, one were to suddenly unleash a handful of mutated weeds, thereby nullifying all spells and tools powered by their spiritual energy. How utterly absurd that would be. Where exactly do those mutated weeds grow? Jiang Luoyi inquired of Su Yuexi. He intended to uproot all those mutated weeds and store them within the system space. However, he did not plan to keep them for his own use. Rather, he was concerned that they might incite a fierce scramble among cultivators. If a conflict were to arise among them, they would undoubtedly disregard the lives of the ordinary folk in Xiaowu Town. Thus, he sought to preemptively eliminate the danger at its inception. Su Yuexi was taken aback by his question, momentarily at a loss for words. The matter was, after all, a fabrication she had casually conjured. The small rope was not crafted from mutated weeds, but was merely a manifestation of the stellar spiritual source within her. Yet, once a lie had been spoken, it necessitated the weaving of further deceptions to sustain it. In the pavilion on the back mountain, at the very moment Su Yuexi uttered those words, her consciousness had already soared to the pavilion by the back mountain, where she waved her hand and conjured a patch of grass of peculiar hues. "Is there a sickle? I shall cut the grass. Otherwise, our small town will surely attract more cultivators to engage in fierce conflict," Jiang Luo remarked. It was then that Su Yuexi realized the source of his concern. "Yes, there is one in the corner by the west wall." As she spoke, she effortlessly materialized a rusty sickle and placed it at the western corner. Jiang Luo felt no sense of absurdity. He had not even contemplated the incongruity of a young woman, known for her confectionery skills and unaccustomed to manual labor, possessing a sickle. Deep within his heart, he harbored immense trust in Su Yuexi, never questioning the veracity of her words. Su Yuexi was acutely aware of this trust. Yet, regrettably, from the moment she appeared before him, she was cloaked in a guise of deceit. If she were to shed this facade of lies and reveal her true self, Jiang Luo would inevitably come to loathe her. She was willing to sacrifice everything for him, but she could not unveil her authentic nature. She intended for him to dwell within the carefully constructed web of her deceptions, leading a blissful and joyous life as an ordinary mortal. Her actions were undoubtedly selfish. However, the greatest selfishness of her existence was the unwavering desire to ensure Jiang Luo's happiness above all else. Chapter 30. The absurd setting of the Empress Yuexi since the departure of the two from the Zixiao Sacred Hall. The town of Xiaowu has once again enjoyed 10 days of tranquility. With less than 6 days remaining until Jiang Luoyi's wedding to Su Yuexi, the townsfolk have grown increasingly invested in the event. Various merchants of wedding supplies frequently visit Jiang Luoyi's residence, eager to promote their trendy and practical wares. The old town chief has already assembled a diverse team of helpers for the wedding day, ever concerned that Jiang Luoyi's laid-back demeanor might lead to oversights. Meanwhile, cultivators from various sects, drawn by the forced sex wager, have begun to infiltrate the southern wilderness region. They scour every nook and cranny, valleys, forests, lakes, abyss, leaving no stone unturned, not even the most inconspicuous mousehole. Today marks another day for Jiang Luoyi's storytelling. The tea house is bustling with patrons, and Hongyan has returned to the audience, though she, as always, seeks a quiet corner to settle into. Before Jiang Luoyi even begins his tale, the eager listeners are already abuzz with anticipation. They have learned in advance that the extraordinary empress will make a grand appearance in today's narrative, an event eagerly awaited by all. Previously, it was recounted that with the impending start of the grand tournament of the 100 sects, Jiang Sheng, in a bid to secure his qualification and seize abundant cultivation resources, resorted to disguise, changing his name and joining the Yuexi sect as a new disciple to compete. As the grand tournament commences, the empress graces the event, drawing the attention of countless cultivators, many of whom are not participating, merely to catch a glimpse of her beauty. After finishing the preamble, Jiang Luoyi sips tea to moisten his throat and continues his narration. In truth, the empress's role in today's tale is minimal, merely a fleeting presence. The empress in his story is crafted to be a perfect replica of the real-life Yuexi empress, serene, detached, and taciturn, preferring to guard the forbidden lands and contemplate the laws rather than meddle in worldly disputes. However, he dares not voice this truth. In this world, depicting the Yuexi empress in writing or art is considered a grave act of blasphemy. Should word of his portrayal reach the public, he would undoubtedly be drowned in a torrent of scorn and vitriol. Fortunately, in this small town of the southern wilderness, his audience comprises mere mortals. Who among them would know that the empress in reality bears such likeness to his written character? The heartless empress, known as Lu Wuxin, is the sole emperor-level powerhouse in this realm and the only beauty certified by heaven and earth. A beauty recognized by heaven and earth, as the term suggests, is the individual deemed the most beautiful by the laws of this world. Jiang Luoyi resumes his tale. Meanwhile, Su Yuexi, sitting nearby, finds no joy in the flattering depiction of her beauty within his story. Instead, she is preoccupied with the title Jiang Luoyi has bestowed upon her. Heartless Empress. Does he truly perceive all her past actions as devoid of emotion? This thought casts a shadow over her spirit. As the crowd listened to Jiang Luoyi's description, they began to conjure images in their minds, pondering just how flawless one's visage must be to be deemed the most beautiful by the heavens and earth. Yet, they remained unaware that Jiang Luoyi's depiction of the heartless empress and the Empress Yuexi from reality bore certain discrepancies. For he had, in his previous life, truly encountered the Empress Yuexi, and he found himself nearly at a loss for words to articulate the impact of her stunning beauty. Conquered, to be precise. Upon his first glimpse of the Empress Yuexi, his sole internal sentiment was one of being utterly captivated by her allure. Of course, he could not be blamed for his lack of composure. If blame were to be assigned, it would rest upon the shoulders of the original author for crafting such an outlandish character for the Empress Yuexi. Indeed, it was all the fault of the narrative's design. She appeared as if the author's own daughter, possessing not only invincible power, but also an array of exceedingly outrageous buffs. Among these, the one that left the deepest impression on Jiang Luoyi was the heaven and earth shared countenance. It was this buff that endowed the Empress Wu Yuexi's every smile and frown with an immensely potent aura of cosmic intent. Jiang Luoyi still vividly remembers a passage from the original text that described, her sorrow could dim the sun and moon, her joy would fill the sky with radiant colors, and her melancholy would stir the ocean's depths. She seemed to embody a beloved entity wielding dominion over the world, with the entire realm resonating with her emotions, seeking to please her. From this characterization alone, it is evident that she was an existence far more noble than the protagonist, who was merely favored by the heavenly path. In contrast, she was the sovereign embraced by the entire world. If she were to clash with the son of the heavenly path, it is likely that the heavenly path would hesitate to protect him. Once, Jiang Luoyi realized this truth, prompting him to endeavor to win the favor of the Empress Yuexi during his third reincarnation, hoping she would eliminate the son of the heavenly path. Yet at that time, he was still naively optimistic. How could the heavenly path allow the truth to surface? It would surely fabricate numerous misunderstandings, leading the Empress Yuexi to perceive him as a nefarious villain. Thus, despite many reincarnations and countless sacrifices, he ultimately failed to gain her assistance, instead finding himself transformed from ally to adversary by the heavenly path. Additionally, the Empress Yuexi possessed another characteristic that left a lasting impression on Jiang Luoyi: asexuality. Indeed, in the most literal sense, the Empress harbored no romantic desires. Much like Su Yuexi, she was inherently devoid of emotional connections. Jiang Luoyi recalls an incident from his fifth life when the Empress Yuexi took his hand, soaring over the wailing abyss. Startled by the ancient, malevolent spirits lurking below, he instinctively clutched her thigh. The area he touched was undoubtedly sensitive between genders. However, the Empress Yuexi displayed no reaction, her face unflushed and her heart untroubled, as she gently removed his hand from her thigh, offering no reproach for his unintentional act. To her, he seemed merely an object, rather than a man distinguished by gender. This, indeed, is the fundamental reason why Jiang Luoyi named the Empress in her book the Heartless Empress. She truly lacks the heart that knows love. As Jiang Luoyi continued to weave her tale, she remained oblivious to the fact that Su Yuexi had succumbed to memories of her past life. Meanwhile, in a corner, Chu Huanyan held no objections to Jiang Luoyi's depiction of the Empress, for within the fragments of her awakened memories, she had once accompanied her master and encountered the renowned Yuexi Empress. The beauty acknowledged by heaven and earth was not merely a saying. However, Chu Huanyan found herself perplexed. In the memory she had regained, Jiang Luoyi had never met the Yuexi Empress. Could it be that her awakened memories were incomplete? Indeed, every experience from her past life aligned perfectly with the first cycle depicted in Jiang Luoyi's narrative, yet the story had progressed to the third cycle, and she had awakened only a single life. This implied that at least 2 more lives of memory remained dormant. Contemplating this, she felt an insatiable curiosity about how many more cycles Jiang Luoyi's tale encompassed, how many of her own memories were yet to be awakened, and what further suffering Jiang Sheng had yet to endure. Chu Huanyan's previously lighthearted mood suddenly grew heavy. As noon approached, the crowd remained engrossed in the tale of Jiang Sheng's fierce battles during the 100 sex competition. They eagerly anticipated the afternoon's events, according to the rules of the competition. Should Jiang Sheng achieve consecutive victories, he would inevitably face his former junior sister, Chu Wanghuai. Jiang Sheng must win. He could not afford to lose to that ungrateful wretch. Regrettably, Jiang Sheng had undergone a transformation. Even if he stood before Chu Wanghuai, she would not recognize him. Defeating her in the guise of a stranger felt somewhat unsatisfactory. Instead, they yearned for Jiang Sheng to claim the first prize, standing on the podium, engaging closely with the Heartless Empress. Yet, one must consider that the Son of Heaven, Yi Xian, also participated in this 100 sex competition. How could Jiang Sheng possibly triumph over him? Alas, you speak the truth. Yet, I long to witness Jiang Sheng's victory over the Son of Heaven. This sentiment resonated with all present. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Chu Huanyan lingered. Over the past half-month, she had refrained from conversing with Jiang Luoyi during their storytelling sessions, maintaining a respectful distance. But this time, she could no longer suppress her curiosity. Mr. Jiang, might I inquire how many more cycles Jiang Sheng must endure in your tale? Taken aback by her initiative, Jiang Luoyi replied, in response to the fairy's inquiry, there are 3 more cycles. 3 cycles. A total of 6 lives? Indeed. Chu Huanyan nodded, her gaze somewhat vacant as she turned to leave the tea house. Subsequently, she ascended to the peak of the back mountain in Xiaowu town, gazing into the distant horizon, yearning to catch sight of that crimson figure. With her emotions weighed down by an overwhelming sense of repression, she found herself longing to ask her master just how much he knew about the past of her elder brother. Chapter 31. Words of wisdom from Aunt Sun, you seem rather unhappy. What troubles you? Jiang Luoyi inquired with genuine concern as he observed Su Yuexi, who appeared lost in thought at the tea-house table. Nothing, Su Yuexi replied tersely, attempting to shift her demeanor as she resumed her meal. That's a lie. Your pace of eating today is significantly slower than usual. Something is clearly on your mind. After I asked, you merely said it's nothing and hastened your eating, evidently trying to revert to normalcy while concealing your unease, Jiang Luoyi remarked. Having spent so much time together, they were acutely aware of each other's subtle behaviors. In the past, Su Yuexi would have remained silent if she did not wish to share, but circumstances had changed. She was soon to become his wife. He was more inclined to alleviate her worries than allow her to bear her emotions alone. Faced with his persistent questioning, Su Yuexi resorted to another falsehood. As our wedding approaches, I fear I may not be able to fulfill the role of a competent wife. She could hardly confess that it was his thoughtless portrayal of a heartless empress in his writings that had stirred up a multitude of regrets within her. One lie inevitably led to another. Yet, Jiang Luoyi believed her deception wholeheartedly, gently stroking her hand and reassuring her, regardless of who you may become in the future. That choice is mine, and I shall not regret it. The comfort derived from his words, exchanged for her untruth, left Su Yuexi feeling an unsettling disquiet. He claimed he would not regret his choice. But if he were to discover her true identity, could he truly maintain that sentiment? It seemed implausible. Over the past fortnight, she had envisioned a perfect existence where they could mutually reveal their truths and still thrive together. Yet, such thoughts remained mere fantasies. To act upon them would only bring him the inexorable suffering amassed over 6 lifetimes. I will not let you regret this, she declared resolutely, refusing to entertain the possibility of her lies being unveiled. Excellent. You exude determination. I believe in you, Jiang Luoyi responded with a smile. What, in your view, constitutes a good wife? Su Yuexi asked. Jiang Luoyi pondered for a moment before responding. Such matters cannot be succinctly encapsulated. They are fundamentally based on feelings. Feelings? Su Yuexi noted this phrase carefully. The afternoon swiftly passed. After concluding his work, Jiang Luoyi did not accompany Su Yuexi to the pastry shop. Instead, he ventured with the old town mayor to the mountains to hunt wild boar. After several days of fish, a change in palate was in order. Upon returning home, Su Yuexi discovered Aunt Sun standing at her door. Initially assuming her visitors sought pastries, she was taken aback when Aunt Sun, with an air of mystery, pulled her inside. Yuexi, you are soon to be married, and there are matters I fear you may not comprehend. We must discuss them. Please go on. Do you know what ought to transpire on your wedding night? Aunt Sun asked. She harbored concerns for Su Yuexi, the orphan girl, fearing that she might falter in many aspects on her wedding night. Previously, in the small town, there had been a girl who, lacking her mother's guidance before marriage, was utterly ignorant of matters between men and women, and fled back to her parental home, terrified, on her wedding night. Sleeping, Su Yuexi replied honestly. Indeed, it is sleeping, but it is with your husband, which is quite different. What difference does it make? Su Yuexi inquired with a thirst for knowledge. She aspired to be a good wife, and, naturally, wished to comprehend these matters. Granny Sun smiled mysteriously and continued, listen to me on the wedding night. After a moment, Su Yuexi suddenly grasped that there were peculiar things to be done between men and women on the wedding night. A little pain is completely normal. You need not worry too much, Granny Sun laughed. Su Yuexi was not concerned about the pain. Rather, she worried that she might lack the physical desire and sensations in that regard, potentially disappointing Jiang Luoyi. Observing that Su Yuexi, after hearing all this, was neither shy nor blushing, Granny Sun felt a twinge of worry. She was aware of Su Yuexi's congenital facial paralysis, but had not anticipated its severity. It is known that a woman devoid of expression, unable to blush or feel bashful, may find it difficult to earn her husband's affection. If your mother were still here, these matters should not fall to me to impart, but you and Luoyi are alike. Alas, Granny Sun sighed as she prepared to leave. Thank you for your concern, dear lady. Please accept this small token of my appreciation. Su Yuexi presented a box of pastries, imbued with her spiritual essence, which could bestow longevity upon mortals. Over the past 8 years, Granny Sun had shown her considerable kindness, even now, as her wedding approached, offering advice on important matters that should have been relayed by a mother. In her eyes, she was indeed a wonderful elder. However, in terms of age, she was several thousand years older than Granny Sunday. Not long after bidding farewell to Granny Sun, Yuexi saw Jiang Luoyi covered in dirt, staggering in with a wild boar slung over his shoulder, panting heavily. "That was quite a challenge to catch," he remarked, setting down the boar and collapsing into a chair. "Are you injured?" Yuexi inquired with concern. "Just a scrape on my knee. It will heal in a few days," Jiang Luoyi replied nonchalantly. Yuexi disregarded his words, fetching a bottle of medicinal powder from the room and kneeling beside him to tend to his wound. He did not protest, yet he felt an odd sensation, as if Yuexi's gaze frequently wandered toward his lower back. It must be a delusion, Jiang Luoyi thought to himself. A woman of normal modesty would never gaze at a man's private parts. Moreover, Yuexi, lacking an understanding of romantic feelings, would have no reason to do so idly. However, he was mistaken in his assumptions. Yuexi had just learned from Granny Sun about the activities expected on the wedding night, and her curiosity about what he referred to was piqued. She possessed no sense of shame regarding the relationship between men and women. What might be deemed embarrassing merely appeared to her as an object. Very well. In truth, she could not resist the temptation and delved into Jiang Luoyi's private affairs using her spiritual energy. After preparing the medicinal powder, Yuexi began to boil water, while Jiang Luoyi wrestled with the wild boar, bringing it to the edge of the drainage ditch to process it. The little cat and the small Pichio in the courtyard watched the two of them fussing about, feeling anxious about their delayed dinner. This useless mortal struggles so much just to butcher a pig. It's truly baffling to comprehend what my master finds appealing about him, the cat mused. Over the past half-month, it had already accepted Yuexi as its master, but harbored no less prejudice against Jiang Luoyi. Were it not for the fact that its master chose to spend her days with this mortal, it would not have remained an ordinary house cat. Gigi, the small Pichio promptly bumped into it. Although the silver-furred cat's complaints sounded like mere meowing to human ears, the Pichio likely understood every word perfectly. It held a fondness for Jiang Luoyi and despised the foolish cat for insulting him. "What are you doing? Don't forget, once you wear that leash, you're just an ordinary house dog. Don't think for a moment that I can't handle you." The silver cat was knocked to the ground several times before it sprang back up and engaged in a playful tussle with the Pichio. However, to Jiang Luoyi, this scene merely resembled two juvenile pets at play. "Gigi, I'm talking about him. Gigi. He is nothing but a useless mortal. I'm merely stating facts. Meow. You dare bite me." Gigi. After a prolonged bout, the silver cat ultimately succumbed to exhaustion, finding itself pinned beneath the Pichio's weight. "If I ever regain my true form, billions of you wouldn't be enough to withstand my paw." Gigi. The Pichio pressed its foot against the cat's mouth, finally silencing it. Soon, dinner was ready. The two little creatures leaped onto the table, sitting before their respective bowls, eagerly awaiting Jiang Luoyi to serve their meal. "Sigh, useless mortal, be sure to serve me generously," the silver cat complained as it began to eat. Just after it voiced its grievances, it received a kick from the nearby Pichio. "Gigi? Gigi. What? Are you saying that as long as this useless mortal doesn't wish to feed me, my master won't give me any food either?" "Gigi. Ha, what a joke. My master is an unparalleled powerhouse who dares to challenge the heavens. How could she heed the words of this useless mortal?" The silver cat scoffed, entirely disbelieving the Pichio's claims. Observing this, the Pichio dashed over to Yuexi, placing its paw on her hand, and began to communicate telepathically with her. Upon understanding the situation, Yuexi promptly drained the life essence from the food in the silver cat's bowl. "Meow." The silver cat was taken aback. The wild boar meat devoid of Yuexi's life energy appeared to it as mere refuse. It hurriedly pleaded with Yuexi, "Master, I was wrong. I won't call him useless anymore. Please return my life essence. Should you dare to disrespect him again, I will cast you back to the ruins and seal you once more." Yuexi's voice resonated in its mind. Upon hearing those words, it was truly on the verge of tears, even rolling around anxiously at the dining table. "I won't go back, Master. It's far too lonely there." Upon witnessing its frantic antics, Jiang Luoyi found it rather endearing and reached out to pat it, saying, "What is the matter with this little fellow? It seems a bit discontent. Meow, you must plead my case." The kitten clung to Jiang Luoyi's hand, mewing pitifully. However, Jiang Luoyi could not comprehend its incessant meowing and mistakenly assumed it disliked the piece of fatty meat in its bowl. Thus, he offered it a leaner morsel instead. Since it was Jiang Luoyi who provided it, Yuexi did not drain this piece of meat of its vital essence. With the reintroduction of life energy, the kitten finally gained a fresh understanding of Jiang Luoyi's esteemed position in its master's heart. Meow, who would have thought you were so favored? The little Pichio, witnessing this, proudly released Yuexi's hand and returned to its spot to gnaw on the meat. Being quite young, it lacked the wisdom of the ancient silver-furred cats that had lived for hundreds of thousands of years. It merely understood that Jiang Luoyi treated everyone kindly, and thus, everyone should reciprocate that kindness towards him. It was a rather naive and simplistic notion, yet many in the past had failed to grasp such a truth. Chapter 32. The disciples of the 100 clans enter the southern wilderness beneath the abyss, miles away from Yinyu City. Hongyan arrived alone at the ruins of the Dragon Clan. In truth, 10 days prior, when the holy son and holy daughter of the Zhixiao Holy Palace visited Xiaowu town, she had already been eager to seize all the treasures here. Otherwise, there was a significant risk that others might arrive first. However, considering her relatively low cultivation level, she was acutely aware that venturing into the ruins alone would expose her to dangers she could not contend with, making it impossible to retrieve any treasures. Thus, she had spent the last 10 days awaiting Lu Hongyan's return. Regrettably, after waiting for over 10 days, there was still no sign of Lu Hongyan. Reluctantly, she decided to proceed alone. Each additional day she delayed increased the likelihood of others discovering this place. If that were to happen, the Duxin sword sect would undoubtedly lose the bet against the 4 clans. As Hongyan cautiously delved deeper into the ruins, she discovered that many perilous traps and guardians had already been triggered and dismantled. Someone had been here. In a hurry, she scoured the ruins, but, to her dismay, did not uncover a single treasure. Even when she reached the site where the spiritual vein was sealed, she found that the seal had been broken and the vein had been extracted. Ultimately, she was too late. With a heavy sigh, Hongyan lamented her misfortune. It appeared that the wager among the 4 clans was destined to be lost. Yet, she did not allow herself to become overly despondent. A lost bet among sects was simply that, a loss. In this lifetime, her focus was entirely on Jiang Luoyi, and she had no intention of returning to her sect. Instead, she chose to remain in Yinyu City, quietly safeguarding Jiang Luoyi of Xiaowu Town. The sooner the wager concluded, the less likely it would be for cultivators from around the world to invade the southern wilderness, ensuring that Jiang Luoyi's life would remain undisturbed. From this perspective, the outcome was, at least for her, quite favorable. On the border of the southern wilderness, amidst a winding mountain range, Lu Hongyan finally ceased her month-long cultivation. With a surge, her abundant spiritual energy erupted from her body, reducing the trees within 100 meters to mere splinters. To her astonishment, these miraculous elixirs had propelled her cultivation to the mid-stage of the Unity Realm. Lu Hongyan gazed at her hands in disbelief, according to her memories from her past life. This sensation was undeniably that of the Unity Realm. In her previous lives, the Chosen One of Heaven, after acquiring all the elixirs within the ruins, had only managed to achieve a minor breakthrough. One could only imagine how lacking his cultivation talent was. If one were to disregard fortune and focus solely on talent, she was far more suited to be the favored child of heaven. Now, not only did she possess talents that surpassed those of the Chosen One, but she could also seize opportunities at will. If she were to gain the favor of the heavens, she would be able to accomplish anything she desired. At that time, should I declare that Jiang Luoyi is not the villain, who would dare to contest me? However, should she wish to gain the favor of the heavens, she first needed to eliminate the Chosen One. Yet, at present, he still enjoyed the protection of the heavens. How she should proceed with this matter was a conundrum. Just as Lu Hongyan was deep in thought, she suddenly spotted several figures in the sky approaching from the distance. They appeared to be headed in her direction. Observing their varied flying techniques, it was evident that these cultivators hailed from different sections. The South Wilderness region is regarded as a desolate land by cultivators. So why have practitioners from such diverse sects come together here? Could it be due to the recent revival of spiritual energy? Hongyan, known for her cautious and prudent demeanor, refrained from soaring upwards to meet those cultivators immediately. Instead, she first buried a teleportation stone underground. Should this group of cultivators prove to be malevolent, she would inevitably engage in battle. If she were to find herself outmatched, her only recourse would be to flee, and that buried teleportation stone would be her key to escaping danger. When venturing into the world, one must envision everyone as a potential threat. This was a lesson that Jiang Luoyi had imparted to her in her past life on numerous occasions. Yet, in each of her lives, she had failed to heed his advice. She had always believed that, as the young master of the Crossing Heartsword sect, no one would dare disrespect her or harm her. However, the countless dangers she faced in her previous 6 lives seemed to echo Jiang Luoyi's wisdom. Drawing forth the red dust falling star sword, a symbol of her identity, Hongyan transformed it into a streak of crimson light, soaring towards the group of cultivators. The moment she approached, they immediately took notice of her presence. One man, drawing his sword first, spoke gravely. The newcomer appears to possess the strength of the Unity realm. We are vastly outmatched. Everyone be cautious. As his words fell, the others halted in midair, adopting a defensive posture. Upon arriving before them, Hongyan sensed that most of their cultivation levels were at the peak of the Spirit Infant realm, with the strongest among them barely at the initial stage of the Dharma realm. With her mid-stage Unity realm cultivation and the numerous magical artifacts at her disposal, these individuals posed no threat to her. The red dust falling star sword? It was only upon nearing that the leading man among the cultivators finally discerned the sacred artifact in Hongyan's hand. Put away your swords. The newcomer must be the young master of the Crossing Heartsword sect. There is no need for concern, he declared. Upon hearing the name of the Crossing Heartsword sect, the tension among the group eased considerably. The Crossing Heartsword sect is a prestigious and reputable sect, well regarded across the continent, known for the integrity of its disciples who would not strike without cause. The leading man stepped forward, clasping his hands in greeting. I am Zhang Hao, the eldest disciple of the Cloud Sea sect. May I inquire if you are the young Master Lu of the Crossing Heartsword sect? Cloud Sea sect? Hongyan's gaze swept over the sect tokens at their waists. Her curiosity piqued. Are you all disciples of the 100 sects? In this world, the 4 sects stood as the most formidable, while beneath them lay the 100 sects, which are high-ranking sects on the continent. Though the cultivation talents of the 100 sects may not rival those of the 4, they still surpass the majority of cultivators in the world. Indeed, Zhang Hao replied. Why are you all here, away from your respective sects? Young Master Lu, Zhang Hao continued. This matter traces back to a wager made by the leaders of the 4 great sects. Moments later, Hongyan felt somewhat exasperated. She could hardly believe that her father had managed to engage in a wager with the other 3 sect leaders over the brief revival of spiritual energy in the South Wilderness, offering up their heavenly grade elixirs, techniques, and weapons as stakes. To her astonishment, her father had even staked half of a jade tablet for the Chilan ruins. Absurd. Such occurrences have never transpired in the previous 6 generations. Currently, it appears that the participants in this wager are no longer limited to the disciples of the 4 sects, nor even to the 100 sects, but rather encompass disciples from all corners of the realm, all eager to seek their fortune in the southern wilderness. This raises the question, how many cultivators will flood into the southern wilderness? The pivotal factor in winning this exorbitant wager undoubtedly lies within the spiritual vein of the Dragon Clan's ruins. However, the whereabouts of this spiritual vein remain unknown, and it is uncertain when this wager will truly reach its conclusion. Where do you all intend to go now? Hongyan inquired. Zhang Hao furrowed his brow in contemplation before deciding to reveal the truth. To be forthright with you, young Sect Master Lu, we have obtained an ancient manuscript that records the location of a primordial ruin, and we are about to set forth. He chose to disclose this information after careful consideration, as he believed their group lacked the strength to emerge alive from the ruins without assistance. Thus, it would be prudent to seek a formidable ally. Lu Hongyan, being not only exceptionally skilled, but also the young sect master of the Crossing Heartsword sect, possessed high moral integrity and was unlikely to resort to murder for treasure. She was indeed an excellent choice. If they could venture to the ruins alongside Lu Hongyan, their safety would be assured, and they might also acquire some valuable artifacts. If the young master has no pressing matters, I sincerely request that you accompany us, Zhang Hao proposed once more. Lu Hongyan, eager to rapidly enhance her strength, was naturally inclined to seize this opportunity. However, she had not returned to Yinyu City for over 10 days and was concerned about Chu Huanyan's well-being, especially with the influx of cultivators into the southern wilderness, which left her worried for Jiang Luoyi, who resided in Xiaowu Town. I apologize, everyone, but I have other matters to attend to, so I must take my leave, Lu Hongyan said, cupping her fist in respect before transforming into a streak of light and swiftly disappearing. The group exchanged glances, astonished that such a grand opportunity did not pique the interest of young sect master Lu. Brother Zhang, why did you mention the Phoenix clan's ruins just now? Someone questioned. Puzzled. Junior brother Lu, do you truly believe that with our current strength, we could safely enter the Phoenix clan's ruins without any formidable support? Zhang Hao countered. Indeed, while young sect master Lu was forthright and undoubtedly our best ally, it was regrettable that she declined to accompany us. According to the manuscript we acquired, it is known that 100,000 years ago, the Dragon and Phoenix clans battled fiercely at this location, ultimately sealing the spiritual energy of the southern wilderness into 7 portions, divided among 3 dragons and 4 phoenixes. This implies that the southern wilderness conceals at least 7 dragon and phoenix ruins. Perhaps young sect master Lu has already discovered one of these ruins and is eager to explore, which is why she temporarily declined our invitation. Upon returning to Yinyu City, Lu Hongyan immediately made her way to the inn where Chu Huanyan was staying, wishing to share the treasures obtained from the ruins. Yet, as soon as she entered, she found Chu Huanyan looking somewhat dejected. Master, you have finally returned, Chu Huanyan said with a furrowed brow. During your absence, I learned of a significant event, the wager of the 4 sects. I am aware of this matter, Lu Hongyan replied. But tell me, what troubles you? Nostalgia holds that the key to the revival of spiritual energy may lie within the remnants of the Dragon Clan. It is believed that seizing the treasures hidden within these relics could secure a favorable wager for our sect. Thus, today, Nostalgia ventured to the Dragon Clan ruins, only to discover that others had already arrived before her. The individuals you refer to as the early birds are none other than myself, Master. Lu Hongyan smiled as she retrieved numerous elixirs from her storage ring and continued, aside from the spiritual vein within the ruins, I have acquired all the other items. Hearing this, Chu Huanyan felt considerably uplifted, yet a lingering doubt persisted, prompting her to inquire, if Master has not obtained the spiritual vein, then who has taken it? This matter is indeed peculiar. When I arrived, the seal of the spiritual vein was intact, yet the vein itself had vanished without a trace. Is such a thing truly possible? Chu Huanyan exclaimed in astonishment. In this world, only 3 individuals possess the capability to disregard seals. Yet none of them could possibly be present in the southern wilderness. She couldn't help but wonder if this was the work of the Heavenly Dao. Thus, once again, the Heavenly Dao is blamed. Chapter 33. Listening to books in Tomorrow Town? Huanyan, has this place been tranquil these past few days? Have any cultivators visited? Lu Hongyan inquired. Chu Huanyan understood that her master was actually inquiring about the situation in Xiaowu Town, but feared that she might uncover something, thus phrasing the question about this place. There is nothing of great concern here. Only 2 seniors have been to Xiaowu Town, replied Chu Huanyan. Upon hearing that cultivators had visited Xiaowu Town, Lu Hongyan could not help but feel a twinge of worry and pressed further. Do you know what they were doing there? They only asked a few questions regarding the bone dragon, and one of the seniors mentioned that it was an old acquaintance of yours from your youth. Who is it? The saintess of the Zixiao Holy Palace, Zhu Huan. She has come as well. Did she come with her fellow sect's saint son, Li Zhao? Indeed. Upon hearing this, Lu Hongyan finally felt at ease. The character of the duo from Zixiao was quite commendable, and they were unlikely to act indiscriminately towards mortals. Senior Zhu Huan has been eager to spar with you. But as of now, I am unsure of her whereabouts, added Chu Huanyan. Lu Hongyan expressed her surprise, recalling the duel from a decade ago, and could only shake her head and smile. I never expected that she still harbors lingering feelings about that incident. Master, it seems you have made a breakthrough. Thanks to the spiritual herbs from the ruins, I have now reached the mid-stage of the unification realm. In that case, Senior Zhu Huan is likely to be defeated by you once more. I have no interest in sparring with her. Chu Huanyan redirected the topic, asking, speaking of which, Master, since you have acquired all the treasures from the ruins, does that not mean you have effectively won the wager of the four sects? Lu Hongyan shook her head. The revival of spiritual energy in the southern wilderness is due to the spiritual veins within the ruins. While I obtained numerous treasures there, they are unrelated to the matter of spiritual energy revival. In other words, to win the wager of the four sects, one must find that spiritual vein? Naturally. But that vein has vanished without a trace. As long as no one can locate it, the wager will continue indefinitely, sighed Lu Hongyan. Hearing this, Chu Huanyan could not help but frown. If the wager continued without conclusion, countless cultivators would remain in the southern wilderness, significantly affecting the lives of the mortals here. At that moment, Lu Hongyan shared her thoughts. She too hoped for the wager to conclude swiftly, without disrupting Jiang Luoyi's life. Huanyan, have you ever heard the legend of the Dragon and Phoenix War? Lu Hongyan asked. Naturally, have I not ventured to the ruins with Lan Hai, which are remnants of that ancient battle? Indeed, there are 7 such remnants left by the Dragon and Phoenix clans from that time. 7? Chu Huanyan was astonished. Although she had awakened the memories of her first life, none contained information regarding this matter. However, Lu Hongyan possessed the memories of her first 6 lives, naturally knowing much more. Does this not imply that acquiring a single spiritual vein from any of those remnants would suffice to win this wager? Destined Chu Huanyan is unlikely to be that simple. Lu Hongyan remarked. The news of the 7 buried ruins in the southern wilderness will soon spread throughout the world. When that time comes, the conditions for winning the wager will naturally revolve around these 7 spiritual veins. However, the countless treasures concealed within the 7 Dragon and Phoenix ruins far exceed the rewards from winning the 4 sects wager. In other words, it won't be long before the situation is no longer under the control of the sect masters. This region of the southern wilderness is destined to plunge into turmoil among cultivators for a considerable time ahead. Chu Huanyan couldn't help but feel anxious. With her current cultivation level being merely at the spirit aperture realm, it seemed nearly impossible for her to maintain peace in Xiaowu Town amidst the impending conflicts. Even with Lu Hongyan by her side, the two of them would struggle to achieve this. The only solace she found was the presence of a mysterious elder hidden within Xiaowu Town. Should the town be affected by the battles of cultivators, it was certain that this elder would not remain indifferent. Lu Hongyan, too, felt a sense of melancholy regarding this matter. Although she possessed the memories of her past 6 lives and was aware of many great opportunities, she regrettably knew little about the ruins left behind by the 3 dragons and 4 phoenixes. In her previous 6 lives, even the son of Heavenly Dao had only managed to locate 2 dragon and phoenix ruins. The only ruins she knew about were these 2. Currently, she had already seized one, while there was no urgency for her to venture to the other. The second ruin was guarded by the remnant soul of a fire phoenix, whose strength equated to the early stage of the sacred realm. With Lu Hongyan's current cultivation, entering that ruin would almost certainly lead to her demise. The wager among the 4 sects had explicit regulations forbidding the sect masters and elders from intervening. Only the disciples of each sect were allowed to participate. Since Lu Hongyan could not enter that ruin, it was even less likely that disciples from other sects would do so. Therefore, she was not concerned that others might gain access to that particular ruin first. This time, many disciples from her sect would also partake in the wager, but they likely had yet to enter the southern wilderness. Lu Hongyan continued, "For now, let us remain here for a few days, waiting for their arrival. After we rendezvous with them, we could devise a new plan." Chu Huanyan spoke up, "Master, it has been quite some time since the wager was announced. I believe that second junior sister has already entered the southern wilderness. The reason she hasn't sought us out, despite knowing we are here, is likely due to conflicts with others along the way." Upon hearing this, Lu Hongyan's brows furrowed. Her second disciple, Lin Xiangxue, was a being born from the million-year sacred sword, with an inherently combative nature. She would easily engage in fierce battles at the slightest provocation. It was quite possible, as Chu Huanyin suggested, that she had already clashed with other cultivators on her journey. However, Lu Hongyan was not overly concerned about Lin Xiangxue's life being in danger, because Lin Xiangxue's vitality was linked to that sacred sword. As long as the sword endured, even if she were to be shattered into pieces, she could resurrect within a month, backed by the sword's side. This was Lin Xiangxue's greatest assurance. She was virtually indestructible. What troubled Lu Hongyan, however, was the likelihood that Lin Xiangxue might attract numerous enemies among the disciples of the sect during this four-sect wager. The vast expanse of the southern wilderness presents an insurmountable challenge for us to seek her. It seems we can only wait for her to arrive of her own accord. I can only hope she does not bring calamity upon her fellow disciples. Chu Huanyin nodded, acknowledging the futility of her worries, and thus decided to change the subject. She said, "Master, I visited Little Miss Town some days ago. This may displease you, but it is something I must confess." As expected, the moment her words fell, Lu Hongyan's expression turned serious. "Where did you go, and what were you doing? Are you aware that a venerable elder from the sacred realm is concealed within that town? Should you provoke their ire, you may very well pay with your life." Yet, that elder did not hinder Huanyan's passage. They did not stop you? Lu Hongyan's brow relaxed slightly, yet confusion lingered. "Why were you prevented from entering the town last time?" Chu Huanyan explained, "Every time I enter the town, I communicate my intentions to that elder, and thus I can proceed unimpeded." "Did you meet that elder? Who were they?" "I did not meet them, but I believe they must have heard my words." "That does make sense." Lu Hongyan pondered. "Could it be that my previous use of the elder's array to slay the dragon caused them to harbor resentment, thus preventing my entry? By the way, Huanyan, what was your purpose in going to Little Miss Town?" "To listen to stories." Chu Huanyan ziplit gandi li. She understood that her master was eager to see the senior brother, but feared that a sudden visit might irritate him. So she had yet to set foot in the town. In matters such as these, she felt compelled to assist her master. Listening to stories? Lu Hongyan expressed her astonishment. It was well known within the sect that Chu Huanyan was passionately devoted to her cultivation, often wishing to devote all her time to it. How could she find leisure to listen to tales in the town? Recently, due to an injury, Huanyan has been unable to cultivate, and during this period of idleness, she encountered a storyteller within the city. Chu Huanyan recounted her meeting with Jiang Luoyi, but omitted any mention of her past life. The tales told by the young storyteller were captivating, and whenever she found herself free, she would venture to the town to listen. "His surname is Jiang?" Lu Hongyan inquired. "Do you know his full name?" "Jiang Luoyi." "Jiang Luoyi?" A flicker of realization crossed Lu Hongyan's eyes. Such a similar name. Could it be him? Chu Huanyan continued, "Master, as we have no pressing matters and must await the arrival of the sect's disciples, why not go to the town tomorrow to listen to some stories? It would serve as a means of self-cultivation." "Excellent," Lu Hongyan replied without hesitation, even deliberately adding, "Having recently broken through 2 realms, I am quite fatigued and could use some relaxation." Upon hearing this, Chu Huanyan couldn't help but smile. "Master, if you wish to see him, just go. You even concocted a reason for yourself." Soon, however, Lu Hongyan grew anxious again. For the past 8 years, she had maintained an attitude of waiting rather than seeking Jiang Luoyi, unsure of how to present herself before him. Now, having unconsciously agreed to go to the town with Chu Huanyan, she found herself reflecting that her presence might annoy Jiang Luoyi. As Chu Huanyan, a seasoned individual in this matter, was acutely aware of her own thoughts, she spoke up, "Master, we are merely going to the small town to listen to stories. There is no ulterior motive. Why must you be so troubled?" It was then that Lu Hongyan recognized that her own inner turmoil had inadvertently revealed her feelings. Yet, Chu Huanyan was correct. They were merely attending a storytelling session and had no intention of seeking out Jiang Luoyi. Indeed, as a competent and nurturing master, how could she refuse her disciples' earnest invitation to join her in the small town? "Alas, Huanyan, this was not my desire, but rather your insistence that compelled me to accompany you." Lu Hongyan began to engage in a self-induced hypnosis within her mind, convincing herself that she could disregard the memories of her 6 previous lives, allowing her to greet Jiang Luoyi with the same unfamiliarity as their first encounter. In this way, perhaps the aversion he held towards her would diminish somewhat. Chapter 34. Hongyan enters the town in the early morning. Numerous figures of cultivators occasionally soared through the skies above the small misty town, drawing the attention and murmurs of the mortal inhabitants below. Since the demise of the skeletal dragon, the entire southern wilderness has erupted into a frenzy. I had foretold a fortnight ago that this place undoubtedly harbors a treasure of extraordinary significance. Back then, you all dismissed my words as mere boasting. Do you believe me now? I remain convinced that the collective resurrection of the Dragon Clan summoned these celestial beings. On that fateful night, I observed a celestial seal enveloping the heavens, and subsequently, the uncle of my great-aunt's seventh niece proclaimed it to be the imperial seal of the Empress, casting its shadow over the entire world that very night. If not for the Dragon Clan's revival, how could the Empress have made such a grand gesture? Oh, does that imply that the Empress herself may grace our southern wilderness? Yuexi, cradling a silver-furred cat, traversed the animated throng, heading toward the tea house to listen to tales. Little did anyone expect that the exalted Empress had just brushed past them. Although the influx of cultivators had recently surged, none had been reported to bully the weaker denizens, and the lives of the residents in the small misty town remained unaffected. Moreover, Jiang Luoyi had not voiced any grievances regarding the matter. Thus, Yuexi harbored no intentions of obstructing certain cultivators. A fortnight prior, when two individuals from the Zixiao Sacred Hall arrived, Yuexi gleaned from their conversation with Hongyan that the current situation stemmed from a wager among the four sects. Initially, she directed her ire towards the leaders of the four sects, but soon she realized that the true instigator was the will of heaven operating in the shadows. After all, such a wager had never transpired in the previous 6 generations. Furthermore, given the disposition of the four sect leaders, it was unlikely they would gamble precious treasures like celestial-grade techniques or elixirs over a mere momentary resurgence of spiritual energy. At first, Yuexi believed that by removing the spiritual veins and halting the revival of spiritual energy in the southern wilderness, she could prevent cultivators from flocking here. Yet she did not anticipate that the will of heaven could orchestrate such events. However, this time, she had no intention of engaging in a grand conflict with the will of heaven. With her wedding to Jiang Luoyi approaching, provoking the heavenly will once more might attract even greater powers. As long as Jiang Luoyi remained unharmed, she would treat everything as though it had not transpired. Just as Yuexi settled into her seat at the tea house, she noticed 2 familiar figures appearing beyond the town's outskirts. One was Hongyan, and the other was Hongyan. Junior wishes to listen to the tales. I kindly ask for the elder's leniency, Hongyan spoke, clasping her fists in salute to the air. Hongyan followed suit, mirroring her gesture. Hongyan, are you certain that this will suffice for the elder to grant us entry? Rest assured, master. The elder shall not take offense to such formalities, Hongyan assured, pulling Hongyan into the town. As predicted, no silver chains obstructed their path. With each step into the town, Hongyan felt her heart flutter with trepidation. Soon, she would come face to face with the one she had longed for. She found herself at a loss as to how to present herself as though they were strangers. With emotions accumulated over 3,000 years across 6 lifetimes, it was a formidable task to suppress them. As soon as the two stepped onto the street, numerous ordinary folk approached them with deep bows of gratitude. They had not forgotten that it was this red-clad celestial being who had vanquished the skeletal dragon a fortnight ago, bringing peace to this region. Hongyan responded to the crowd with a smile, yet inwardly, she felt an overwhelming sense of unworthiness. After all, it was not her hand that had slain the dragon. It was merely due to the reluctance of that enigmatic elder to reveal themselves that she had taken on the Fade of the Dragon Slayer. Chapter 35. The agonizing pain of longing nostalgia enveloped her as she pondered the whereabouts of the storyteller, Mr. Jiang Shao. Hongyan had scarcely stepped onto the street when she could no longer contain her curiosity. The urge to reunite with him was a fervent fire she could not extinguish. At this hour, he should still be dining, though she was uncertain whether he indulged in a meal outside or within the comforts of his home. Through keen observation over recent days, Chu Huanyan had garnered a profound understanding of Jiang Luoyi's daily routines. The courtyard ahead is his residence. We shall conveniently pass by it on our way to the tea house. She indicated towards the nearby structure. Lu Hongyan instinctively quickened her pace. Even a distant glimpse of him would surely quell the restlessness in her heart. As they traversed past Jiang Luoyi's humble abode, they observed an elderly man with white hair, fervently directing several robust men as they transported an item draped in red cloth. Place that over there, but handle it gently. We mustn't damage it. Hey, old Jiang, where's the item I asked you to prepare the day before yesterday? What? You haven't completed it yet? The wedding is the day after tomorrow. You mustn't delay. After reprimanding the carpenter, the old town mayor turned to inspect if anything had been overlooked, only to discover Lu Hongyan and Chu Huanyan standing at the entrance. He hurriedly approached them, bowing in gratitude. Fairy, your dragon-slaying presence ensures the safety of this place. I am profoundly grateful. I was unaware of your arrival today, and as the town's mayor, I regret not welcoming you properly. I hope you can forgive my oversight. The elderly mayor's bow elicited a renewed sense of embarrassment within Lu Hongyan. She assisted him to his feet and inquired, Good sir, what are you all engaged in? In response to the fairy, we are preparing for the wedding of a young man from our town. He has endured a life of hardship, being an orphan without kin. Thus, I have come to regard him as a grandson and have taken it upon myself to arrange matters for his marriage. As the old mayor spoke, a look of contentment graced his face. A wedding. Lu Hongyan froze, her eyes becoming distant as words momentarily eluded her, leaving her in a state of stupor. Observing this, Chu Huanyan sighed inwardly. Indeed, the affection that Master held for her senior brother transcended mere teacher-student bonds. The news of her senior brother's marriage would inevitably reach Master. She could only wonder what decision Master would make. She fervently hoped that Master would not intervene in this matter. For her, nothing was more paramount than her senior brother's happiness, including Master's wishes. Fairy, are you? The old mayor, noticing Lu Hongyan's peculiar demeanor, was uncertain if his words had been inappropriate. It is nothing, Lu Hongyan forced a smile, her heart unwilling to relent as she pressed on with her inquiry. Is the one to be wed the young storyteller from the town? Indeed. I did not expect you to be acquainted with him. The old mayor exhaled in relief, his face breaking into a welcoming smile. Unable to restrain his tongue, he added, Speaking of him, one cannot help but notice his striking resemblance to the disciple you seek. His name is Jiang Luoyi, and like your disciple, he too was an orphan from Yenyu City, though the difference lies in the additional character within his name and his lack of cultivation talent. The former mayor spoke lightly, yet every word resonated within Lu Hongyan's ears, relentlessly affirming the fact that the person about to wed was indeed the one she had yearned for day and night. At that moment, Lu Hongyan's thoughts seemed to be abruptly severed by some unseen force. She lost track of how she had departed from that courtyard gate, and when she regained her senses, she found herself back on the bustling street with Chu Huanyan. Master, shall we have something to eat before heading to the tea house? Chu Huanyan inquired, aware that her master was burdened with a multitude of emotions that required processing. In her eyes, the dazed demeanor of her master was ill-suited for an encounter with her senior brother. Let us go. The two took their seats in a restaurant, once again attracting numerous mortals who came to express their gratitude, although this time it was Chu Huanyan who acknowledged them. Lu Hongyan had retreated into her inner world, oblivious to the dishes arriving at their table. Jiang Luoyi had cherished her for 6 lifetimes, spanning 3,000 years, and she was acutely aware of this in every incarnation. Yet, she had never dared to reveal a sliver of her true feelings, bound by the constraints of their master-disciple relationship, the image of their sect, and the shackles of worldly conventions. Despite the numerous times he had strayed into darkness, her choice to protect him with unwavering affection, and her profound sorrow upon his tragic demise, stemmed from feelings far deeper than mere camaraderie. She often envisioned a life where they were not master and disciple, but rather united in love. However, once their initial relationship was established, how could it be so easily altered? Lu Hongyan recalled vividly how, after Jiang Luoyi was expelled from the sect in his 3rd life, he sought to grow stronger and acquire more resources, ultimately choosing to marry Yulian. the saintess of the ghost shadow nether soul sect. To him, that marriage was devoid of emotion, driven solely by self-interest. Upon learning of this union, she had boldly infiltrated the ghost shadow nether soul sect under the pretense of purging traitors, sabotaging Jiang Luoyi's wedding. The excuse of eradicating traitors was merely a guise for her unwillingness to let him wed another. In that life, as she had wished, Jiang Luoyi did not end up with Yulian, remaining unwed until his death. She, too, remained by his grave after his passing, eternally bound to his memory until the Son of Heaven offered the world as a sacrifice. In this life, having just awakened to her past memories, she resolved to disregard all constraints and be with him. Yet, the whims of fate had rendered Jiang Luoyi unwilling to see her, having forsaken their 3,000 years of love for a mortal woman. This left her feeling as if she were ensnared in a dream. How could such profound emotions simply be relinquished? Could she not be granted another chance? This time, she feared neither death nor the wrath of heaven. Yet, as Jiang Luoyi had once stated, some feelings, even in the face of mortality, remain insurmountable. In that instant, all of Lu Hongyan's emotions coalesced into an immature thought: elopement. However, this notion was swiftly quashed. Jiang Luoyi had never desired to see her. He harbored a deep-seated aversion towards her. Should she attempt such an audacious act, the outcome would surely lead to even greater animosity from him. What she truly desired was for him to find happiness, not to live in anguish. Thus, she resolved to cease contemplating those impulsive, childish matters. Master, a mortal's life spans merely a century. It is indeed fragile. At this moment, Chu Huanyan inadvertently uttered a seemingly casual remark: a century. Initially, Lu Hongyan paid little heed to Chu Huanyan's words. However, she soon recalled that the woman who was to marry Jiang Luoyi was merely a mortal, destined for a brief existence of 100 years. Although Jiang Luoyi himself was also a mortal, he was recognized by the Heavenly Dao as the ultimate antagonist. The Heavenly Dao would not permit Jiang Luoyi to perish within a century. This implies that after 100 years, he would once again find himself alone. At that moment, she would have the opportunity to be with him. A century is but a fleeting span. She could wait. For the duration of that 100 years, while the mortal woman remained alive, she could silently guard him from the shadows as a stranger. Yet, the mere thought of him soon taking another as his wife brought her excruciating heartache. Nevertheless, she understood all too well that the most favorable outcome could only unfold in this manner. Should she forcibly intrude upon Jiang Luoyi's life, it would inevitably yield contrary results. Chapter 36. The master's envy. Lu Hongyan suppressed her inner turmoil, channeling all her energy into her meal, as if by doing so she could banish all distracting thoughts. Master, shall we attend the gathering the day after tomorrow? Chu Huanyan inquired once more. What purpose would that serve? Lu Hongyan responded. Previously, the old town mayor invited us to attend Mr. Jiang Zhao's wedding, but you did not respond at the time. Lu Hongyan strained her memory, recalling a vague impression of the invitation, and replied, since the elder extended such a kind invitation, we shall go. If it were merely a matter of being a master, witnessing a disciple's marriage would naturally bring joy. However, in this life, I am not even a true master to him. Chu Huanyan nodded, refraining from further conversation. In the tea house, Jiang Luo stood before the table, recounting the tale of Jiang Sheng at the grand competition of the 100 clans. Beside him, Su Yuexi cradled a silver-patterned cat and a pink pichio, occasionally feeding them morsels of cake. When Lu Hongyan and Chu Huanyan arrived, there were no seats available. Ultimately, the tea house owner hastily stepped out to procure additional chairs. Jiang Luo was not particularly surprised by their arrival. He had grown accustomed to Chu Huanyan's presence, and it was entirely normal for Lu Hongyan, as his master, to accompany her disciple for a brief respite. In stark contrast to his nonchalance, Lu Hongyan was exceedingly cautious. From the moment she entered the tea house, she made a deliberate effort to appear composed. However, her attempts at expression management seemed overly strained, resulting in a countenance that appeared frigid and unapproachable. She did not hasten to glance at Jiang Luo. Instead, after taking her seat, she sipped her tea slowly, feigning boredom before casting a casual glance at the stage. To the audience, she seemed forcibly dragged there by her disciple, displaying no genuine interest in the proceedings. This marked the first time in her life that she found herself so close to the one she longed for, her heart swirling with myriad emotions that refused to settle. Perhaps it was the sixth sense of a woman that alerted her to the presence of Su Yuexi seated beside Jiang Luoyi. Although the young woman was merely an ordinary mortal of unremarkable appearance, Hongyan felt an involuntary wave of animosity towards her. "Who is that young lady on stage?" Hongyan quietly inquired of Chu Huanyan. "That is Mr. Jiang Zhao's fiancée, named Su Yuexi. She is afflicted with a facial condition. Yet she is a kind-hearted and pure young woman," Chu Huanyan replied. Upon hearing this, Hongyan's animosity intensified, and she candidly remarked, "This girl shows no concern for her fiancé whatsoever." Chu Huanyan was taken aback. He thought her assessment of Su Yuexi had been exceedingly fair and objective. What had she claimed the young woman treated her elder brother poorly? While her fiancé toils tirelessly to earn a living as a storyteller, she leisurely occupies his unwed seat, playing with her pets, showing no understanding of consideration, Hongyan asserted. Chu Huanyan felt a sense of helplessness. His master was undoubtedly consumed by jealousy. Otherwise, given her typically magnanimous nature, how could she find the leisure to critique an ordinary mortal woman? Although Hongyan's voice was hushed, Su Yuexi heard every word clearly. She did not feel displeased by these words. Rather, she found them quite reasonable. Indeed, to be a good wife, one should always be considerate of her husband. So Yuexi used. She then stood up, gently pressing Jiang Luoyi back in his seat while she quietly positioned herself beside the table. Jiang Luoyi, without much thought, assumed she was merely tired from sitting too long and needed a stretch. Thus he continued his storytelling uninterrupted. Meanwhile, below the stage, Hongyan furrowed her brow and shifted the topic. "This girl has a naturally expressionless face. Will she not pass that on to her children?" Zhu Huanyan sighed, placing a hand on her forehead. "Master, an expressionless face is not hereditary." "Oh," Hongyan replied, "but even so, no man would wish to gaze upon a face devoid of expression all day, would he?" This time, Chu Huanyan chose not to respond. She recognized that her master was channeling all her jealousy into complaints about Miss Yuexi, and she would not relent until she found a fault to pick at. On the stage, Su Yuexi still felt that Hongyan's words held merit. Indeed, if she maintained a cold demeanor daily, Jiang Luoyi would eventually grow weary of it. She thought as she observed him. Previously, Aunt Sun had mentioned that a woman who lacks shyness is often neglected. Thus, it was evident that to be a good wife, one must possess an expression that brings joy to her husband. However, she was not truly expressionless. Rather, she feared that if any emotion crossed her face, it would evoke a reaction of heaven and earth sharing the same countenance, ultimately revealing Jiang Luoyi's awareness of her true nature. Indeed, Jiang Luoyi's knowledge of the legend surrounding the Empress Yuexi was entirely accurate. Every smile and frown she made would inadvertently carry a potent force of celestial intent, something beyond her control. If only she could express herself in the privacy of their chamber at night, she thought, as it would be difficult for Jiang Luoyi to discern the changes in the world outside. Meanwhile, Hongyan continued to critique softly to Chu Huanyan. "This young gentleman Jiang is undeniably handsome, yet his fiancée is rather ordinary. They seem ill-matched." Chu Huanyan could only nod in resignation. However, Hongyan spoke a truth. Jiang Luoyi's appearance was indeed exceptional among men, while Su Yuexi's was decidedly unremarkable. Su Yuexi absorbed Hongyan's remarks, beginning to contemplate the idea that perhaps she should enhance her appearance. If she were to become more attractive, not only would Jiang Luoyi find her pleasing to the eye, but his pride would swell whenever others praised her as well. Reflecting upon this, Su Yuexi could not help but admire Hongyan's insights, which seemed undeniably wise. Were it not for the complexities of her past life, she would have inquired how she might change to become a better wife. For Hongyan, the morning felt all too brief, as she had scarcely had the chance to observe Jiang Luoyi closely. "Let's go for a walk, master. We shall return in the afternoon," Chu Huanyan suggested. "Since you insist on coming back this afternoon, I shall accompany you," Lu Hongyan agreed. Chu Huanyan's sentiments were profoundly articulated. The words of her master seemed to imply that she herself was reluctant to come. As the two departed from the tea house, Lu Hongyan chose not to engage with Jiang Luoyi, exhibiting even greater caution than Chu Huanyan had during her first visit. However, she did cast a lingering glance at Su Yuexi. It would not be long before this seemingly ordinary girl, Su Yuexi, would become the wife of the one she cherished. Despite her inherent biases, she ultimately wished for Su Yuexi to bestow upon Jiang Luoyi a lifetime of happiness. Chapter 37. The blood-weeping demon sect invades the town within the tea house at noon. Jiang Luoyi noticed a peculiar change in Su Yuexi while they were dining. To his astonishment, she began serving him dishes, even occasionally feeding him. Although she had previously shown concern for him, such delicate attentiveness was unprecedented. Even the silvery cat on the dining table appeared dumbfounded, as if to say how exceptionally kind she is to this mortal, almost as if she were tending to a child. What prompted such an overt display of affection? Jiang Luoyi could not help but inquire. A good wife ought to do such things, Su Yuexi replied somewhat foolishly. Jiang Luoyi chuckled and leaned closer to her, whispering, "Such displays of affection are best reserved for the privacy of our home. There are too many onlookers here, and public displays of love are ill-advised." Only then did Su Yuexi realize that such actions required discretion. The tea house was once again filled with eager listeners in the afternoon. Lu Hongyan maintained her aloof demeanor, sitting beside Chu Huanyan, yet she was surprisingly quiet this time. Jiang Luoyi's tale was nearing the climax of the grand competition of the 100 sects, and the audience's emotions were reaching a fervent crescendo. Especially when they heard that Jiang Sheng had defeated Chu Wanghui, applause erupted spontaneously. In the corner, Chu Huanyan could not suppress a relieved smile upon hearing this. It turned out that during the last grand competition of the 100 sects in her third life, despite her utmost efforts, she had ultimately lost to her senior brother. It was fortunate she had not emerged victorious. Otherwise, her already profound feelings of guilt would have only deepened. The story continued. The grand competition of the 100 sects had finally reached its final duel, Jiang Sheng versus Yi Xian. The audience, brimming with excitement, eagerly anticipated the moment of Jiang Sheng's triumph. Alas, on the day of the duel, the sky unexpectedly unleashed a torrential downpour. Upon hearing this, the collective heart of the audience sank. Everyone understood that Jiang Sheng could never secure victory on a rainy day. With no twists of fate to alter the outcome, Jiang Sheng succumbed to the son of Heaven's path. At this revelation, a third of the patrons in the tea house were incensed and stormed out. However, those who remained were treated to an exhilarating tidbit. Jiang Sheng was soon to wed the saintess of the shadowy gate. Who was responsible for this place? Step forward. Just as the audience absorbed this information, a booming voice echoed from outside. This voice, imbued with spiritual energy, resonated powerfully, leaving the patrons with ringing ears. Clearly, another celestial being had arrived, and judging by the tone, they seemed rather irate. Jiang Luoyi instinctively covered his ears and blurted out, "What the hell? Who is this fool?" The tea house owner hurried over, covering his mouth and glaring at him, whispering urgently, "You fool, if that celestial being hears you, you won't even know how you met your end." Witnessing this, Lu Hongyan drew her sword and swiftly exited the tea house, with Chu Huanyan following closely behind. As the audience saw Lu Hongyan unsheath her sword, many rushed outside to see what was amiss. In the blink of an eye, the once crowded tea house was left with only Su Yuexi. The silvery cat nestled in her embrace could keenly sense its owner's displeasure. Jiang Luo followed the crowd outside and raised his head, gazing at the sky where over a dozen cultivators clad in black and red stood. They loomed over the onlookers, their hands clasped behind their backs, disdain etched on their faces, as if merely laying eyes on these mortals sullied their vision. The symbols of their sect, displayed on the jade tokens at their waists, unmistakably identified them as disciples of the blood-weeping demon sect. The old town chief hurried out of the courtyard, bowing respectfully as he inquired, "I'm the town's leader. May I ask what brings such esteemed beings here? Knowing we are celestial beings, why do you not hastily kneel? I suggest you spare your old legs." A cultivator from the sky sneered, conjuring a purple orb of light that he sent hurtling toward the old chief. The crowd gasped at this sudden display of aggression. Until now, all the cultivators they had encountered had been courteous. Who could have anticipated that this group would so readily threaten to cripple an elderly man? Many were immediately paralyzed by fear and fell to their knees. In a flash, Hongyan positioned herself before the old chief and deflected the incoming purple orb with her sword. "Do not kneel," she cried out. "These scoundrels are not worthy of your submission." "Oh, it appears there is a cultivator willing to stand up for mortals," one of the blood-weeping demon sect members remarked, recognizing Hongyan and infusing his words with a tone of provocation. Hongyan, now aware of her adversary, realized he was Elder Mo Chiefeng of the blood-weeping demon sect. Elder Mo, the agreement among the four sects, clearly states that no sect leader or elder may interfere. Are you not afraid of inciting a united pursuit against your sect for this blatant violation? She retorted coldly. Mokifeng laft e artidi. Ah, regulations? The blood-weeping demon sect dares to defy them, and we have the audacity to do so. Moreover, should you, Hongyan, perish here today, who would ever know of our transgression? With that, the cultivators behind him surged with energy, poised to strike with lethal intent. Hongyan, witnessing the brewing storm, felt an urgency. Her own cultivation was far too weak to contend with any of these foes. Although her master had recently reached the mid-stage of the unification realm, Mo Chiefeng was at the cusp of becoming a saint. They were simply not on the same level. In a direct confrontation, both she and her master would surely be vanquished. As for fleeing, Jiang Luoyi remained here. She and her master could never abandon him. The blood-weeping demon sect's unprovoked tyranny over the townsfolk was intolerable. Surely, the reclusive elder would intervene? Hongyan could only place her hope in that possibility. Seeing that a battle was imminent, Hongyan activated her red dust starfall sword. Previously, when that skeletal dragon had attacked, she had intended to unleash the energy she had gathered over the past decade. However, the dragon had been vanquished by the formation, allowing her to retain that power. Today presented the perfect opportunity to utilize it. With a single strike, even if her opponent was on the verge of becoming a saint, they would be left crippled. Engage, but do not harm the innocent, Hongyan declared as she soared into the sky, with Hongyan following closely behind. Monta Kifeng sneeth. You have truly inherited your father's benevolence, but the decision of where to strike is not yours to make. With that, he turned to the crowd behind him and commanded, "Eliminate these disrespectful ants. Leave only that old, unyielding mayor. I shall interrogate him later regarding the matter of the bone dragon." Yes, the disciples of the blood-weeping demon sect began to channel their spells, preparing to bombard the entire town. Are you all out of your minds? If you wish to fight, then take it outside. Do you think this is your home? Jiang Luoyi, standing in the street, erupted in anger. Who has the audacity? Mo Chiefeng's gaze quickly fixed on Jiang Luoyi, and he ordered his followers once again, "Spare this young man. I shall refine him into elixirs." System, come fort. Jiang Luoyi, filled with indignation, summoned the system. Ding. Host detected to be in a state of anger. Would you like to claim 350 years of cultivation? Chapter 38. Once again a substitute and reaping power. Jiang Luoyi, in a fit of rage, declared, "I must eliminate these fools." The host had finally chosen the path of a villain. The system promptly prepared to bestow power upon the host. Suddenly, the system hesitated, raising a query. Wait a moment. The system has detected suicidal thoughts from the host. Do you plan to restart the cycle after claiming power and slaying your enemies? Isn't that an absurd question? Jiang Luoyi retorted. In his view, the town of Xiaowu could not escape its doom today. If he did not claim power, he was destined to perish here. Yet, if he did claim power, he would be coerced into becoming a villain by the heavenly order. Thus, his plan was to acquire the power, eliminate the despicable members of the Yuexi demon sect, and then end his life to restart the cycle. In doing so, he would have vented his anger and not be exploited by the heavenly decree. Unfortunately, he would also forfeit his marriage with Yuexi. The system paused the power distribution, urging the host to remain calm. Upon hearing this, Jiang Luoyi's anger intensified. Damn it, I'm on the brink of death, and you still won't let me indulge a little? The system, assessing the current situation, determined that the host was not in any life-threatening danger and advised against claiming power and indulging in self-destruction. Are you blind? With Lu Hongyan and Chu Huanyan's cultivation, how could they possibly contend against the enemy? The system maintained its stance, assuring the host that its judgment was infallible. Enough of this. Just grant me the power. Jiang Luoyi insisted, confident in his own judgment. The system, aiming to prevent suicidal behavior, refused to dispense power. Do you treat my commands as mere nonsense? In the system's understanding, ensuring the host's survival and transformation into a grand villain, ultimately meeting his demise at the hands of the Child of Destiny, superseded all other directives. Jiang Luoyi found himself at a loss for words. Previously, the system had incessantly urged him to claim power, yet now, when he desired it most, it was denied. While he engaged in this verbal sparring with the system, a cultivator from the Yuexi demon sect was already charging towards him from the sky. Chu Huanyan, witnessing this, immediately soared in front of Jiang Luoyi. The disparity in strength between her and the enemy was vast. She could only muster all the spiritual essence within her to unleash a powerful strike, prepared to engage the foe in a mutually destructive confrontation. Is that elder not planning to intervene? Chu Huanyan was frantic, fervently wishing for the return of the silvery chain. Unbeknownst to her, the master of that chain had already sent his consciousness soaring into the distant void, reprimanding the heavenly order for disturbing the tranquility of the town. How dare a mere spirit aperture realm block my path, unaware of the heavens above? The cultivator charging at Chu Huanyan had yet to finish his words when he suddenly transformed into a mist of blood mid-air. The entire occurrence was devoid of warning, sending the onlookers fleeing in terror. At that moment, Yuexi emerged from the tea house. She had already scolded the heavenly order, yet they had not replied. In recent days, despite the influx of cultivators summoned by the heavenly order into the town, she had refrained from expressing anger, mindful of the impending wedding day. Yet today is different. This group of traitorous disciples from the blood-weeping demon sect not only disrupts the tranquility of the town, but also seeks to slaughter its residents. Even more egregious is their intent to refine Jiang Luoyi into a medicinal elixir. Could she endure such a fate? Fortunately, a senior has taken action. Both Chu Huanyan and Lu Hongyan breathed a sigh of relief. However, Mo Chifeng wore a look of sheer terror. The disciple had transformed into a cloud of blood mist without any warning, and he did not even discern who had struck. As a semi-saint, the fact that his adversary could kill without him noticing indicated an overwhelming superiority in cultivation. Who could it be? According to the intelligence he possessed, all four sect masters were within the forbidden grounds, making it impossible for any of them to be in the southern wilderness. Who, besides the masters of the four sects, could possibly possess such power? Unbeknownst to him, a senior was meditating nearby, and he felt compelled to apologize. We will take our leave immediately. Without a moment's hesitation, Mo Chifeng turned to flee, disregarding the disciples behind him. Just as he attempted to escape, a mysterious aura pierced through his body and those of his disciples in an instant. He saw nothing, only felt his corporeal form grow weightless, like snowflakes drifting through the air. It dawned upon him that he had met the same fate as the previous disciple, dissolving into blood mist. An imperial cultivation level. His opponent was undoubtedly at the imperial level. He was slain by the force of their laws. In his final moments, he grasped this truth. Yet, he could not fathom how that empress had arrived here. In a heartbeat, several disciples of the blood-weeping demon sect turned into blood mist. The many mortals on the street seemed to witness a performance of crimson snowflakes. Yuexi suddenly felt a tinge of regret. Perhaps she should have spared one of them to return and warn their fellow cultivators never to set foot in Xiao Town again. Such a measure could have spared the town from further disturbances by cultivators. Lu Hongyan slowly sheathed her sword, marveling at the profound prowess of the hidden senior. Mo Chifeng, a semi-saint, had not even offered the slightest resistance before his demise. It seemed she had underestimated the senior's strength during the last dragon slaying. Chu Huanyan, however, did not dwell on such thoughts. She felt only relief that Jiang Luoyi was still alive, which she deemed the best possible outcome. Simultaneously, she resolved to hasten her own cultivation, Otherwise, if similar incidents occurred beyond the town's borders, she would be powerless to ensure Jiang Luoyi's safety. It appears your judgment was correct, Jiang Luoyi responded in her mind. Rest assured, the system will not allow you to perish easily. Then may I inquire who is responsible for the demise of those from the blood-weeping demon sect? Due to a warning from the Heavenly Dao, the system is currently unable to disclose this information. I knew you and the Heavenly Dao were of one mind. Jiang Luoyi felt no displeasure. Rather, she found the system's honesty refreshing. Many thanks, fair maiden. You have saved our people. At that moment, the old town chief suddenly knelt before Hongyan, believing that she alone could vanquish the villains. The crowd immediately followed suit, bowing before her and exclaiming, "Many thanks, fair maiden." Hongyan was bewildered throughout the entire ordeal. She merely drew her sword in confrontation, having performed no significant act. How had she become their savior? Just as she contemplated explaining, a voice echoed in her mind, reminiscent of the moment she vanquished the dragon. "Remember, it is you who saved them." The voice was indistinct, undoubtedly belonging to the venerable elder who had retreated into seclusion. Hongyan felt a tinge of helplessness. It seemed that the elder had no desire to reveal themselves, leaving her to accept this honor once more. She composed herself and turned to address the crowd. "It is the duty of our kind to eradicate evil and promote virtue. I appreciate your gratitude, but I implore you to refrain from kneeling before me." Upon uttering these words, a blush crept onto her cheeks. The elder insisted on casting her as a substitute for their benefactor, and she had no choice but to play along. Hongyan was left in a state of shock upon hearing this. When had their master ever intervened? Hadn't those cultivators been slain by the mysterious elder? Jiang Luoyi was equally perplexed. Although he was unaware of the identity of the one who acted, he was certain that it could not have been Hongyan. Could it be that, like the Son of Heaven, she had stumbled upon a magical artifact harboring a powerful soul? Was everything that had just transpired the work of the spirit within her artifact? Jiang Luoyi found himself indulging in such thoughts, believing this explanation to be quite plausible. If the soul within her artifact had dispatched those individuals, it was tantamount to her having done so herself. Otherwise, why would Hongyan acknowledge that she had saved everyone? Yes, that must be the case. He had not entertained a single doubt that there could potentially be a formidable being concealed in his midst. Chapter 39. A kiss on the eve of marriage. The events that transpired in Xiaowu town had swiftly spread across the surrounding 100 miles. Hongyan, the valiant and righteous fairy, became the topic of conversation for countless mortals during their leisure hours. As time passed, the tale also reached the ears of certain cultivators. The blood-weeping demon sect's brazen violation of the betting agreement by dispatching an elder to the southern wilderness raised suspicions among many practitioners regarding the sect. Disciples from various sects would hastily avoid any encounter with members of the blood-weeping demon sect, unwilling to associate with them. However, many cultivators were left perplexed by the situation. Although the young master of the Dushin sword sect possessed extraordinary talent and an abundance of precious artifacts, it seemed implausible for one so young to possess the strength to slay a half-saint. Unless, of course, the Dushin sword sect had also breached the rules by secretly sending an elder to protect Hongyan. In any case, the revelation not only incited disdain for the blood-weeping demon sect, but also fostered suspicion towards the Dushin sword sect. To dispel their doubts, it would be imperative for them to witness Hongyan's prowess firsthand, demonstrating her ability to rival a half-saint. This predicament weighed heavily on Hongyan. Nevertheless, as events unfolded, Xiaowu town saw a decline in the presence of cultivators. After all, who could predict whether the blood-weeping demon sect would return to the town? Everyone valued their lives and chose to steer clear of potential dangers. Nightfall arrived. Within Jiang Luoyi's courtyard, the lights shone brightly as many neighbors gathered to drink and dine, discussing the arrangements for the wedding the following day. The elderly town chief was in high spirits, having indulged in copious amounts of wine, his face flushed with joy. After the meal, he took Jiang Luoyi aside and admonished him. "You need to temper your temperament, young man. You must never speak ill of the immortals again, as you did yesterday. Even if you disregard your own reputation, you must consider Yuexi and the children you will have, mustn't you?" After a lengthy discourse lasting 3 cups of tea, he finally prepared to head home, observing the town chief's unsteady gait. Jiang Luoyi felt concerned for his safety and insisted on escorting him home. Once he had seen the town chief safely to his abode, Jiang Luoyi took a solitary stroll to the lakeside. Having consumed a fair amount of wine himself, his mind was still somewhat clouded, so he welcomed the cool breeze by the lake as a means to sober up. The gentle wind rustled the grass and summoned the sounds of insects. He reclined in the pavilion, gazing up at the myriad stars and the bright moon, and his heart swelled with emotion. After 6 lifetimes spanning 3,000 years, he was finally on the verge of having a home. Yet, he pondered whether the life ahead would be as stable and blissful as he longed for. If only the Heavenly Dao would not interfere, how splendid my life could be, he sighed deeply. Isn't it cold lying on the stone slab? As soon as he spoke, the voice of Yuexi echoed in response. Turning his head, he saw her standing in the pavilion, holding a small teapot, having arrived unbeknownst to him. Jiang Luoyi smiled and rose. How did you know I was here? I happened to see you when you were escorting the town chief home, so I brought you some sobering tea, Yuexi replied, pouring a cup and offering it to him. Jiang Luoyi accepted the tea, tested its warmth, and finding it pleasantly temperate, drank it in one gulp, feeling his stomach warm and comforted. Everyone says that on the eve of the wedding, the bride and groom should not meet, as it brings bad luck. Jiang Luo chuckled and said, I believe that is nonsense. If we wish to see each other, then we shall. Everything else is trivial. Ikangr, Suwei agreed. Do you know how to play chess? Jiang Luo took a seat at the chess table and retrieved the pieces he often used with the old town chief from a stone cave. I do not, Yuexi replied, sitting across from him. Then I shall teach you. All right, the rules are rather simple, but mastering the game requires considerable time and practice. Observe this. Jiang Luo explained attentively, while Yuexi rested her arm on the table, her palm cradling one side of her face, listening intently. The quiet night sped by, and before they knew it, it was deep into the night. As Yuexi placed her final piece, a smile graced Jiang Luo's face. With that move, you have already won. No matter how I resist, there's no escape. You see, Suwei nodded. With her intellect at the level of an emperor, once she grasped the rules, playing chess became exceedingly simple. It is late. We should head home. Jiang Luo picked up the small teapot, taking her hand with his other. Their steps were slow as they left the pavilion, walked along the riverbank, and entered the street, still wishing time would linger as they arrived at the pastry shop. Yuexi took the teapot from Jiang Luo's hand and opened the shop door. Wait a moment, he called after her. What is it? Yuexi turned back. I was just thinking, on the eve of our wedding, a kiss should not be considered inappropriate. Before he could finish, Yuexi stepped forward and pressed her delicate lips against his. It was but a fleeting moment. Before he could fully savor it, she pulled away. He felt it was insufficient and, with a roughness born of longing, drew her into a deeper kiss. Yuexi did not understand the significance of such an act, nor could she grasp the complex emotions entwined in a kiss. She only knew he enjoyed it, so she acquiesced. Meanwhile, she quickly recalled how ordinary women might display bashfulness during a kiss and pondered how she could emulate that demeanor. She desired to embody such a portrayal. Yet, reflecting on her past, she realized that nearly all her time had been devoted to cultivation, leaving little room for such experiences. The only thought that came to mind was to lower her head in shyness. After a long moment, Jiang Luo released her. Although she had not resisted at any point, she remained motionless, akin to a soulless body. Jiang Luo understood that this was a result of her inherent emotional shortcomings. Though a hint of disappointment lingered in his heart, he recognized her earnest efforts to please him, and in that he saw a form of love. Yuexi slightly lowered her head, her hands gripping the hem of her skirt tightly, attempting to convey the bashful demeanor of an ordinary woman. But Jiang Luo was well aware of her thoughts. He gently stroked her head and murmured, "There is no need for such pretense. You are you. Regardless of how you appear, you are still my wife, Jiang Luo, and you need not learn from anyone else. No one can replace you. I need no one but you." Yuexi solidiftet hergaze, beholding the gentle smile gracing his cheek, and she felt her previous thoughts to be somewhat foolish. Those things which she was destined never to possess. cannot be so easily feigned. Yet, Jiang Luoyi's words undoubtedly affirmed her true self. He cherished her in her most authentic form, never once contemplating altering her essence. In his heart, she was irreplaceable. Alarmingly, she felt a tinge of joy. The effect of heaven and earth in harmony was about to unfold. The moon and starlight in the night sky grew increasingly bright and luminous, akin to a celestial frost descending, seemingly intent on dispelling all darkness from the small town. At this moment, she genuinely felt a sense of panic, fearing that Jiang Luoyi might notice the unusual phenomena in the sky. However, Jiang Luoyi dismissed the occurrence entirely, believing it to be merely the clouds in the night sky being scattered by the wind, thus allowing the moonlight to shine more brilliantly. Let's return home swiftly. All right, Chapter 40. The day of the wedding within the misty rain of the city, Hongyan stood on the small bridge where she first encountered Jiang Luoyi, silently removing the 8 red strings she had tied to the railing. In each of her past 6 lives, on the 7th day of the 7th month, Jiang Luoyi would bestow upon her a bracelet crafted from red string, tokens she cherished despite their humble nature. Each lifetime, she possessed a miniature spatial ring solely to house the gifts he had given her. The 7th day of the 7th month held profound significance. With each gift presented on this day, he subtly conveyed his unspoken affection for her. However, she, mindful of their master-disciple relationship, repeatedly chose to overlook it. If only she could begin anew. Alas, such a possibility is but a fantasy. In this lifetime, her purpose for tying a red string to the bridge every year during her visit to the city was not solely to inform Jiang Luoyi of her presence, but to convey a deeper message. She accepted his unvoiced love and desire to be with him, resolved to no longer be bound by conventions. Yet, the past cannot be relived, and love cannot be communicated in due time. By the moment she formally met him, he had already found a lifelong companion. Now, her regret was not rooted in her previous lives, but rather in her failure to seek him out upon her arrival in the city. Instead, she remained on the bridge, waiting. Had she only been bolder then, unafraid of eliciting his disdain with her initiative, perhaps the outcome would have been different. Tomorrow marks the day of his wedding, and she has yet to exchange a single word with him in this lifetime. The singular desire consuming her now is for the mortal woman, Yuexi, to depart from this world, thus allowing Jiang Luoyi to belong solely to her. A century, such a long time, a bitter, helpless sigh escaped her lips. As a cultivator, especially one who has undergone 6 lives and witnessed the trials of over 3,000 cultivators, 100 years is not truly an extensive duration. Yet, when one is in the throes of waiting, time stretches indefinitely, becoming a torment. Jealousy had occasionally reared its head within her, and she even entertained the notion that had Yuexi never existed, Jiang Luoyi would have inevitably favored her. She contemplated erasing Yuexi from existence. Despite her 6 lifetimes of impeccable upbringing, the thought crossed her mind. What truly restrained her from acting upon this impulse was her unwillingness to witness Jiang Luoyi suffer due to Yuexi's demise. He had endured pain for 6 lifetimes, and she could not bear to inflict further suffering upon him. She could not harm him for her selfish desires. That night, she stood on the bridge, allowing 2 streams of crystalline tears to cascade freely down her cheeks. Hongyan, standing atop the inn, gazed at her from a distance, hesitant to intrude. "Master, you must consider this. The wounds he bore in his past lives and the tears he shed far surpass the tribulations you have faced in these 8 years. Thus, you must not act irrationally." Hongyan did not linger long, retreating to her room to enter a focused state of cultivation. She could not forget the sense of helplessness that enveloped her when Jiang Luoyi's life was threatened the day before, a feeling of inadequacy in protecting him that she never wished to experience again. She sought to swiftly enhance her abilities, determined to ensure her senior brother's safety in the South Wilderness, a realm teeming with practitioners. The following day, the atmosphere in Shaowu town was saturated with festive joy. Dressed in wedding attire, Jiang Luoyi mounted a grand steed, flanked by a procession of neighbors who voluntarily formed a celebratory entourage, along with various attendants funded by the venerable town mayor. Meanwhile, Yuexi was accompanied by a group of young girls, organized by Aunt Sunday. The familiar faces on both sides only added to the lively atmosphere. At the banquet, Lu Hongyan and Chu Huanyan, due to their celestial status, were assigned a separate table by the town mayor. The townsfolk held a deep admiration for these two benevolent saviors, warmly welcoming their presence with great honor. As Yuexi, adorned in her phoenix crown and red veil, walked alongside Jiang Luoyi down the crimson carpet, the jubilant ambience in the courtyard reached its zenith. Lu Hongyan gazed at Jiang Luoyi in his wedding attire, her expression momentarily vacant, feeling a profound disconnection from the festivities around her. As the auspicious hour arrived, the couple prepared to bow to heaven and earth. One bow to the heavens and the earth, the town mayor exclaimed with a smile. Jiang Luoyi and Yuexi slowly inclined their bodies. Throughout this moment, Jiang Luoyi's mind was bombarded by a relentless warning from his inner system, desperately attempting to thwart his actions. In contrast, Yuexi experienced a different sensation. Being the favored child of this world, she felt a distinct blessing enveloping her the moment she bowed to the heavens. "Mother, look, there's a rainbow." A little girl tugged at her mother's sleeve, pointing at the sky. "Oh, child, how could there be a rainbow at dusk?" Her mother replied, glancing upwards. To their astonishment, a magnificent rainbow spanned the twilight sky, stretching from Shao Wu Town towards the horizon, as if it were a celestial gift bestowed upon the newlyweds. Everyone was entranced by the serene and beautiful sight. The town mayor, amidst the wedding, remarked on the perfect match and the benevolence of the heavens. Only Yuexi felt a surge of anxiety, fearing that Jiang Luoyi might draw comparisons to the Empress Yuji. However, in truth, Jiang Luoyi harbored no such thoughts. He simply regarded the phenomenon as a delightful sign from the heavens. After the ceremony concluded, the couple was ushered into the bridal chamber. Before Jiang Luoyi could emerge to toast, Lu Hongyan had already consumed an entire jar of wine. The intoxicating elixir could alleviate countless sorrows, yet excessive indulgence could be detrimental. With her cultivation at the Unity realm, she was impervious to the effects of ordinary alcohol. As she observed Jiang Luoyi making his rounds to toast the guests, she forced herself to suppress her sorrowful emotions, continually reminding herself to remain as distant as when they first met, lest she risk alienating him. As a humble citizen, to have the honor of your esteemed presence at this wedding is a privilege beyond measure, Jiang Luoyi declared as he approached her table, raising his cup with a smile. He truly embodied the demeanor of an ordinary stranger. "Congratulations, young Master Jiang. May you and your beloved enjoy a lifetime of peace and happiness." Chu Huanyan rose to toast, downing his drink with a smile. She genuinely wished from the depths of her heart for her senior brother to find stability and happiness. After Chu Huanyan finished speaking, Lu Hongyan slowly rose to her feet, extending her congratulations and wishing them a harmonious union for 100 years. Though she endeavored to maintain her composure, a hint of a smile at the corner of her lips appeared rather forced. Nevertheless, her blessings were sincere enough. Wishing them a century of bliss sufficed. For after 100 years, it would be her turn. With the auspicious words of two celestial beings, the common folk would surely see their desires fulfilled. Once Jiang Luoyi finished speaking, he tilted his head back and downed his drink in one gulp. As Lu Hongyan watched him drink, her gaze drifted into a daze once more. She seemed to envision him in a previous life, clad in white, gracefully wielding a sword and drinking with an air of nonchalance. She yearned to understand how he could perform so effortlessly before her, embodying a stranger so convincingly. 6 lifetimes and 3,000 years of emotions. Even with her utmost efforts, she could not replicate his unfamiliarity. Subsequently, Jiang Luoyi uttered a few more flattering remarks before turning to toast another table. Lu Hongyan lost count of how much she drank later, only remembering that as she departed, he bowed to her and said, "I bid farewell to the celestial maiden." Chapter 41. The true form of the Empress Yuji Lu Hongyan did not accompany Chu Huanyan back to Yinyu City, but instead flew away into the distance alone. Although Chu Huanyan was concerned for her, he understood that pursuing her would only lead to her dissuasion. So he retracted his worries and returned to the inn to continue his cultivation. By the time Jiang Luoyi had seen off all the guests, evening had fallen. Despite having consumed a fair amount of wine, he was aware of the importance of the evening's events and remained sober. Closing the courtyard door, he stumbled into the bridal chamber. Su Yuexi, sitting at the edge of the bed, wished to rise to assist him, but recalled Granny Sun's admonition not to act recklessly, not to lift the veil, and to leave everything to her husband. Jiang Luoyi approached the bed and gently lifted the red veil, revealing Su Yuexi's meticulously adorned countenance. Whether it was Jiang Luoyi's illusion or the enchanting nature of her bride status, her otherwise unremarkable beauty shone with an extraordinary radiance that evening. Without the veil, Su Yuexi gazed directly at him, seemingly at a loss for what to do, as this particular moment had not been mentioned by Granny Sunday. "It is time for rest." Jiang Luoyi spoke decisively. He extinguished the luminous stone on the table and lifted Su Yuexi's delicate form onto the marital bed. "Host, you must not. Do not make a mistake." The system lamented within his mind, continuing its futile attempts to dissuade him. In truth, during the wedding ceremony, Jiang Luoyi had already attempted to mute the system once, yet for reasons unknown, every effort to silence it had proven ineffective. He decided to let it be. If the system wished to protest, so be it, for he had no intention of heeding its warnings. That night, as the moon and stars illuminated the sky, peace enveloped the world. An hour later, feeling somewhat fatigued, Jiang Luoyi held Su Yuexi close, yet his heart grew heavy. He was aware that Su Yuexi was inherently lacking in emotional depth, but he had not anticipated her remaining utterly still for the entirety of the past hour. It felt as though the being entwined with him was not a living soul, but merely an empty shell devoid of thought. Did he feel regret? Certainly not. He might feel disappointment, but he would never regret his decision. For him, marriage was not merely a means of procreation. Beyond the intimacies of men and women, he cherished the mundane moments spent with Su Yuexi. He had grown accustomed to her meticulous care and wished for her presence in his life every single day. He feared her departure. The ability to mutually care for and empathize with one another was far more significant to him than any romantic entanglement. Moreover, he understood how deeply Su Yuexi desired to be an exemplary wife in every aspect. She surely did not wish to remain motionless. She must have wanted to bring him joy, yet she lacked the emotional capacity to know how. In the pitch-black room, although Jiang Luoyi uttered not a word, Su Yuexi sensed his despondency. At that moment, her heart felt lost and aggrieved, a sensation she had not experienced in millennia. Granny Sun had distinctly told her that she need not do anything, yet why was Jiang Luoyi still unhappy? Sorry. I did not mean to. Su Yuexi's voice was filled with helplessness. She harbored no romantic feelings, yet her emotions remained intact. The prospect of causing distress to someone she deeply cared for brought her sorrow. Her subtle utterance, a mere 3 words, fell upon Jiang Luoyi's ears as if imbued with a certain enchantment, instantly dispelling his inner despondency and invoking a pang of compassion within him. Jiang Luoyi hastily patted her head, smiling as he reassured her, "I am the one who is greedy. Having married you, I remain unsatisfied." Su Yuexi chose not to respond, instead enveloping him in a warm embrace. A sense of warmth enveloped Jiang Luoyi's heart. After traversing 6 lifetimes over 3 millennia, he had genuinely found his other half. Ding! A catastrophic disruption in the narrative has been detected. The heavenly path is poised to intervene in the world. Before Jiang Luoyi could savor a moment of tenderness, the system's voice abruptly rang out. "What does this mean? Am I to destroy the world simply by marrying?" Jiang Luoyi found himself bewildered. The host's actions had already led the world astray. After careful consideration, the heavenly path decided to obliterate the world and commence reincarnation. Upon hearing this, Jiang Luoyi's anger flared. "What the hell? Is that dog of a heavenly path insane? It's tortured me as a villain for 6 lifetimes. And now it won't even let me marry. Who decreed that villains cannot wed?" Ding! Due to the host's derogatory remarks towards the heavenly path, a severe punishment will be imposed before the world's reincarnation. Damn! I've been tormented by that wretched entity for 3,000 years. Now I utter a single curse, and it cannot bear it. Jiang Luoyi was resolute in his defiance. If reincarnation was to occur, so be it. He would not cower. System. I wish to claim my cultivation. Ding. The system detected that the host's intent was impure and thus rejected the command. How is my intent impure? The world is on the brink of destruction, and I cannot even claim my cultivation to confront the heavenly path. Such occurrences are strictly prohibited by the system. Jiang Luoyi sighed, refraining from further dialogue with the system. Aware of his impending demise, he cupped Su Yuexi's face in his hands and bestowed upon her a fervent kiss. Su Yuexi was rendered bewildered by this sudden gesture. Thud! In the next moment, Jiang Luoyi's heart felt as though it had been struck by a heavy blow. The excruciating pain caused his limbs to tense. Following this, an inexplicable force surged through his body. As this power enveloped every inch of his flesh and blood, the heavenly path's torturous torment officially commenced. Boom! In an instant, his bones, blood vessels, and organs were obliterated. Blood streamed from his 7 orifices. This unforeseen calamity plunged Su Yuexi's mind into a brief stupor. She could scarcely believe that her husband, who had just moments ago smiled and kissed her, had transformed into a bloodied figure. Before she could regain her composure, her body instinctively summoned life energy, continuously channeling it into Jiang Luoyi. Protecting him had become an innate response of her very being. As her life energy entered his body, she realized that all his organs, blood vessels, and bones had been shattered by a formidable curse. She felt as though struck by lightning. Logically speaking, with such grave injuries, a mortal like Jiang Luoyi should have succumbed instantly. Yet, inexplicably, an unseen force bound Jiang Luoyi's soul to his battered body, preventing him from experiencing complete death, compelling him to struggle in agony. Yuexi, in my next life, I shall await you beneath that tree. Jiang Luoyi grit his teeth, yearning to utter a few final words, only to inadvertently spew forth blood that splattered across Su Yuexi. Su Yuexi's pupils dilated in shock as her trembling hands brushed against the warm blood on her face. The heavens sought his demise. Moreover, they intended to torment him with the most merciless methods before his final breath. Despicable wretches! How dare you treat him thus? The harrowing scene before her plunged her into a tempest of fury. An unrelenting rage surged within her, shattering every semblance of reason she had held since ascending to the throne. In an instant, her imperial seal enveloped the world, while the celestial energy within her surged violently, obliterating her once unremarkable facade. With white hair and crimson eyes, standing 9 feet tall, possessing an unparalleled beauty and transcendent grace. As the Empress Yuexi unveiled her true form, the heavens trembled with her wrath, weeping alongside her sorrow. The once tranquil moonlit night was now rent by thunder and howling winds. Let him die, and you shall not live. In the next moment, the bridal bed lay empty of Su Yuexi, while in the distant void emerged the Empress Yuexi, drawing her sword to cleave the heavens. Chapter 42. The Right of the World, forging the sword to sever the heavenly path in the realm of the void, a mysterious and resplendent radiance, formed by the convergence of various laws, spun in slow, rhythmic circles. Each strand of light emanating from it harbored an unparalleled essence of the Tao, exuding an immense aura of supremacy. It seemed to embody the very core of the heavenly path. With reason abandoned, the Empress Yuexi, enveloped in a tempest of energy, shattered its outer barrier and wielded the sword forged from the celestial essence in her grasp, striking fiercely at its luminescence. Yet, the full-force assault of an emperor-level powerhouse failed to inflict even the slightest harm upon the core of the heavenly path. At this juncture, the Empress raised her arm, unhesitatingly invoking her imperial seal. The right of the world commenced. In an instant, all of creation froze, the laws of nature unraveled, and every living being was reduced to ashes as mountains and rivers succumbed to the void. Countless essences, spirits, bodies, fortunes, elements of earth and water, wood and metal, flowers and fire, were transmuted into energy by the imperial seal, completely absorbed. In that moment, the entirety of the world became the sole strength of Empress Yuexi. She twisted the power of the world, forging it into a vast, ethereal sword, poised once more to strike at the source of the heavenly path. This time, the source dared not withstand the blow. It began to flee rapidly into the void, unleashing strands of light formed from 3,000 laws. To counter the relentless pursuit of Empress Yuexi, it was not that it could not fight back. Rather, it feared injury. Yet evasion could only last so long. Just as in the finale of the previous life, the ethereal sword in the hands of Empress Yuexi severed a strand of its light, irrevocably diminishing a portion of its power. Strangely, the fragment she cleaved away was once again its reincarnation power. In a previous cycle, the loss of this power had precluded it from fully enacting the world's reincarnation, allowing Su Yuexi, Lu Hongyan, and Chu Huanyan to awaken memories of their past lives. Now, with the reincarnation power struck anew, should it attempt to initiate the cycle again, the world would surely descend into chaos. Wounded, it finally ceased its escape. Its radiant brilliance spun with furious velocity, appearing to be in a state of extreme rage. In the next moment, it withstood the Empress's onslaught, piercing her physical form with strands of light imbued with 3,000 laws. It could no longer endure her existence, yet due to the world's will favoring Empress Yuexi, it could not utterly annihilate her. Should it forcefully erase her, it would undoubtedly provoke the world's will as an adversary. However, as long as Empress Yuexi remained, the cycle of the next life would inevitably see her wielding her sword against it once more. Each time she struck, its power waned, and if this cycle continued through countless epochs, it would eventually face complete obliteration. Though it was reluctant to concede, it could not deny that the Empress, under the watchful gaze of the grand world's will, was, in a certain sense, more noble and powerful than the heavenly path itself. How could it set the world back on its intended course, steering it toward the perfect conclusion it desired? Death. The blade of Empress Yuexi descended once more, and the core of the heavenly path could not evade this strike, failing to escape this fateful blow. It was truly a coincidence of the utmost significance. With a single stroke of her sword, she unexpectedly severed a strand of luminous essence imbued with the power of reincarnation. As that luminous thread broke, the core of the Heavenly Dao was left with scant remnants of its reincarnation power, rendering it incapable of effecting a complete rebirth of the world. However, the Empress Yuexi was unperturbed by such matters. In her wrath, her sole desire was to annihilate her opponent. She raised her sword once more to strike. Yet the Heavenly Dao proactively intercepted this blow with its core. The blade, forged from the essence of the world, collided with the myriad laws, the strength of both forces proving difficult to gauge. Contrary to expectations of annihilation, the energies instead began to merge, ultimately forming a rift within the void. As the rift emerged, countless dark hands reached forth, grasping towards the core of the Heavenly Dao and the Empress Yuexi, extracting all the power from both, and dragging it into the chasm. The once resplendent core of the Heavenly Dao dimmed and lost its radiant brilliance, its rotational speed gradually ceasing, as if bereft of life. Similarly, the Empress Yuexi, stripped of her power, succumbed to her injuries and perished. In her final moments, she beheld a black hand from within a rift, retrieving a strand of reincarnation light that she had severed. The luminous thread was crushed within that dark grasp. Immediately thereafter, a blinding white light engulfed everything. Upon reopening her eyes, Su Yuexi found herself adorned with a red veil, seated upon the bed in her bridal chamber. Outside, neighbors and acquaintances gathered to celebrate the wedding, raising their cups and reveling in merriment. The world had not undergone complete reincarnation. It had merely reverted to 2 hours prior. It appeared she had thoroughly shattered the reincarnation power of the Heavenly Dao. Henceforth, the Heavenly Dao would only be able to revert, never to reincarnate again. Soon after, Su Yuexi began to assess her own condition, only to be horrified to discover that her imperial cultivation had been sealed by a mysterious force. Even the spiritual energy within her, including the essence of the stars, had been similarly bound. She endeavored to harness the power of the laws to break the seal, yet found that the myriad laws drifting through the realm no longer heeded her command. Spiritual energy, essence, laws, and cultivation all were rendered beyond her reach. She was now, unequivocally, an ordinary mortal. What of her physical strength? She reached out and struck the small stool beside her. Crack! The stool shattered into splinters. It seemed her physical power had not been sealed, retaining its imperial might. Thankfully, she had refrained from exerting excessive force. Otherwise, the entire Misttown would have been reduced to ruins by a mere blow. With the capabilities of the Heavenly Dao, it should not have been able to seal her. Yuexi could not help but recall the dark hand that had emerged from the rift. Before the world's reversion, it was those very hands that had extracted both her and the Heavenly Dao's powers. Surely, the seal within her was intertwined with them. Since she and the Heavenly Dao had been stripped of all energy, it stood to reason that the fate of the Heavenly Dao would not fare better than her own. Most likely, it had also been sealed of its vast majority of power. Although she remained uncertain as to why the dark hand within the fissure sought to seal her with the power of the heavenly path, she was nonetheless willing to accept the current outcome. For once the power of the heavenly path was bound, the nefarious curse afflicting Jiang Luoyi would naturally be lifted. Jiang Luoyi would no longer be ensnared by the designs of the heavenly path, allowing him the prospect of a blissful and tranquil life. Of course, this situation bore both advantages and disadvantages. Presently, she found herself bereft of the majority of her powers. Should a cultivator akin to the elder of the blood-weeping demon sect invade the town, she would struggle to contend with such an adversary. With her current physical prowess, she harbored doubts about her ability to vanquish certain sacred realm experts. After all, throughout her life, she had seldom honed her physical form. Furthermore, if she were to encounter a peak sacred realm expert who had comprehended the laws, her lack of control over these laws would render her chances of victory utterly futile. Overall, she concluded that the benefits outweighed the drawbacks. Chapter 43. The System's Eternal Slumber. Come, let me entertain you all with a pig's 3 tricks. Boss Feng is quite generous, having downed 5 bowls of liquor in no time. In the courtyard, Jiang Luoyi stood amidst the raucous crowd, still in a daze. Moments ago, he had been tormented in his bridal chamber by the Heavenly Dao, feeling as though he were on the brink of death, only to find himself suddenly transported back to the wedding banquet 2 hours prior. What transpired? Luoyi, your Uncle Zhang has been standing for quite a while. Why are you in a trance? Hurry and offer a toast. The old town chief patted him on the shoulder, pulling him back to reality. He quickly donned a smile and raised his cup to the elder across from him. My apologies, Uncle Zhang. I may have indulged a bit too much. I was momentarily lost in thought. No worries, as long as you observe the proper etiquette. Just take it easy. You have significant matters to attend to tonight. Uncle Zhang replied with a raised eyebrow and a grin. As he finished speaking, laughter erupted from the table, with everyone urging Jiang Luoyi not to overindulge, lest he spoil the delightful evening ahead. An hour later, after the crowd had dispersed, Jiang Luoyi closed the courtyard door. At last, he could take a moment to reflect on everything that had occurred. When the punishment of the Heavenly Dao had descended upon him, he was engulfed in excruciating torment, leaving him no energy to focus on his surroundings. He vaguely recalled catching a glimpse of the figure of Empress Yuji. However, that must have been a fleeting illusion before his demise. The Empress was confined to the forbidden grounds, utterly incapable of appearing in his bridal chamber. Beyond that, he only remembered in those final moments, his soul and body soaring into the air, seemingly consumed by a silvery light. Then, when he opened his eyes again, he found himself back at the wedding banquet. In essence, he had undoubtedly perished at that moment. But why had the world not undergone reincarnation, instead reverting to 2 hours earlier? Was the Heavenly Dao's intention merely to prevent my union with Yuexi? This notion seemed rather absurd. Jiang Luoyi remained utterly perplexed. At that moment, a voice resonated in his mind, the system. Ding! The system has detected a severe impairment of the Heavenly Dao's reincarnation power. There shall be no possibility of reincarnation henceforth. The world's closed loop has been shattered, and the main storyline has collapsed entirely. Everything shall now progress forward, and the system will lose its ability to predict the future. What? The system's 2 notifications left Jiang Luoyi utterly astonished. He had never anticipated that this entire situation was not due to the Heavenly Dao's reluctance to allow reincarnation, but rather a grave impairment of its reincarnation power, forcing it to revert the world to 2 hours prior. Who could possibly possess such extraordinary prowess to incapacitate the Heavenly Dao's reincarnation power? This was unprecedented in the previous 6 lifetimes. The collapse of the main storyline and the shattering of the world's closed loop. Did this imply that he was no longer compelled to act as a villain by the Heavenly Dao? To confirm this matter, he inquired of the system, "Is the curse of the Heavenly Dao still upon me?" "No," the system replied. Thus, it seemed that his current identity was no longer that of a villain. The host no longer possesses a fixed identity. In the future, he may become whomever he desires, unencumbered by the system's counsel. Upon receiving this revelation, Jiang Luoyi found it difficult to contain his joy. 6 lifetimes spanning 3,000 years. He had lived under the shadow of a villainous aura for over 6 lifetimes. Today, he has finally liberated himself from the curse of the heavenly path. He is poised to embrace a new existence. No longer is he the wretched figure destined to be misunderstood and despised by all. He will no longer scurry about like a detested rat, perpetually pursued and reviled by the masses. In an instant, all past anguish, betrayal, misunderstandings, heartache, and grievances surged within him. Such complex emotions stirred his eyes to a slight redness. Jiang Luoyi slowly lifted his head and forcefully blinked his eyes, exclaiming, "System, the news you have delivered is truly exhilarating." The system cautioned the host, advising against suppressing tears when the urge arises. Jiang Luoyi, unusually, refrained from retorting. Naturally, he did not cry. Ding! Insufficient energy. The system will enter a permanent dormant state in 10 seconds. Should the host have any lingering questions, he is urged to inquire swiftly. Jiang Luoyi was not taken aback by this. The system's energy likely stemmed from the heavenly path, and with its power now compromised, it naturally had lost its energy supply. However, the 10 seconds allotted for questions seemed rather brief, as he had far too many inquiries to address within such a limited time frame. Thus, he opted not to ask and instead remarked, "System, without the heavenly path's interference, I believe I may surpass the child of the heavenly path." The system responded without hesitation, stating, "In truth, the host has been stronger than him in every lifetime. It is merely that the host has not surpassed the heavenly path." Jiang Luoyi smiled with a complex expression, choosing not to speak further. As the countdown neared the final 3 seconds before the system's dormancy, it spoke again, "Please cherish your life, for this will be the host's final existence. The system wishes you fulfillment of your desires." As this statement resonated in his mind, a profound silence enveloped Jiang Luoyi. It was unnervingly quiet, and he found himself unaccustomed to it. They say that a person on the brink of death speaks kindly. It was unexpected that the system's parting words bore warmth as well. Sighing softly, he turned and walked toward the bridal chamber. Creak! He opened the door. Yuexi remained seated in her position from before the time rewind, yet a small stool was missing from the room, having been reduced to mere splinters by her hand. Upon seeing Jiang Luoyi enter, Yuexi hurriedly used her foot to block the corner beneath the bed, fearing that he might glimpse the pile of wood shavings concealed there. However, Jiang Luoyi, having just shed the curse and reborn anew, was wholly immersed in joy and excitement, completely oblivious to this minor detail. Her concern was indeed unwarranted. Jiang Luoyi approached and gently lifted Yuexi's veil. This time, he did not extinguish the luminous stone, eagerly pressing his lips against hers. His emotions were markedly different from before, and thus his actions naturally reflected this change. However, he did not anticipate that after he kissed her, Yuexi would take the initiative to embrace his waist. This was markedly different from before. "My dear, it is time for us to rest," Jiang Luoyi said as he extinguished the nightlight and lifted Yuexi toward the marital bed. Initially, he assumed that their intimate moments would unfold as they had previously, but he soon sensed an unusual shift. To his astonishment, Yuexi exhibited numerous proactive behaviors. This puzzled him greatly. Could it be that a mere kiss before slumber could precipitate such a transformation? An hour later, they lay entwined in sleep. This time, Jiang Luoyi felt utterly satisfied with their wedding night. Following this experience, he resolved to express his affection for Yuexi more freely. He couldn't help but ponder whether the lack of affectionate gestures during their previous nuptials had rendered her as stiff as a wooden puppet. Unbeknownst to him, all of this was Su Yuexi's attempt to compensate for his earlier disappointment, leading her to embrace this change, though she still struggled to comprehend the depths of romantic emotions. She had garnered enough experience to understand how to bring joy to her husband. In the darkness of the room, her unremarkable features nestled in his embrace radiated a genuine smile. Tonight, he was content, and thus, she too felt a sense of joy. With the world's favored child displaying a beaming smile, harmony enveloped the realm, and the resplendent moonlight shimmered among the stars. It seemed as though all things were instantaneously purified, becoming serene and beautiful. Chapter 44. The war that failed to alleviate heartache. The following morning dawned bright and beautiful. Upon opening his eyes, Jiang Luoyi discovered that Su Yuexi was no longer by his side. The door stood wide open, and he could see the wisps of smoke rising from the kitchen chimney in the small courtyard. How fortunate to have a good wife. Stretching lazily, Jiang Luoyi rose from his bed and noticed a striking patch of bright red on the sheets, which prompted him to reminisce about the enchanting night before. On the first day of their marriage, it seemed he was destined to start with washing the linens. He carried the soiled sheets to the kitchen, where he found Su Yuexi busily preparing a meal, a smudge of soot adorning her cheek. "I'll wash them later," he declared, upon seeing him with the sheets. Su Yuexi stepped forward and swiftly took them from his hands. Washing and cooking were duties that a good wife ought to fulfill. How could she allow him to wash the linens? Jiang Luoyi gently tugged at his sleeve, wiping the soot from her face before reclaiming the sheets. "If you do all the work, I will worry about you," he remarked, turning to fetch water from the well. Su Yuexi stood rooted to the spot, blinking in surprise. Previously, Aunt Sun had told her that after marriage, household chores fell to women unless their husbands truly loved them and were willing to share the burden. Did Jiang Luoyi love her? This question, for someone like her, who was born with an emotional void, seemed destined to remain unanswered. After all, the concept of love was something beyond her comprehension. Yet, it was evident that Jiang Luoyi cared deeply for her, unwilling to see her suffer even the slightest inconvenience. Soon, Su Yuexi completed breakfast, and Jiang Luoyi had finished washing the sheets. They sat at the small table, dining in the familiar manner, though now Jiang Luoyi spoke more, complimenting her cooking and praising her neatly tied hair. After breakfast, Su Yuexi prepared to head to the market to manage her pastry shop. As she was about to leave, Jiang Luoyi kissed her forehead. Drawing from the experience of the previous night, she understood that taking the initiative would please him. So she reciprocated with a gentle kiss on his forehead. "Ah, the 201s are still locked in the shop," she recalled. After her departure, Jiang Luoyi remembered the cats and the pistio. Following their wedding, no one had cared for them, and they were likely starving by now. Never mind. I'll write first and check on them by noon. 1,000 miles away in Yinyu City, at the White Lotus Sea, the holy maiden Zhu Huan and the holy son Li Zhao lay breathless and drained of spiritual energy, collapsed on the beach. The two were disheveled and covered in dirt, lacking the noble and resplendent appearance they once possessed. Zhu Huan furrowed her brow at Lu Hongyan, who hovered in midair and shouted in frustration, "We agreed to spar, not to fight for our lives. Must you be so serious?" This matter traces back to the previous evening. At that time, Zhu Huan and Li Zhao were in their chamber, jointly activating a divination artifact to explore whether any hidden opportunities lay within 100 miles. Unexpectedly, Lu Hongyan barged in, sword in hand, and coldly uttered 2 words, "Let us spar." Zhu Huan was taken aback, desperately racking her brain to recall if she had offended Lu Hongyan in any way or if she owed her any debts. After all, what could compel someone to seek her out at such an hour with a sword in hand? Subsequently, she did not inquire further and directly engaged in combat with Lu Hongyan. After all, she had long desired to face Lu Hongyan in a duel, seeking to avenge the contest of their youth. Yet, she was unprepared for the revelation that Lu Hongyan had remarkably advanced to the mid-stage of the unification realm. This was utterly absurd, despite Zhu Huan's years of dedicated cultivation and relentless pursuit of enlightenment. Her own prowess had barely reached the threshold of half a step into the unification realm. In contrast, Hongyan had frequently ventured to the southern wilderness, presumably not investing as much effort in her training. Yet she possessed an overwhelming strength that eclipsed Zhu Huan's. The disparity was too vast. Thus, the sparring proved futile, and Zhu Huan conceded defeat without hesitation. However, Hongyan, in a fit of arrogance, proclaimed her intent to challenge both her and Li Zhao simultaneously. Regardless of the circumstances, Li Zhao possessed early-stage unification realm abilities, and as the twin stars representing the Zhixiao Sacred Hall, they could not endure such disdain from Hongyan. Thus, the conflict resumed. Throughout the bout, Hongyan exhibited no restraint, while both Zhu Huan and Li Zhao exerted every ounce of their strength in response. The battle raged from the previous night into the present moment. Ultimately, both Zhu Huan and Li Zhao found their spiritual energy utterly depleted, rendered incapable of continuing the fight. Hovering in midair, Hongyan sheathed her spiritual sword, dispersing the energy enveloping her, and descended before the two, her demeanor somber as she spoke. Had I fought with all my might, you would have perished long ago. You. Zhu Huan seethed through clenched teeth. Li Zhao sighed, saying, Junior sister, a loss is a loss. We must acknowledge our inferiority. Yet she cannot simply wield her superior cultivation to bully us. Zhu Huan retorted. Li Zhao shook her head and rose, cupping her hands in respect. Young Master Lu, the future is long. I, Li, shall undoubtedly seek to reclaim today as defeat. Indeed. Hongyan nodded, returning the gesture. I apologize for any offense today. I shall take my leave for now. With that, she turned and soared towards the distant horizon. Zhu Huan, rising from the ground, called out, Shall we not converse further? However, her words barely escaped her lips when the crimson streak had already traversed 1,000 meters, dwindling into a mere speck. It was baffling that she would arrive unannounced for a spar, and upon winning, leave with such displeasure, turning away without a word. Zhu Huan could not help but scoff at the absurdity. Li Zhao, with a wry smile, remarked, Junior sister, we have brought considerable shame to our sect. It will not be long before tales of the young master of the heart-passing sword sect defeating the twin saints of Zhixiao spread throughout the realm. Zhu Huan, however, remained unfazed, stating, Only the three of us know of this spar. Given her nature, she would never divulge such an event. Let's hope so, otherwise, we would surely face the sect master's wrath and be cast into the divine forest for arduous training. Hongyan initially sought to alleviate her pent-up frustrations through combat. Yet unexpectedly, even after battling from dusk until dawn, her spirits remained unlifted. Soon after, she returned to Misty Rain City, presenting an exceedingly rare 1,000-mile sound transmission stone to Chu Huanyan. She had no intention of lingering any longer and resolved to join the world's cultivators in the quest for the remnants of the 3 dragons and 4 phoenixes. Perhaps only by continuously occupying herself could she find some respite from the turmoil within her heart. Chu Huanyan stood atop the inn, watching her master depart. The safety of her senior brother now rested solely upon her shoulders. In recent days, she had been diligently cultivating her skills, integrating the memories of her past life into her practice, resulting in rapid advancements in her abilities. However, to safeguard her brother, she knew she was still woefully inadequate. Presently, her cultivation had transcended the pinnacle of the spirit aperture, stepping into the realm of half-step embryo formation. Among her contemporaries, she was undoubtedly an outstanding prodigy. Yet, this power was still insufficient to protect her senior brother, whose adversary was a child of heaven. She must attain a level of strength that wielded the power of the laws to truly vanquish him. Chapter 45. The misfortunate son of destiny in the remote outskirts of South Wilderness, Yi Xian, the son of destiny clad in a black robe, stood upon a mountain peak, fervently channeling his spiritual energy in an attempt to refine a piece of azure stone before him. Master, are you certain there is no miscalculation? Can this stone truly contain a sacred artifact? Yi Xian's voice was laced with skepticism. Rest assured, I guarantee that this time I have not erred, replied the ethereal figure of the elder behind him with an air of calmness. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian could not help but snicker derisively. He had heard such reassurances from the elder far too many times, to the point where his ears had nearly calloused. ever since he foolishly believed the elder's words last month and chose to depart from the remote town to the Yuexi sword sect. He had encountered nothing but misfortune along the way. Initially, he followed the elder's guidance to a place called Hongyan City, where the elder claimed he would obtain an unparalleled divine weapon and encounter a woman of extraordinary strength and beauty. At the time, Yi Xian was elated at the prospect. Driven by the desire for that legendary weapon and the chance meeting with a mysterious woman, he traveled tirelessly, ultimately arriving at Hongyan City in the shortest time possible. As it turned out, the elder's words held a kernel of truth. Hongyan City indeed housed an ancient sword sealed for 3 millennia, which, according to legend, no one had ever managed to draw from its seal during that time. Moreover, he did indeed meet a woman of formidable strength and striking beauty. Notably, she bore a melodious name, Lin Xiangxue. Up to this point, everything seemed to unfold smoothly. However, upon drawing the ancient sword from its seal, the situation took a drastic turn. The woman, Lin Xiangxue, inexplicably insisted on challenging him to a duel, eager to determine who was superior. Naturally, he had no desire to engage in combat with such a beauty, especially when she was of a caliber far beyond his own. Thus, he promptly conceded, hoping to preserve his dignity. Yet, Lin Xiangxue, seemingly devoid of reason, struck him without hesitation, leaving him with no choice but to fight back. Ultimately, due to the overwhelming disparity in their strengths, he was thoroughly beaten, left bruised and battered, and the ancient sword he had just acquired was snatched from his grasp. At this juncture, he could accept his defeat. After all, he recognized his own weakness and understood that possessing such a treasure could only invite peril. However, Lin Xiangxue's actions were utterly reprehensible. Right before his eyes, she forcefully broke the ancient sword, and as she departed, she remarked, "In this day and age, even the most inferior items dare to be called divine weapons." His indignation nearly rendered him unconscious. "If you have no use for the ancient sword, why steal it? Must you humiliate me further by breaking it?" This was a complete obliteration of his opportunity and an affront to his dignity. After his venture in Hongyan City, he was left with nothing but injuries. Well, perhaps this time it could be attributed to the elder's oversight, a mere miscalculation. Soon after, the elder directed him once more, stating they were to journey to Heishui town, where his destined spiritual companion awaited him. Soon, he arrived at Blackwater Town and discovered a hidden realm concealed for over 10,000 years. However, upon entering this mysterious domain, he found it utterly devoid of substance, save for a single, spirit-infused, one-eyed gecko, resting against the crumbling stone wall. Without a second thought, he immediately forged a master-servant contract with the gecko. Yet, as the contract took effect, the ethereal elder suddenly proclaimed that, according to the latest calculations, his destined companion should be a Pishio, rather than a gecko. He was utterly taken aback. Just as he was grappling with this revelation, a pink Pishio cub unexpectedly darted out from nowhere, rushing through the gates of the secret realm at an astonishing speed. He hurried outside in pursuit, but no trace of the Pishio cub could be found. This incident left him trembling with anger, yet he had to rely on the ethereal elder for guidance in his cultivation. So he suppressed his rage and uttered a disingenuous remark. "It is entirely my fault for being overly hasty," which led to the contract error. Subsequently, the elder ceased to offer him direction, and he eventually arrived at the Crossing Heartsword sect. He had believed that after such a grueling journey, he would finally showcase his talents in the sect's grand selection with the elder's assistance. Little did he anticipate that, at that very moment, a wager among the 4 sects would unfold. The Crossing Heartsword sect abruptly announced an indefinite postponement of the grand selection, allowing all disciples to venture into the southern wilderness to seize rare treasures and earn heavenly-grade techniques and elixirs for the sect. At this juncture, the ethereal elder once again spoke, revealing that a tremendous opportunity awaited him in the southern wilderness. Reluctantly, he turned his path towards the southern wilderness. Just as he was nearing his destination, he unfortunately fell victim to a ferocious beast attack, barely escaping with his life after a harrowing ordeal. He sustained severe injuries, and the ethereal elder, once more, read his fortune, indicating that a prodigious alchemy talent would soon pass through this area, offering him a chance to forge a beneficial connection. Indeed, scarcely had the elder's words faded when he encountered a sobbing young boy. The child's name was Lan Hai, a disciple of the Crossing Heartsword sect who, at the tender age of 10, had already awakened his alchemical heart, a veritable genius in the realm of alchemy. He quickly approached the boy with gentle words, inquiring about the cause of his tears, only to learn that he had erred and was being punished by his master. Heading back to the sect's law enforcement hall to accept his fate, he comforted Lan Hai softly, and the boy, feeling a sense of kinship and noticing his injuries, kindly bestowed upon him an elixir before bidding a hasty farewell. With this newfound acquaintance, he felt assured that upon joining the Crossing Heartsword sect, he would have Lan Hai's assistance in abundance. Truly a stroke of good fortune. However, as he consumed the elixir given by Lan Hai, preparing to circulate his spirit energy to heal, the ethereal elder interjected once more. I have suddenly discerned that your fortune seems to have shifted. Today is not a suitable time for consuming any substances, including elixirs. Initially, he paid little heed to the elder's warning, but soon an explosive series of sounds erupted from beneath him, compelling him to acknowledge the truth. For the following days, he remained in a state of explosive distress, utterly weakened, with no time to attend to his injuries. Upon returning to the sect, Lan Hai discovered that the elixir he had given to Yixian had been mistakenly taken. Yixian could never forget the helplessness he felt during those scarred days, lying on the ground as the yellow river flowed relentlessly around him. Following this incident, he found it increasingly difficult to trust the words of the elder in the illusion. In truth, the elder's predictions had always been accurate. It was merely the unforeseen events that he calculated too late. Now, the elder urged Yixian to refine the azure stone before him, claiming that it concealed a sacred artifact. Perhaps such an artifact truly exists. However, based on Yixian's prior experiences, unforeseen events were surely inevitable. At this moment, he even began to doubt whether he was indeed the child of destiny. If so, why did he encounter such misfortune? Chapter 46. Restoring the original meridians in the quaint town of Shaowu, Jiang Luoyi reclined on the verdant grass by the lakeside, cradling a cat and a Pishio, leisurely fishing. Ever since his grand wedding with Su Yuexi, the little Pishio had seemingly developed a loss of appetite, having not consumed anything for 2 days. Even the glutinous rice cake, which it once relished, was now beneath its disdain. This was primarily due to Su Yuexi having lost much of her power, rendering her incapable of freely manipulating her life force. To the Pishio, the glutinous rice cake devoid of life energy was akin to mere refuse. As for why the silver-coated cat had not succumbed to a similar aversion to food, it was due to a command once issued by Su Yuexi, instructing it to behave as a proper domestic feline. Faced with sustenance lacking vitality, it had no choice but to partake, an act performed solely for the benefit of Jiang Luoyi's observation. With a swift motion, Jiang Luoyi deftly pulled his fishing rod, reeling in a small fish. "Meowsy, eat up," he declared, promptly offering the catch to the silver cat, while he cast his line once more, yearning for a larger prize. "This fellow is truly insufferable. Can't he let me be?" The silver cat grumbled in its feline tongue while nibbling on the fish. It certainly had no desire for the meal. However, Jiang Luoyi had impressed upon it the natural order. Cats eat fish, dogs consume meat, and ultramen battle monsters. To refuse food would appear quite out of place. Thus, to fulfill its role as a domestic cat, it felt compelled to comply. Moreover, it felt the need to voice its grievances regarding the name Jiang Luoyi had bestowed upon it. "Meowsy, how utterly unappealing. Whose fault is it that you wish to be a house cat?" The Pishio shot a glance at it. "Umph, do you think I desire this? If it weren't for my master insisting on accompanying this mortal for a lifetime, I would not willingly remain here." Meowsy retorted angrily. "You lack loyalty to your master." The Pishio remarked, "You wretched creature, I warn you not to slander me. My loyalty to my master is as evident as the heavens. If you were truly loyal, you would wholeheartedly support whatever your master wishes, instead of incessantly complaining," the Pishio countered. "I." Meowsy found itself momentarily speechless, but soon retaliated. "At least I am superior to you. You, a spiritual beast, willingly become a pet to this mortal. What a disgrace. Unlike you, my master is immensely powerful, even daring to confront the Tao itself. I'm not wrong by following him. I relish his company. With narrowed eyes, Miaozi added with a sarcastic tone, "Oh dear, what a pitiable Pishio, devoid of dignity." Unable to bear the insolence any longer, the Pishio charged at it. The two little creatures tumbled in a playful scuffle, and as expected, Miaozi found itself pinned beneath the Pishio. Yet, even then, Miaozi protested. "What I said was the truth. No matter how angry you get, it won't change the fact that you recognize a mortal as your master." Upon finishing its words, it extended a claw to touch Jiang Luoyi's ankle and chuckled, "Ah, just look at the crippled meridians within him. They are akin to the inferior among mortals, forever incapable of." "Meow? What has happened to this fellow's meridians?" The cat suddenly froze, its eyes widening in astonishment. It was shocked to discover that Jiang Luoyi's meridians had indeed transformed. Just 3 days prior, his meridians had been congested and convoluted. How could they have become so unobstructed and orderly today? If Jiang Luoyi's previous meridians were deemed a disability, then his current ones appeared to be perfectly crafted for cultivation. From the perspective of a cultivator, these meridians could be described as flawless. Could it be that the master employed some secret technique to forcibly alter this mortal's fate? This was the only explanation the cat could conceive. It believed that, apart from its master, only the Heavenly Dao could achieve such a feat, yet this was not the case, for another system existed in this world. After his rebirth, Jiang Luoyi had utilized the system to forcibly alter his internal meridians, transforming himself into a mortal destined to be incapable of cultivation. However, on the night of his wedding, the system entered a state of permanent dormancy, and the power that had altered his meridians faded away, ultimately leading to the present situation. In essence, Jiang Luoyi's meridians had merely reverted to their original state. They were inherently flawless, a rare gem in the realm of cultivation. Otherwise, during his first life, Lu Hongyan, who had no connection to him, would not have insisted on taking him as her eldest disciple. The little Pishio, noticing the astonished expression on the cat, curiously approached Jiang Luoyi to probe his internal meridians. The cat, filled with pride, remarked to the little Pishio, "Do you see? Your master's meridians are merely a gift from my master." The little Pishio rolled its eyes in response. "This only proves that he holds an immensely important position in your master's heart." The cat did not deny this, but said, "It seems the master wishes for this mortal to live a little longer. Alas, as long as this fellow remains alive, I must continue to be a house cat. I wonder when I shall regain my freedom." "Foolish cat, you dare insult me, since his meridians have already been altered. It indicates that your master intends for him to cultivate. Once he sheds his mortal identity, how could your master still allow you to remain a house cat?" The cat's eyes sparkled, as if realizing the truth in this statement. Since it was the master's intent, it reluctantly decided to assist him in stepping onto the path of cultivation. The cat feigned indifference, saying, "What do you mean helping him? You merely wish to regain your freedom sooner." The little Pishio directly pierced through its thoughts. The cat felt a bit embarrassed, but still stubbornly retorted, "Humph. I believe this mortal's talent for cultivation is undoubtedly poor. Without my assistance, this waste would not know when he might touch the threshold." "Foolish cat, you insult him again." Upon hearing the term waste, the little Pishio charged headfirst into the cat's waist. The cat rolled several times on the ground, nearly falling into the water, but fortunately, Jiang Luoyi reached out and caught it. "Both of you are truly incorrigible. Can't you simply behave when together?" Jiang Luo remarked, delivering a light smack to each of the little rascals. If left unchecked in their youth, what would they become in adulthood? The cat, feeling humiliated after being struck, turned to the little Pishio and exclaimed, "This is all your fault. Why did you have to insult him?" The Pishio retorted, "I did not intend to. And here he is, fishing for you every day, concerned you might go hungry. You are nothing but an ungrateful wretch." The cat scoffed, "I never coerced him into fishing for me. He does it out of his own volition." Infuriating, the Pishio, unable to contain its frustration, once again engaged the cat in a playful scuffle. Observing the relentless antics of these two little beings, Jiang Luo could not help but feel exasperated, Is it a natural law that pixies are destined to be at odds with cats? Just then, as he pondered this conundrum, a figure suddenly streaked past overhead. The surrounding air surged, sending splashes of water from the lake onto his face. Chapter 47. Witnessing a homicide scene. Most cultivators are like this. As they hastily journey onward, they scarcely consider the troubles they may impose upon mortals. Such was the case with the individual who soared past Jiang Luoyi, startling his fishing spot and drenching him entirely, yet offering not even a word of apology as he vanished into a nearby bamboo grove. What a peculiar character. Jiang Luoyi furrowed his brows and muttered a complaint, wiping the splashes from his face, resigned to his ill fortune. However, just as he finished drying his face, another cultivator appeared on the horizon. He hastily set down his fishing rod, scooped up his cat and pai xiao, and rushed ashore to avoid being soaked once more by the lake. With a resounding splash, the spirit energy from the newcomer erupted upon the surface of the water, cascading like a torrential downpour. When Jiang Luoyi turned his gaze back, he beheld a man clad in black, standing upon the lake, his expression one of ire as he scanned the surroundings, seemingly in search of the cultivator who had retreated into the bamboo. Moments later, failing to locate his quarry, the man in black approached Jiang Luoyi, brandishing a long sword. "Speak, where did that person go?" The tone of the black-clad man was menacing, his gaze toward Jiang Luoyi rife with disdain. Noticing the jade token at the man's waist, Jiang Luoyi realized he was dealing with a member of the blood-weeping demon sect, which explained his utter lack of civility. Responding to your esteemed self, that individual fled toward the west. Jiang Luoyi replied with a cupped fist gesture. His impression of the blood-weeping demon sect was far from favorable, and he had no intention of divulging the truth. "You, an insignificant insect, had best speak the truth, or I shall return to sever your head and use it as a ball." The black-clad man issued a severe warning before turning to pursue his quarry to the west. Naturally, Jiang Luoyi felt displeased at being insulted, but what could he do? After all, he was merely a mortal at the moment. "Curse you! In my past life, your sect master would never have dared to speak to me in such a manner." Jiang Luoyi muttered angrily as he returned to the lakeside to continue his fishing. The cat nestled in his arms cast a disdainful glance at the pai xiao, as if to say, "I believe your master may be slightly deluded." The pai xiao kicked at the cat, but refrained from retorting. It too sensed that Jiang Luoyi must have been provoked. Otherwise, how could he so boldly fabricate such grand claims? What nonsense about a past life. It felt embarrassed just hearing it. Just as Jiang Luoyi picked up his fishing rod once more, a man suddenly burst forth from the nearby bamboo grove. This man was disheveled, his clothes tattered, his body marred with wounds, and he bore a broken sword in hand. He staggered before Jiang Luoyi, bending at the waist, and earnestly expressed, "Thank you, young brother, for leading that person away. You have saved my life. I had no intention of saving you. I merely found that person disagreeable." Jiang Luoyi waved his hand dismissively. Having lived 6 lifetimes, he was all too aware of the unreliability of favors exchanged among cultivators. "Regardless, you have ultimately saved me," the injured man continued, retrieving a piece of golden jade from his storage ring. "I am Lu Zhong, an outer disciple of the Crossing Heartsword sect, and I humbly request that you accept this small token of gratitude." A member of the Crossing Heartsword sect? As Jiang Luoyi turned to scrutinize his opponent, he recognized the name Lu Zhong, which stirred a sense of familiarity within him. If memory served him correctly, this Lu Zhong had, in every incarnation, been a loyal sycophant to the Son of Heaven. Yet, throughout his existence, he seemed to have committed no grave misdeeds, merely serving as a pawn, ultimately meeting a tragic end ensnared within a secret realm as trap. "No, I have never seen you, nor you me," Jiang Luoyi firmly declined. Lu Zhong's face contorted with bitterness as he implored, "Young brother, you must accept my plea. I am gravely wounded and unable to escape the pursuit of my enemies. I beseech you to show compassion and shelter me for a few days. Once I locate the young sect master, I shall ensure your life is filled with wealth and prosperity." Jiang Luoyi's heart sank at these words. "You see, the bonds among cultivators are notoriously unreliable. You save him, and he only brings you more trouble, heedless of the danger his presence may invite upon you. Please, esteemed immortal, do not make things difficult for a mere commoner." Jiang Luo sighed. Lu Zhong furrowed his brow, pondering that this mortal was rather ungrateful. Nonetheless, he recognized that the individual before him had saved his life. As a disciple of the prestigious heart-transcending sword sect, he could not treat his benefactor with disrespect, lest it tarnish his sect's reputation. "Since this is the case, I shall take my leave," Lu Zhong declared, placing down the precious golden jade stone and turning eastward. His internal energy was nearly depleted, rendering him incapable of flying on his sword. "Indeed, you are here." At that moment, an ominous roar echoed from the sky. The previously encountered cultivator from the Crying Blood Demon sect had inexplicably returned. Lu Zhong, alarmed and panicking due to his drained energy, hastily exclaimed, "Mo-chi, you must consider carefully. 10 days prior, our sect's young sect master slew your elder in this very spot. Do you dare to attack me here, knowing the young sect master may come to exact vengeance upon you?" Mochi scoffed. "Ah, I have received word long ago. For days past, Lu Hongyan departed from Misty Rain City. Do you truly believe she can come to your rescue?" "What a delusion!" Gritting his teeth, Lu Zhong retorted. "Even if the young sect master is not present, she will learn of this matter in due course, and your Crying Blood Demon sect will undoubtedly face calamity." What jest is this?" Mo-chi laughed heartily, his expression turning cruel. "Since I dare pursue you this far, it signifies I possess complete confidence in silencing all who are aware of this incident." With that, he summoned a blade infused with crimson energy and struck down upon Lu Zhong. Boom! Lu Zhong was unable to evade, and the blade pierced through his flesh, crashing into the ground behind him and creating a 2-meter-deep pit. "Mo-chi, your end is nigh." "Enough!" Montaki, seeing that Lu Zhong still clung to life, descended and delivered a fatal blow to his throat. He then seized Lu Zhong's storage ring, probing its contents with his energy. Upon confirming the presence of certain items, he cautiously stowed the ring away, turning his icy gaze toward Jiang Luo by the lakeside. "I offered you a chance to speak the truth." Mo-chi advanced toward the lake, a grim smile curling upon his lips, seemingly contemplating how to torment this deceiving mortal to quench his wrath. Jiang Luo let out a helpless sigh, stating, "Even if I speak the truth after you kill him, will you not still come for my life?" "Indeed, regardless of the circumstances, I shall take your life," Mo-chi replied. "However, you could have met your end swiftly. Yet now you are destined for a fate far worse than death." With that, he positioned the blade at Jiang Luo's throat, declaring, "I always keep my word. After skinning you alive and pulling out your tendons, I shall sever your head and use it as a ball to kick." "You cannot achieve that," Jiang Luo replied calmly. Although the system had entered a state of permanent dormancy, the over 147,000 years of cultivation stored within it still belonged to him. Mo-chi's cultivation was merely at the pinnacle of the spirit aperture realm. Upon receiving his own power, Jiang Luo could easily crush him with a mere finger. Chapter 48: The Arrival of Chu Hongyan. Mo-chi gazed at the seemingly impassive mortal before him, a surge of rage swelling within his heart. How could such an insignificant creature show no fear of his blade? This was not the scene he had envisioned. He desired to see this mere insect cower in terror, kneeling on the ground, pleading for mercy, only to be subjected to the agonizing torment of his knife gliding across its body, eliciting cries of suffering. The cat nestled in Jiang Luoyi's arms, observing the situation, cast a resigned glance at the little Pichio and remarked, "I told you your master is out of his mind. Look at this. The blade is at his throat, and yet he is still posturing, asserting that he cannot be killed." The Pichio, disinterested in the cat's commentary, silently pulled off the colorful string from its neck. With the constraint lifted, the spiritual energy within it began to surge anew. Should Mo-chi dare to strike Jiang Luoyi, it would charge forward without hesitation, though unaware of Mo-chi's true strength and whether it could prevail. It understood that an action would surely lead to the demise of its beloved Jiang Luoyi. The cat, observing the Pichio's resolve, couldn't help but scoff with your meager skills. Even unrestrained, you stand no chance against this cultivator. You would only end up captured as a mount. The Pichio paid no heed to the cat, focusing intently on gathering its internal energy. Finding the Pishio's seriousness rather dull, the cat shifted its gaze to Jiang Luoyi. If this mortal were to perish, it would regain its freedom, no longer forced to masquerade as a domestic feline. The thought was enticing, yet it recognized that Jiang Luoyi's death would bring profound sorrow to its master. Moreover, after spending this time together, it had grown accustomed to the presence of both Jiang Luoyi and the Pishio. If one were to die and the other captured, it would find itself in a state of disarray. Sighing, it resolved to show mercy, deciding to spare this young man's life for the sake of its master. The cat took a deep breath and, with a flick of its paw, removed the colorful string from its neck, awakening the immense power that had long been suppressed within. Turning its gaze to Mo-Chi, it muttered in feline tongue, "This mortal named Jiang is my personal servant. Should you dare to lay a hand on him, I assure you, you will not know how you met your end." However, Mo-Chi understood not the feline's utterances. His mind was consumed with thoughts of how to unleash his pent-up fury. He envisioned severing the limbs of this insect, relishing the sight of it writhing on the ground like a maggot. With that, Mo-Chi ceased his hesitation and raised his long knife, preparing to strike at Jiang Luoyi's arm. In that moment, the Pishio gathered its strength, ready to launch an attack, and the cat summoned a trace of its spiritual energy, while Jiang Luoyi silently intoned, "Lead." Yet, before Mo-Chi could lift his blade, and without Jiang Luoyi having received his cultivation, nor the Pishio or cat having made their move, an azure long sword, seemingly materializing from thin air, collided with the blade in Mo-Chi's grasp at an astonishing speed. The clash of weapons sparked a dazzling display, and Mo-Chi was sent sprawling backward from the impact. Yet, unbeknownst to Jiang Luoyi, a protective barrier had formed around him at some point, shielding him from the disruptive energies of the weapons. "Young Master Jiang, are you injured?" A familiar voice called from behind. Jiang Luoyi turned to see Chu Hongyan, clad in azure garments, who had appeared at some point nearby. She descended gracefully in front of him, her face etched with concern as she scrutinized him, seemingly fearful of missing any minor injury he might have sustained. I'm fine, thank you, Fairy Chu, for your timely rescue," Jiang Luoyi replied, momentarily taken aback before expressing his gratitude. "Ah, thank goodness." Chu Hongyan exhaled, finally easing the worry that had gripped her heart. In truth, the moment Lu Zhong was slain by Mo-Chi, she had sensed the abnormal fluctuations of true energy in the air above Shao Wu Town through the celestial essence within her. However, despite her swift arrival, it still took her a few moments to reach the scene. Given the current circumstances, she had arrived just in time. Had she delayed even a moment longer, her senior brother might have. Well, perhaps he would have been fine after all. After all, the esteemed elder residing in this small town would likely intervene to save him. Little did she know that this elder had already lost most of their powers, and even their consciousness was sealed by some force, leaving them oblivious to the chaos unfolding nearby. "Who are you?" Mo-Chi steadied himself, his gaze fixed on Chu Hongyan, radiating hostility. Chu Hongyan summoned her azure sword with a flick of her wrist, her expression icy. "I am Chu Hongyan of the Dushin Sword Sect." Mo-Chi smirked upon hearing this. "So, it is you. I never expected that Lu Hongyan would leave without taking you with her. But this is for the best. You shall surely perish by my hand today." According to the intelligence from the blood-weeping demon sect, Chu Hongyan was merely at the mid-stage of the spirit aperture realm, while he had attained the pinnacle of that realm. Once they engaged in battle, the advantage would undoubtedly be his. Chu Hongyan scoffed. "Even a semi-holy elder of the blood-weeping demon sect has met their demise here. Do you truly think that you, at the pinnacle of the spirit aperture realm, can act so arrogantly? Lu Hongyan has departed. Why should I not be bold? Moreover, you should take a look at who lies over there." Mo-Chi gestured towards Lu Zhong's lifeless body. Before the battle commenced, this was his strategy to unsettle her mindset. Chu Hongyan glanced at the jade pendant at the waist of the corpse, clearly identifying him as an outer disciple of the Dushin Sword Sect. This meant that a deadly confrontation had already occurred here, yet the elder had chosen not to intervene. Why was that? Was the elder absent from the town today? This question lingered in Chu Hongyan's mind, But there was no time for contemplation as she directed her sword towards Emochi. Ever since the blood-weeping demon sect entered the southern wilderness, disregarding the rules of the four-sex agreement and ruthlessly slaughtering our disciples, do you not fear a full-scale war between our two sects? Of course I fear it, but once you are dead, who will know how you met your end? How could the two sects possibly go to war over that? Emochi retorted with a chilling laugh. Such delusions. Chu Huanyan ceased her words, unleashing the celestial essence within her, which enveloped her azure sword, striking like a dragon towards Emochi's head. Seeing her attack speed was astonishingly swift, far beyond what one would expect from someone at the spirit aperture realm. Emochi could not help but feel a surge of alarm. Instinctively, he attempted to evade, only to realize that his speed lagged far behind that of his opponent. With no means of escape, he could only produce a precious defensive talisman and position it before himself. Bang! The energy released from the collision between the talisman and the sword sent Emochi staggering back several paces. His hands trembled violently as disbelief washed over him, and he gazed at Chu Huanyan. You are not in the mid-stage of the spirit aperture. Who informed you that I was in the mid-stage of the spirit aperture? Chu Huanyan replied, fully unleashing her spiritual energy, revealing her true cultivation level. The initial stage of condensation. Monta kivas utalistunt. The intelligence from the blood-weeping demon sect had clearly indicated that Chu Huanyan's cultivation was at the mid-stage of the spirit aperture just 10 days prior. There should have been no possibility of any change in such a short time. Why was there such a significant discrepancy between reality and the information? This was a staggering difference of 3 minor realms. What a farce. A singular thought raced through Emochi's mind. He needed to flee immediately. Chapter 49. The rules of the just path cannot restrain me in this life in the midst of the conflict among cultivators. A disparity in cultivation levels can easily lead to a one-sided affair. As Emochi attempted to flee, Chu Huanyan sheathed her azure sword, channeling her spiritual essence into her palm. Her expertise has never been in swordsmanship, but rather in palm techniques, a skill honed over 6 lifetimes. Emochi exerted all his energy to escape, yet an unsettling chill gripped him from behind. In a desperate bid for survival, he cast aside the storage ring he had previously taken from Lu Zhong, exclaiming, I no longer want this yang seed. It's yours. However, Chu Huanyan cared little for the contents of the storage ring. Her sole focus was on the fact that Emochi had almost killed Jiang Luoyi. Under no circumstances would she allow him to live. Sky-splitting. With a forceful strike, Chu Huanyan unleashed a palm that transformed the world's spiritual essence into a massive azure handprint, tearing through the air with a mournful wail. With a thunderous boom that echoed through the small town, Emochi was sent crashing to the ground, blood spewing from his body. Jiang Luoyi, witnessing the terrifying strike from Chu Huanyan before him, was both astonished and puzzled. Her spiritual essence had sustained damage over a month ago. Logically, her cultivation should have been exceedingly difficult to advance, and breaking through her current realm would be nearly impossible. Yet, how was it that she now possessed the strength of the embryonic realm? As a mere mortal, Jiang Luoyi had never sensed the shifts in Chu Huanyan's cultivation, but he could comprehend Emochi's words. If what Emochi claimed was true, then just 10 days prior, Chu Huanyan's cultivation was at the mid-stage of the spirit aperture realm, yet she had rapidly progressed to the initial stage of the embryonic realm. Such an astonishing rate of advancement, 3 minor realms in merely 10 days, could only be described as extraordinary. At the very least, it was now certain that her spiritual essence had indeed been restored. Otherwise, this level of power would have been unattainable. Yet, the child of destiny had yet to make an appearance, who had aided her in the restoration of her spiritual essence. This was the greatest mystery troubling Jiang Luoyi. Could it all be due to the collapse of the main storyline? Yet, that did not seem plausible. Just 10 days ago, he had not even wed Su Yuexi, and thus the main plot had not unraveled. Under normal circumstances, as long as the child of destiny did not appear, her spiritual essence should have remained irreparable. How peculiar. Amidst Jiang Luoyi's myriad of confusions, a figure clad in white suddenly caught his attention. It was Su Yuexi. At this moment, her hands were dusted with flour, and her hair was somewhat disheveled, clearly indicating she had run at great speed. Ever since her consciousness had been sealed, her perceptive abilities had plummeted drastically. She had been oblivious to the earlier incident where Mo-Chi had slain Lu Zhong. If it weren't for the thunderous sound produced by Chu Huanyan's palm strike, she would likely still be leisurely kneading dough in the shop. What brings you here? Jiang Luoyi furrowed his brow as he approached Su Yuexi, his tone laced with concern and a hint of reproach. A resounding explosion echoed through the air, unmistakably signaling the presence of cultivators engaged in battle. Any sensible mortal would instinctively steer clear of such danger. Yet Su Yuexi inexplicably drew closer to the chaos. What if something went awry? As an ordinary human, should she become entangled in the strife of these powerful beings, her chances of survival would be utterly non-existent. The town chief had warned her against fishing by the lake, expressing concern for her safety. Su Yuexi candidly admitted her disregard for his caution. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Luoyi felt a warm sensation in his heart. Yet his tone remained reproachful. You mustn't act so recklessly again. Even if I were to face peril, I would not wish for you to be drawn into it. Su Yuexi remained silent, her noncompliance evident. Should he find himself in danger again, she would undoubtedly return. Jiang Luoyi, noticing her sudden quietness, assumed his tone had been too harsh and reached out to gently caress her head, speaking softly. You worry for my safety, yet do I not worry for yours? Su Yuexi nodded. Demanor abbearing obedient. Nearby, Miaozu observed the scene, internally exclaiming in frustration. How dare this mortal possess such an uncanny ability to please the master? How infuriating! At that moment, Mo-Chi lay a short distance away, still clinging to life, writhing in agony upon the ground, his throat emitting hoarse, defiant cries. His legs lay shattered, his meridians severed, rendering him utterly incapable of escape. Chu Huanyan approached him, her voice cold and detached. I have a few inquiries for you. You dare to give me a swift end. Mo-Chi howled in rage. Ignoring his outburst, Chu Huanyan continued. Your sect has been covertly gathering intelligence on my disciples. What is your intent? You shall not learn anything. Monta kiri tautet stuponli. If you refuse to speak, you shall never find peace in death. Recognizing his obstinacy, Chu Huanyan swiftly placed a healing pill into his mouth, then severed one of his hands with a single stroke of her sword. She felt no mercy for this villain who sought to incapacitate her senior brother. Rather, she believed in repaying evil with evil. The intense pain caused Mo-Chi's eyes to turn bloodshot. He longed for a swift demise, yet his broken body could not even manage that. Chu Huanyan did not relent, aiming her next strike at his remaining arm. Monta Kis claimed, Demon, how can you, a disciple of the righteous path, be so cruel? Do you not fear the corruption of your heart? The rules of the righteous path cannot protect every individual, and thus they cannot constrain my actions in this lifetime. Chu Huanyan replied, her expression unwavering as she severed his leg. What righteous heart? To me, anything that cannot safeguard Jiang Luoyi is but a worthless path. Mo-Chi was on the verge of madness. In his rigid perception, disciples of the Crossing Heartsword sect, like Chu Huanyan, were expected to embody righteousness and would refrain from excessive cruelty for fear of tainting their resolve and hindering their future cultivation. Yet, he had never anticipated that Chu Huanyan would be an exception. Nearby, Jiang Luoyi watched, utterly astonished by the brutality displayed by Chu Huanyan. If you have the guts, then kill me. Beast! Mo-Chi bellowed. Chu Huanyan was utterly indifferent to the curses of a dying man. With a calm demeanor, he severed the last limb of his opponent and declared, if you wish to die, then answer my previous question. Infuriating. Infuriating. Despite the agony he endured, Mo-Chi dared not divulge the plans of his sect. All his kin resided within the blood-weeping demon sect, and should he betray their plans, the fate awaiting his family would be one of unimaginable suffering. He was acutely aware of the brutal methods his sect employed to punish traitors. The excruciating torment drove Mo-Chi into a state of madness. As his gaze inadvertently fell upon Jiang Luoyi not far away, a thought struck him. Yes, it was all due to this insignificant mortal. Had it not been for this wretch's deceit, he would not have found himself in this predicament, nor would he have been reduced to such a state by Chu Huanyan. With this realization, all his animosity shifted towards Jiang Luoyi, yet ultimately, his focus settled upon Su Yuexi, who stood beside him. Observing the intimacy between Jiang Luoyi and Su Yuexi, he quickly discerned their relationship. Very well, it is you, this wretched insect, who has brought me to this fate. Thus, I shall take the life of your wife. Consumed by an overwhelming hatred, Yuexi seized the precise moment when Hongyan swung his sword, suddenly bellowing towards his severed arm. 1,000 needles piercing the bone. As his words echoed, the storage ring on his severed arm erupted with 100 icy beams, hurtling towards Su Yuexi with alarming speed. Hongyan, taken aback by the sudden turn of events, hastily ceased his assault and retrieved the talisman in an attempt to thwart the incoming needles. However, it must be said that Yuexi had timed his strike impeccably, launching his attack precisely when she swung her sword, which resulted in her reaction being a fraction too slow. By the time she cast the talisman, the needles had already traveled several dozen meters, rendering her efforts futile. Chapter 50. A despair long unfelt evade. Hongyan concentrated all his spiritual energy in a frantic pursuit of the hundreds of silver needles. As he observed the needles hurtling toward him, Jiang Luoyi could no longer endure the presence of Yuexi. It mattered little if Yuexi aimed to attack him, but the realization that the target was the girl beside him, Su Yuexi, ignited a surge of fury within him. Claim your cultivation, he commanded in his mind, preparing to gather his spiritual energy to shatter the swiftly approaching needles. Yet, to his astonishment, he discovered that there was not a single ripple of spiritual energy within him. Even the hand he raised moved with excruciating slowness, wholly unlike a body that had cultivated for over 14,700 years. It resembled that of an ordinary mortal instead. Clearly, he had not accessed the cultivation stored within the system. How could this be? The unexpected turn of events left Jiang Luoyi in a state of shock. He could distinctly sense that his cultivation of over 14,000 years still existed, intertwined with his very being. He believed that all he needed to do was issue a command to unlock a certain threshold, and his supreme cultivation would surge forth like a flood, merging with him. But why had his commands become ineffective? Now, with the Heavenly Dao rendered powerless to intervene in the world, and the system plunged into a permanent slumber, it meant that he alone held the reins to this cultivation. His commands should have been absolute. There should not have been a scenario where they failed. In that fleeting moment of astonishment, the hundreds of silver needles had already reached him. Jiang Luoyi dared not dwell on anything further. Instinctively, he lunged towards Su Yuexi. However, how could his mortal body match the swiftness of a cultivator's artifact? As soon as he moved, the needles brushed past him, hurtling directly toward Su Yuexi. At that moment, a profound sense of despair, long forgotten, enveloped Jiang Luoyi. Since his rebirth in this life, he had grown indifferent to life and death, acutely aware that his demise would usher in the cycle of reincarnation. Thus, he never mourned too deeply for those who perished because of him. He believed that with his own death, everything could begin anew. But now, the situation was different. The Heavenly Dao had lost its ability to reincarnate, and the system had warned him to cherish life, for this would be his final existence. No matter what transpired, there would be no chance for a redo. No soul could be resurrected, regardless of who perished. As he beheld the multitude of needles advancing towards Su Yuexi, Jiang Luoyi felt as if the world around him was crumbling. In a mere instant, countless methods to save Su Yuexi flickered through his mind. Yet all were rendered futile by his insufficient power. He was engulfed in profound regret. Su Yuexi, this ordinary girl, was the only wife he had known throughout his 3,000 years of existence across 6 lifetimes, the sole true kin he had. Yet, he found himself utterly powerless to protect her. This marks the first moment of regret for him since his rebirth, lamenting his choice to live as an ordinary mortal instead of cultivating his powers. The enemy's magical artifact would not falter in the slightest due to his remorse. A cold gleam sliced through his vision, poised to pierce Su Yuexi's heart. Yet, at this moment, Su Yuexi remained unfazed. Although most of her powers had been sealed, her physical form still bore the stature of an imperial body. It was not merely the silver needles before her that posed a threat. Even a weapon of earthly grade would struggle to breach her skin, and it was likely that her flesh could shatter such an attack. Nevertheless, with Jiang Luoyi standing before her, she could not afford to appear overly extraordinary. After all, she was but a mortal girl. In a fleeting motion, she subtly altered the trajectory of the hundreds of incoming silver needles. Her actions went unnoticed by anyone. All that the onlookers saw was her standing still while she had already executed countless movements, returning to her original position. Whoosh! The myriad silver needles passed by her with precision, not grazing her flesh in the slightest. Yuexi, Jiang Luoyi exclaimed, urgently grasping her shoulders and scanning her for any signs of injury. Are you hurt? Do you feel unwell? Anywhere? Seeing the look of frantic concern etched on Jiang Luoyi's face, Su Yuexi blinked blankly, then enveloped him in a warm embrace. Me fine. Those things didn't touch me. At this, Jiang Luoyi finally ceased his frantic examination, releasing the tension that had gripped his heart. How wonderful it was that she was alive and unscathed. Chu Hongyan, witnessing this, also breathed a sigh of relief. She had nearly allowed her negligence to lead to her senior brother's wife's demise. If Su Yuexi had perished, she would have been unable to face her senior brother again. No, how could my bone-piercing needle have gone awry? Chi could not accept the reality before him. His artifact had failed to eliminate a mere mortal. Upon hearing Chi's anguished roar, Chu Huanyan's gaze turned icy. She resolved that he would not live to see another day. Fei Ju, I require the sword. Before Chu Huanyan could make a move, she spotted Jiang Luoyi rushing towards her, shouting. Understanding his intent, she raised her hand to offer him her long sword, allowing him to unleash the fury that simmered within him. Upon receiving the weapon, Jiang Luoyi charged directly at Chi, executing a swift strike that severed his throat with remarkable efficiency, a motion that belied a storyteller's demeanor. When Chi met his end, his expression was not one of profound agony. At the very least, he was free from torment. Jiang Luoyi did not wish for Chi to die painlessly. Such a fate would not suffice to quell his own resentment. Yet, given the possibility of hidden weapons still in play, he had no choice but to dispatch him quickly. My apologies, Fairy Chu, for acting without awaiting your counsel. Jiang Luoyi returned the long sword to Chu Huanyan. I had no intention of questioning him further once I entrusted you with the sword, Chu Huanyan replied. Jiang Luoyi spoke again. Had it not been for Fairy Chu's timely intervention today, I would have surely met my demise here. I cannot adequately express my gratitude for your rescue. I can only repay this debt in the future. He had just realized that the cultivation he stored was no longer retrievable. Had it not been for Chu Huanyan's timely intervention today, he would have perished at the hands of Chi. Without the cycle of heavenly reincarnation, his death would have rendered any possibility of resurrection null and void. Thus, he was genuinely grateful to Chu Huanyan. Seeing the earnest expression on his face, Chu Huanyan couldn't help but smile with delight. She could truly sense that, at this moment, her senior brother was expressing heartfelt gratitude. She had finally accomplished something tangible for him. Mr. Jiang's words were exaggerated. As a disciple of the Crossing Heartsword sect, it was her duty to act in such a manner. Chu Huanyan did not wish for her senior brother to owe her a debt of gratitude. She merely sought to alleviate a fraction of the harm she had caused him in their past life. Fairy Chu, you are indeed righteous. Upon Jiang Luoyi's exclamation, he made his way towards Su Yuexi, while Chu Huanyan began to examine Chi's belongings, subsequently retrieving Lu Zhong's storage ring. Earlier, as Chi fled, he had shouted the words Yang Seed. Chu Huanyan was no stranger to this concept. It represented a form of supreme solar energy that roams the heavens and earth, appearing every 5,000 years alongside the Yin Seed, with each choosing a male and female to inhabit. Within the depths of Chu Huanyan's past memories, the Yang Seed was one of the fated opportunities for the Child of Heaven. And it was also the fundamental reason why the Child of Heaven could engage with the eldest princess of the imperial family of the Northern Empire. Indeed, the Child of Heaven, Yi Xian, was the male selected by the Yang Seed, while the eldest princess, Yingling, was the female chosen by the Yin Seed. These two were undoubtedly a match made in heaven. However, Chu Huanyan's previous life memories contained scant information regarding Yingling, and she was unaware of the tales that unfolded between the child of heaven and her. Chapter 51. The fiery fighter Lin Xiangxue. Chu Huanyan delved into Lu Zhong's storage ring with her thoughts, discovering a swirling mass of crimson energy rampaging within. This entity, capable of being ensnared by a mere spatial ring, appeared far less mysterious than the rumors suggested. She then proceeded to examine Mo Chi's storage ring. To her astonishment, Mo Chi's ring housed a considerable collection of precious elixirs and magical artifacts, along with 3 jade tokens belonging to outer disciples of the Dushin Sword sect. This revelation indicated that Mo Chi had already slain 3 of her fellow disciples before murdering Lu Zhong. It seemed that the Qixue demon sect had commenced a widespread campaign of assassination against isolated disciples of the Dushin Sword sect in the southern wilderness. Infuriated, Chu Huanyan shattered Mo Chi's corpse with a single strike, her anger surging uncontrollably. Just 10 days prior, it was the Qixue demon sect that had first violated the terms of their agreement, aggressively threatening her and her master. Now, due to the killing of their elder, they harbored a grudge and sought vengeance. It was imperative that she inform her master of this matter promptly. Chu Huanyan retrieved the transmitting stone left by Lu Hongyan, a device capable of sending messages across vast distances, and conveyed the events of the day. However, after a few moments of silence, she received no response from Lu Hongyan. Clearly, the distance between them had exceeded the stone's range, rendering it ineffective. A sense of urgency gripped her heart. Every day this information was delayed put the isolated disciples in greater peril. Yet, she had to protect Jiang Luoyi and could not leave the town in search of her companions, leaving her in a state of helpless anxiety. Jiang Luoyi approached Yuexi, meticulously checking her for injuries before solemnly advising, "Remember, if something like this occurs again, your safety must come first. Do not disregard your well-being to seek me out." Yuexi, however, could not acquiesce to such a notion and remain silent. The cycle of reincarnation had irrevocably vanished, and each life was singular. Had Chu Huanyan not arrived in time today, she would have remained oblivious to Jiang Luoyi's perilous situation. With a firm resolve, she vowed to remain by his side from this moment forth. At that moment, Miao and the little Pichio appeared, each clutching a colorful ribbon, and scampered to Yuexi's side. Seeing this, she knelt down to retie the silver ribbon for them. "Master, I only broke free from the ribbon to protect this little one. Surely that doesn't count as disobeying orders?" Miao communicated telepathically. Although Yuexi could hear its voice in her mind, she was unable to respond in kind, as her thoughts too were sealed. "Well done," she said aloud, gently patting Miao's head. Upon hearing praise from its master, Miao proudly lifted its head, declaring, "Rest assured, master. This little one is under my protection. Not even a semi-saint cultivator can harm a hair on its head." It was no idle boast, as a spirit vein of 100,000 years, despite never having cultivated. Its power was equivalent to that of an initial stage saint. Before the semi-holy powerhouse, the only fate that awaited was being sent flying with a mere slap. Even if Chu Huanyan did not arrive today, Mo Chi would not be able to harm Jiang Luoyi. "Chirp, chirp," the little Pichio, feeling neglected as Yuexi praised the cat but overlooked it, immediately expressed its dissatisfaction. "You are also quite impressive." Yuexi gently patted its pink little head. Chirp the little Pichio was thoroughly pleased. Standing to the side, Jiang Luoyi sighed helplessly upon noticing that Yuexi was ignoring him, engrossed instead in playing with her 2 pets. He understood well that Yuexi could be quite stubborn about certain matters, a trait he could not change. "I must cultivate diligently. Otherwise, if I encounter such danger again, I will lack the ability to protect her," Jiang Luoyi pondered. In a world devoid of heavenly interference, the future remained uncertain, yet it was evident that chaos would soon engulf the southern wilderness. The reason he had been living so leisurely in recent days, neglecting his cultivation, was due to the cushion of over 147,000 years of experience. However, reality proved he had underestimated the situation, which nearly cost him his life today. He had dwelled in an environment devoid of fear for so long that his nerves had dulled to the urgency of danger. This could not continue. Just as this matter reached a temporary resolution, the sky erupted with a thunderous sound. Chu Huanyan looked up to see a familiar blue figure soaring rapidly toward the small town. It was Jiang Shui. A smile graced Chu Huanyan's face. She had been worried about her inability to leave the town to convey the news of the blood-cry demon sex atrocities against the sex disciples. Soon, the blue figure descended into the town, coming to stand before Chu Huanyan. As the blue light dissipated, a stunning woman clad in a blue qipao, with a graceful figure, appeared before everyone. This lady seemed to have a penchant for icy blue hues. Not only was her attire of this color, but even her silky hair and the long sword she carried on her back were all in shades of ice blue. She was Lin Xiangxue, the second disciple of Lu Hongyan and Jiang Luoyi's second junior sister from his previous 6 lifetimes, a tempestuous beauty who was naturally drawn to fighting. Upon seeing her, a flood of troublesome memories surged in Jiang Luoyi's mind. In his previous 6 lives, the troubles Lin Xiangxue caused him far surpassed those of the unfortunate Blue Sea. Once Lin Xiangxue landed, she did not greet her senior sister Chu Huanyan, but instead glanced at the nearby corpse, wearing a bored expression, and languidly sighed. What a pity. I arrived too late. Hearing this, Chu Huanyan felt a sense of resignation. She knew well that Lin Xiangxue had not come specifically to see her, but had been attracted by the earlier commotion. Could you refrain from incessantly engaging in violence? Chu Huanyan, thou win. Lin Xiangxue nonchalantly replied, I do have moments when I don't fight. Indeed, she occasionally refrained from fighting, usually only when she was on her way to a brawl. Never mind, let us discuss serious matters. Chu Huanyan was aware that her words fell on deaf ears, so she spoke up. Recently, the blood-weeping demon sect has been frequently targeting our disciples, seemingly selecting solitary outer sect members for slaughter. This matter requires your communication with a master. I have other matters to attend to and cannot go. Lin Xiangxue decisively refused. What other matters do you have aside from fighting? Fighting is indeed a matter. Just yesterday, someone from the Yuexi sect ambushed me, and I intend to seek retribution. Someone from the Yuexi sect ambushed you? Chu Huanyan expressed skepticism, as the Yuexi sect was considered an orthodox faction, and its disciples should not engage in such behavior. Indeed, I merely severed their senior brother's sword, and they resorted to ambushing me. How despicable! Lin Xiangxue exclaimed, a hint of indignation in her voice. It seemed that, in her view, breaking the senior brother's spirit sword was a perfectly justifiable act. Isn't this a case of you provoking trouble first? Chu Huanyan was quite exasperated with her. How could I have provoked trouble? Lin Xiangxue retorted, displeased. That individual insisted that the sword in his hand was an unparalleled divine weapon, and out of kindness, I offered to test its strength. Who would have thought that it would break so easily? Such twisted reasoning. Chu Huanyan furrowed her brow, her voice laced with reproach. Her current serious demeanor was a typical representation of her role as the senior sister of the Crossing Heart Sword sect within the clan. Chapter 52, from now on. No longer a mortal, everyone in the Heart-Passing Sword sect is aware that Lin Xiangxue is not a true member of the human race, but rather a mysterious life form created by the sacred sword over 1,000,000 years ago. She is the daughter of the sacred sword, which serves as her mother. The sword that birthed her is named Frost Morning, its blade a striking ice blue hue, renowned as the most formidable ice attribute sacred artifact in existence. Lin Xiangxue's hair color is inherited from the essence of the sacred sword, which is why she has a profound fondness for the icy blue tones. However, her personality is in stark contrast to the frigid nature of the sword. She revels in brawls and conflicts, exhibiting none of the calm demeanor typically associated with ice. Beyond fighting, she harbors another passion, the destruction of certain so-called legendary weapons that she deems unworthy. She harbors a deep disdain for those who brandish mere scrap metal while proclaiming it to be unparalleled divine weaponry. To her, the title of legendary weapon is one that only her mother deserves. Thus, when a senior disciple from the Returning Ruins sect boasted that his spirit sword was a legendary artifact, she was infuriated and promptly severed the so-called treasure without a second thought. This incident ultimately led to an ambush from the disciples of the Returning Ruins sect. It is difficult to blame them for their lack of martial ethics. After all, they had finally acquired a fine weapon only to have it destroyed in front of them. Who would not be incensed by such an affront? Furthermore, it is worth mentioning that over a month ago, upon hearing of a legendary sword in the city of 10,000 swords, she also went to dismantle it, even going so far as to thrash its bearer, a man named Yixian. Hongyan, while currently furious, is somewhat accustomed to Lin Xiangshue's antics. You must refrain from seeking out the disciples of the returning ruins sect, she admonished. They ambushed me. I must retaliate, Lin Xiangxue replied with a frown. If you had not broken their sword, would they have dared to ambush you? Lin Xiangxue fumed, but did not argue further. After calming herself, Hongyan continued. Let this matter rest for now. Should you encounter any disciples of the returning ruins sect in the future, you must not be disrespectful. Furthermore, once the wager among the four sects concludes, I will personally accompany you to the returning ruins sect to apologize. Just for a piece of scrap metal. I can easily find him another, Lin Xiangxue retorted. You still do not understand? The issue lies not with the sword, but with your attitude. Enough, Lin Xiangxue muttered, turning away sulkily. Seeing this, Hongyan could only sigh in resignation. Had the one at fault been Lan Hai, she would have struck him without hesitation. But with Lin Xiangxue, such a course was unthinkable. For once she resorted to violence, Lin Xiangxue would trigger her penchant for fighting, and instead of being chastened, she would become elated at the prospect of a scuffle. Although she could undoubtedly overpower Lin Xiangxue with her current cultivation, she had no desire to engage in a full-blown conflict with her junior sister. Jiang Luoyi observed the entire scene, reminiscent of the countless sects he had visited to mediate disputes on Lin Xiangxue's behalf in years gone by. Hongyan approached Lu Zhong's lifeless body, retrieving the jade pendant from his waist. From Mo Chi's spatial ring, she extracted 3 additional jade pendants and addressed Lin Xiangxue, saying, You must seek out our master and present these to her, so we may deliberate on a strategy regarding this matter. Should you encounter any fellow disciples along the way, be sure to prevent them from acting alone. Otherwise, they may fall victim to the assassins of the blood-weeping demon sect at any moment. Lin Xiangxue, without turning her head, retorted, Why complicate matters? We should simply gather all our comrades and eradicate every disciple of the demon sect in the southern wilderness. With a furrowed brow, Hongyan replied, You are too consumed with bloodshed to consider the consequences. What if there is more than one elder dispatched by the blood-weeping demon sect? Would you be leading all our disciples to their demise? Lin Xiangxue, momentarily a loss for words, shifted the conversation. Then why don't you go find our master? I have duties to attend to and cannot leave this place. What task could possibly hold more significance than this? The news of our master slaying the demon sect elder has already spread throughout the southern wilderness. In a few days, many of our fellow disciples will surely come. I remain here to assist them. Then I shall stay to aid them while you seek out our master, Lin Xiangxue insisted. Nonsense. I know your temperament too well, Hongyan exclaimed, her frustration mounting. If Lin Xiangxue were to remain, she would undoubtedly run amok. And who would then protect Jiang Luoyi? Even if she refrained from causing chaos, her nature would compel her to rally a group to confront the blood-weeping demon sect after reuniting with their fellow disciples. I'm going, whether you like it or not. Enough with your rambling. Lin Xiangxue, irritated by her forceful demeanor, seized the 4 jade pendants, unleashing an icy blue aura as she soared into the distance. Sighing heavily at Lin Xiangxue's receding figure, Hongyan felt weariness settle in her heart. Having a reckless junior sister could truly be exhausting, especially with another unfortunate junior brother in the mix. If all the junior disciples gathered, she feared she would be driven to the brink of exasperation. Her gaze drifted to Jiang Luoyi, who was not far off. This sense of helplessness was likely something only he could empathize with. Suddenly, she found herself reminiscing about her previous life. Back then, Jiang Luoyi had been the senior brother, while she, as the junior sister, had been burdened with worries. No matter how dire her situations became, Jiang Luoyi would always step in to assist her. Yet, at that time, she had failed to appreciate him, often chastising him for not doing enough and even reporting him to their master. If only she could revert to those early days, she would not demand Jiang Luoyi be a good senior brother. Rather, she would strive to be a commendable junior sister herself. Shaking her head, she cast aside these unwarranted thoughts. Removing a spatial ring from her finger, she approached Jiang Luoyi, saying, "Within this ring are some life-preserving talismans. Please accept them, Jiang Xiaoxi and Sheng." Jiang Luoyi, puzzled, raised a hand in refusal. "Such a precious item, I cannot." Before he could finish, Chu Huanyan pressed the spatial ring into his embrace. "I must go and lay our fellow disciples to rest. I bid you farewell for now." After Chu Huanyan finished speaking, she did not wait for his response, and, using her spiritual energy, lifted Lu Zhong's lifeless body, soaring towards the distant mountains and forests. Jiang Luo stood in a daze, utterly perplexed as to why she would bestow such precious items upon him. Perhaps it was merely a temporary arrangement for her to entrust them to him. Jiang Luo accepted the spatial ring and turned to Su Yuexi, saying, "Yuexi, there is something I wish to share with you." "What is it?" Su Yuexi, still occupied with petting the cat and the pai shio, inquired. Jiang Luo replied, "I aspire to become a cultivator. Only then can I safeguard you." Su Yuexi paused her movements, feigning ignorance, and asked, "But aren't you unable to cultivate?" "I can. I just never considered it," Jiang Luo clarified. "The ability to cultivate is indeed a blessing," Su Yuexi remarked, supporting Jiang Luo's decision. "Especially now that the Heavenly Dao could no longer intervene in the world." Jiang Luo sighed. "In today's South Wilderness, cultivators abound, and disputes and bloodshed unfold daily in this realm. Should a mortal become entangled in such strife, their chances of survival are nearly non-existent. For your sake and my own, I cannot remain a mere mortal." Su Yuexi encouraged him. "I believe you will become remarkably powerful." Jiang Luo stepped closer, gently stroking her hair, and said softly, "Once I grow stronger, I will seek out many treasures that extend life, allowing you to enjoy a lifespan of 1,000 years, even if you remain immortal." Su Yuexi nadid obediently. At that moment, the cat could no longer contain itself and began to voice its grievances in feline language. "Do you have any idea what nonsense you are spouting? The life force within my master is so abundant it could be spilled like water. Do you think I would care about your trifles?" Seeing the cat incessantly meowing, Jiang Luo assumed it too desired longevity and chuckled, patting its head. "No worries, I will also find some treasures for you, turning you into a cat that lives for a century." Upon hearing this, the cat became irate, exclaiming even louder, "Are you cursing me? I shall not let this go." Its true form was a spiritual vein of 100,000 years, with a lifespan nearly equal to that of the heavens. To it, Jiang Luo's suggestion of living a mere century felt like a curse. It raised its paw, preparing to swipe at Jiang Luo's hand, but before it could act, Su Yuexi had already restrained it. The cat appeared quite agitated. Jiang Luo was taken aback by its reaction. Su Yuexi, in a serious tone, explained, "It must be because it is overjoyed at the thought of living for 100 years, hence its excitement." Jiang Luo realized, so that is the case. "I never expected our cat to be so perceptive." The cat, upon hearing this, grew even more furious. "Despicable mortal, you are the one lacking in understanding." The little pai shio, hearing it insult Jiang Luo, rushed over and sat firmly on its mouth, silencing it entirely. Chapter 53. The pinnacle of the sixth divine realm. As the evening descended, Su Yuexi and Jiang Luoyi sat at the dining table, engaging in conversation. Their discussion revolved around two primary matters. Firstly, it pertained to Jiang Luoyi's employment. As he embarked on his journey of cultivation, it became evident that he could no longer dedicate time to his storytelling profession, necessitating his resignation. Secondly, they deliberated over housing. Since their marriage, they had resided in Jiang Luoyi's estate, while the residence behind Su Yuexi's pastry shop remained unoccupied. Feeling that it was a waste, Su Yuexi contemplated selling the property adjacent to her shop and relocating her business there. This transition would not only yield a substantial income, but also allow her to remain by Jiang Luoyi's side. After all, in the foreseeable future, Jiang Luoyi would primarily focus on his cultivation at home, while she would sell pastries at her doorstep. Should any cultivator intrude upon their tranquil town, threatening Jiang Luoyi's safety, She would be poised to detect the danger and neutralize it without his awareness. Thus, the decision was made. As night deepened, the couple loosened their garments and retired for the night. Through their time spent together, Yuexi had grown more adept in the nuances of marital life, and Jiang Luoyi's affection for this ordinary mortal woman intensified. The following morning, Jiang Luoyi visited the tea house to tender his resignation. The proprietor, distressed by the departure of his lucrative storyteller, endeavored to persuade him to stay, yet all his efforts proved futile. Subsequently, the entire morning was consumed by the couple's efforts to relocate items from the pastry shop to their own yard. By lunchtime, they had successfully transferred everything. After their meal, Jiang Luoyi withdrew to his room, embarking on his path of cultivation for this lifetime. Armed with the experience of 6 lifetimes, he possessed an extensive repertoire of cultivation techniques and insights, allowing him to navigate his journey without hesitation, advancing with remarkable momentum. However, the only impediment lay in the sparse spiritual energy of the southern wilderness region. Despite his rapid progress, he found himself in a predicament akin to a skilled cook without ingredients. Meanwhile, Yuexi, stationed at the door selling pastries, had already devised a solution for him. "Go," she instructed, loosening the colorful ribbon from around her cat's neck. Complying with her command, the feline channeled its spiritual energy into Jiang Luoyi's room, transforming it into an exceptional cultivation environment. This initial infusion should suffice for him to absorb for more than 10 days. The cat, cautious not to release excessive energy and attract the attention of other cultivators, maintained a discreet flow. The sudden influx of spiritual energy puzzled Jiang Luoyi as he sensed an abundance within his room. However, after a thorough inspection, he found no explanations and chose to dismiss the matter, returning to his cultivation. He possessed a multitude of techniques for energy absorption, and while most cultivators required mastery of only one such method, Jiang Luoyi, as a prodigy of 6 lifetimes, was not bound by the limitations of ordinary practitioners. As he exerted himself to the fullest in his cultivation technique, 7 swirling vortices appeared behind him. The abundant spiritual energy within the room began to be voraciously consumed by these vortices, ultimately channeling into his dantian. Simultaneously operating 7 different techniques represented his current limit. It is noteworthy that even the favored child of the Heavenly Dao could only manage 3 techniques at peak performance. His rate of absorbing spiritual energy exceeded that of his predecessor by more than double. A vast influx of spiritual energy surged into his body, causing his meridians to expand several-fold. Had this phenomenon occurred within an ordinary cultivator, they would likely have been overwhelmed by the energy, resulting in ruptured meridians and a fatal explosion of their body. However, he was a prodigy in the path of cultivation, destined to be exceptional in ways that set him apart from ordinary practitioners. Meanwhile, the cat, basking in the sun in the courtyard, was alarmed by the rapidly depleting spiritual energy within the room. What manner of creature was this? Surely one could not consume spiritual energy as if it were mere water at such a pace. The cat had provided Jiang Luoyi with an amount of spiritual energy that would typically take an ordinary cultivator 10 days to fully absorb. Yet, in less than a brief interval, he had already consumed 70% of it. If this continued for just a little longer, the energy would be entirely exhausted. Unable to quell its curiosity, the cat rose and attempted to enter the room to discover what Jiang Luoyi was up to. However, before it could reach the door, it was unceremoniously knocked to the ground by the approaching Pichio. "What are you doing?" "I was merely showing concern for him. What if he cannot refine such an immense amount of energy and ultimately meets his demise?" The cat protested angrily. The Pichio, unfazed, simply sat upon the cat. "If you were truly in danger, your master would have intervened long ago. Why would he need your foolish concern?" Moments later, Jiang Luoyi finished absorbing all the spiritual energy provided by the cat and experienced the initial breakthrough that all cultivators encounter at the threshold of their practice. His ascent faced no interruptions or hindrances, flowing as naturally as water, effortlessly crossing the first threshold. He had now entered the early stage of qi condensation, officially becoming a cultivator. The cat, sensing Jiang Luoyi's breakthrough, could not help but commend him. "This lad is impressive. His breakthrough was devoid of bottlenecks." akin to possessing an original Dao body. The so-called original Dao body is an exceedingly rare and potent constitution. Cultivators endowed with such a physique bypass the typical process of breaking through realms. Once their internal energy reaches a certain level, they naturally ascend to the next stage. To Jiang Luoyi's knowledge, only one individual possesses this constitution: the princess of the imperial northern dynasty, Yingling, chosen by the Yin seed. Furthermore, she is the fated match arranged for the Heavenly Dao's favored son. Yet, she appears to elude the control of the Heavenly Dao, as her actions in each lifetime are remarkably unique. As Jiang Luoyi made his breakthrough, the cat once more infused spiritual energy into the room, this time providing enough for an ordinary cultivator to absorb over 50 days' worth. Half an hour later, the spiritual energy in the room became sparse once again, and Jiang Luoyi experienced yet another breakthrough. The cat was genuinely astonished. Even the most brilliant genius cannot possibly break through multiple realms in such a short span of time, especially without the aid of miraculous elixirs. The laws of the universe surely would not permit such an absurd occurrence. This young man is truly extraordinary. The cat mumbled to itself and once again unleashed its spiritual energy. This time, it did not allocate a fixed amount to Jiang Luoyi. Instead, it directly connected its immense spiritual force to the room, allowing Jiang Luoyi to absorb it freely. After an hour, Jiang Luoyi reached the pinnacle of the qi condensation stage. An hour and a half later, he broke through to the spiritual sea stage. It was not until evening, when Yuexi prepared dinner, that Jiang Luoyi ceased his cultivation. His cultivation level had temporarily settled at the initial stage of the spiritual aperture realm. At this moment, his realm was comparable to that of Hongyan, whose spiritual source had been damaged a month ago. Insanity. How could this world allow such events to transpire? The cat's eyes widened as it gazed at Jiang Luoyi emerging from the room, as if beholding a creature that ought not to exist within this realm. In just over half a day, it had witnessed a mere mortal consecutively break through 7 minor realms, ascending to the initial stage of the spiritual aperture realm, which utterly dazzled its feline eyes. It could hardly fathom how far Jiang Luoyi's realm could advance if he were to acquire some heavenly materials or treasures during his cultivation today. No wonder the master held him in such high regard. The cat seemed to understand the reason why its master was willing to remain immortal by Jiang Luoyi's side. Yet, it was unaware that all of this was merely the recultivation of a supreme being at the pinnacle of the 6th cycle. How could it possibly be difficult? For Jiang Luoyi, breaking through to the spiritual aperture realm in half a day was not particularly rapid. In his 6th life, he had once ascended from a mortal to the peak of the Dharma form realm in a single day, which was equivalent to Lu Hongyan's cultivation a month prior. However, during that time, there was interference from the Heavenly Dao. His astonishing breakthrough speed attracted the wrath of the Heavenly Dao, ultimately resulting in all of his cultivation being struck back to its pre-liberation state by a bolt of divine lightning. This was the reason he chose to languish in this life. Even with the system granting him over 14,000 years of cultivation, he refused to alter any circumstances. As long as the Heavenly Dao existed, he could not rise again. Now, with the Heavenly Dao powerless to intervene, he was free to elevate his cultivation at will. And even if his speed of advancement was remarkable, there would be no obstacles in his path. Chapter 50 for the ramblings of the Old Town Mayor during dinner. Jiang Luoyi shared his joy with Yuexi. Yuexi, I have broken through to the spirit aperture realm. What realm is that? Yuexi feigned ignorance. Jiang Luoyi pondered for a moment before replying. It's difficult to articulate precisely, but I should now be capable of defeating most cultivators of my age. There was no trace of exaggeration in his words. Most cultivators of his age were still in the spirit sea realm, significantly weaker than him in terms of cultivation. When it came to battle experience, he would undoubtedly dominate his peers, even able to challenge those of higher tiers. My husband is truly remarkable, Yuexi exclaimed, putting down her chopsticks and clapping her hands in delight. Meanwhile, the cat looked on in silence, bemused by its master's tendency to boast. As night fell, Jiang Luoyi continued his cultivation. However, he did not leave Yuexi alone in the empty room. After sharing tender moments, he sat in meditation on a clear patch of floor. Outside, the cat sensed his cultivation and released spiritual energy once more. Jiang Luoyi had long harbored a profound curiosity about the source of the spiritual energy that seemed to emanate from nowhere within the room. Yet, with his current level of cultivation, he could not discern its origin. He speculated that perhaps his room was situated atop a spiritual vein or that an ancient relic lay buried beneath, allowing a continuous flow of spiritual energy to surge forth. Yet, he had never doubted his beloved pet and wife. When the morning sun filtered through the window, casting light upon the bed, Jiang Luoyi had once again broken through to a significant realm, reaching the early stage of the embryonic stage, akin to Chu Hongyan. However, if the two were to spar now, he might not secure a definitive victory. His rapid series of breakthroughs had left his foundation somewhat shaky, necessitating considerable time to stabilize his cultivation. Moreover, although he possessed the combat experience of 6 lifetimes, he lacked any magical artifacts, elixirs, or the opportunity to practice the spells required for battle. In contrast, Chu Hongyan had an abundance of battle-ready elixirs, weapons, talismans, and even sacred objects like the heavenly and earthly spirit sources to assist him. Thus, it remained a challenge for Jiang Luoyi to claim a decisive victory over a cultivator of Chu Hongyan's caliber. Noticing that Su Yuexi had yet to rise, Jiang Luoyi made his way to the kitchen. Despite having attained a level of cultivation that would allow him to go a week without food or water, he believed that his wife, being mortal, required sustenance. The cat, lying at the doorway, sighed as it saw the kitchen once again filled with smoke from cooking. This entire household, including the pets, had no need for food, yet they still adhered to the mundane routine of consuming earthly grains. Sighing, the cat wondered when it might once again enjoy the exquisite essence of life. Days passed peacefully in Xiaowu town, without any cultivators to disrupt the tranquility, and not a single figure could be seen in the skies. It seemed that apart from Jiang Luoyi's cessation of storytelling, everything had reverted to the state it had been in prior to the forced sex wager. Yet, when circumstances deviate from the norm, something uncanny is afoot. Some villagers have heard from distant relatives that the recent absence of cultivators in the vicinity is due to the discovery of an ancient relic in the south, drawing almost all practitioners from the southern wilderness to that location. Some even speculate that the entrance to the ancient relic has transformed into a battleground for countless cultivators, where rivers of blood may well be an understatement for the chaos unfolding. During these days, Jiang Luoyi has remained unhurried in breaking through his cultivation, opting instead to refine some combat spells and stabilize his own powers. As for the ancient relic, he has no intention of venturing there. The contention over rare treasures is inevitably fraught with peril. He is acutely aware that, given his current level of cultivation and the frailty of his status as a loose cultivator, it is nearly impossible for him to emerge unscathed from such fierce competition. The wheel of fate has lost its cyclical power, and the world has diverged from the original narrative. Thus, he must cherish this last life he possesses. It is best to refrain from undertaking endeavors lacking certainty. Moreover, ever since he resigned from the tea house, the old town mayor has taken to visiting him with the frequency of a monk reciting prayers, chiding him every few days. Yuexi, where's that boy Luoyi? Today is no exception. The mayor has arrived again. Su Yuexi pauses her work and wipes her hands, saying, "He is in his room. I'll go fetch him." "No need. I shall go myself," the mayor retorts, his temper flaring as he strides directly to Jiang Luoyi's room and angrily pushes the door open. "How should I reprimand you, young man?" The mayor glares at Jiang Luoyi, who is seated on his bed, and continues, "You are a married man now. As a responsible adult, you should not be cooped up at home all day without earning a living. Do you have any idea what the neighbors are saying about you?" The interruption to his focused cultivation inevitably incites frustration in Jiang Luoyi, though he refrains from expressing his displeasure towards the elderly mayor, who has cared for him for 8 years. "I am indifferent to what others say about me," he replies, rising to pour tea for the mayor. Seeing his nonchalant demeanor only fuels the mayor's ire further. "People are saying that the reason you married Yuexi, that girl with a facial ailment, is because you're drawn to her ability to earn money, hoping to become a good-for-nothing who lives off her earnings. Jiang Luoyi cherishes. What is wrong with living off someone? They wish they could have that luxury. The mayor stammers in disbelief, momentarily at a loss for words. It pains him to see such a promising young man reduced to this state after marriage. All right, do not be angry. Jiang Luoyi gently pulls the mayor to sit at the table, continuing, to be honest, I have been diligently cultivating. He had initially planned to keep this matter to himself for a while, as news of his cultivation could attract unwelcome attention from some practitioners. However, if he does not speak truthfully now, the mayor is likely to return tomorrow to berate him again, and he might even become infuriated to the point of collapsing. However, his candid words prompted the old town chief to rise from his seat in indignation. Cultivation? Do you think I cannot discern whether you possess the aptitude for it? Do not attempt to deceive me with such excuses. Though I may be aging, I am certainly not losing my wits. I knew you wouldn't believe me, Jiang Luoyi remarked, raising his hand to condense a bead of spiritual energy no larger than a mung bean, which he gently struck against the cup on the table. The sharp sound of shattering porcelain echoed throughout the room. The old town chief, who had just been fuming with anger, was suddenly rendered speechless by the unexpected turn of events. Didn't you often tell me that one cannot cultivate by nature? Apologies, I misled you, Jiang Luoyi replied. It took the old town chief a considerable amount of time to regain his composure. When you spoke of villains and such, was it all true? Jiang Luoyi did not deceive him further. Indeed, it was. Does that mean the disciple sought by the red-clad fairy is you? Jiang Luoyi had not anticipated him to bring this up, and he responded with an ambiguous remark, perhaps. In that instant, the old town chief seemed to grasp a multitude of revelations. No wonder Jiang Luoyi disrespected the immortals. No wonder he was destined to lose at chess on rainy days. No wonder he authored such extraordinary works. No wonder he faced the onslaught of the bone dragon without a hint of fear, merely stating that it would not return in the next life. It turned out that the pitiful orphan from Misty Rain City was never an ordinary person from the very beginning. Therefore, the next time you visit, could you refrain from lecturing me? Jiang Luoyi smiled. The old town chief shook his head with a sense of relief. If you can cultivate, I couldn't be happier. Why would I scold you again? Let us keep this matter between ourselves for the time being. I understand. The old town chief took a sip of tea, his aged face revealing a tinge of melancholy. Though the world of cultivators is grand, and their lifespans far exceed that of mortals, it is fraught with peril. You must exercise caution. Rest assured, I still have the duty of providing for your old age. Chapter 55. A glimpse back to a past life in the rainy mist city. Within the confines of an inn room, Hongyan was immersed in focused meditation. Since learning that Jiang Luoyi had ceased his storytelling, she had not ventured beyond the room even once. Deprived of the sole reasonable excuse to visit Jiang Luoyi, her life had once more become exceedingly mundane, revolving solely around her cultivation. Naturally, she longed to see Jiang Luoyi, even in silence. Being in his presence provided her with an indescribable sense of peace. Yet, lacking a legitimate reason to seek him out, she feared that he might find her bothersome. Hongyan, are you there? At that moment, the soundstone beside her suddenly resonated with Lu Hongyan's urgent voice. Master, I am here, she replied. Hongyan, you must head south to Xiao Town immediately and set up a defensive array. Without hesitation, Hongyan dashed out of the inn, inquiring, what has happened? A frenzied, magical beast has emerged from the ruins, engulfed in devastating dark flames. Wherever it passes, nothing remains alive, and it is currently fleeing towards Xiao Town. Dark flames? Upon hearing this term, Hongyan furrowed her brow, instantly accelerating to her utmost speed, fully aware of the terrifying nature of such flames. If the beast were to traverse Xiao Town, the entire settlement would be reduced to ashes. In mere moments, Hongyan arrived at the southern path leading to Xiao Town, drawing forth all the available talismans from her spatial ring. Rise, she commanded, as thousands of talismans soared into the sky. Connect. The essence of the world within her transformed into azure threads, linking all the talismans in the sky to form a vast net spanning 1,000 meters. Subsequently, she placed a highly valuable Earth-tier defensive talisman at the center of this net, finally channeling all her spiritual energy into it. The expansive net instantaneously morphed into an exceedingly solid azure barrier. After completing this formidable task, Beads of cold sweat adorned Chu Huanyan's forehead. To ensure the defensive array reached its maximum potential, she had unreservedly released all her spiritual essence and energy, leaving her in a state of near depletion. With only her physical form remaining, the exact strength of the beast was unknown to her. Yet, since her master, at the pinnacle of the returning One realm, could not catch up to it, the creature must possess power comparable to that of her master. This is the strongest defensive array I can establish in such a short time. I hope it can hold off the beast long enough for my master to arrive. Chu Huanyan retrieved a recovery pill and swallowed it, replenishing a modicum of her spiritual energy. Without lingering, she soared into the skies above Xiaowu town, projecting her voice across the entire settlement. A magical beast is approaching. All residents, evacuate your homes and retreat to the north at once. She had meticulously considered the situation. If her defensive array were to shatter before Lu Hongyan arrived, evacuating the townsfolk would at least minimize casualties. As her voice echoed through the air, the previously leisurely townspeople erupted into chaos, desperately fleeing beyond the town's borders. However, drawing from the experience of the previous assault by the Bone Dragon, this time the escape was devoid of any incidents of trampling or injury. One cannot help but wonder if that reclusive elder still resides in this place. Zhu Huainian sighed, contemplating that if the elder were present, the impending crisis would be less daunting. Yet, during the last encounter, when Jiang Luoyi faced peril by the lakeside, that elder did not intervene, leaving Chu Huanyan deeply concerned about the imminent danger. At that very moment, the elder she referred to was leisurely preparing lunch in the kitchen, a stark contrast to the chaos unfolding outside as others fled in desperation. Upon hearing Chu Huanyan's announcement, Jiang Luoyi promptly ceased his cultivation, pushed open the door, and chanced upon Su Yuexi, who appeared unfazed while carrying dishes. "You didn't flee last time. Why would you run now?" Jiang Luoyi remarked with a sigh. "With you here, I feel there is no need to escape," Su Yuexi replied. Jiang Luoyi chuckled at her words, realizing that his wife must regard him as an omnipotent cultivator. "While I may surpass ordinary cultivators, do not overestimate my prowess," he cautioned. Su Yuexi, gazing at him with a blank expression, inquired, "Shall we flee now?" "Go ahead. I wish to assess the situation," Jiang Luoyi stated, hoping to contribute to the protection of the town. "All right." Su Yuexi nodded, gathering her cat and the small Pichio before dashing out the door, trailing behind the fleeing crowd. Observing her seemingly unhurried demeanor, Jiang Luoyi could only smile helplessly. He sprinted out to catch up with Su Yuexi and untied the colorful cord around the neck of the small Pichio. "Look after Yuexi for me," he instructed, patting the creature's head. "GG." The Pichio tilted its head, as if finding his request amusing. Jiang Luoyi felt compelled to clarify to Su Yuexi, "Actually, it's not just a little dog. It's a formidable spiritual beast, far stronger than many lower-tier cultivators." Feigning surprise, Su Yuexi exclaimed, "So it's that powerful?" The Pichio blushed at the praise, inwardly lamenting, "How could Jiang Luoyi expect me to protect the emperor meanwhile?" The cat regarded Jiang Luoyi with a look of incredulity, sighing, "Poor fellow, still in the dark about his family." As he watched Su Yuexi depart with her two pets, Jiang Luoyi released his spiritual energy. His natural affinity with the water element manifested as a cerulean hue, closely resembling Lin Xiangshue's ice attribute. Ironically, he had never emerged victorious on a rainy day, which was typically favorable for water-type cultivators. Chu Huanyan stood before the formation, eyes closed as she absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy to restore her strength. Suddenly, she sensed a presence rapidly approaching from behind. "Who goes there?" She swiftly drew her spiritual sword, her vulnerability rendering her unable to handle even a mere chi condensation realm cultivator. She could only hope that the newcomer bore no ill intentions. Moments later, a familiar figure burst in her line of sight, plunging her into a state of bewilderment. Since the marriage of Jiang Luoyi and Su Yuexi, he has developed an affinity for donning white garments. This preference stems from Su Yuexi's daily choice of flowing white dresses, evoking a sense of couples attire through their shared color. Unbeknownst to Jiang Luoyi, his ethereal appearance, enveloped in azure energy and gracefully descending from the heavens, evokes a profound sense of nostalgia in Chu Huanyan. In merely a fleeting glance, Chu Huanyan feels as though she has transcended time. Witnessing the elegant figure clad in white beneath the cherry blossom tree, softly uttering tender words of concern, she finds herself deeply ensnared, almost unable to extricate herself from this reverie. It is only when Jiang Luoyi approaches her, calling her name repeatedly, that she is jolted back to reality. Chu Xianzi? She murmurs, "Oh, it's nothing. I was just a bit fatigued from setting up the formation." Chu Huanyan turns her head, her expression somewhat flustered. In her mind, she incessantly reminds herself to restrain her emotions and refrain from addressing him as Xiao, lest her true feelings be unveiled and she be met with disdain. She finds herself devoid of the energy to marvel at how Jiang Luoyi has suddenly transformed from an ordinary mortal into a practitioner of the condensation realm. Chapter 56. The Onslaught of Beast Fairy Chu. Do you have any inkling of the strength possessed by the approaching monsters? Jiang Luo inquired as he opened the conversation. I am uncertain, but they are at least comparable to the prowess of my master. Chu Huanyan instinctively responded, before calming her thoughts and continuing, Mr. Jiang, how is it that you possess a cultivation level akin to mine? Jiang Luo had already prepared response. In truth, I have always been a solitary cultivator, preferring the tranquility of mortal life, which is why I have concealed my true capabilities. I hope Fairy Chu does not hold it against me. Concealing one as cultivation? Chu Huanyan was naturally skeptical of his explanation, but chose not to challenge it. Mr. Jiang, though you are young, your ability to break through to the embryonic stage in this realm of scarce spiritual energy speaks volumes of your extraordinary talent, far surpassing that of many contemporaries. I'm truly impressed. Fairy Chu, you flatter me, Jiang Luo replied courteously, though internally he couldn't help but scoff. His rapid advancement to the embryonic stage was a result of 3,000 years of accumulation over 6 lifetimes, along with a mysterious abundance of spiritual energy to aid him. In contrast, he believed that Chu Huanyan, lacking both millennia of experience and ample spiritual resources, had managed to break through 3 realms in merely 10 days in the spiritually barren South Wilderness. She was truly the one deserving of the title of prodigious talent. Of course, Jiang Luo was well aware that her ability to transcend such limitations stemmed from the heavenly spirit source residing within her. Without that innate treasure drawing the natural energies of the world, her efforts alone could not have enabled her to achieve such feats in just 10 days. Yet, it must be acknowledged that the spirit source was a divine artifact she naturally possessed, an integral part of her own strength. Why, Mr. Jiang, did you choose to reveal your cultivation today after concealing it for so long? Chu Huanyan queried. In truth, she was not particularly concerned about this matter. Her intention in asking was merely to present herself as someone devoid of memories from past life. My homeland is in peril, and I wish to lend my assistance. Jiang Luo responded. Why did you not intervene during the previous assault of the bone dragon? The bone dragon was exceedingly formidable. Even my presence would not have altered the outcome. One posed a deliberate question, while the other offered a casual reply. Nevertheless, the two swiftly returned to the matter at hand. Chu Huanyan sighed. The spiritual energy within me is nearly depleted. I wonder how long the formation will withstand that beast. If the formation shatters before my master arrives, then this realm. Fairy Chu has already shown great compassion for the common folk. We have only just met. Jiang Luo interjected. Chu Huanyan nodded slightly. Though as a disciple of the Crossing Heartsword sect, she had been taught to act justly and protect the weak. It was the presence of the person before her that compelled her to remain in this place, exhausting all her spiritual sources and energy. She would indeed protect the vulnerable, but she would not go so far as to expend herself for strangers. As time gradually passed, the ground beneath them began to tremble slightly. Is it here? Jiang Luo soared into the air, witnessing a colossal dark shadow emerge from the distant mountaintop. Upon closer inspection, a creature resembling a rhinoceros emerged, engulfed in black flames that licked its robust form, towering as high as 3 stories. Wherever it traversed, the vegetation was ignited by the inky fire, reduced to ashes in an instant. Dark flame. Jiang Luo furrowed his brow. The potency of dark flame should not be underestimated. Once an object is tainted by its touch, extinguishing it through conventional means becomes nearly impossible until it is reduced to cinders. He glanced back at the magical array laid out by Hongyan, suddenly feeling a sense of uncertainty. Although the core of this array was fortified with a powerful Earth-level defensive spell, given the annihilating nature of Dark Flame, such a formation could only withstand it for at most a minute. After that minute, the array would shatter, leaving the entire town nothing but scorched earth. Juefei, do you possess any spiritual artifacts capable of counteracting Dark Flame? None. Jiang Luoyi approached Chu Huanyan and said, "Please lend me your spiritual sword for a moment." For what purpose? Chu Huanyan did not immediately acquiesce. Naturally, to divert that monstrous creature. Absolutely not. That would be far too reckless. Without a means to counteract Dark Flame, should you become tainted, your demise would be inevitable. Chu Huanyan firmly refused. Jiang Luoyi frowned. If I do not act when the array collapses, the townsfolk will be left homeless. Then let me go. Chu Huanyan instinquito intazet. She had not even considered that her spiritual energy was already depleted, making it exceedingly difficult for her to ascend into the sky. All that filled her mind were memories of her past life, where Jiang Luoyi had always shielded her in times of peril. She could not bear to witness him suffer as he had before. Jiang Luoyi was equally perplexed as to why she, drained of energy, still mustered the courage to speak such words. The creature was drawing ever closer. If they did not act swiftly to divert its attention, they would lose their chance. I am sorry. Without hesitation, Jiang Luoyi seized the azure spiritual sword from Chu Huanyan's grasp. Do not go. Master will arrive shortly. Chu Huanyan reached out to grasp him, but without the enhancement of spiritual energy, her speed paled in comparison to Jiang Luoyi's. As she extended her hand, Jiang Luoyi had already leapt beyond the protective boundary of the array, charging directly toward the rhinoceros-like monstrosity. Return. That creature is at the unification realm. Chu Huanyan could only stand helplessly, shouting with all her might. But Jiang Luoyi was acutely aware of this fact. He merely intended to buy some time, not to engage in battle with the beast, as he was not foolish enough to throw away his life. After all, even the system had reminded him to cherish life before its departure. Mirror Moon. With this utterance, 7 humanoid figures materialized from the azure energy behind Jiang Luoyi, briefly distorting before fully transforming into identical replicas of himself. At his current level, he was yet unable to master true duplication techniques. But creating such ephemeral spiritual bodies was well within his capabilities. Jiang Luoyi entrusted the spiritual sword to one of the replicas, while his true self ascended into the sky, putting a safe distance between himself and the creature below. Immediately, he manipulated 7 phantoms, positioning them to launch an offensive from the east and west. With a swift utterance, the phantom wielding the spirit sword immediately raised the blade, suffusing it with azure spiritual energy, and executed a forward slash as if drawing the sword. The sword's radiance surged forth, striking the creature's flank. The Jinghong sword technique can be regarded as one of Jiang Luoyi's most formidable offensive maneuvers. However, due to his current low cultivation level and the fact that it was executed through a phantom, its potency was considerably diminished. It merely inflicted a nuisance level of damage upon the creature. Yet, regardless of its diminished strength, as long as the creature's attention was drawn, it was deemed effective. With a low growl, the creature unleashed a dark flame from its horn. Jiang Luoyi's sword-wielding phantom had no time to react. It was incinerated to ash without a single movement. Even the spirit sword was engulfed by the dark flames. Had Jiang Luoyi chosen to distract the creature with his true self, the outcome would have been the same. Fortunately, most creatures possess limited intelligence, and Jiang Luoyi's true form, high in the sky, went unnoticed. Chapter 57. The barrier is on the verge of collapse. The monstrous entity continued its relentless advance towards the small town. Jiang Luoyi deftly manipulated another of his doppelgangers, summoning spiritual energy to lift the spirit sword that had been scorched by dark flames, launching a series of harassing attacks against the creature. Simultaneously, he divided his essence into 2 more avatars, positioning them behind the monster in an attempt to employ a binding spell to impede its movement. Yet, the creature proved overwhelmingly powerful. Before Jiang Luoyi's doppelgangers could cast their incantations, they were effortlessly obliterated by a mere flick of its tail, reduced to mere fragments. Fortunately, the doppelganger wielding the spirit sword was granted ample time to strike the beast. A dull thud echoed as the sword energy collided with the monster, producing only a faint wisp of smoke, seemingly having no effect. Undeterred, Jiang Luoyi continued to summon additional doppelgangers to harass from behind, while once again commanding the sword-wielding avatar to concentrate its energy for another assault. Under this incessant, fly-like harassment, the creature finally grew irate. It halted its powerful form, and the sharp horn atop its head unleashed devastating dark flames, targeting the surrounding doppelgangers. In an instant, most of the avatars in the sky were incinerated. Realizing the dire situation, Jiang Luoyi swiftly created more doppelgangers, each fleeing in opposite directions. The monster, witnessing the dispersal of its tormentors, erupted in fury, its entire form crackling with dark flames as it indiscriminately unleashed energy blasts towards the east and west. This was precisely the state Jiang Luoyi had hoped to provoke. His next objective was to create as much distance as possible with the doppelgangers, luring the creature back to the mountaintop to buy himself some precious time. Indeed, amidst the creature's relentless assaults, a few of the doppelgangers managed to survive. The beast roared in pursuit of them, while Jiang Luoyi directed his remaining avatar towards the mountaintop from whence the monster had originally descended. However, the disparity in speed was insurmountable. Within moments, the creature had caught up with numerous doppelgangers, viciously tearing them apart with its gaping maw. Crossing the sea technique, drift away. With only one doppelganger remaining, Jiang Luoyi seized control and activated his mobility technique. The avatar's speed surged dramatically, moving as gracefully as a fish leaping through water, swiftly reaching the summit. At that moment, the pursuing monster abruptly halted, seemingly deterred by something it was unwilling to confront behind a mountain. It abandoned the chase, pivoting to continue its rapid advance towards the town of Xiaowu. Evidently, there were pursuers waiting on the other side of the mountain. Jiang Luoyi, recognizing that further harassment would be futile, recalled his last doppelganger and descended to search for Chu Huanyan's spirit sword. In recent days, he had honed numerous combat spells, most suited for close-quarter battles. However, he had only mastered the Jinghong sword technique for ranged attacks. At this juncture, without the spirit sword as augmentation, he could not wield Jinghong, rendering him effectively confined to melee combat. Engaging in close quarters with a monster imbued with dark flames would likely spell his doom, even if he possessed 100 lives. Indeed, in his previous life, he had attained the realms of the sword of all things in the state of no sword, capable of summoning sword energy with a mere gesture. However, that was a bygone era. Now he merely stood at the nascent stage of cultivation, unable to perform such feats. Jiang Luoyi released his spiritual energy, transforming it into a cerulean arm that lifted the spirit sword enveloped in dark flames from the ground, swiftly returning within the protective barrier of the town. The time he had delayed was not extensive, perhaps around half a minute. He hoped this fleeting moment would suffice for Lu Hongyan to arrive. Impulsive, as Jiang Luoyi landed within the barrier, Chu Huanyan frowned and reprimanded him. If that beast possessed even a modicum of intelligence, it would undoubtedly detect your true form high above. Should it launch an assault against you, your demise would be inevitable. Jiang Luoyi observed her frowning yet concerned demeanor, sensing that she regarded him as she would Lin Xiangxue or Lan Hai. Truly, as the senior sister of the heart-transcending sword sect, her authority in admonishing others was formidable. Jiang Luoyi chose to disregard her admonition, instead gazing at the spirit sword scorched by dark flames, and remarked, "This sword is likely ruined. I shall compensate Fairy Chu with a new one in due time." Chu Huanyan, upon hearing this, felt a surge of annoyance. Was she truly concerned about that worthless piece of metal? Even if he were to ruin all her magical artifacts, she would not harbor a trace of anger towards him. Her worry was solely for his safety, yet he seemed to believe she valued the sword above all else. "Very well, I shall await your compensation, young Master Jiang," she replied with a hint of displeasure. If he wished to make amends, so be it. It provided her with yet another reason to see him. As their conversation unfolded, the tremors of the earth grew increasingly intense. Attention, it approaches. Chu Huanyan's voice barely faded when a colossal rhinoceros beast appeared 300 meters away. In a flash, Jiang Luoyi's spiritual arm swung the spirit sword, unleashing a sword technique that surpassed the strength of his doppelganger by more than tenfold. Thanks to the barrier constructed by Chu Huanyan, which possessed both internal offense and external defense, Jiang Luoyi's sword energy easily penetrated the barrier and struck the beast's knee. Yet, this blow did little to impede the creature's momentum. For a beast of the Unity realm, 300 meters was traversed in the blink of an eye. Boom! The beast's horn collided with the center of the enchantment, sending violent tremors throughout the ground and hurling countless stones into the air. Several houses in the distant town collapsed under the force of the impact. Meanwhile, Chu Huanyan, depleted of spiritual energy and lacking defensive means, was directly thrown backward by the shockwave. Jiang Luoyi barely withstood the onslaught, his spiritual energy forming threads to tightly grasp Chu Huanyan as she was propelled away. In the midst of this chaos, he continued to swing his sword at a frenzied pace, relentlessly targeting the beast's knee with his sword energy. Though his attacks failed to inflict any substantial damage, he showed no signs of ceasing, as if his efforts were futile. Observing his determination, Chu Huanyan surmised his impending strategy. Boom! The beast charged once more, causing a fissure to appear in the kilometer-long barrier. This creature truly possessed a singular focus. Could it not choose a different path to escape? As Jiang Luoyi gazed at the fissures upon the barrier, a sense of urgency stirred within him. Chu Huanyan also found himself perplexed. Logically, even a frenzied beast would not relentlessly charge in a singular direction. Boom! The third impact arrived, causing the cracks on the barrier to widen further. Dust swirled around them, completely obscuring the colossal form of the creature, leaving Jiang Luoyi to rely solely on his instincts as he continued to strike at the beast's knee with his sword. Suddenly, his spiritual sword, gripped by his ethereal arm, was reduced to ashes by dark flames. Catch the sword. Chu Huanyan swiftly produced another spiritual sword and tossed it to Jiang Luoyi. Dispersing his ethereal arm, Jiang Luoyi caught the sword with his flesh and blood hand. As the sword found its place in his grasp, his aura transformed significantly, and the potency of his attack surged. For him, wielding a sword with spiritual energy and with his physical body represented a considerable disparity. Boom! Another impact struck, and every part of the barrier was now riddled with cracks. Even the foundational defense spell at its core was on the verge of collapse. Once enough force had been absorbed, this foundational defense would erupt outward, possessing enough power to hurl Jiang Luoyi and Chu Huanyan over 100 meters. Chapter 58. A swift strike to vanquish beasts 3 miles north of Xiaowu town on a towering mountain. Su Yuexi cradled her feline companion and a small Pichio. Standing amidst a throng of fleeing villagers, gazing at the tumultuous scene enveloping the southern part of the town. With her keen eyesight, she could discern every detail of the unfolding chaos. Should Jiang Luoyi find himself in peril, she could instantaneously appear 3 miles away, effortlessly dispatching the beast, and return to her original position without a soul being the wiser. However, as Jiang Luoyi was currently unharmed, she had no intention of intervening. After all, in her perspective, having secluded himself for several days to cultivate, it was high time for him to stretch his limbs. Training, after all, necessitates practice alongside meditation. Yuexi, where is your husband? Inquired Granny's son, approaching her with concern. He seems to have gone to the city, Su Yuexi replied casually. In the midst of the frantic escape, no one had paid any heed to Jiang Luoyi's whereabouts. It's sufficient to escape. Remaining in the town would spell doom, she murmured. Within the protective barrier to the south of Xiaowu town, Jiang Luoyi was engaged in a fierce duel. Wielding his sword while retrieving the spatial ring that Chu Huanyan had previously bestowed upon him. Inside lay dozens of life-preserving talismans, perfectly suited to mend the fissures in the barrier, thereby prolonging the structure's integrity. Do you have a frenzy pill? Jiang Luoyi called out to Chu Huanyan. Here. Chu Huanyan promptly tossed him one. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Luoyi swallowed the frenzy pill, feeling an immense surge in his abilities instantaneously. While the frenzy pill could temporarily augment a cultivator's strength, it came with certain side effects, notably the risk of driving the mentally weak into a frenzied state, estranged from all familiarity. However, Jiang Luoyi's mental fortitude far surpassed that of ordinary cultivators, rendering such side effects negligible. Hongyan was fully aware of this, and had thus freely entrusted him with the pill. Nonetheless, despite the pill's merits, it was unnecessary for her in her current state. Lacking spiritual energy, even with enhanced attributes, she would be relegated to close combat, which would be futile given the circumstances. Unless she resorted to consuming a highly potent substance like the destruction pill, which bore severe repercussions, she could do little more than stand idly by. Boom! The onslaught of the monstrous creature grew increasingly ferocious. The edges of the barrier had completely shattered, crumbling into a glass-like substance that plummeted to the ground. "Master, how much longer until you arrive?" Hongyan exclaimed, her anxiety palpable as she grasped the long-distance communication stone. 10 breaths, came the voice of Hongyan. Upon hearing this, Jiang Luoyi felt a cold sweat trickle down his forehead. 10 breaths translated to merely 20 or 30 seconds. Yet the barrier was nearing its breaking point. How could it possibly endure that long? It's over. The town would likely be lost. Is there a stronger pill? Jiang Li turned to Hongyan, still hoping to buy some time, unwilling to witness the townsfolk rendered homeless. None. Hongyan did not even mention the destruction pill. Boom! In the next instant, another wave of impact surged forth. The kilometer barrier was instantly shattered, transforming into countless fragments that filled the air with a cacophony of sound. Simultaneously, the Earth-level defensive talisman at the center of the formation, having absorbed an excess of energy, met its final explosion. The blast was formidable. Even though it targeted the monstrous creature, the resulting shockwave sent Jiang Luoyi and Hongyan hurtling backward. In an instant, vegetation within 100 meters was obliterated, and structures within a kilometer lay in ruins. Even the creature at the Unity Realm was repelled over 100 meters, a gaping wound carved into its chest. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Luoyi instinctively enveloped Hongyan in his embrace, forming a barrier of spiritual energy to shield their bodies. The ensuing shockwave propelled them against trees and buildings, sending them crashing 200 meters away until they finally came to a halt after toppling 5 houses. Jiang Luoyi's ears rang from the explosion, and he saw stars. Once he shook his head to clear his vision, the first sight that met his eyes was the bloodied Hongyan. Though he remained unscathed thanks to his spiritual energy, she had exhausted her own, rendering her vulnerable despite his protective barrier. Fortunately, her injuries were limited to a superficial wound on her forehead, which was not overly severe. This only resulted from the residual impact of the Earth-level talisman's explosion. Had they faced the talisman directly, they would likely have been obliterated. Hongyan, gazing at Jiang Luoyi, who steadfastly shielded her, felt a surge of gratitude. Despite the 6 lifetimes of hurt she had inflicted upon him, he instinctively protected her in the face of danger. He remained her caring senior brother. However, before she could bask in this sentiment for long, Jiang Luoyi spoke up. "You saved my life by the lake. Consider this a partial repayment of your debt." In an instant, her heart sank. After all this, it turned out he merely wished to settle the score. A roar erupted from the monstrous creature, the wound in its chest driving it into a frenzy. Its blood-red eyes fixated fiercely on Jiang Luoyi, and the horn atop its head began to gather dark flames. It was determined to eliminate these 2 bothersome insects. Mirror Moon. Jiang Luoyi quickly unleashed a spell, conjuring numerous illusions of himself and Hongyan, while his true form, with Hongyan in tow, fled swiftly towards the east, away from the town. Even now, he hesitated to retreat into the more concealing town, hoping to preserve the structures within. Yet the creature was far from deceived by his illusions. Its massive head followed Jiang Luoyi's true form, poised to unleash a dark flame attack. "Let me go. You escape." Hongyan cried out, believing that if Jiang Luoyi abandoned her, the creature would surely target her first, granting him a better chance to flee. "Don't panic," Jiang Luoyi replied, his gaze fixed intently on the creature's horn. Based on the experiences of his 6th incarnation, It is evident that all magical creatures must concentrate 30% of their energy to unleash a powerful strike. At this moment, however, the creature has only gathered 10% of its energy, leaving it approximately 2 seconds before it can attack. Jiang Luoyi swiftly formed a hand seal, meticulously calculating the passage of time in his mind, as he had yet to employ a carefully devised move. As the dark flame upon the creature's horn was on the verge of fully coalescing, his fingers converged half a second before its assault. In an instant, the creature's knee erupted as thousands of sword lights viciously tore through its flesh, destabilizing its massive form and causing it to topple directly to the ground. The explosion of the dark flame coincided with this moment, striking the earth with tremendous force. Black smoke and debris surged from the ground as the colossal body of the creature sank into the earth. Prior to the shattering of the barrier, all of Jiang Luoyi's attacks have been orchestrated to set up for this singular blow. The uniqueness of the Jinghong sword technique lies in its ability to leave residual sword energy within any target it strikes, accumulating power to magnify the final blow exponentially. Though the creature's defenses were formidable, they were ultimately breached by the earth-level defensive spell, allowing Jiang Luoyi's culminating strike to possess such formidable strength. Chu Huanyan was not particularly surprised that Jiang Luoyi would employ this technique, as she had anticipated his intentions from the very beginning. Yet, witnessing the scene before her, she could not help but marvel internally at the extraordinary intensity of her senior brother's Jinghong sword technique. To sever a foot from a creature of the return to one realm while still in the embryonic stage of cultivation is a feat that would be met with disbelief. After all, there exists a staggering gap of 2 major realms between them, akin to an ant severing the leg of an elephant. The Jinghong sword technique, with this single strike, truly lives up to its illustrious name. Notably, in Chu Huanyan's memories from her past life, she had witnessed Jiang Luoyi execute the final move of the Jinghong sword technique. That scene could only be described as a sword that cleaved the heavens. Chapter 59. The soul-controlling stone of the Beast Master sect the monstrous creature descended into the earth. Jiang Luoyi swiftly summoned a multitude of doppelgangers, while his true self, accompanied by Su Yuexi, sought refuge in the bamboo grove by the lake. Over 20 seconds had elapsed, and a crimson streak appeared on the horizon. Hongyan had finally arrived. Roar! From the depths of the pit, black smoke billowed forth, accompanied by the furious roar of the beast. Its massive form suddenly leaped from the chasm, its low intellect clouded by rage, as it recklessly charged toward Jiang Luoyi's phantoms. Consumed by extreme hatred, it abandoned the use of dark flames, intent instead on tearing its foes apart with its fangs, for only then could it assuage its fury. Meanwhile, Hongyan, rushing at full speed, found no sign of Chu Huanyan. Instead, she saw the shattered formation beyond the small town, her heart filled with anxiety. Huanyan, what has happened to you? She took out a communication stone to call out. Chu Huanyan's voice soon echoed in reply. Disciple is unharmed. Please focus on dealing with the beast, master. Upon hearing this, Hongyan felt a wave of relief wash over her. Her gaze shifted to the frenzied creature, and she quickly noticed the phantoms being pursued and attacked by the beast. Could it be the mirror moon movement? Or perhaps it was transformed using water attribute spiritual energy. A sudden shock coursed through her heart. The distance was too great for her to discern the features of those illusions. Yet she was certain they were conjured by the mirror moon movement. The mirror moon movement was a fragmented and largely impractical spell within the heart-crossing sword sect, resulting in few disciples willing to cultivate it. In her past life memories, only Jiang Luoyi had shown a deep affinity for this spell, diligently completing its missing components in every reincarnation. To encounter a disciple of the sword sect, who had cultivated this spell in the town of Mist, could it possibly be him? Hongyan was acutely aware of the contradiction in her thoughts. In this lifetime, Jiang Luoyi had chosen not to cultivate, desiring instead a tranquil existence as a mortal. It was improbable he would suddenly change his mind and, under conditions of extreme spiritual energy scarcity, reach the level necessary to wield the mirror moon movement. Yet, if the master of these phantoms were not Jiang Luoyi, who else would utilize water attribute energy to perform such a flawed spell? Despite these conflicting thoughts, Lu Hongyan's speed did not wane. As the beast shredded the last of Jiang Luoyi's doppelgangers in the sky, she finally drew near. Starfall, grasping the red dust starfall sword, enveloped in tumultuous crimson energy, Lu Hongyan struck toward the beast's head. Roar! The creature immediately gathered its dark flames, erecting a pitch-black barrier around its head. Boom! As her sword fell, the scene erupted into chaos, with sand and debris swirling around. The beast's robust form was forcefully driven into the ground by the impact of her strike. Confronted with a creature of equal rank, Lu Hongyan dared not grant it a moment's respite. With one hand wielding the sword to suppress, she used the other to fling a red silk, ensnaring the beast entirely. She then channeled her spiritual energy through the silk, bombarding the creature incessantly. In an instant, the beast was battered into submission, its four limbs splayed helplessly in the air. Previously, it had suffered grievous injuries from the Earth Tier defensive spell, and now, rendered powerless by Lu Hongyan's assault, it had relinquished all hope of escape. With a mournful roar that echoed through the air, the dark flames enveloping its body surged toward its heart. Self-detonation? Upon witnessing this, Lu Hongyan swiftly tugged at the crimson silk in her grasp, hurling the monstrous creature far from the town. The self-destruction of a creature at the Unity Realm could obliterate everything within 1,000 meters. After casting it away, she immediately ascended above the town, retrieving a low-level celestial tier defensive spell to envelop the entire settlement. Boom! A blinding white light instantaneously engulfed everything within a kilometer. The tremendous explosion sent shockwaves rippling through the air, and a mushroom cloud ascended into the sky. Even the inhabitants of Xiaowu Town, perched atop a distant mountain, were left dazed by the deafening roar of the explosion. Nevertheless, Lu Hongyan's defensive spell, a testament to its celestial tier quality, managed to protect the town with unwavering integrity, sustaining no damage whatsoever. At that moment, Jiang Luoyi and Chu Huanyan, being within the protective barrier, remained unharmed as well. Once the tremor subsided, Lu Hongyan retracted the celestial tier defensive spell, noticing a crack had formed on its surface, indicating that its defensive capabilities would no longer be as formidable as before. This particular defensive spell was exceedingly rare and valuable. Even Lu Hongyan, the esteemed sublord of the formidable four great sects, possessed only one. Yet, she felt no sorrow over its damage. As long as she could safeguard the town that Jiang Luoyi called home, she would willingly part with even the most precious treasures. The creature had been vanquished, yet its self-detonation caused the dark flames it bore to scatter in all directions. The forests to the south of Xiaowu Town were utterly consumed by the dark flames. Just then, a multitude of disciples from the Duxin Sword sect, led by Lin Xiangxue, appeared on the horizon. They carried spiritual liquid, diligently extinguishing the dark flames along the path the creature had fled. Soon, all traces of the dark flames were quenched. The disciples, numbering in the thousands, gathered before Lu Hongyan. Sublord, we discovered a shard of a soul-controlling stone from the Beast Control sect at the site of the explosion. One disciple stepped forward, presenting a dark crystal. Lu Hongyan accepted the crystal, inspecting it for a moment before confirming it to be a fragment of the soul-controlling stone, typically employed to tame beasts of lower intellect. Lin Xiangxue spoke. Master, it appears that the Beast Control sect harbors ill intentions toward us. Not long ago, news of Lu Hongyan slaying an elder of the Crying Blood Demon sect had spread throughout the southern wilds. At that time, numerous sect cultivators deemed the vicinity of Yinyu City as the stronghold of the Duxin Sword sect, deterring many from approaching. However, among them were not the cultivators of the Crying Blood Demon sect. Otherwise, Mo-Chi would not have dared to pursue Lu Zhong so far. But the Beast Control sect has always been on friendly terms with us, without any prior conflict. Why would they suddenly act against us? A disciple queried, perplexed. In the face of fate, human hearts are inscrutable. Who knows what schemes lie behind their actions? Another disciple expressed their indignation. Lu Hongyan furrowed her brow slightly. To subdue a beast of the unification realm with a soul control stone is a rare feat among cultivators in the beast-taming sect. Could it be that the young master suggests that the beast-taming sect, akin to the blood-weeping demon sect, has violated the covenant of the four sects and secretly dispatched an elder to the southern wilderness? What are they intending? Do they not fear the reckoning that will surely follow the conclusion of the covenant? I believe it is premature to draw such conclusions. Perhaps the blood-weeping demon sect is manipulating the beast-taming sect to sow discord between us. This possibility cannot be dismissed, as the beast-taming sect would gain nothing by acting against us. In this moment of cacophony, the disciples each voiced their opinions. Just then, Jiang Luoyi, accompanied by Chu Hongyan, slowly approached. Initially, Jiang Luoyi was reluctant to confront so many familiar faces, but upon reflecting on how Lu Hongyan had employed a heavenly tier defense spell to protect the town, and how over 1,000 disciples of the sword sect had utilized vast amounts of spiritual liquid to extinguish the dark flames, he felt compelled to express his gratitude, even as a stranger among them. After all, morally and ethically, the heart-passing sword sect bore no obligation to safeguard his hometown. Their refusal to assist would be their right, while their willingness to help would be an act of kindness. In their previous lives, many among them owed him a debt, yet in this life, they were devoid of memories from their past. Without the influence of the Heavenly Dao, they were merely righteous cultivators. Of course, Jiang Luoyi had no intention of forming deep connections with them. Having endured the wounds of 6 lifetimes, he found it impossible to let go of past grievances. The debts of human kindness he would repay in time. Chapter 60. Lin Xiangshue's temporary stay. Is that junior sister Chu? She is injured. A voice called out, drawing the attention of 1,000 gazes towards Chu Hongyan, while also momentarily acknowledging Jiang Luoyi, who stood at her side. At that moment, Jiang Luoyi did not embrace Chu Hongyan as he had during the earlier perilous situation. Instead, he enveloped her in spiritual energy, keeping her at a distance of half a meter from him. Chu Hongyan felt a twinge of disappointment. Indeed, her senior brother still harbored a strong dislike for her. The reason he had chosen to shield her in his embrace during the explosion of the Earth-level defense spell was merely to repay her for the favor of slaying Imo Chi by the lakeside. After all, he truly despised being indebted to anyone. Who was the person beside senior sister Chu? Many speculated, for they had never seen him before, nor did he possess a sex jade token at his waist. Could he be a rogue cultivator? A rogue? He appeared to be merely in his early 20s, yet possessed the cultivation of a nascent stage, a remarkable talent that surely warranted attention from sect. In the midst of their conversation, numerous disciples rushed forward, expressing concern for Chu Hongyan's injuries. Surprisingly, it was Lin Xiangxue, who had often criticized Chu Hongyan for her incessant chatter, who appeared most anxious at this moment. Though she disliked hearing Chu Hongyan's nagging, it did not signify that she truly detested the responsible senior sister. Among all those present from the Duxin sword sect, only Lu Hongyan's gaze remained fixated on Jiang Luoyi, clad in white and wielding a sword, surrounded by azure spiritual energy. He left her in a state of bewilderment, as memories from her past life surged forth, causing her to forget her concern for the senior disciple's injuries. It was only when Jiang Luoyi stopped 3 meters in front of her and performed a courteous bow of thanks that she snapped back to reality. Thank you, fellow cultivators, for saving my people from peril. I shall repay this kindness one day, Jiang Luoyi declared. Upon hearing his words, many disciples confirmed his status as a rogue cultivator. Otherwise, he would not have referred to my people in such a manner. Lu Hongyan understood well that he wished to avoid entanglements with the Duxin sword sect, and she replied, "There is no need for such gratitude, Mr. Jiang. The magical beasts were deliberately unleashed by those with ulterior motives, aiming to harm our disciples. It is the town of Xiaowu that has been ensnared in this conflict, and it is we who should apologize. The young sect master speaks justly. Yet I have my own principles," Jiang Luoyi responded, before inquiring, "By the way, do you know who the true culprit behind this is?" Lu Hongyan produced a fragment of a soul-controlling stone. While there is evidence, it cannot guarantee that the beast control sect is responsible. Jiang Luoyi was puzzled. In his recollections from previous lives, the beast control sect had always maintained a good relationship with the Duxin sword sect, with no conflicts arising. However, this did not rule out the possibility of their involvement. After all, since the loss of the Heavenly Dao's power, the trajectory of the entire world had become unpredictable. Who could foresee the changes that this lifetime might bring? Jiang Luoyi had no desire to meddle in the grudges between sections. However, should there be threats to Xiaowu Town, he would not hesitate to exact his vengeance. Lu Hongyan spoke again. I will investigate this matter thoroughly. Then I thank the young sect master, and I take my leave. Jiang Luoyi concluded, preparing to turn away. Wait a moment. Lin Xiangxue suddenly flew over and positioned herself in front of Jiang Luoyi. The last time we met by the lake, you were an ordinary mortal devoid of any cultivation. How is it that, in barely 10 days, you have attained a realm of embryonic condensation? Her inquiry spared Lu Hongyan from further questioning. Jiang Luoyi once again presented his rehearsed explanation. At that time, I was merely concealing my true capabilities. Lin Xiangxue scrutinized him from head to toe, frowning as she remarked, No, you were undeniably an ordinary person back then. Faced with her persistent probing, Jiang Luoyi preferred silence. Some matters were better left unspoken. There was no necessity to unveil the truth. Nevertheless, Lin Xiangxue continued, while one may disguise their cultivation, the subtle habits of the physical body are much harder to alter. 10 days ago, your every movement was characteristic of a mortal, starkly contrasting with your current demeanor. What do you wish to convey? Jiang Luoyi's expression remained impassive. I wish to say that you are either a prodigious genius in the realm of cultivation or that you have been possessed by the spirit of a certain cultivator. Lin Xiangxue replied. Upon hearing this, Chu Huanyan immediately interjected, Xiangxue, step aside and allow Mr. Jiang to pass. Do not create chaos. Senior sister, this person's background is unclear. You. Lin Xiangxue attempted to argue further, but her words were interrupted by Lu Hongyan's firm voice. Do not be disrespectful. Let Mr. Jiang leave. Lin Xiangxue was momentarily taken aback. She spoke nothing but the truth. Why were her master and senior sister unwilling to let her continue? Moreover, Lu Hongyan's demeanor suggested a rare seriousness. After some contemplation, she ultimately stepped aside. Jiang Luoyi did not linger, soaring towards the direction of Misty Rain City. Once he had completely departed, Lin Xiangxue turned to Lu Hongyan with confusion. Master, I truly feel that this person is quite abnormal. Lu Hongyan casually replied, You are mistaken. She was well aware that Jiang Luoyi had previously been a mere mortal, and she knew precisely how he had managed to break through to embryonic condensation in such a short span. The only thing that puzzled her was why Jiang Luoyi had abruptly abandoned his mortal existence to pursue rapid cultivation. Seeing her master's indifference, Lin Xiangxue shifted her gaze to Chu Huanyan. Senior sister, surely you must also find that person strange? To her surprise, Chu Huanyan shook her head and said, Do not speak foolishly. Lin Xiangxue was left speechless. She could not fathom why her master and senior sister were so insistent on protecting that individual. Never mind it. Since they seemed unconcerned, she resolved to secretly confront that Jiang fellow until he confessed the truth. Lu Hongyan, handing her the cracked heavenly defense talisman and instructing, Huanyan, many of our sect's disciples have yet to gather in the southern wilderness. You must remain here to await their arrival. The disciple acknowledged the command, accepting the talisman. In truth, she understood well that her master did not genuinely intend for her to wait for the other disciples, but rather wished for her to assist Jiang Luoyi with this talisman. After the remaining disciples have gathered here, you shall lead them to safeguard this location, to prevent any recurrence of today's incident. With that said, Lu Hongyan still harbored some concerns and handed a talisman to Chu Huanyan. The distance of the communication stone is ultimately limited. Should you encounter an insurmountable situation, simply crush this talisman. Even if you are far apart from me, I will be able to sense it. Lin Xiangxue interjected suddenly, Master, I wish to stay behind as well. Are you not coming with us to vie for opportunities? Lu Hongyan was taken aback by this. Lin Xiangxue, known for her combative nature, was typically restless. It was unusual for her to desire remaining in such a mundane place. Wouldn't waiting be exceedingly tedious for her? With a serious demeanor, Lin Xiangxue expressed, I wish to alleviate the burdens of my senior sister. I cannot bear to see her harmed due to today's unforeseen events. Lu Hongyan, noticing her rare empathy towards Chu Huanyan, felt a sense of relief and replied, As long as you do not cause trouble for your senior sister, It is permissible for you to stay. Chu Huanyan was touched by Lin Xiangshue's words of concern, and she could not help but inwardly marvel that her junior sister had finally begun to understand some matters. However, unbeknownst to both, Lin Xiangshue's thoughts were solely focused on how to engage in a battle with Jiang Luoyi. After Lu Hongyan conveyed some additional instructions, she turned to the gathered disciples and declared, "Everyone, our sect still has over 10,000 disciples guarding the seals within the ruins. We must return promptly to prevent any unforeseen incidents." Yes, led by Lu Hongyan, over 1,000 disciples soared towards the south. Chapter 61. The capricious Lin Xiangxue. With the dust settled, all residents of Xiaowu town returned safely to their homes. However, due to the earlier explosion caused by the demonic creatures, over 30 households in the southern part of the town faced the dire predicament of homelessness. The old town mayor convened everyone, and together they endeavored to construct temporary shelters for these families. Although the loss of their homes was deeply sorrowful, the residents felt fortunate to be alive. They harbored no complaints regarding the incident. Instead, they expressed profound gratitude towards the Dushin sword sect. Upon returning home, Jiang Luoyi confined himself to his room, entering a state of intense cultivation. To safeguard this tranquil realm, he recognized the necessity of possessing formidable strength. The bone dragon from the previous encounter and the rhinoceros demon encountered this time both exhibited the prowess of the Unity realm, rendering him as insignificant as an ant in comparison. Meanwhile, Yuexi, upon her return, refrained from making pastries. Instead, she busied herself in the yard, meticulously stitching over 30 small packages. Each package contained a valuable piece of red jadeite, which she intended to distribute to the 30 affected families. In her view, the calamity had arisen because she had wished for Jiang Luoyi to stretch his limbs, and her failure to intervene against the demonic beast had resulted in the residents' misfortune. Thus, she felt compelled to compensate for their losses. As for the source of her abundant red jadeite, well, she had made a brief trip to a distant mine during the residents' return, where she had shattered the mountain with a single punch, sending the precious stones flying. As night fell, everyone succumbed to slumber. Yuexi placed the 30-plus packages beside the homeless individuals. The following morning, as the displaced residents awoke, they curiously opened their packages, discovering not only a piece of red jadeite, but also a note inscribed with the words, "Gift from Dushin Sword Sect." The formerly homeless residents were instantly elated. The value of the jadeite was sufficient to build 2 new homes, leaving them with a sense of fortune arising from misfortune. As news of this spread throughout the town, the esteem for the Dushin Sword Sect reached unprecedented heights. Meanwhile, in Yinyu City, Chu Huanyan and Lin Xiangxue learned of these events, both perplexed. They distinctly recalled that when their master departed with the disciples, no such gifts had been left behind. However, they chose not to delve further into the matter, uncertain if their master had whimsically returned for a brief visit. "Sister, do you not find it tedious to cultivate so diligently every day?" Lin Xiangxue sighed, observing Chu Huanyan sitting cross-legged on the bed. Chu Huanyan paused her practice, responding with exasperation. "Do you think everyone can elevate their cultivation merely through combat like you?" Lin Xiangshue's approach to cultivation was indeed unique. Her extraordinary combat talent allowed her to grasp profound insights through battle, a gift that Chu Huanyan envied but could never attain. Lin Xiangxue waved her hand and said, "What I mean is, should we take a stroll outside?" Chu Huanyan frowned in displeasure and replied, "You've only spent a single night in the room, and already you cannot contain your impatience. Why did you seek Master S permission to stay yesterday? The ruins are swarming with representatives from various sects. Master forbids me from engaging in combat, fearing that my involvement would lead to chaos. Since fighting is off the table, remaining there serves no purpose, so I decided to stay here. You think about fighting all day. Do you believe everyone possesses a nearly immortal physique like yours? Everyone values their life. I only fight, not kill," Lin Xiangxue murmured. Chu Huanyan, unwilling to debate further, stated plainly, "You can either meditate and cultivate here or wander the streets of Yinyu City." "What is there to see on the streets?" Lin Xiangxue responded. "As for meditation and cultivation, I am not like you, able to draw energy from the celestial sources. Even in this area of thin spiritual energy, I cannot break through. So what do you wish to do? I simply want to leave the city and take a walk. Chu Huanyan, feeling helpless, finally acquiesced. You may go out, but do not stray more than 100 miles, and you are forbidden from visiting Xiaowu Town. Why can't I go? Don't think I am unaware. You wish to seek out Mr. Jiang for a fight. Lin Xiangxue felt a twinge of embarrassment at her intentions being exposed. Between acquaintances, how can it be called fighting? It is merely sparring at most. Are you that familiar with him? Once shy, twice familiar. I have met him twice, so how can he not be considered an acquaintance? Chu Huanyan, uninterested in her flawed reasoning, said sternly, you must not disturb him. Who exactly is he that you protect him so? Lin Xiangxue furrowed her brow. You do not need to know. Lin Xiangxue could not help but speculate, suddenly exclaiming, your paramour? Chu Huanyan was left speechless by this remark. He is already married. How could there be any such relationship? How could it be impossible? Our third master's uncle has married 2 wives, hasn't he? Lin Xiangxue countered. Chu Huanyan had no response to this and brought the conversation back. In any case, just do not seek trouble with him. Moreover, with your current cultivation level, you would inevitably be no match for him. Presently, Jiang Luoyi had stepped into the embryonic realm, while Lin Xiangxue was merely at the mid-spiritual aperture stage, 2 minor realms apart. Though Lin Xiangxue possessed exceptional combat talent, Jiang Luoyi had the experience of 6 lifetimes of life and death struggles. In every respect, they were not equals. How can one know without trying? Lin Xiangxue retorted defiantly. Seeing her stubbornness, Chu Huanyan candidly confessed, to speak frankly, that Mr. Jiang was indeed once a mortal. In just 10 days, he ascended from a commoner to the embryonic realm. His cultivation talent is extraordinarily rare. Do you truly believe you could defeat someone of such caliber? However, Chu Huanyan never anticipated that her words of caution would only serve to excite Lin Xiangxue further. Then fighting with him will surely bring me immense benefits, Lin Xiangxue exclaimed, clenching her fist. Upon this realization, Chu Huanyan found herself utterly ensnared in despair. She promptly produced the damaged heavenly tier defense charm bestowed upon her by Lu Hongyan. Seal. As her words resonated, the charm enveloped the entire room. Consequently, without her consent, Lin Xiangxue could not venture even a step beyond the confines of that chamber. Unless Lin Xiangxue were to lose her sanity and wield the holy sword Frostmourne to cleave through the defensive enchantment, the resulting cataclysmic explosion would decimate the entirety of Misty Rain City. Lin Xiangxue stood in stunned silence. Her senior sister had resorted to employing the heavenly tier defense charm as a seal merely to prevent her from disturbing that esteemed Mr. Jiang. Was this truly necessary? Her intention was merely to engage in a friendly spar, not to wage a life and death struggle. If she was not to go, then so be it. Angered, Lin Xiangxue sat down abruptly to meditate, refusing to spare Chu Huanyan another glance. Yet, devoid of a celestial artifact, like the earthly spirit source capable of harnessing the energy of the cosmos, she found her cultivation stagnant in this environment lacking in spiritual essence. Regardless of her earnest efforts, seeing her in such a state, Chu Huanyan chose to ignore her and continued her own meditative practices. Thus, the two remained motionless within the room until the hour grew late into the night. At that moment, Chu Huanyan's cultivation reached a critical juncture, and just as she prepared to make a breakthrough into the mid-stage of the embryonic realm, an unexpected wave of drowsiness washed over her. Taken aback by this sensation, she pondered how, as a cultivator of the embryonic realm, she ought not to feel fatigue even after a month of sleeplessness. She attempted to cease her cultivation and open her eyes, only to discover that her consciousness was swiftly engulfed by the encroaching weariness. In mere moments, she succumbed to a deep slumber. When she next opened her eyes, she found herself desperately fleeing through a dense forest, pursued by a swarm of dark, writhing creatures that chased her with relentless fervor. Instinctively, she sought to turn and wield her sword to vanquish the assailants. Yet she realized her physical form was beyond her control, continuing to flee in terror. Is this a dream? It dawned upon her that she must indeed be ensnared within the realm of dreams. Chapter 62. Chu Huanyan remembers her past life. This dream feels so vivid. Could it be a resurgence of memories from a former life? Chu Huanyan immediately recalls the last time her memories resurfaced, when she experienced a similar sensation. Ha ha ha. Give it up. You are already afflicted by the heart-eating curse, and there is no escape. The piercing laughter of a man resonates within the dream, drawing Chu Huanyan's attention back to the scene before her. She then notices a middle-aged man clad in black, standing amidst a swarm of dark, crawling creatures, a mocking expression gracing his face. As she attempts to flee, she furiously turns back to retort, "You scoundrel! Do you know I am a disciple of the young master of the heart-crossing sword sect? To dare cast a curse upon me is to invite your own demise." Yet, the man in black remains unfazed. "My dear beauty, I care not who you are. Once you fall victim to this heart-eating curse, within half an hour, you shall become my personal slave. At that point, you'll be unwilling to see me perish. Ha ha ha." Infuriated beyond measure, she finds herself powerless against him and can only continue her desperate flight from the dense forest. "I have heard that the young master of the heart-crossing sword sect is an extraordinary beauty. Once I have you under my control, I shall use you to curse her as well. Just the thought of it brings me immense pleasure." As he speaks, the man in black cannot help but lick his lips. "How dare you speak of my master in such a disrespectful manner?" With that, Chu Huanyan can no longer contain her outrage. She halts her escape, retrieves a breaking yuan pill from her storage ring, and consumes it, vowing to fight with all her might. Even if she were to perish here today, she refuses to become his plaything, nor does she wish for her master to be threatened by her curse. The man in black, upon witnessing this, reveals a disinterested expression. "Why would you choose to consume the breaking yuan pill? Once ingested, your spiritual essence will suffer catastrophic damage, and your value in my eyes will diminish to that of mere beauty. I had intended to spend 300 years cultivating you into a saintly servant. Now, it appears that hope is lost. Be silent." Chu Huanyan strikes towards him with a palm. However, even with her cultivation temporarily bolstered by the breaking yuan pill, there remains a vast disparity between their strengths. Her strike is effortlessly parried by a mere wave of his hand. You are merely at the mid-stage of the spiritual aperture. Even after consuming the breaking yuan pill, you are but at the initial stage of embryo condensation. Did you truly believe you could contend with me at the Dharma aspect realm? The man in black declares, before conjuring a black mist that strikes her abdomen. Chu Huanyan is sent flying, crashing into dozens of trees before coming to a halt. Spitting blood from the impact, she finds herself devoid of the strength to rise. The man in black leisurely approaches her, laughing. "Do you understand why I allowed you to flee for so long?" With all her might, she attempts to gather her spiritual energy for another assault. Yet, she is once again sent sprawling by the man in black. After 2 successive, devastating blows, she has utterly lost the ability to move. The man in black once again approached her, continuing, "It is not that I cannot catch up to you, but rather that I fear you might shatter like a broken vessel and take your own life." Upon hearing this, Chu Huanyan instinctively attempted to reverse the flow of her inner spiritual energy towards her heart, seeking to end her life in this manner. However, to her horror, she discovered that her heart was utterly unreachable by her own spiritual energy. The man in black laughed heartily. "Do not waste your efforts. The heart-eating goo has completely seized your blood vessels. It will be difficult for you to end your life now, which is precisely why I did not pursue you from start." Chu Huanyan was too despondent to heed his words, as she continued to strive to manipulate her spiritual energy to destroy her own flesh. Yet, the reality was sealed. No matter which part of her body she wished to destroy, her attempts were in vain, for the flow of her spiritual energy had begun to elude her control. An overwhelming sense of despair engulfed her, rendering her breathless. She ceased to speak, to think, and to desire action. "Do not be like this. It is rather dull." The man in black squatted before her, gazing into her lifeless eyes, and sighed with disinterest. "You still have some time before the heart-eating goo completely dominates you. If you do not resist, I shall find myself quite bored." With that, he extended his hand towards Chu Huanyan. However, before his hand could reach her, a flash of white light zipped past, followed by the sound of a sword song. "Who goes there?" The man in black sprang to his feet in alarm. At his current level of cultivation, he had failed to sense the approach of an outsider whose power undoubtedly surpassed his own. Just as he hastily raised his hand to conjure dark mist, he suddenly felt a sharp pain. Lowering his gaze, he discovered that his hand, which had sought to touch Chu Huanyan, had mysteriously been severed. Amidst his terror, he heard another sword song. Then, he realized that everything in his line of sight was spinning rapidly. It was not until he heard a distinct sound that he comprehended his own body had remained standing. Yet his head was no more. He had been beheaded, completely unaware of who had struck or what means had been employed. Emerging from her despair, Chu Huanyan slowly lifted her head. As her gaze fell upon this scene, the ashen hue in her eyes began to fade, restoring their former brilliance. I have warned you countless times not to venture into the bewildering forest, yet you never listen. A familiar voice resonated. Chu Huanyan turned towards the sound and beheld Jiang Luoyi, clad in white, standing beside her. He wielded a spiritual sword, his eyes hollow and devoid of spirit. His expression wearied to the extreme. He bore no aura, as if he were a mere corpse. Senior brother. Upon seeing him, tears welled up in Chu Huanyan's eyes. Jiang Luoyi had repeatedly cautioned her that this place was fraught with peril, concealing numerous malevolent cultivators, and that she must never seek treasure here. Yet, she had always dismissed his warnings, believing him to be overly alarmist and lacking the adventurous spirit befitting a cultivator. Now, faced with such danger, it was her senior brother who had come to her rescue. You must never return here again. When Jiang Luoyi spoke, he did not even cast a glance in her direction. He appeared utterly exhausted, as though he might collapse at any moment. Senior brother, I'm sorry. The usually strong and proud Chu Huanyan wept. Jiang Luoyi lifted her into his arms and soared toward the edge of the bewildering forest. Along the way, Chu Huanyan caught sight of numerous headless corpses, their deaths mirroring that of the man in black. It dawned on her that, in his relentless quest to find her, her senior brother had eradicated countless malevolent cultivators. Once her emotions steadied, a troubling realization struck her. Senior brother, your cultivation should be at the embryonic realm. How could you slay a malevolent cultivator of the Dharma manifestation realm with a single sword stroke? Jiang Luoyi, still avoiding her gaze, wearily replied, it was merely borrowed power, and it must ultimately be repaid. She could not comprehend his words until Jiang Luoyi brought her out of the bewildering forest and halted by a small stream. The events that unfolded next illuminated the meaning of his statement. After placing her down, he ascended into the sky alone. In the next instant, the heavens transformed dramatically. Countless surging bolts of lightning bombarded Jiang Luoyi, as if intent on reducing him to nothing. Chu Huanyan stood in stunned silence, her heart aching beyond words. It became clear that her senior brother had made a trade to save her, exchanging it for a fleeting moment of invincibility. The celestial retribution he faced was the consequence of that bargain. She lost track of how long the storm raged above, only remembering that when Jiang Luoyi fell from the sky, he was a gruesome sight, unrecognizable as a human being. His dantian shattered, his meridians severed, and his cultivation completely lost. Chu Huanyan cradled him, overwhelmed with despair, crying out, Senior brother, I will be obedient from now on. I will listen. Yet, the bloodied and battered Jiang Luoyi merely closed his eyes and softly uttered, You have spoken those words in your previous 3 lives. Chu Huanyan, who did not believe in reincarnation, thought her senior brother had been struck senseless by the lightning, and her sobs grew even more fervent. Chapter 63. The Heartworm Erupts. Falling for the senior brother in reality, Chu Huanyan was overwhelmed with heavy emotions upon witnessing this scene. From Jiang Luoyi's words, it became evident that all events within this dreamscape transpired in the 4th lifetime. She never anticipated that despite having betrayed her senior brother for 3 lifetimes, he would still willingly endure the unfathomable punishment of heaven to save her. A person like me is not worthy of your sacrifice, she lamented, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. The dream continued. Beside a flourishing stream, Jiang Luoyi lay in a gruesome state, his body a bloody mess, devoid of any sensation. He felt an overwhelming numbness. Exhausted and yearning for sleep, a force compelled him to cling to a sliver of consciousness. Perhaps if he were to close his eyes, he would succumb completely to death. Meanwhile, Chu Huanyan, who held him and wept, was in a dire state herself. Earlier, she had sustained severe injuries from a man in black, and now the side effects of the breaking yuan pill were wreaking havoc within her, plunging her into unbearable agony. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, her body slumped weakly onto the grass. In this idyllic setting, their blood-soaked figures appeared utterly out of place. With great effort, Chu Huanyan propped herself up and fed Jiang Luoyi her only healing pill. More than her own suffering, she feared that he might perish from his grave injuries. "Senior brother, can we still return to the sect alive?" she cried out. They were far from the Yuexi sword sect, and their wounds would not heal in mere days or weeks. Should they encounter other malevolent cultivators, they would be left with no escape. Jiang Luoyi weakly replied, "The heavens will not allow us to die." Chu Huanyan did not delve deeply into his words, merely interpreting them as a form of comfort rooted in divine protection. As time passed, her emotions gradually stabilized. The shards of her once broken strength were slowly being pieced back together. "Senior brother, there exists a sacred object known as the Chiyuan fruit that seems capable of reshaping the Dantian and repairing meridians." Her voice was frail, yet her tone exuded unwavering determination. "If we are fortunate enough to survive, I shall dedicate my life to seeking this object, ensuring you do not descend into the realm of mortals." Her heartfelt declaration, however, garnered no response from Jiang Luoyi. After enduring humiliation across 3 lifetimes, he had long ceased to believe in any of her promises. In that moment, her feelings for him were undeniably sincere, yet the heavens would not permit her to stand by his side for long. Seeing Jiang Luoyi's silence, Chu Huanyan assumed he was too gravely wounded to speak. Suddenly, her heart jolted violently, her blood boiling and surging as an unsettling sensation flooded her mind. The heartworm. It dawned on her that although the man in black from the enchanted forest had perished, the heartworm he had planted within her still lingered. Once this affliction manifests, she becomes utterly enamored with the first male she lays eyes upon, falling hopelessly in love, as if there were no remedy for her condition, willingly submitting herself as a servant, unless the individual she first sees can bestow upon her a counteracting charm, a purifying elixir of sorts. She cannot hope to return to her former self. In that moment, her heart was in turmoil, instinctively yearning to distance herself from Jiang Luoyi. Yet, as her gaze fell upon his bloodied and fatigued visage, she abandoned that thought. If she were to leave now, who would tend to her senior brother? Conversely, should she choose to stay, she would inevitably develop feelings for him that were inappropriate, binding her heart to him irrevocably. With a sigh, she seemed to reach a resolution. "My wretched life was salvaged by my senior brother's selfless sacrifice. Such a kindness I cannot repay, even without the heart-consuming curse. Serving him for a lifetime would be but a rightful duty. Furthermore, if I were to leave this place, I would merely encounter other men, and when the curse took hold, I would become a servant to another. In contrast, entrusting myself to my senior brother appears to be the most favorable outcome. In this worldly existence, I have yet to encounter a man as forthright as him." As time passed, the lascivious thoughts within Chu Huanyan grew increasingly rampant, and the heart-consuming curse finally reached its critical juncture. She shifted slightly, pressing her lips against Jiang Luoyi's neck. Sensing the softness against him, Jiang Luoyi, utterly exhausted, finally recognized the abnormality of his junior sister's behavior. The heart-consuming curse, it's over. A wave of guilt and helplessness washed over Jiang Luoyi. His junior sister had succumbed to the heart-consuming curse, and he, as her senior brother, had only now realized it. Clearly, the curse had already taken effect, and he was the first male she had seen. She had fallen for him. The only way to dispel the curse now was for him to cultivate a purifying charm and administer it to Chu Huanyan. But he had no knowledge of such sorcery. Had he detected the issue earlier, he would have confiscated the black-clad man's ring. Perhaps it contained a means to eradicate the curse. Yet, what had transpired could not be undone. "I have a purifying pill in my ring. You may retrieve it and take it." Jiang Luoyi forced the words out despite his discomfort. Although the elixir would not eradicate the curse, it could at least suppress the wicked thoughts plaguing Chu Huanyan's mind. Upon hearing his command, Chu Huanyan complied immediately. His words had become an irresistible order to her. After consuming the elixir, the lascivious thoughts began to fade. Yet an overwhelming sense of loss enveloped her. The notion of servitude had consumed her. How could a rejected servant not feel sorrow? This was only natural. The pang of disappointment etched a bittersweet smile upon her face. I'm sorry, senior brother, Hongyan can never return to the way things were. Despite the influence of the heart-consuming curse, she remained fundamentally herself. Her memories and character remained unchanged. The only transformation was the deep, unwavering love she felt for Jiang Luoyi. She understood that this sentiment was not her true intention, yet she found herself incapable of altering it, and deep down, she harbored no desire to change. She relished this feeling. The inner turmoil caused by her conflicting thoughts rendered her self-loathing, and her once resilient heart shattered anew, tears cascading down her cheeks. She closed her eyes, tilted her head back, and wept openly, consumed by a profound sense of injustice. Typically, she exhibited great strength, rarely succumbing to tears. The last time she cried so heartily was nearly 2 decades ago when she was 3 years old and denied candy. Jiang Luoyi observed her, appearing as helpless as a child, and the heart she had wounded over 3 lifetimes ached in response. She felt degraded, yet he too sensed his own worthlessness. After being hurt across 3 lifetimes, how could he not repent? How could he not let go of everything and embrace the role of a villain? The acts of indiscriminately slaying the innocent, framing peers, defying mentors, colluding with dark forces, and abducting innocent maidens. All these deeds seemed so effortlessly executed. Yet, he found himself unable to commit such atrocities. He had no desire to fulfill the will of fate, nor did he wish to become someone Lu Hongyan despised. He longed to shatter the constraints of fate, to reveal his truest self to those who had once genuinely cared for him. He was not the irredeemable villain. I will help you break the curse, Jiang Luoyi said weakly. However, Chu Huanyan's sobs did not cease. She felt her senior brother was deceiving her, for he had shattered his own dantian and could not possibly refine the Qingxinggu himself. Although countless Qingxinggus existed in the world, none could release her from the Shixinggu unless they were crafted by her brother's own hands. To her, this matter seemed utterly hopeless. Chapter 64. Whispering of Chu Huanyan at night in the realm of reality. Chu Huanyan was utterly shocked and rendered numb upon discovering the distorted tale entwined with her and her senior brother. She could hardly fathom that, in this 4th life, she had been irreparably ensnared by the heart-corroding goo, binding her inexorably to her senior brother. Would this dreamscape lead her to vie for a man against her master? She distinctly recalled that in her 1st life, her master harbored feelings for her senior brother, yet the constraints of their teacher-student relationship had silenced her affections. Though this was no longer the 1st life, she believed her master's sentiments remained unchanged. In the dreamscape, Jiang Luoyi and Chu Huanyan were fortunate enough to remain undiscovered by other cultivators during their days of recuperation by the brook. 7 days had elapsed. Chu Huanyan's injuries had improved significantly. She could now wield a modicum of spiritual energy, while Jiang Luoyi still lay incapacitated. Senior brother, it's time for your meal, Chu Huanyan said, cradling the wild fruits she had gathered and tenderly feeding him. Jiang Luoyi had been reduced to a mere mortal, unable to sustain himself as he once could, requiring sustenance and a routine akin to that of ordinary people, lest he perish from thirst, hunger, or illness. With the need for nourishment came the inevitable necessity of relieving oneself. However, Jiang Luoyi's immobility rendered him reliant on Chu Huanyan for such matters. Under the influence of the heart-corroding goo, the dream version of Chu Huanyan felt no shame in this. Yet the reality-bound Chu Huanyan blushed furiously at the sight of such scenes. Suddenly, as she was feeding Jiang Luoyi, her heart raced violently, accompanied by a surge of lascivious thoughts. It seemed that every 7 days, the heart-corroding goo compelled her towards certain actions. Her body began to act independently, reaching out to Jiang Luoyi, even kissing his neck as before. Noticing this, Jiang Luoyi quickly interjected, "There are still cleansing heart pills in the spatial ring. You should consume another." At his words, a wave of disappointment washed over Chu Huanyan. She understood that this behavior was not of her own volition, and she recognized that her senior brother's actions were merely protective. Yet, The sting of rejection was profoundly painful. Unable to resist the compulsion, she swallowed a cleansing heart pill, returning herself to a semblance of normalcy. Thus, 25 days passed. Although Chu Huanyan's cultivation had significantly declined, she could now harness spiritual energy to fly, while Jiang Luoyi had regained his ability to manage his own affairs. As the day approached for the heart-corroding goo to take effect once more, they found that the cleansing heart pills in Jiang Luoyi's spatial ring were depleted. Chu Huanyan, determined, carried Jiang Luoyi on her back and hastened back to the Duxin sword sect over the course of 2 days. Upon their return to the sect, the news of one becoming immortal and the other experiencing a drastic fall in cultivation swiftly spread, stirring everyone's attention. Lu Hongyan, their master, was incensed upon hearing this and immediately drew her sacred sword, prepared to lead the others to raze the enchanted forest to the ground. Had it not been for the intervention of the sect leader, the entire sect would have plunged into an all-out war with the bewildering forest. Calm and composed, Lu Hongyan did not reproach Jiang Luoyi for failing to restrain his junior sister, nor did she blame Chu Huanyan for disregarding her senior brother's guidance and trespassing into a perilous realm. Instead, she felt a profound sadness and overwhelming guilt, believing that all of this stemmed from her own negligence as a master. As matters settled, Jiang Luoyi promptly visited the alchemy chamber of the sect, seeking a considerable quantity of tranquil heart pills from his senior uncle. Though the tranquil heart pills were not particularly precious, Jiang Luoyi's substantial request was met with refusal, given the sect's numerous disciples and the necessity for resource allocation. However, taking into account Jiang Luoyi's grievous injuries, the senior uncle made an exception, granting him 20 pills. With these 20 tranquil heart pills, the malevolent heart-devouring worm within Chu Huanyan could be suppressed for 140 days. Thereafter, Jiang Luoyi's existence became rather mundane. Initially, he enjoyed a sense of ease, being the eldest disciple of Chu Huanyan and commanding respect among his peers. Yet as time passed, whispers began to circulate among the outer sect disciples, who criticized him behind his back. After all, a mere mortal with no cultivation residing within one of the 4 supreme sects and occupying precious resources seemed rather inappropriate. These rumors soon reached Chu Huanyan's ears. Whether it was the influence of the heart-devouring worm or simply her nature, she stormed into the outer sect area and dealt severe blows to those who spoke ill of Jiang Luoyi. Such internecine conflict was a grave transgression within the Duxin sword sect, resulting in Chu Huanyan being punished and confined to an ice prison for a month. During this time, Jiang Luoyi visited her every 7 days to administer the tranquil heart pills, suppressing the malevolent thoughts instigated by the worm within her. A month swiftly passed, and Chu Huanyan emerged from her icy confinement. Jiang Luoyi urged her to refrain from further violence against their fellow disciples, and she complied, choosing instead to remain by his side daily. She feared that those she had struck might seek revenge against her senior brother. Although Jiang Luoyi found her presence somewhat bothersome, he did not dismiss her. After all, she was afflicted by the heart-devouring worm and hopelessly enamored, and he feared that sending her away might lead to her heartbreak and tears. In the days that followed, the two spent nearly every moment together. Over time, their close companionship did not go unnoticed, leading many to suspect that they had secretly become romantic partners. In this world, relationships between masters and disciples were taboo. However, romantic entanglements among senior and junior siblings were quite common. Upon learning of this speculation, Lu Hongyan sought them out, her expression grave as she inquired about the truth of the matter. "It is false. Our bond has always been one of brotherly and sisterly affection," Jiang Luoyi clarified, harboring a secret affection for Lu Hongyan and wishing to prevent any misunderstandings. Yet at that moment, Chu Huanyan felt her heart ache anew upon hearing his words. She was acutely aware of her senior brother's feelings for their master, and she recognized that her own affection for him was not genuine. Yet this feeling was one she could not escape. What is even more terrifying is that she has developed feelings of jealousy towards her esteemed mentor. One fateful night, the heart-corroding poison within Chu Huanyan manifested unexpectedly, deviating from its usual pattern. Previously, Jiang Luoyi had advised her to consume a heart-purifying pill every 7 days. a counsel to which she felt utterly powerless to oppose. However, today it had not yet been 7 days since her last ingestion of the pill. Thus, her actions could be deemed independent of Jiang Luoyi's words, allowing her to refrain from taking the heart-purifying pill to suppress the corrupt desires within her heart. In the dead of night, Hongyan made her way to Jiang Luoyi's residence. At that moment, Jiang Luoyi was in a profound slumber. His senses dulled to the level of an ordinary mortal due to his loss of cultivation, rendering him completely oblivious to Hongyan's arrival. She chose not to awaken him, as a persistent thought echoed in her mind, warning her that awakening her senior would inevitably lead to rejection. She had faced rejection far too many times and had grown weary of the ensuing disappointment and sorrow. It was in that very moment that she made a most outrageous decision. She sealed Jiang Luoyi's 5 senses with her spiritual energy, ensuring he would not awaken from his deep sleep. Then she climbed onto her senior's bed. Logically speaking, the presence of the heart-corroding poison should render her incapable of harming Jiang Luoyi or engaging in any inappropriate actions toward him. Yet I have not harmed my senior. I have no ill intentions towards him. I merely wish for him to sleep more comfortably. Hongyan, as if under a spell, whispered softly, attempting to persuade herself with every fiber of her being. Chapter 65. Jealousy and Possession. On the following morning, Hongyan donned her attire early, meticulously restoring everything in the room before departing from Jiang Luoyi's chamber. When Jiang Luoyi awoke, he remained oblivious to all that had transpired the previous night. He vaguely recalled having experienced a spring dream. The lascivious and shameful visions from last night drove Hongyan into despair. She could not accept the sordid actions she had committed against her senior brother. Despicable, licentious, degrading. Her eyes blazed with fury as she vehemently berated the image of her 4th incarnation. From that fateful night onward, the 4th incarnation of Hongyan underwent a transformation. She secretly discarded all the clear heart pills that her senior brother had painstakingly procured for her. She ceased to endure, completely shedding her former sense of shame, and immersed herself in the ecstasy of her entanglements with her senior brother. Whenever the heart-eating goo acted up again, she would hold out until deep into the night, waiting for Jiang Luoyi to fall into a profound slumber before entering his room to seek her own solace. No longer did she perceive her actions as vile. She believed that everything she did for her senior brother stemmed from her truest emotions. She even lost the desire to unravel the heart-eating goo and revert to her former self. Each time the 7th day arrived, and Jiang Luoyi inquired whether she had taken the clear heart pill, she responded with deceit. Logically, under the influence of the heart-eating goo, she should have been incapable of lying to Jiang Luoyi. Yet, it seemed she had discovered a loophole in its effects before she lied to Jiang Luoyi. She would first deceive herself. She would hypnotize her own heart, convincing herself that all her lies were merely for Jiang Luoyi's benefit. Thus, she managed to disregard certain rules imposed by the heart-eating goo. Time flowed on in this manner for quite some time. Jiang Luoyi remained utterly unaware, naively believing that his pure and virtuous junior sister would surely consume the pills every 7 days to suppress the lascivious thoughts within her heart. However, he underestimated the capriciousness of the heart-eating goo and overlooked a crucial detail. He had never commanded Hongyan to take the clear heart pill every 7 days. In the absence of such orders, Hongyan was free to act as she pleased, determining for herself whether to suppress her impure desires. Over 100 days passed. Sensing that Hongyan's supply of clear heart pills must be dwindling, Jiang Luoyi ventured to the alchemy chamber to procure more. However, the elder responsible for the chamber declined his request. Left with no choice, he sought out the mischievous Lan Hai, asking him to assist in producing additional clear heart pills. Lan Hai, surprised that the senior brother would approach him for help, confidently agreed. With his aptitude for alchemy, crafting the modest clear heart pills was a trivial task. But the senior brother, why do you require so many clear heart pills if you cannot cultivate? Lan Hai inquit gudio sili. Mind your own business, child. Jiang Luoyi casually brushed off the question. Little did he know that such a casual remark would linger in Lan Hai's mind. His senior brother intended to use this elixir for matters only adults could engage in. And so, time flowed on for another year. The Heartsword sect has ushered in the grand selection for new disciples, simultaneously marking the moment when the Son of Heaven, Yixian joins the sect. With the emergence of Yixian, the system promptly issued a villainous mission to Jiang Luoyi. In a bid to mold Jiang Luoyi into a formidable antagonist, the system also repaired the damaged dantian and meridians within him. Remarkably, within a single night, Jiang Luoyi regained his status as a qi condensation realm cultivator. This astonishing development quickly spread throughout the sect, with many proclaiming him a rare prodigy capable of self-healing his meridians and dantian, a phenomenon unseen for millennia. Consequently, this drew the attention of the Son of Heaven. Yixian, Jiang Luoyi understood that as the praises for him escalated, the eventual defeat he would face at the hands of the Son of Heaven would carry even greater significance. Upon learning of his restored cultivation, Hongyan was overwhelmed with joy to the point of losing composure as she spun him around in front of everyone, disregarding her status as the young sect master. Meanwhile, Huanyan's jealousy surged within her, her possessiveness over Jiang Luoyi reaching a disturbingly obsessive level. That very night, although the heart-eating goo within her had not activated, she stealthily infiltrated Jiang Luoyi's room, sealing all of his senses with her spiritual energy to indulge in her nefarious desires. Despite Jiang Luoyi having restored his meridians and dantian, his cultivation remained merely at the entry level of the qi condensation realm, rendering him oblivious to the fact that it was Huanyan who had cloaked his senses. As dawn approached, Huanyan did not rush to leave Jiang Luoyi's room, having learned that their master would visit to see the senior brother that morning. She intended to ensure that the master witnessed this scene, to make it known that the senior brother was exclusively hers. Soon, Hongyan, with a smile upon her face, arrived at the door of the room. However, she hesitated to enter, sensing two auras within, intimately entwined. Huanyan then called out, "Is that you, master? Huanyan? What are you doing here?" Hongyan replied, taken aback. "In response to master, I have been here since last night, never leaving," Huanyan answered. "Never left since last night?" Hongyan frowned tightly, not dwelling on it, but rather admonishing her, as a virtuous young woman, "How could you spend the night in your senior brother's room?" With that, she reached to push open the door. However, at that moment, Huanyan deliberately emitted a provocative sound, causing Hongyan's hand to freeze mid-air. "Master, it is not convenient for me to see you with my senior brother right now." Huanyan's voice rang out again, leaving Hongyan stunned as if struck by lightning. Previously, she had inquired of Jiang Luoyi whether he had made lifelong commitments with Huanyan, to which he had firmly denied. Now, it appeared that he had deceived her. Her emotions surged tumultuously, first disbelief, then heartache, followed by anger, ultimately culminating in a profound sense of helplessness. Ordinarily, one would expect a master to rejoice at the mutual affection shared between two disciples. While it is true that she harbors affection for Jiang Luoyi, the fact remains that she is his mentor, and thus, a union between them seems implausible. Given the impossibility of their togetherness, she ought not to confine his emotional freedom. Therefore, why should she still feel sorrow and anger? Such emotions are unwarranted. Hongyan seized her words, and in an instant, her aura surged forth, propelling her away from the scene with utmost haste. Within the confines of the room, Huanyan could not help but reveal a triumphant smile upon witnessing this. She was acutely aware of the malevolence of her actions, yet she was willing to commit even the most reprehensible deeds if it meant that her senior brother would belong solely to her. Meanwhile, Jiang Luoyi remained oblivious to all that transpired, lost in a deep slumber. Chapter 66. The refinement of the tranquil heart grew upon awakening. Jiang Luoyi awaited the arrival of Hongyan, yet as noon approached, her absence persisted. He presumed she had been delayed by unforeseen circumstances and thus paid little heed to her tardiness. With his meridians and dantian restored, he resolved to swiftly regain his cultivation, aiming to alleviate the affliction caused by the heart erosion goo for Huanyan. For him, the process of recultivation was effortless. Within a mere 10 days, he had returned to the initial stage of the condensation embryo realm. During this interval, Huanyan refrained from intruding upon his quarters at night, instead opting to consume the tranquil heart pill concocted by Lan Hai to suppress her malevolent thoughts. Given that Jiang Luoyi had regained his strength, should she attempt to seal his senses as before, he would undoubtedly perceive it. Once his cultivation was restored, Jiang Luoyi visited the library, hoping to discover some techniques regarding Gu arts. However, the Duxin sword sect, being an esteemed orthodox sect, possessed no such nefarious spells. Left with no alternative, Jiang Luoyi departed from the sect and ventured alone into the enigmatic forest, seeking the storage ring lost by the man in black after his demise. Fortune smiled upon him. Despite the passage of a year and a half, the remains of the man had decayed to bones, yet the storage ring remained untouched. Upon confirming that the ring indeed contained Gu techniques, he made his way back to the sect. Unbeknownst to him, his every move had been closely monitored by numerous individuals, led by Yi Xian, the son of Heaven's will. Since Yi Xian had entered the Duxin sword sect, he quickly developed a deep-seated animosity towards his senior brother, Jiang Luoyi. He observed that both his master and senior sister appeared quite fond of Jiang Luoyi, often neglecting him entirely. Despite being the son of Heaven's will, endowed with unparalleled cultivation talent and extraordinary fortune, he believed he was the rightful protagonist of this world, deserving of adoration from his master and senior sister. Jealousy can distort one's perception. Moreover, both his master and senior sister were breathtakingly beautiful, exceptionally gifted, and of noble status. As the world's protagonist, he felt entitled to possess them, unwilling to allow such beauty to fall into another's grasp. He devised a plan to expel his senior brother. Thus, Yi Xian clandestinely investigated Jiang Luoyi's background. Through his observations over the past days, coupled with hints from the elderly apparition within his ring, he quickly discerned a crucial fact. Senior sister Chu Huanyan had been afflicted by the heart erosion Gu, and the first person she saw upon its onset was none other than senior brother Jiang Luoyi. This revelation incensed Yi Xian. Chu Huanyan, possessing the essence of heaven and earth, was destined to become a formidable figure in the sacred realm, perhaps even transcending to the imperial realm. The notion that such an extraordinary woman had been claimed by Jiang Luoyi was utterly intolerable to him. However, the apparition had also informed him that Jiang Luoyi was not the one who had cast the Gu upon Chu Huanyan, but rather had inadvertently become the first male figure she encountered. Moreover, given Jiang Luoyi's character, it was highly improbable that he would pursue his junior sister, for otherwise, he would not frequently seek tranquil heart pills from the alchemy chamber in Lan Hai. This implies that Chu Huanyan should still be in perfect condition. Only upon hearing this news did Yi Xian find a slight sense of relief in his heart. Yet, he was unaware that while Jiang Luoyi would not extend his malevolent grasp towards Chu Huanyan, it was indeed Chu Huanyan who would willingly engage in vile acts towards Jiang Luoyi. After learning of the events that transpired between the two, Yi Xian devised a plan in his mind that would lead to Jiang Luoyi's utter ruin. Given that Chu Huanyan was afflicted by the heart-eating Gu and thus obedient to Jiang Luoyi's commands, he could easily frame Jiang Luoyi as the one who had cast the Gu upon Chu Huanyan. However, at present, Jiang Luoyi had no knowledge of Gu techniques, rendering such an accusation impossible to substantiate. Nonetheless, recent investigations revealed that Jiang Luoyi was diligently seeking ways to rid Chu Huanyan of the heart-eating Gu, often visiting the library in search of texts on Gu techniques. This indicated that Jiang Luoyi would soon begin his own studies in the art of Gu. This prospect filled Yi Xian with exhilaration and mirth. Once Jiang Luoyi mastered the techniques, his plan would unfold flawlessly. At that juncture, even if Jiang Luoyi had 100 mouths, he would struggle to defend himself. As time wore on, upon returning to the sect, Jiang Luoyi formally commenced his studies in Gu techniques. He dared not practice openly, as the Duxin Sword sect was a prestigious establishment, and disciples caught dabbling in dark arts faced expulsion and the loss of their cultivation. During his clandestine practice, the narrative continued its course. As the senior disciple of this generation, Jiang Luoyi occasionally undertook sect missions, leading his junior brothers and sisters in execution. It was from this moment that many events began to deviate from the norm. The heavens seemed to have turned against Jiang Luoyi. Not only did he encounter constant setbacks, but he also bore the brunt of blame, ultimately being wronged by Yi Xian. With each unforeseen incident, discontent grew among the sect's disciples, who gravitated towards the upright Yi Xian. Each time Jiang Luoyi was falsely accused, He found himself powerless to prove his innocence. He remained indifferent to the opinions of others. Yet he deeply cared about whether Lu Hongyan believed in him. Unbeknownst to him, since the day Lu Hongyan overheard Chu Huanyan's soft gasps outside his door, her attitude towards him had irrevocably shifted. Lu Hongyan wished to avoid him. Regardless of how he was wronged, she never stepped forward to defend him. He pondered the reason behind this. In his previous 3 lives, even when he had been falsely accused numerous times without any evidence to vindicate him, Lu Hongyan would intercede on his behalf with the law enforcement hall. Yet now, in this lifetime, while Lu Hongyan no longer offered her support, Chu Huanyan, under the influence of the heart-eating goo, steadfastly stood by his side, even expressing a willingness to share in his punishment on multiple occasions. Whenever Yi Xian witnessed Chu Huanyan's unwavering commitment to Jiang Luoyi, his fury erupted within him like a volcano, intensifying his jealousy towards Jiang Luoyi. As time continued to pass, one fine and beautiful morning, Jiang Luoyi successfully concocted the tranquil heart goo. Eagerly, he rushed towards Chu Huanyan's dwelling, yearning to swiftly liberate her from the shackles of the heart-eating goo. However, at this moment, Yi Xian, concealed by the shadowy elder, continued to stealthily track him. Nostalgic. I have succeeded. Jiang Luoyi, in a fit of excitement, rushed before Chu Huanyan, displaying the transparent goo worm cradled in his palm. Senior brother, this is the clear heart goo. You can finally return to normal. Upon hearing this, Chu Huanyan's face, however, revealed no joy. She was unwilling to eliminate the heart-devouring goo. Nor did she desire to extinguish her affection for Jiang Luoyi. She candidly expressed, Senior brother, I do not wish to use the clear heart goo. Why? Jiang Luoyi was momentarily taken aback. Huanyan has always loved you. Without the heart-devouring goo, I would still love you. There's no need to destroy it. What nonsense are you speaking? Chu Huanyan replied earnestly, I am merely speaking the truth. I understand now. You must be under the influence of the heart-devouring goo to say such things. Jiang Luoyi seemed to grasp everything. He disregarded Chu Huanyan's sentiments and commanded, Swallow the clear heart goo. This is an order. I will not. Chu Huanyan Suden Li Zepbo. Jiang Luoyi was left dumbfounded. He never anticipated that. Despite the influence of the heart-devouring goo, Chu Huanyan could articulate defiance against him. Could it be she has employed some miraculous method to break free from the constraints of the heart-devouring goo's influence? Chapter 67. Yi Xian accuses Jiang Luo regarding this matter. Jiang Luo may never uncover the truth. While he stood there in a daze, Chu Huanyan's arm rose uncontrollably. Although she verbally resisted, her body succumbed to the command and accepted the transparent worm from Jiang Luo's hand. Senior brother, Huanyan does not wish to consume this. Obey. This is all for your own good. As the worm approached her lips, tears began to cascade down Chu Huanyan's face. Senior brother, I despise you. Her voice brimmed with resentment. Upon witnessing her tears, Jiang Luo felt a pang of sadness. It was indeed peculiar. Despite being bound by the heart-eating worm, she could still utter the word hate towards him. Did she truly desire the heart-eating worm to remain within her, to maintain a morbid affection for him? Once the clear heart worm entered her system, it transformed into shimmering silver particles, merging with Chu Huanyan's blood. Poof! Chu Huanyan expelled a plume of dark mist, collapsing into Jiang Luo's embrace. You have always been strong. Once you return to normal, the memories of the past year will surely bring you anguish, Jiang Luo sighed. Chu Huanyan weakly replied, I will not. Jiang Luo shook his head, continuing, I have made modifications to the clear heartworm. It will not only eradicate the heart-eating worm within you, but also erase all memories of your time under its influence. Bastard! Chu Huanyan gritted her teeth and cursed at him before finally succumbing to unconsciousness. Jiang Luo let out a heavy sigh, then carried her back to her room, sitting silently beside her in vigil. A few days later, Chu Huanyan slowly opened her eyes, her gaze somewhat dazed. She distinctly remembered being hunted by malevolent cultivators in the bewildering forest. How had she suddenly returned to her own room? Jiang Luo breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Huanyan, you have finally awakened. Only then did Chu Huanyan notice Jiang Luo beside her. She immediately tightened the quilt around her chest, casting him an annoyed look. Senior brother, the sect has strict regulations. Entering a female disciple's room without permission warrants at least 10 days in the ice prison. Seeing Chu Huanyan's frosty demeanor, Jiang Luoyi felt a sense of discomfort. However, this was also a good sign. It indicated that the clear heartworm he crafted was indeed effective, completely eliminating the heart-eating worm and expunging her painful memories. Jiang Luoyi, somewhat helpless, remarked, "So in your eyes, I am merely a pervert who intrudes upon female disciples' quarters to spy on them while they sleep." Chu Huanyan shook her head, her expression as cold as ever. "That is not the case. It is simply that upon awakening, my instinctive reaction led me to perceive senior brother as a pervert. Your instinctive reactions are commendable. Perhaps refrain from such responses in the future," Jiang Luoyi chuckled. Chu Huanyan composed herself and inquired, "Huanyan still remembers being pursued by malevolent cultivators. Did senior brother venture into the bewildering forest and rescue me? Is that even a question? I fought fiercely to save you, and you merely express your gratitude? Then I shall express my profound gratitude for senior brother's life-saving grace." Jiang Luoyi furrowed her brow and remarked, "Cannot you adopt a more serious expression?" Chu Huanyan also knitted her brows in response, exclaiming, "How tedious! I am already quite earnest." Although her words were brash, deep within, she felt a profound gratitude, hindered by her nature from expressing it openly. "Will you venture into the bewildering forest again?" "Not for the time being. A year and a half ago, their daily exchanges were generally like this. The bond between the senior brother and sister had always been rather strong. However, now that Yixian had joined the sect, such days would not endure for long. By the way, there are some matters I must clarify with you. It has been over a year since your ordeal in the bewildering forest," Jiang Luoyi stated. Chu Huanyan gasped in shock. "Then why do I have no recollection? Initially, you were afflicted by the heart-eating goo, and upon first laying eyes on me." Jiang Luoyi meticulously recounted the events of the past. The more she listened, the more astonished and ashamed she became. Particularly, the realization that she had lived the past year and a half harboring feelings for her senior brother made her wish to bury herself under the covers in embarrassment. Chu Huanyan spent considerable time calming her emotions before glaring at Jiang Luoyi. "You haven't done anything inappropriate to me, have you?" Jiang Luoyi sighed in exasperation. "Do you truly doubt my character so?" After pondering for a moment, Chu Huanyan recalled that her senior brother had always been quite admirable in her eyes, and given that the object of his affections was their master, he would likely not engage in any sort of deeds. "Then why did you erase my memories from the past year and a half?" she inquired. Jiang Luoyi looked at her with a hint of disdain. "Am I so unfamiliar to you? Your pride is so formidable that even if I hadn't erased those memories, you would have found a way to suppress them yourself." Chu Huanyan asked again, "Is there a way to recover those memories?" "Indeed, if you wish to reclaim those memories, you must learn goo techniques and personally afflict yourself with a heart-eating goo. In doing so, those memories will naturally return. I refuse to study such dark arts. Regardless of your willingness to learn, I merely wish to inform you that should you ever desire to regain your memories, there is a method available." 3 days later, Chu Huanyan sought out her fellow disciples, inquiring about her actions over the past year and a half. Ultimately, she discovered that she had not engaged in any particularly outrageous behavior. She simply tended to cling to Jiang Luoyi, advocate for her, and confront those who spoke ill of her. Such conduct was merely the result of being ensnared by the goo. Although she felt an overwhelming sense of shame, it was manageable. Moreover, she learned from others that her senior brother had nearly perished in his efforts to save her, shattering his dantian and meridians, leaving her with a deep sense of guilt. Her senior brother had almost died, and yet she had doubted his integrity. If he truly intended to harm her, why would he have sought the clear heart pill? Why would he have taken the initiative to concoct the clear heart goo to restore her to normalcy? It seemed her senior brother had always been a man of virtue. As Chu Huanyan continued to ask around, the news of her affliction with the heart-eating goo became widely known among the sect, with Lu Hongyan being the most astonished of all. On the morning when Jiang Luoyi restored her meridians, she distinctly heard Chu Huanyan's soft gasps. Did this not imply that everything she had overheard at the door was not what Chu Huanyan intended to convey, but rather words manipulated by Jiang Luoyi. The intimate acts shared between the two within the confines of the room were also orchestrated by Jiang Luoyi. The more Hongyan pondered, the more her anguish intensified, spiraling into despair. She found it incredibly difficult to accept such a notion. Just as she was engulfed in this torment, a disciple from the law enforcement hall arrived, bearing news that Yi Xian had suddenly accused Jiang Luoyi in the hall, claiming she had disregarded sect rules by practicing forbidden arts and had been seduced by lust to cast curses on her fellow disciples. Outside the law enforcement hall, a throng of disciples from the Duxin sword sect gathered, drawn by this scandalous revelation. Although Jiang Luoyi had made significant errors during her tasks over the past 6 months, many still believed she would not stoop to such depths with Chu Huanyan. Chapter 68. A plea of innocence. The voice of the elder of law reverberated through the hall. Jiang Luo, you have violated sect rules, practicing forbidden arts, and causing harm to your junior sister to satiate your lascivious desires. Do you have anything to say in your defense? The hall was filled with elders and numerous core disciples. Lu Hongyan gazed at Jiang Luo, bound by ethereal chains, her fingers trembling as they clenched tightly, yet she remained silent. In truth, her reticence regarding the events of that fateful morning was already a significant act of protection for Jiang Luo. The young Lan Hai stood beside her, cradling his head in his hands, overwhelmed with anxiety for his about-to-be-punished senior brother. Yi Xian, positioned to Jiang Luo's left, wore a pained expression, as if his decision to expose his senior brother had come after a tumultuous internal struggle. To Jiang Luo's right, Chu Huanyan appeared bewildered, repeatedly asserting, "There must be a misunderstanding. My senior brother would never resort to such treachery. He learned forbidden arts solely to help me dispel the heart-corroding curse. I implore the elders and my esteemed uncle to see the truth." Yi Xian lamented, "Sister Chu, I understand your disbelief regarding my senior brother's despicable actions, but I too never wish to wrong him. The evidence is irrefutable. I do not desire to accuse him, yet I cannot stand idly by as he descends deeper into this abyss." His voice was steeped in sorrow, devoid of any pretense, eclipsing even the most skilled actors. "Evidence is irrefutable? Then produce it," Chu Huanyan exclaimed, her agitation palpable. Silence. The elder of law slammed his palm upon the table and continued, "Jiang Luo, did you indeed practice forbidden arts?" "Indeed," Jiang Luo replied. "Why did you do so?" "As my junior sister stated, I practiced forbidden arts solely to unravel the heart-corroding curse." "How did she fall victim to this curse?" "The curse upon her was inflicted by a malevolent cultivator from the bewildering forest." "And why did she develop feelings for you?" "The cultivator who cursed my junior sister was slain by me. Unbeknownst to me, she had already been cursed, and I took her away in flight until I was gravely injured and unable to move. It was only then that the heart-corroding curse activated within her, causing her to develop feelings for me." The expression of the elder of law twisted into one of disdain, as far as I am aware. "The cultivators from the bewildering forest are predominantly of considerable prowess. How could one of your cultivation level hope to slay them?" "I borrowed strength from the Heavenly Dao," Jiang Luo candidly admitted. In truth, his power was lent by a system, which was an extension of the Heavenly Dao itself. Ultimately, it was the Heavenly Dao that granted him strength. He had not spoken falsely. "Very well, then demonstrate your claim by borrowing strength from the Heavenly Dao here and now." "I cannot do so," Jiang Luo stated, remaining truthful. At present, he was indeed incapable of such a feat. The system had agreed to grant him power solely because Chu Huanyan, an essential character in the main storyline, was in peril. Now that all pivotal characters in the storyline were safe, the system would not consent to lend him strength. "Since you cannot provide proof, your words are mere fabrications." Jiang Luo, with an impassive demeanor, stated, "The disciple has neither lied nor possesses evidence to prove the contrary. Everything rests upon the judgment of the esteemed elder." The law enforcement elder inquired further, "When did you cultivate your Gu technique, and which specific form did you practice?" The disciple replied, 2 months ago. I returned to the enigmatic forest and discovered the spatial ring belonging to the individual who had once cast a spell on my junior sister, thereby allowing me to learn the corresponding Gu technique. In other words, within a mere 2 months. You mastered a gu technique that typically requires 3 years of dedication to grasp, and successfully concocted the tranquil heart gu? Indeed. How can you substantiate this? The disciple asserted. I can concoct the tranquil heart gu on site. The law enforcement elder shook his head, saying, I wish for you to prove that you have only practiced gu techniques for 2 months, rather than that you were capable of such techniques a year and a half ago. By doing so, it can at least be determined that you're not the one who cast the spell on Chu Huanyan. This statement offered Jiang Luoyi a chance for exoneration. Jiang Luoyi interjected, 3 months prior, I frequently visited the library pavilion in search of texts on gu techniques. This matter can be attested to by the elder in charge of the pavilion. The elder of the library pavilion spoke up. However, this does not prove that you were incapable of practicing gu techniques before your visits to the pavilion. In that case, I am unable to provide proof. Then you cannot absolve yourself of the suspicion of having cast a spell on Chu Huanyan. For even a prodigy in gu techniques would require 5 years to successfully craft the tranquil heart gu. Jiang Luoyi expressed his helplessness. I swear by my Dao heart that if I utter even a single falsehood, may heaven and earth deny me. With 3 lifetimes of cultivation experience, mastering another's 5-year technique in just 2 months was not beyond his capabilities. The assembly remained skeptical of Jiang Luoyi's words. An oath sworn by one's Dao heart holds weight only before those of the sacred realm. His mere condensed embryo realm status rendered his oath inconsequential. The law enforcement elder, unwilling to engage further with Jiang Luoyi, turned his gaze towards Chu Huanyan. Chu Huanyan, do you recall when you were afflicted by the spell, and by whom it was cast? The disciple's memory lingered only on the moments of her escape. She could not recall when she had been cursed, nor did she know who had cast it upon her. Is it true that all your memories after being cursed were erased by Jiang Luoyi? Chu Huanyan reluctantly nodded. Yes, but my senior brother mentioned that as long as I cultivate the gu technique myself and implant the eroding heart gu, I can restore my memories. To this assertion, the assembly only heard the word yes. They deemed the subsequent words mere nonsense, a fabrication spun by Jiang Luoyi. The notion of restoring memories was entirely unfounded. This implies that one cannot dismiss the possibility of Jiang Luoyi having cast a spell upon you. And you have indeed acknowledged the fact that he erased your memories. Indeed, based on these facts, it is reasonable to ascertain that Yi Xian's accusations hold merit. The law enforcement elder looked once more at Jiang Luoyi. Do you confess? Jiang Luoyi replied, I do not confess. The law enforcement elder, now irked, had initially intended to afford some dignity to the esteemed disciple of the young sect leader, but appeared that such leniency was no longer feasible. Knowing full well that Chu Huanyan had been cursed, why did you not inform the elders of the sect? My junior sister possesses a strong disposition. I feared that if this matter spread, her reputation would suffer. Utter nonsense. You are clearly consumed by lust and deceit, desiring to engage in nefarious deeds with your junior sister. The elder of law enforcement is greatly enraged. If the disciple is indeed ensnared by lustful desires, why then seek the heart-purifying pill for the junior sister? Jiang Luoyi inquired. Very well. Allow me to pose another question. When you sought Lan Hai's assistance in concocting the heart-purifying pill, did he not inquire about its intended use? To which you responded with something akin to matters of adults. Children should not concern themselves. Indeed, in your eyes, what constitutes a matter of adults? At that time, the disciple merely exchanged a jest with a fellow junior. Jiang Luoyi felt utterly helpless. He never anticipated that an offhand remark could now serve as evidence against him. Very well. In light of this, Yi Xian, present the evidence you have gathered. The elder of law enforcement spoke once more. Upon his words, Yi Xian produced a recording stone and, before the watchful eyes of all present, unleashed the stored voices using his spiritual energy. Consume it. This is an order. This was Jiang Luoyi's emphatic command. Senior brother, I do not wish to eat, came Chu Huanyan's voice of defiance. As these two voices resonated, the entire enforcement hall erupted into chaos, with Yi Xian's maliciously pieced-together words echoing throughout. Jiang Luoyi finally comprehended that he was now in a position where he could scarcely defend himself. Chapter 69. Abolishing cultivation and expelling from the sect. Surely, It was the unmistakable voices of Brother Jiang and Sister Chu. There could be no doubt. How despicable. As the senior brother, how could he dare commit such lewd and contemptible acts against his junior sister? It is unfathomable to consider the torment that Sister Chu must have endured at the hands of this demon over the past year and a half. Ugh! How could such a wretched creature, masquerading in human guise, be worthy of our sect? The collective fury of the crowd erupted like a volcano, their venomous words piercing Jiang Luoyi's heart like daggers. He felt as if his spirit had been extinguished. He never anticipated that the moment he fed Chu Huanyan the calming heartworm would be captured by the treacherous Yi Xian using a recording stone. It appeared he was destined to repeat the same tragic mistakes of his previous life. Silence. The law elder slammed his hand down onto the table with such force that it shattered into splinters, his rage overwhelming his control. The recording stone continued to relay the voices. Brother, Huanyan doesn't want to eat. Chu Huanyan repeated the same plea, but this time her voice was tinged with tears, evoking the unimaginable suffering she had endured. Obey. It is all for your own good. Jiang Luoyi's voice was soft, yet to the onlookers, it sounded like a demon's whisper tempting a young girl. Brother, I hate you. Chu Huanyan cried out, her words heavy with resentment and loathing, as if Jiang Luoyi had forced upon her something unbearably torturous. No, it should not be this way. At this moment, standing beside Jiang Luoyi, Chu Huanyan clutched her arms tightly, her nails digging into her flesh, her gaze vacant as she stared at the recording stone, muttering incoherently. She could not believe what she had heard. Her senior brother would never do such a thing to her. It must be false. Certainly, it is all a lie. Jiang Luoyi, do you acknowledge these voices? The law elder inquired. Indeed, the voices belong to my disciple and junior sister, Jiang Luoyi replied. At that time, I was administering the calming heartworm to my junior sister. The law elder's fury reached a boiling point. Nonsense. If you administered the calming heartworm, it implies that she was also afflicted by the heart erosion worm, which would render her incapable of resisting your commands. The crowd erupted in scorn. This recording undoubtedly captures the moment this beast forcibly fed Sister Chu the heart erosion worm. How dare he attempt to argue his way out of this? Does he truly believe that obstinacy can absolve him of his sins? Damn it. I wish to pierce this wretch with a sword. Jiang Luoyi's face was etched with exhaustion. Disciple has not lied. Enough. Lu Hongyan suddenly rose, her eyes ablaze with rage as she fixed her gaze upon Jiang Luoyi. A web of lies. Unrepentant. When did you become such a person? Seeing her on the verge of tears pained Jiang Luoyi deeply. Master, I truly did not lie. Do you think I am unaware of whether you lied or not? Even if the one who inflicted the curse upon Huanyan is not you, you have still committed unforgivable acts against her. As she spoke, tears began to stream down Lu Hongyan's cheeks. Jiang Luoyi felt a surge of despair. What have I done? You still refuse to admit it. Lu Hongyan, unable to contain herself any longer, spoke directly. Do you really want Huanyan to undergo a verification? Then let her. Jiang Luoyi shouted. Deep down, he was acutely aware that he had never committed any lewd act against his junior sister. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian grew anxious. Master, this cannot be. If verification occurs, Sister Chu's reputation. Silence. Lu Hongyan turned to a nearby female elder. Sister Wu, I implore you. The elder, upon hearing this, casually produced a mirror, then released a strand of spiritual energy, slicing open Chu Huanyan's fingertip to collect a drop of blood, which she cast into the mirror. Soon, the mirror displayed a vivid crimson hue. The elder sighed. Since it is not white, it signifies that Huanyan is no longer a maiden. A thunderous shock resonated within Jiang Luoyi. He was utterly dumbfounded. He had never laid a hand on his junior sister. Who could have harmed her? Yi Xian was equally bewildered. The spectral elder within his storage ring had assured him that Jiang Luoyi had never touched Chu Huanyan, and she should still be untouched. How infuriating! That old man had deceived him. At that moment, the most shocked individual was Chu Huanyan herself. With hollow eyes, she gazed at Jiang Luoyi, the elder brother she had always regarded as honorable, now seemingly having betrayed her. This must be a lie. Even she, typically so resilient, felt tears streaming down her cheeks. Her voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz, yet pierced Jiang Luoyi's heart like 1,000 blades. He panicked and felt helpless. "Junior sister, I have never done anything to you. It was not me. Truly, it was not me." Chu Huanyan could no longer hear his words. She denied the reality with her mouth, yet her hand involuntarily reached for the spiritual sword at her waist. She yearned to slay this treacherous brother with her own hands. No one intervened. All present believed that if she were to slay Jiang Luoyi in a fit of rage, it would be entirely justified. "How can you not trust me?" Jiang Luoyi felt an unbearable ache in his heart. How much had he endured for his junior sister, only to find himself in such a dire predicament? Lu Hongyan collapsed in tears. "Unworthy disciple, even at death's door, you still refuse to acknowledge your sins." Jiang Luoyi stared at her in a daze. The one he cherished most was his master. Seeing her so distraught felt like salt poured into his already wounded heart, intensifying his pain. "Master, I could never do such a thing to my junior sister. You know full well that the one I have always loved is—" "Be silent." Lu Hongyan interrupted Jiang Luoyi. The crimson spiritual energy around her coalesced as she raised her hand towards him, her voice trembling as she declared, "According to the sect's rules, unworthy disciple Jiang Luoyi, your cultivation will be revoked, and you shall be expelled from the sect." Even in this moment, she harbored a flicker of selfishness. In truth, Jiang Luoyi was destined to be slain by Chu Huanyan according to the sect's edicts. Yet she merely wished to strip him of his powers and banish him from the sect. Junior sect leader, it seems that. A resounding thud echoed as the law enforcement elder was about to advise her on a misinterpretation of sect rules, yet she had already unleashed a powerful strike. This blow was immensely forceful, propelling Jiang Luoyi through the air, while Chu Huanyan, who had stood beside Jiang Luoyi with the intent to draw his sword, was rendered unconscious by the residual force of the attack. Many elders discerned that Lu Hongyan had acted with intent, her purpose being to incapacitate Chu Huanyan, thereby preventing him from executing Jiang Luoyi. "Junior sister, what you have done is—" The law enforcement elder hesitated, ultimately deciding against intervening with Lu Hongyan's actions. "I shall provide everyone with a satisfactory resolution," Lu Hongyan declared, stepping forward to seize the bloodied Jiang Luoyi lying on the ground, before soaring into the sky beyond the confines of the sect. Her intention was to cast Jiang Luoyi far away, making it exceedingly difficult for Chu Huanyan to locate him upon awakening. Hence, Jiang Luoyi would be afforded the chance to continue living. Chapter 70. The death of Jiang Luo. Lu Hongyan carried Jiang Luo far away, even beyond the borders of the Northern Empire. Eventually, she discarded the gravely injured and unconscious Jiang Luo by a thicket in a mountainous area not far from a mortal village. Before departing, she gathered some wild fruits and placed a healing pill beside him. Having rendered Jiang Luo's cultivation null, he was destined to become an ordinary mortal, reliant on sustenance for survival. She cast one last glance at his face, murmuring, "It is my fault for not teaching you properly." In his unconscious state, Jiang Luo seemed to hear her voice and, with great effort, struggled to part his lips. "Master, I did nothing wrong." Lu Hongyan, pained by stubbornness, gritted her teeth and resolutely declared, "Our fateful bond ends here. From this moment forth, we shall never meet again. You know that. The one I love is you." Jiang Luo's words did not compel her to turn back. Ascending into the skies, she only broke down in tears long after, lamenting, "Why must you confess at such a moment? Why love her, yet still harm your junior sister?" All of this could have been avoided. In the realm of reality, Chu Huanyan witnessed these scenes and felt an overwhelming numbness of sorrow. It became clear that in this fourth life, everything stemmed from her inability to resist the temptation of the heart-eating insect, which led to Jiang Luo's expulsion from the sect. Had she not chosen to climb into Jiang Luo's bed that fateful night, and instead taken the purity pill to suppress her desires, countless misunderstandings could have been averted. The dream continued. In the sect, Chu Huanyan awakened from her stupor, frantically seeking to kill Jiang Luo. Lin Xiangxue and Lan Hai exerted great effort to restrain her. Upon learning that Jiang Luo had been stripped of his powers and abandoned to perish in the wilderness, she found herself unable to accept it. The respect she once held for Jiang Luo had transformed into a seething hatred. She yearned to shatter his bones into fragments. With Jiang Luoyi's departure, the heart-purging sword sect entered a prolonged period of relative tranquility. During this time, the son of heaven, Yi Xian, became the object of admiration among many disciples. Everyone regarded Yi Xian as selfless, upright, and cherishing of his peers, infinitely superior to the hypocritical and cunning Jiang Luoyi. Time, it seemed, could indeed alleviate some pain. Now, Hongyan had returned to a semblance of normalcy, dedicating her days to diligent cultivation in her abode. However, due to the damage inflicted upon her spiritual source, her progress remained agonizingly slow, making any breakthrough in her realm a formidable challenge. One day, Yi Xian unexpectedly visited, presenting her with a sacred object capable of restoring her spiritual source, which filled her with immense gratitude. Yet, having been previously hurt by Jiang Luoyi, she maintained a vigilant guard against all men. Although she owed a great debt to Yi Xian, she refrained from excessive interaction with him. Undoubtedly, she would repay this kindness in the future. Year after year, time flew swiftly by. Yi Xian's reputation and status within the heart-passing sword sect had reached a pivotal level. He had taken over the position once held by Jiang Luoyi, managing nearly all affairs of the inner disciples. Frequently, he led his fellow disciples on missions to seize neutral resources, rendering the name of the heart-passing sword sect illustrious across the land. Until one fateful day a decade later, when Hongyan, accompanied by numerous disciples, ventured into an illusionary realm under Yi Xian's guidance, competing with various sects for treasures. During this expedition, Hongyan unexpectedly encountered a figure that stirred painful memories within her. Clad in a flowing white robe and wearing a mask, this solitary cultivator bore a striking resemblance to Jiang Luoyi from her recollections, save for the obscured face. Initially, she dismissed it as a mere illusion. However, when a battle commenced, the white-robed cultivator unleashed a sword technique that was hauntingly familiar to her, the stunning swan sword art, a unique creation of Jiang Luoyi, known to be wielded solely by him. As the stunning swan sword art manifested, the long-buried painful memories surged forth, overwhelming her. In a frenzied state, she charged at the white-robed cultivator, desperate to unmask him and confirm whether he was indeed the cause of her past suffering. Yet after engaging in combat, she quickly realized she was no match for him. Defeated, the white-robed figure chose not to slay her. He merely turned away without a glance. "Jiang Luoyi, you spare me today, but I shall hunt you down tomorrow," she cried after his retreat, yet he remained indifferent. Following this incident, speculation ran rampant within the heart-passing sword sect regarding the fate of the once-exiled senior brother, who was presumed dead, but may have instead restored his cultivation and acquired formidable power that surpassed all. Upon learning of this, Yi Xian vowed to eradicate the traitor from their sect. Meanwhile, only Hongyan silently mourned, praying that Jiang Luoyi would distance himself from his place and avoid a deadly conflict with the sect. Alas, fate had other plans. Within a year, the identity of the white-robe cultivator was conclusively revealed. He was indeed the exiled Jiang Luoyi. As this revelation spread, countless disciples of the sect, disregarding orders, surged towards Jiang Luoyi's refuge, igniting a brewing conflict. At this moment, Jiang Luoyi was powerful, yet he harbored no desire to harm his former comrades. However, as the disciples of the heart-passing sword sect relentlessly cornered him, leaving him with no choice but to retaliate or face death, he could no longer suppress the grievances and fury that had festered within him for years. The dam burst, and he began to strike with lethal intent. With the final stroke of the stunning swan sword art unleashed, 7,000 disciples of the sword sect fell in an instant. This act signified his irrevocable enmity with the heart-passing sword sect. Following that battle, Jiang Luoyi was deemed a true antagonist, relentlessly pursued by all righteous sections. He was labeled a malevolent cultivator, marked with the stigma of heinous crimes deserving of extermination. As time swiftly passed, Jiang Luoyi's fourth life approached its inevitable conclusion. On a day marked by torrential rain, he stood before Hongyan, a bloodied figure in disarray. "Sister Chu, slay this villain," The righteous cries of the crowd echoed through the heavens. Jiang Luoyi wore a wry smile at the corner of his mouth. I never imagined that in this lifetime. The one to bring about my demise would be you. Do you realize that I have waited 3 centuries for this day? Hongyan drew her sword. Pointing it at his throat, her eyes reddened. Do you know how I have spent these 300 years? This body, once subjected to your humiliation, has made me feel nauseous at every moment. I long to peel away my flesh. In response to her anguish, Jiang Luoyi calmly shook his head. I have stated many times that I have never committed such an act against you. You still refuse to acknowledge it. Hongyan trembled with fury. Even if you were to kill me 1,000 times, I have never wronged you. His placid and resolute demeanor caused a flicker of uncertainty within her heart. Come, release the hatred that burdens you. Jiang Luoyi discarded his sword, opening his arms in a gesture that seemed to beckon death. Hongyan's grip on her sword faltered, mirroring the turmoil within her soul. Was he truly wronged? No. If he was innocent, then what of her 300-year wait? Setting aside their personal grievances, he had taken countless virtuous lives. Today, he would undoubtedly meet his end. Hongyan plunged her sword into Jiang Luoyi's chest. A surge of spiritual energy flowed through her, shattering his heart. Even in death, a look of helplessness lingered on Jiang Luoyi's face. As she gazed upon her fallen adversary, Hongyan felt no joy as she had anticipated. Instead, sorrow and despondency enveloped her. She was like a rudderless ship, drifting aimlessly upon an endless sea. Chapter 71. Truth, Regret. In the embrace of death since the demise of Jiang Luoyi, Hongyan had ceased to accompany her fellow disciples on their missions. Instead, she ventured alone into the enigmatic forest, vanquishing numerous malevolent cultivators and seeking the art of Gu. Jiang Luoyi's unwavering conviction in her final moments had transported her thoughts back 3 centuries. Upon awakening in her chamber, Jiang Luoyi had once told her that if ever she wished to reclaim her memories, she should delve into the practice of Gu. By planting a heart-eating Gu within herself, the memories that had been purged would naturally resurface. At the time, the gathered disciples dismissed these words as mere fabrications born of Jiang Luoyi's fear of retribution. And after Yixian presented his so-called evidence, she had completely lost faith in her once-beloved mentor. Now, with her vengeance fulfilled, she found herself liberated from the burdens of the past. Regardless of the truth behind Jiang Luoyi's claims, she yearned to explore the depths of her long-buried memories. If possible, she wished to witness firsthand the humiliation she had endured over 3 centuries and seek the reasons behind Jiang Luoyi's steadfast refusal to admit her guilt until the very end. Returning to her abode, Hongyan began her practice of Gu, boldly defying sect regulations without a hint of trepidation. Now at the early stage of the Holy Realm, she found herself virtually untouchable, free to pursue her desires without fear of judgment. A month later, she successfully crafted her own heart-eating Gu. Without a moment's hesitation, she embedded it within her heart. As the Gu coursed through her being, her consciousness was thrust back 3 centuries to that fateful afternoon when she was pursued by wicked cultivators in the enigmatic forest, desperately fleeing, beset by a swarm of insects, and confronted by a leering man in black robes. Unable to endure his blasphemous words against her master, she consumed a break-you-on pill and fought fiercely, only to be effortlessly defeated by him. Her spiritual essence shattered. Unwilling to become his plaything, she sought to end her own life. Yet, the heart-eating Gu within her thwarted her intentions. In the depths of despair, she believed she was destined to be someone else's toy for eternity. However, just as the man in black was about to lay claim to her, 2 beams of sword light flickered through the forest. When she lifted her gaze once more, she found the black-clad man had been severed of both hands and head. At that moment, her often verbose senior brother in white stood beside her, a beacon of warmth akin to the blazing sun, dispelling the darkness of the forest and shattering the despair that had clouded her heart. It dawned on her, he had not deceived her. Her senior brother had not placed the Gu upon her. It was he who had saved her. She could not fathom how he had attained the strength to slay those at the law manifestation stage. Yet, she sensed that he was remarkably powerful, exuding an air of unparalleled dominance. Even now, as she reflected back on those days, she remained astounded by the might of her senior brother at that time. Perhaps Jiang Luoyi had already transcended the realm of ordinary beings. The recollection continued. She witnessed the onset of the heart-eroding goo within herself, perceived her deepening affection for Jiang Luoyi, recalled kissing his neck, and saw him compelling her to ingest the tranquil heart pill. The senior brother had never laid a hand on her. He had never taken advantage of her vulnerability and had always treated his junior sister with utmost respect. Soon, the two returned to the sect, but things began to take a turn for the worse. The heart-eroding goo within her would erupt every 7 days, and she yearned for the romantic affection of her senior brother, yet he consistently rebuffed her, offering only the tranquil heart pill. She felt akin to a famished cat, with her senior brother as the fish that could satiate her cravings. Yet, he never allowed her to indulge, providing instead only some unpalatable feed, tainted with the scent of fish. She understood that he meant well, but her pride was wounded, and her desires only intensified. Day after day passed. She had thought she could endure for a long time, but she was mistaken. Whenever she saw her senior brother standing beside the sect master, jealousy and restlessness would consume her. Beneath her self-imposed patience, her emotions intertwined and became unbearably fragile. It was not until one day when the sect master summoned her and her senior brother, inquiring whether they had secretly become partners, that her senior brother hastily clarified their relationship, distancing himself from her. In that moment, the pent-up negative emotions within her erupted entirely. She had grown weary of this feeling. She committed an unprecedented act, entered her senior brother's room, sealed his senses, and unleashed the depravity that had long simmered within her. For this, she even broke through the mental constraints imposed by the heart-eroding goo. As she recalled this, Hongyan crumbled. She had entertained countless fantasies of humiliation. Yet never did she imagine that she would be the one to dishonor her senior brother. It was all her doing. Jiang Luoyi had been utterly unaware. Guilt, heartache, regret, despair. The memory she deemed humiliating turned out to be the sole evidence of her senior brother's innocence. As she reflected, she realized that her senior brother had never once crossed any boundaries with her. He had risked returning to the bewildering forest and secretly practiced goo techniques in violation of sect rules to restore her to normalcy, only to be vilified as a lewd villain by her. In her inability to bear her jealousy towards the sect master, she had even emitted misleading gasps in her senior brother's room, forcibly tearing apart the budding affection between the sect master and her senior brother. She loathed her own foolishness and degradation. Senior brother, why? Why must fate allow you to encounter someone as shameless as me? She sat on the edge of the bed, weeping uncontrollably, her spiritual sword plunging fiercely towards her heart. Her holy realm cultivation endowed her with remarkable vitality, granting her the opportunity for relentless self-torment. Self-harm, over and over again. She inflicted grave wounds upon her own body, yet still clung to life, as if some unyielding obsession lingered within her heart. How shall I? What must I do to repay my senior brother? A person like me, even if I were to become a ghost after death, would hardly be worthy of encountering him. If only I had not believed in Yi Xian's evidence back then at the enforcement hall, but had steadfastly trusted my senior brother's words. You've won. Yes, it is all Yi Xian's fault. He slandered my senior brother. It is he who bears the entire burden of this. Had it not been for him, how could my senior brother have met such a tragic fate? How could I have doubted my senior brother? With these thoughts racing through her mind, Hongyan rushed out of the sect in a frenzy. A month later, as Yi Xian led the sect's members to attack the imperial city, she publicly betrayed him and engaged in fierce combat against him. She had truly lost her mind, blurring the lines between friend and foe. She would slay anyone who dared to obstruct her from killing Yi Xian. In that battle, she claimed the lives of over 10,000 disciples of the sword sect, perishing under the bewildered gazes of countless onlookers. In her final moments, regret consumed her. If only this world had no place for her, then my senior brother would not have suffered such grave injustice. Chapter 72. The resurgence after collapse with a sudden shatter, the dream concluded, splintering like a mirror into countless fragments that faded away. In reality, Hongyan slowly opened her swollen, tear-streaked eyes. She curled up on the edge of her bed, her arms wrapped tightly around her knees, unable to suppress the sobs that caused her entire body to tremble. The tumultuous and intricate emotions from her dream returned to her, rendering her helpless and disoriented. like a child too afraid to confront her mistakes. Xiang Shui. The suffocating pain shattered her resilient spirit. Instinctively, she called out her junior sister's name, yearning for comfort and solace. Yet, her voice echoed into silence, unanswered by Lin Xiangshui. Unbeknownst to her, once Chu Huanyin entered the dream realm, the celestial barrier spell lost its control and the confinement of her room crumbled. Lin Xiangshui had already seized that opportunity to escape, heading towards Xiaowu Town. Gazing at the empty room, Chu Huanyin surmised that Lin Xiangshui must have gone to confront Jiang Luoyi, yet she hesitated to follow. Fear gripped her, fear that upon reaching Xiaowu Town, she would encounter the elder brother she had insulted, wronged, and ultimately condemned to death. The impact of the memories from her fourth lifetime was unparalleled by anything from her first. In her first life, although she had wronged and harbored hatred for her elder brother under Yi Xian's deceitful influence, her actions had not been excessively outrageous. However, in this fourth life, she had not only plunged her elder brother into a deeper disgrace, but had also betrayed her master, possessing her brother's corporeal form while knowingly allowing her master to overhear her lewd encounters with him. Such actions were nothing short of blasphemy. Moreover, she had personally taken the life of the elder brother who had loved her unconditionally. This was more than mere ingratitude. Huanyin, how cursed she felt. She wept for an extended period, contemplating self-harm like her dream self. But what would self-harm accomplish? It would not mend the wounds she inflicted upon her elder brother. Why did the heavens grant someone like her the chance to live again? The sins she committed against her brother, the debts of gratitude she owed, could not possibly be repaid in a single lifetime. How much better it would be to perish. Was that not a form of liberation? Liberation. Would death truly provide such relief? She feared that even in death, her soul would be shackled by endless remorse. Chu Huanyin murmured to herself. When one's sorrow reaches an unbearable peak, they become a mere shadow of their former self. Yet, when one collapses to the utmost depths, their thoughts often rebound with newfound clarity. In the following hour, in her state of utter desolation, Chu Huanyin underwent a profound transformation in her thoughts. I, Chu Huanyin, am inherently kind-hearted, my moral compass steadfast. Who would have thought that in every lifetime, I would become the very person I despise, an ungrateful wretch? Can I truly be blamed for this? Blame the heavens, blame Yi Xian, blame this world. It is unjust to place blame upon me. Once, I was a devoted junior sister willing to sacrifice my life to protect my elder brother. Had there not been so many misunderstandings, I could never have harmed him. Since I will inevitably suffer in life or death, why should I be entangled in the possibility of liberation? I ought to address the root of my suffering. Since the sins I've committed have reached an irreparable stage, why should I dwell on making amends? I should strive to create a world where I have never erred. Since whatever I do is destined to invoke disdain from my senior brother, I need not concern myself with his feelings. I shall pursue my desires. I refuse to live in this torment. Chu Huanyin resolved herself with a certain determination. She chose to shed all her guilt and burdens from within her heart. She released her curled-up body, wiped her tears, rose from the bedside, and her gaze became unprecedentedly resolute. In this moment, even the ethereal essence surrounding her seemed to grow more pure, as if it underwent a kind of evolution, merging completely with the universe. Historical records have noted that a practitioner's resolve is intricately linked to their own strength. When the resolve undergoes a profoundly unique transformation, the practitioner themselves will likewise change. She was undoubtedly in such a state now. I'm not at fault. The blame lies with them. Were it not for Yi Xian's despicable tactics, how could I have harmed my senior brother? If the master had not disregarded the rules, how could she have missed her chance with him? How could I have committed such a heinous act against my senior brother? If he had not lifted the heart-calming curse from me, how could I have taken his life? I would only love him to death. Yi Xian is too vile, the master indecisive, and my senior brother too protective of me. My senior brother's fault lies in his excessive care. He should be more selfish. He should treat me with a bit more harshness. She overturned the objective notions of right and wrong, as if in this world only her subjective perception governed the essence of all truths. It seemed she had developed an attitude of supreme self-importance. In Xiaowu Town, Jiang Luoyi had just broken through to the pinnacle of the embryonic stage, Yet before he could stabilize his cultivation, he saw Su Yuexi enter through the door. She was kneading dough, her expression blank, and spoke, "A girl is looking for you." "Who?" "She seems to be a practitioner, dressed in blue." Hearing this, Jiang Luoyi immediately knew the visitor must be Lin Xiangxue. She was most likely here to confront him. After all, he had been her senior brother for 6 lifetimes, and he understood her temperament all too well. Indeed, when he stepped outside, he saw Lin Xiangxue in a blue qipao, comfortably seated at the pastry stall in front of the door, audaciously petting a kitten and a pichio. Judging by the expressions of the 2 little creatures, they seemed rather reluctant. "I shall step out for a moment," Jiang Luoyi said to Su Yuexi. It was inevitable that he would clash with Lin Xiangxue. After all, if he did not engage in a battle with her, she would likely wreak havoc on their pastry stall, compelling him to act. "Remember to come back early." "It's almost lunchtime," Su Yuexi advised before heading to the kitchen. "Understood." Jiang Luoyi made his way to the entrance. As Lin Xiangxue observed him approaching directly, she released the cat and the pichio and rather impolitely remarked, "Shall we engage in a duel?" If she possessed even a fraction of the courtesy displayed by Chu Hongyan, Jiang Luoyi would have surely saved countless worries across his 6 lifetimes. "Very well, but let us choose a more remote location so as not to disturb the townsfolk," Jiang Luoyi stipulated. Without hesitation, Lin Xiangxue ignited her ice-blue spiritual energy and soared into the distance. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Luoyi unleashed his own water attribute spiritual energy and pursued her figure. In mere moments, he surpassed Lin Xiangxue, for his current cultivation level exceeded hers by 2 minor realms. Thus, this confrontation was unlikely to last for long. Chapter 73. Frosty blade unsheathed on the rugged summit, the wind howled fiercely. Lin Xiangxue wore a faint smile of anticipation at the corner of her lips. Her ice-blue qipao fluttering gracefully, revealing her long, fair legs. Her already enchanting figure appeared even more alluring, accentuating her curves. In terms of both physique and beauty, she was undoubtedly a stunning woman. However, her character bore glaring flaws that were impossible to overlook. "Gulme," Lin Xiangxue shouted, and immediately, 9 spiritual swords soared from her storage ring, fanned out behind her in a dazzling display. It was rare for her to unleash all 9 swords before a battle unless her opponent vastly outmatched her in cultivation. Seeing that her opponent had no intention of stalling, Jiang Luoyi wasted no time. He swiftly darted behind her and delivered a punch aimed at her shoulder from an unpredictable angle. Lin Xiangxue felt a surge of pride at his reckless approach. It is a well-known fact that when one is on the offensive, it is challenging to maintain a defensive stance. Just like Jiang Luoyi at that moment, he was full of openings. Lin Xiangxue's 9 swords were equipped for both attack and defense, allowing her to simultaneously defend against Jiang Luoyi's vulnerabilities while launching her own offensive. Hence, she believed that the first exchange of blows had already secured her victory. "Turn," she commanded, directing 1 spiritual sword to block her shoulder, while the other 8 swords surged forth to target Jiang Luoyi's limbs and torso. Under such multifaceted assault, even if her opponent were 2 minor realms above her, complete defense would be impossible. Yet, Jiang Li disregarded her onslaught entirely. His fist struck her shoulder's spiritual sword without hesitation. The impact was tremendous, bending the sword. At the same time, her 8 blades were poised to pierce Jiang Luoyi's body. Everything seemed to unfold precisely as she had envisioned. However, in the next moment, an unexpected occurrence transpired. A crisp crack echoed. Her shoulder's spiritual sword shattered upon impact. To her astonishment, her top-tier spiritual sword had been obliterated by his fist. As the sword disintegrated, Jiang Luoyi's fist connected with her shoulder, delivering a heavy blow that sent her reeling backwards, her internal energy in disarray, making it difficult to control the remaining 8 swords. As she regained her balance and prepared to strike again, those 8 swords had already been seized one by Jiang Luoyi. "You have lost," he stated, tossing the spiritual sword in his hand to Lin Xiangxue. She caught the sword with a defiant expression, retorting, "In a fight, how can victory be decided in a single strike?" Jiang Luoyi shook his head. "If you cannot withstand even 1 blow, you know very well whether you can defeat me. If our cultivations were equal, that last strike would have assured my victory. Even if we were matched, your attack would never have reached me. Such sophistry. You never had the chance to defend. The outcome would surely have been me wounding you. Seeing her stubbornness, Jiang Luoyi explained. Although your 9 swords are adept at both offense and defense, the spiritual energy controlling the blades is interconnected. Once one sword suffers a significant impact, the control over the others is compromised, making precise attacks difficult. How do you know? Lin Xiangxue furrowed her brows. The 9-sword technique was one she had painstakingly developed, and its weaknesses were known only to her. Yet, Jiang Luoyi had merely observed her execute it once, and seemed to comprehend it entirely. This was unexpected. I possess far more knowledge than that. Jiang Luoyi would not disclose that he had fought alongside her across 6 lifetimes. He was intimately familiar with her every swordplay. It is not over yet. Again, Lin Xiangxue declared, retrieving more spiritual swords from her storage ring, preparing for 100 swords to be unleashed simultaneously. No more. Jiang Luoyi retracted the azure energy enveloping him. Lin Xiangxue immediately employed a provocation. You've backed down? Jiang Luoyi sighed and replied. Even if I were to unravel your technique, you would merely claim I had the advantage of realm. Instead, how about this? Once your cultivation matches mine, we shall settle this once and for all. He was well aware of Lin Xiangxue's temperament. Once a fight commenced, she would not easily relent until they had revealed all their cards. It was better to promise her a future duel. What I seek is to challenge beyond my level. If your cultivation match mine, I would hardly bother to engage you. Lin Xiangxue retorted, commanding over 100 spiritual swords to assault Jiang Luoyi. Jiang Luoyi, feeling somewhat helpless, released his spiritual energy once more, transforming his figure into an ethereal presence, weaving through the barrage of swords, seizing one of them, and turning to Lin Xiangxue. Let us agree, should I break your technique, today's contest will be deemed my victory. You must break it first. Lin Xiangxue persisted. Launching another offensive, Jiang Luoyi positioned the spiritual sword horizontally in his grasp and unleashed his sword technique. With a swift sound, he declared, stunning swan, slash. As his words fell, the hundreds of swords in the sky shattered instantaneously. The crisp sounds echoed continuously, reminiscent of glass shattering. Lin Xiangxue was rendered speechless. What was happening? Each of her spiritual swords was of the highest profound tier. How could they be so effortlessly cleave asunder? Moreover, what perplexed her further was that, despite Jiang Luoyi wielding her sword, identical in profound tier quality, why had all the others shattered while the one in his hand remained unscathed? Jiang Luoyi tossed the sword he had used back to Lin Xiangxue, raising his hand and stating, I truly shall not engage further. Lin Xiangxue, receiving the sword he had wielded